Battle Through the Heavens, Rebirth of Emperor Yan Chapter 1489 to Chapter 1551. Tang Yi let out a mournful howl as he was completely drowned by the fire-scaled lizards. In the sky, Xiaoyan surveyed his surroundings, his expression becoming somewhat solemn. Tang Yi had died, but the rain of fire had yet to dissipate. He still did not dare to be careless against these fire-scaled lizards. With the heavenly flame protecting him, the lava naturally could not get close to him. However, this was only enough to take care of most of the fire-scaled lizards. It was not so easy to deal with those that were stronger than origin ancestors. Squeak squeak, as the group of fire-scaled lizards surrounded Xiaoyan once more, 100 feet of empty space opened up around him. From the looks of it, they did not seem to have any intention of continuing their assault. Xiaoyan gripped his giant ruler and gathered his strength, his mind becoming increasingly tense. Within the lava, the tightly clustered fire-scaled lizards slowly retreated. Lava surged everywhere, and there were at least a dozen enormous balls of fire. Within those balls of fire, the deep red lava seemed to be wrapped around something. When Su Chen's vision cleared, he saw that there were at least a dozen even larger fire-scaled lizards floating in the air. Xiaoyan's originally gloomy expression immediately became uglier the moment he saw these enormous creatures. The strength of these dozen-plus fire-scale lizards were all above that of Yuan's own. Moreover, the auras of some of them were extremely strong. It was even harder to measure their strength, and they were probably extremely powerful existences even among high-grade origin ancestors. Such a lineup, in an instant, they had appeared in front of Xiaoyan. With the addition of the countless fire-scaled lizards surrounding them, even with Xiaoyan's abilities, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. Phew! Under the strong pressure, Xiaoyan anxiously exhaled a deep breath of air. A thought passed through his mind and numerous dark black curtains immediately formed in the empty space around him. They stood beside Xiaoyan and surrounded him. His opponents were more than a dozen origin ancestor-level powerhouses, and he definitely could not face them head-on. If he borrowed the power of the Void Great Tao to repeatedly pass through, he might be able to break through these layers of encirclement. However, just as Xiaoyan's tent was condensed, the fire-scaled lizard beasts in the magma suddenly let out a strange roar. In the blink of an eye, sharp and ear-piercing sound waves converged and reverberated endlessly within the 100 meters of space. The momentum was becoming more and more astonishing. What caused Xiaoyan to widen his eyes even more was that the many tents that he had condensed around him actually began to distort under the attack of the sound wave. The spatial energy that had gathered on it was also strangely dissipating. When he noticed this, Xiaoyan revealed astonishment for the first time. It was the first time in a very long time that he'd seen the energy of the Grand Tao suffer a loss. This is going to be troublesome. When he saw the energy of the Grand Tao dissipate, the shock in Xiaoyan's heart grew even more intense. He had no choice but to continuously wave his giant ruler. Flames shot out and sonic booms rang out one after another. Only then did the continuous shrieks dissipate a little. However, the dozen or so giant beasts standing in the void no longer hesitated. They swung their large tails and twisted their bodies, appearing in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. They waved their sharp claws and viciously tore at Xiaoyan's head. Clang! The giant ruler chopped down and blocked the giant beast's attack, but almost at the same time, two more giant beasts appeared on both sides of him. Their attacks were continuous, and they were all killing moves. Just as he was about to withdraw, the giant ruler in his hand was firmly controlled by the giant beast in front of him. Xiaoyan had no choice but to let go. Just as he was about to retreat, another sharp piercing sound came from behind him. In the blink of an eye, it was right next to his ear. Xiaoyan's hair instantly stood on end. He only cared about forcefully twisting his body to block the attack, but he was sent flying by the giant beast. Damn it! Xiaoyan spat out a mouthful of blood, which then turned into a blood arrow and shot forward. In an instant, two giant beasts appeared on both sides of him. The tight attacks made Xiaoyan have no time to take care of them. After forcefully resisting the attacks of the two beasts, he suddenly stomped his foot and forced a fire-scaled lizard below him to retreat. His body suddenly rushed up, his eyes fixed on the layer of magma directly above him. At this point, he could only try his best to force his way out of here. Roar! The magma above him was getting closer and closer, but at this moment, the magma above him suddenly separated. A giant beast was bearing its bloody mouth full of fangs, waiting for him to deliver himself to its door. This giant beast was clearly the strongest one among the dozen or so beasts. When the fire-scaled lizard above him appeared, Xiaoyan was already very close to it. The rest of the fire-scaled lizards below him were also surrounding him. There was no way to retreat, so he could only try his best to fight. Come! Xiaoyan roared in his heart. He clenched his teeth, and the Genesis chi in his body gushed out without reservation. Blazing flames rapidly gathered in his palm. Whether or not he could break out of the encirclement depended on this moment. Roar! It was also at this moment that the enormous beast above Xiaoyan's head waved its arms. Magma covered its sharp claws and a bright red energy spread over its entire body. Its enormous body swiftly rotated and fell heavily, about to collide with Xiaoyan. Go! Xiaoyan forcibly stopped his body. He waved his hand, and a ray of light shot out. The two collided, and an earth-shaking shockwave swept out like a storm. Xiaoyan's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, which was immediately devoured by the flames in his palm. The giant beast stood tall in the sky, its scarlet-red eyes fixed on a black figure below. When it focused its gaze, it saw that the one colliding with it was a puppet. Come back, North King! With a loud roar, lightning wrapped around the North King's body as it swiftly returned to Xiaoyan's side. If it had not summoned the North King at the last moment, Xiaoyan would not even have had a chance to catch his breath. Xiaoyan could not help but be shocked at the sight of the North King's torn chest. The North King's current strength was at least comparable to a 5-star origin ancestor, and its body was extraordinarily tough. Who would have thought that it would be torn apart by a single claw from this bastard? Fortunately, the North King's body contained lightning power, which allowed it to continuously repair itself, preventing it from being instantly destroyed. With this temporary delay by the Northern King, the heavenly flame that was wildly agglomerating between Xiaoyan's palms had already begun to take an embryonic form. All it needed was a moment before the fire lotus would be formed. At that time, it was likely that even if these bastards in front of him were to join hands, they would suffer some pain. Roar! The huge beast's scarlet eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan, appearing to have seen that the thing that was agglomerated in Xiaoyan's palm was not ordinary. While the latter was quietly becoming alert, a sharp sound of rushing air was suddenly transmitted from behind him. Clang! Once again, the North King used his body to block this sudden attack. His chest, which had already been torn apart, instantly caved in. The scorching power of the lava seeped into his body, causing the recovery speed of the lightning to greatly decrease. When Xiaoyan dodged his body and looked at the spot from earlier, a cluster of magma had unknowingly appeared in the empty space. The tail of the enormous beast had emerged from the magma. Chi! However, before Xiaoyan could hesitate, lava continuously appeared in the air around him. Soon after, numerous arms and tails charged towards him. Fortunately, Xiaoyan was still able to stabilize his body by relying on the ingenuity of the sky extinction steps. Even though he could not avoid being injured by the lava power, the fire lotus that had formed in his palms had reached the final moment of formation. Chi! Another sudden sound of rushing air appeared. Xiaoyan glanced over from the corner of his eyes. A thick tail had emerged from the magma beside him and pierced the fire lotus in his hand. This time around, Xiaoyan decided not to dodge. Instead, while his body was twisting, he violently pressed the fire lotus onto the rapidly moving tail from the side. The fire lotus easily incinerated the scales that covered the surface of the enormous tail and penetrated a couple of inches. Wherever it passed, the skin and flesh would split apart. A sizzling sound would emit a large amount of white smoke. Even a small piece of bone was forcefully melted by the frightening temperature that the fire lotus carried. Roar! After suffering such an attack, the giant beast could not help but let out a painful roar. However, Xiaoyan did not have the heart to care about this. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent had withdrawn its attack, he pushed his palms forward and sent the fire lotus in his palms forward. The exquisite fire lotus leisurely streaked across the sky, leaving behind a long fire tail. It seemed harmless as it swept across the sky. Soon after, it exploded in the sky near the dozen fire-scale lizards. Everything was silent beneath the fire lotus. When a magnificent lotus slowly blossomed in the sky, all of the fire-scale lizards under the origin sect were blasted away. Even the pillar of fire that connected the heavens and the earth was forcefully destroyed. They fell into the magma below. After a fierce battle, there were still 10 fire-scale lizards standing in front of Xiaoyan. Their leader was naturally the high-tier fire-scale lizard. Crack crack, human, you shouldn't have appeared here. Xiaoyan's face was deathly pale. However, the giant beast opposite him spat out some words that were difficult to understand. Perhaps, but I'm still here. Xiaoyan shook his head with some difficulty. He gently clenched his hand under his sleeve and a golden disc landed in his palm. It was given to him by the mysterious expert when he left the Xiao clan. Xiaoyan did not know what exactly this formation plate was. However, at this moment, the only method he could choose and trust was this. Chirp chirp, the other fire-scale lizards on both sides of the giant beast released sharp cries. They quickly spread out and surrounded Xiaoyan. The latter's expression was frosty as the remaining Genesis chi in his body swiftly flowed into the disc. The North King stood guard beside him as he prepared for the upcoming battle. Roar! However, the fire-scale lizard leader suddenly turned its head to look at the magma below as a strange look appeared in its tiny eyes. With a wave of its arm, the remaining fire-scale lizards immediately looked over. As if they had received some kind of order, they charged towards the magma below without any hesitation. Despicable human! The enormous beast emitted a furious roar of dissatisfaction from its mouth. After which, it did not dare to hesitate. Its body moved and it hurriedly fell into the magma below. In an instant, the danger that Xiaoyan felt in the sky had disappeared. However, the thing that caused him to be unable to comprehend was what the enormous beast's last sentence was trying to express. Clang, while the doubt in Xiaoyan's heart had yet to be resolved, an intense collision exploded beside his ear like thunder. The sudden attack sent the Northern King flying. The Northern King's pale face instantly changed drastically as he sensed an attack coming from behind him. The Northern King's expression changed drastically when he sensed an attack coming from behind him. He hurriedly twisted his body, but an arrow still pierced his shoulder. Xiaoyan's body rapidly retreated as intense pain assaulted him. While his eyes quickly scanned the area, he hurriedly swallowed a few pills. Then, he focused his gaze and saw a figure standing in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was an unexpectedly cold face. You're still alive, Bai Zijing. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with shock. This meant that even Tang Yi had been kept in the dark. Tang Yi is just an ordinary person. If I really died at his hands, wouldn't I become a joke? Bai Zijing curled his lips and sneered in disdain. Xiaoyan's heart grew even more terrified. The fact that Bai Zijing could deceive Tang Yi's eyes despite being surrounded by fire-scale lizards showed just how powerful he was. The Genesis chi in Xiaoyan's body had been mostly depleted, and Bai Zijing had suddenly appeared. Moreover, Bai Zijing's target was clearly Xiaoyan. It was likely that things would not end well. As he felt the power slowly recovering in his body, Xiaoyan beckoned with his hand and recalled the heavy Xian ruler floating in the distance. He then lifted his gaze again and stared at Bai Zijing in the distance. He slowly said, "Brother Bai, you and I have never met before. Today's matter is all because of Tang Yi. Why don't we both take a step back and leave peacefully?" Bai Zijing laughed angrily. He then looked coldly at Xiaoyan and said in a chilling voice, "Humph. If you don't recognize me, then, do you recognize this?" Without giving Xiaoyan any chance to catch his breath, Bai Zijing decisively raised an arm. Genesis chi madly surged out, and a dazzling light was immediately released above his head. An astonishing energy rapidly gathered. The frantically gathering energy gradually converged into a huge ball of light. The dazzling light caused Xiaoyan's pupils to shrink. He suddenly thought of something. "So you are, from the Bai clan. Light of the Corona." Bai Zijing waved his arm the moment Xiaoyan's words left his mouth. The cluster of light descended and Xiaoyan put away the heavy Xian ruler with a flip of his hand. Soon after, he began to rapidly form a series of hand seals. Flames surged all over his body as the Genesis chi in his body was swiftly mobilized. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a towering fiery red giant statue. "Huh. Xiaoyan, do you know that Bai Ruoxuan is my younger brother? Today, I will avenge him for the humiliation he suffered back then. Bai Zijing's cry was vast and mighty under the bright sun. His fury was monstrous. Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless. He could only use all his strength to maneuver the remaining Genesis Chi in his body and gather all his remaining strength on the enormous statue. When the sunlight arrived, he also let out a long roar towards the sky. Fury of the fire god. The sun descended, and the fire god attacked. The moment the two collided, the world shook, and the wind and clouds swept out. Powerful shockwaves blasted open a sinkhole in the fire banyan forest below, causing magma to spray out like a tide. When the fire god statue and the sun were both destroyed, Bai Zijing quickly drew his bow and shot an arrow. His hawk-like sharp eyes stared at Xiaoyan, who was behind the puppet. Xiaoyan, so you are from the Xiao clan. Today, you will die without a doubt. As his roar rang out, the arrow shot out, but it was quickly shattered by the North King's two palms. After Xiaoyan stood as the Northern King, he used the medicinal pill to try his best to recover the exhaustion within his body. After a couple of fights and forcefully using the fire god's fury earlier, it was likely that the current Xiaoyan would have already lost his fighting strength if not for the strength of the medicinal pill. At this moment, Bai Zijing, who had seen this clearly, did not want to miss this opportunity. Arrows flew out continuously. No matter how strong the North King was, he was unable to block all of them. Wherever the arrows came into contact with, they would break through his body of steel and sink into his body. Xiaoyan involuntarily felt shocked in his heart when he saw this scene. By being able to easily break the body of the Northern King with one arrow, the strength of this Bai Zijing was at the very least above that of a 6-star source zone. I need to find a way to leave as soon as possible. Anxiously, Xiaoyan could not care less about his injuries. He swallowed a few more pills and used the North King's temporary resistance to refine them. Not a bad puppet, but it's destined to become a pile of scrap metal. On the other side, Bai Zijing's expression was cold and callous. He drew his bow to a full crescent as the light from the arrow grew even brighter. This arrow was undoubtedly much stronger than before. Parting arrow. Bai Zijing's lips parted slightly as the arrow shot out. Like the wind chasing after the moon, it pierced through the North King's palms despite the North King's full strength. Sparks flew as the arrow viciously pierced the North King's chest. The terrifying force mercilessly tore apart the North King's body that had just recovered. Even the tip of the arrow pierced through the North King's back, causing Xiaoyan's body to stagger 2 steps back. Just this arrow alone had pierced through the North King's body. It was unimaginable. If this were to happen a few more times, Xiaoyan would likely have no chance of survival. Humph. Bai Zijing grinned mockingly. He did not continue shooting, but instead raised his bow towards the sky. Blue Genesis Chi condensed into an arrow that shot into the sky. Domain power, water domain. With a low shout, the originally scorching and dry air was strangely suffused with moisture. Coupled with the scorching environment, it made one feel as if they were in a steamer. A domain was not much of a help to a Genesis ancestor expert, but in Bai Zijing's hands, it had an extremely different hue. Let's see how you'll dodge this arrow. Water vapor floated in the stuffy air. Tiny water droplets condensed together as Bai Zijing drew the bow, finally transforming into sharp arrows. Looking at the cold and sharp edge, it was actually not inferior to the arrow just now. Behind the North King, Xiaoyan slowly moved to the side. After waiting for a moment, he finally had a chance to catch his breath. At the very least, it wouldn't be difficult to leave this place. Are you ready to counterattack before your death? Seeing Xiaoyan's fierce gaze again, Bai Zijing's sinister smile grew even wider. Even if Xiaoyan was drained of his essence blood, he wouldn't be able to hurt him in the slightest. He stretched out a bloody palm. Xiaoyan stared intently at Bai Zijing and grinned. Bang! Suddenly, a ball of flame ignited in Xiaoyan's palm, and Bai Zijing's expression finally changed. This is a heavenly flame? Xiaoyan clenched his hand tightly the moment Bai Zijing's surprised voice sounded. The fierce flame in his hand immediately scattered in all directions. Following the scattering of the flame, the numerous arrows that had just been agglomerated began to strangely distort and evaporate. Within a couple of breaths' time, they had completely disappeared. Domains aren't exclusive to you. Xiaoyan mocked. At the same time, a pitch-black tent gradually took shape behind him, and the Genesis chi that had just recovered in his body was rapidly draining away. This sentence also caused Bai Zijing's expression to turn abnormally ugly. He couldn't help but laugh in anger. "I'd like to see what other tricks you have." As his voice faded, the arrows shot out. This time, they were shattered by Xiaoyan's dark heavy buster sword. Bai Zijing took advantage of the momentum and arrived in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. As he moved, the North King leaped up. Scram! Bai Zijing was completely unafraid. He twisted his body and sent the North King flying with a kick, before he waved his hand and struck towards Xiaoyan. Underworld Water Seal. As the palm attack approached, Xiaoyan put away the dark heavy buster sword into his storage ring. As he retreated, he also met the attack with a powerful palm. Seal of Mountains and Rivers. The two palms collided. As expected, Xiaoyan was knocked back. Bai Zijing also stopped in his tracks because of this palm strike. After the aftermath of the palm strike dissipated, Xiaoyan's figure suddenly disappeared before his eyes. Looking around, Bai Zijing immediately saw a black figure in the distant sky. It was Xiaoyan without a doubt. How could this be? Seeing that Xiaoyan was actually able to avoid his line of sight and escape, Bai Zijing was surprised and chased after him again. However, the North King, who had been sent flying, stuck close to him like a dog's skin plaster. Noisy thing. Reverse water bind. After a few rounds of entanglement, Bai Zijing became more and more irritated. Xiaoyan was just a severely injured person. If it weren't for this damned puppet in front of him, Xiaoyan would have already died at his hands. Why would there be such trouble? Bai Zijing was furious. The water pillar between his palms flipped, forming a huge water prison in the blink of an eye. As his palms opened and closed, the North King was trapped inside. After doing this, Bai Zijing frowned and looked in the direction of Xiaoyan. However, he saw that the latter was still high in the sky and had not escaped. He was surprised and looked at the North King, who was constantly ramming around in the water prison. He couldn't help but snort coldly. "You're still thinking about a puppet in the face of death? You really don't know what's good for you." Bai Zijing's feet stomped furiously on the empty air. His body instantly appeared in the sky. At this moment, Xiaoyan appeared to have recovered. He hurriedly used the dark black curtain that was agglomerated beside him to once again flee into the distance when Bai Zijing approached him. The instant the pitch-black tent disappeared, a sharp arrow pierced through the air and ultimately landed on the scarlet ground below. Bai Zijing could not help but be surprised again. This is the Great Tao of the Void. How is this possible? Didn't this kid comprehend the Great Tao of Fire? It was no wonder that Bai Zijing was so shocked. Who would have thought that a kid known for cultivating fire would comprehend the power of the Great Tao, which had almost nothing to do with fire? One must know that the power of the Great Tao was undoubtedly subversive to one's cultivation attribute. Even if two people of the same attribute had different comprehensions of the Great Tao, the power they could unleash from their Genesis Chi would be different. Of course, Xiaoyan, who used heavenly flames to raise the power of his own attribute to the limit, naturally had to be taken into account. Heavenly flames were the power of the world and possessed the same power as the Great Tao. In fact, from a certain point of view, it could even be said to be superior. Kid, so what if you comprehend the Great Tao of the Void? With your current body, how many times can you dodge my arrows? Bai Zijing's face was as dark as water. He roared angrily, but Xiaoyan paid no attention to him. He did his best to condense the Great Tao of the Void, and when the arrow was shot over, he fled again. Under this chase, Xiaoyan and Bai Zijing successively fled to the horizon in succession within a short moment. It was only at this moment that Xiaoyan, goo, the boiling hot magma suddenly churned. Only when a splash-like ripple erupted from the surface of the magma did an extremely pale human figure once again land on the ground. If one looked closer, one would undoubtedly find that it was Xiaoyan. There was no need to think too much. Since Xiaoyan was here, the one who fled to the horizon with Bai Zijing was naturally his clone. Phew. That was really close. Fortunately, this magma can isolate one's aura. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Xiaoyan bitterly sighed. He parted his mouth and immediately flew to the side of the water prison in the sky. He borrowed his little remaining strength to summon the heavenly flame and gradually spread it out, forming an enormous fire net. After it completely wrapped around the water prison, he controlled the Northern King and the fire net to exert their strength together. Only then was the water prison destroyed in one strike. At the same time, under Bai Zijing's pursuit, Xiaoyan found it more and more difficult to dodge. The tricky arrows streaked across the sky like lightning. Even the power of the Great Tao was mercilessly shattered by these arrows. Chi. Accompanied by a sharp sound, Bai Zijing's figure appeared in front of Xiaoyan like a ghost. The two of them looked at each other. Bai Zijing's eyes were like a wolf's, and the smile on his face was filled with endless killing intent. Now, can you still dodge? The latter was speechless. He pulled out the fire ruler with all his strength and tried to repel the person in front of him. Bai Zijing smiled disdainfully. He pressed forward without dodging. The moment the giant fire ruler formed, he used Genesis Chi to protect his body and firmly grasped Xiaoyan's wrist with one hand. With a fierce twist, he easily broke the wrist. As the flames scattered, an arrow formed in his other hand. He aimed it at Xiaoyan's chest and fiercely pressed it down. Die! A sharp and resentful roar resounded in the sky as the arrow pierced Xiaoyan's chest. However, the arrow that pierced through his chest was as sharp as ever, but Bai Zijing's expression froze when he saw Xiaoyan's body gradually turn illusory. At this moment, Bai Zijing's heart appeared to have been struck by lightning. He forcefully endured the tearing pain in his heart and lifted his head to take a look. At this moment, Xiaoyan's illusionary face surprisingly carried a mocking smile. Brother Bai, we'll meet again. As his voice faded, the body that was being suppressed by Bai Zijing also drifted away. Everything he had done was in vain. Under the scarlet sun, the sky was clear. Bai Zijing stood in the air in a daze. His face alternated between green and white, and his trembling body expressed his inner emotions. Puchi! Finally, at a certain moment, blood rained down from the sky in anger. Following that, there was a ruthless roar that soared into the sky. Xiaoyan! 2 months later. A black-robed figure was seated on a certain reef under a vast expanse of magma. There was nothing in the several dozen feet radius around him, and even the scorching magma had been separated. A giant blue banner stood beside the figure. Ripples of energy spread from it, covering the entire area. With the banner's support, the vast space was hidden within the magma. From the outside, it was as if the surrounding magma world was completely undetectable. At this very moment, a scarlet bead was suspended between the two hands of the figure. As he cultivated, waves of pure and majestic fire energy continuously flowed into his body. After around an hour, the energy light on the bead gradually melted. When it completely disappeared, a pair of eyes that had been tightly shut for a long time finally opened slowly. Xiaoyan could not help but smile in satisfaction as he felt the surging Genesis Chi flowing through his meridians. He glanced at the banner beside him, whose blue light was gradually dimming. With a light hook of his finger, the several feet wide banner immediately transformed into a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small flag the size of a palm and circled around his body. At the same time, the surrounding magma that had been isolated from the surrounding energy swiftly filled the space. This small flag was the one Xiaoyan had obtained from Tang Yi. It was called the Flame-Repelling Water Banner, and had a rather unique effect. As long as an endless stream of Genesis Chi was poured into it, the energy it emitted would be able to isolate the power of the magma and even prevent the fire-scale lizard from discovering it. This effect made Xiaoyan much safer in the magma world for a time. Ever since he had escaped from Bai Zijing's hands the last time, Xiaoyan spent most of his remaining time on training other than his usual journey. Based on his understanding of these magma creatures, Xiaoyan naturally knew that there were red pearls condensed in the bodies of high-grade fire-scale lizards. These things were extremely useful for fire attribute cultivators. Recently, he had obtained quite a few red pearls with the help of the Flame Avoidance Water Banner. Because of this, Xiaoyan's strength had already reached the peak of the advanced 3-star origin ancestor level in a mere 2 months. He was only a step away from becoming a 4-star origin ancestor. Of course, even though Xiaoyan had already touched the barrier to becoming a 4-star origin sect, he still needed an even more boundless amount of energy to support his breakthrough. Fortunately, this world of lava had the energy that Xiaoyan needed. The deeper they went into the flowing fire plains, the rarer the fire banyan trees that could be seen everywhere became. This was not only because the ground became deeper, but also because the human forces had entered the depths of the plains. Fortunately, on the way here, Xiaoyan had encountered a fire banyan tree. He chose a certain direction and raised his hand. A suction force surged from his palm, and with a thought, dots of black light rapidly condensed in front of him. In the countless battles over the past 2 months, Xiaoyan's control over the power of the Grand Tao had undoubtedly deepened. At this moment, he raised his hand and condensed a curtain of the Grand Tao. After his body shuttled back and forth a few times, a ball of scarlet light appeared in front of him in the chaotic magma. From a distance, Luyin could see countless side roots dangling from the magma like vines. At the center of the magma was a giant root that was intertwined with each other like a stone pillar. At the top of the root was a scarlet root that was a few inches long and looked like a mountain ginseng. The scarlet energy radiated from the root, and as the surrounding vines swayed, waves of berserk fire energy were continuously gathered and absorbed by the root. Outside the scarlet light, there were fire-scaled lizards shuttling back and forth between the side roots that were as dense as seaweed. After a rough count, Luyin estimated that there were at least a dozen of them. It was no wonder that Tang Yi had gathered the newcomers to the flowing fire plains to steal the fire banyan branch. He had probably used others to attract the attention of the fire-scaled lizards while he himself took the opportunity to steal the fire banyan branch. This method was truly insidious. Back then, even Tang Yi had not dared to come into contact with these beasts. Now, in Xiaoyan's eyes, they were just SOSO. With the help of the flame-repelling water banner and the Tao of the Void, Xiaoyan could easily deal with any fire-scaled lizard as long as it was not a high-tier source ancestor. With a flip of his palm, the small banner flew out in a flash. A light screen spread out around his body and quickly enveloped Xiaoyan. Even his aura disappeared into the magma. After doing all this, Xiaoyan finally rushed toward the enormous roots that were surrounded by countless number of side roots. Wherever he passed, the surrounding fire-scaled lizard appeared not to have sensed him. Even if one brushed past it, one could only sense a magma flowing at an extremely fast speed. After which, it returned to silence amidst a wave of alarm. After covering a distance of nearly 10,000 feet, Xiaoyan arrived in front of the side roots that were enveloped by the scarlet light. As he got closer, he could clearly see that the scarlet energy had condensed into a barrier at the edge. Inside the barrier was a magma energy that was even more vigorous and powerful than the outside world. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyan could not help but sneer. If it was anyone else who came here, it would be difficult to guarantee that they would not be able to fight against the fire-scaled lizards outside. However, to him, this barrier, which was enough to make an ordinary source ancestor powerhouse reveal a difficult expression, was nothing in front of him. As his wrist rose and fell, a pitch-black tent immediately condensed in front of him. This movement naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding fire-scaled lizards. However, before these beasts could charge forward, the tent quietly disappeared. Even Xiaoyan, who was standing outside the barrier, had appeared on the other side of the barrier. Appearing in the middle of the densely packed side roots, even with the protection of the flame-repelling water banner, the berserk energy that pounced from all directions still caused Xiaoyan's heart to tremble. Just this withered tree alone had gathered such a huge amount of fire attribute energy. It was no wonder that the Fire Banyan clan was so powerful back then. With a turn of his gaze, Xiaoyan swept his gaze across the countless side roots in front of him. These things were like living creatures, moving leisurely as they crazily absorbed the magma energy in this area. They seemed to have sensed Xiaoyan's arrival, and countless branches aimed at Xiaoyan, as if he had something they needed. While Xiaoyan's heart was filled with doubt when he sensed this point, he also shot out a couple of tiny flames in a probing manner. As expected, those roots appeared to have found their target as they swiftly shot over. Within a short moment, they had separated and absorbed this small cluster of heavenly flame that could melt and stone iron. Even with Xiaoyan's character, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw this scene. Ever since he had made his debut, the heavenly flame in his hand had always been successful. It was the first time that he had encountered something that could eat his heavenly flame. As expected of the Fire Banyan clan. While being surprised at the terror of these side roots, Xiaoyan also heaved a sigh of relief. With a flip of his palm, he simply shot out a few more balls of flames that floated on both sides of his body. The countless side roots in front of him immediately welcomed them. Amidst a wave of sizzling sounds, Xiaoyan also safely passed through the dense side roots. Turning his head back to look, it seemed that these things could not casually devour the heavenly flame. When Xiaoyan's gaze turned back, at the top of the thick root in front of him, a section of the fire banyan branch was already within reach. Looking around, Xiaoyan grinned. Since the magma energy here was so abundant, he might as well use this place to refine the fire banyan branch and break through in one fell swoop. P.S. 140,000 words expected to be updated in December, around 70 chapters. Xiao Clan, outside the ancestral shrine. First Elder, half a year has passed. Now, everyone except Xiao Xian has come out of seclusion in the ancestral shrine. Do you think we should wake him up to prevent any more trouble? Xiao Dingtian and the First Elder stood in front of the ancestral shrine and looked at the stone door that had been sealed for a long time. The former hesitated for a moment before urging. More than half a year had passed since Xiao Yan left the Xiao clan. Not long ago, the ancestral shrine had opened again. All the clan members who had participated in the clan sacrifice had left the ancestral shrine, and many of their cultivations had improved greatly. Young clan leader Xiao Xiaojun had reached the late 9-star origin ancestor stage and was only a step away from the source venerate stage. Xiao Xiyu, who was with him, had reached the 8-star origin ancestor stage. The others had improved greatly, but only Xiao Xian had yet to come out of the ancestral shrine. Ding Tian, be patient. The ancestral temple is connected to the sacred blood crystal. Nothing happened there, which means that the clan sacrifice is normal. The rest is just a matter of time. Moreover, that little guy's ancestor is different from ordinary people. Perhaps when he comes out of seclusion, he will bring us a different kind of surprise. The First Elder's turbid eyes stared at the stone door in front of him, as though he wanted to see through its surface and see its essence. It was only after a long time that his dry palm stroked his beard before he calmed down and withdrew his gaze. Xiao Dingtian, who was at the side, frowned. Since the First Elder had said so, he naturally wouldn't interfere. However, Xiao Xian still hadn't come out of seclusion, which made him feel a little uneasy. By the way, has Third Brother sent any news back recently? Suddenly, the First Elder seemed to have thought of something and asked slowly. Xiao Dingtian was slightly startled. He immediately wiped away the emotions in his heart, shook his head, and sighed. Not yet. Third Elder has left the clan for half a year. During this time, he only sent news back once, saying that he had gone to the southern region. It seems that he should be at the border of the continent. The First Elder frowned. He shouldn't have sent Xiao Mingyuan, but the latter insisted on going this time. Even Sixth Brother Xiao Yuehua couldn't stop him. Third Brother has a grudge against Xiao Yan. He doesn't want to continue staying in the clan. The Grand Elder let out a soft sigh. Xiao Dingtian curled his lips and said hesitantly, Great Elder, in my opinion, the talents of those outsiders are mediocre. Even if they were to join our clan, it would be difficult for them to achieve great things. Why should we? Enough. This time, without waiting for Xiao Dingtian to finish speaking, Xiaozhen interrupted him with a reprimand. His old face revealed a rare expression of anger. After a long while, he spoke with hatred. We are of the same origin. Why do you have to be so forceful? Sigh, with a long sigh, the Grand Elder shook his head and left. Xiao Dingtian silently curled his lips and glanced at the tightly shut stone door. He snorted coldly and left with a flick of his sleeve. At the same time, within the ancestral shrine, Xiao Xian was sitting cross-legged in a secret room. Behind him was a pile of bloodstones that had been casually thrown away by those who had entered the ancestral shrine. But now, the scarlet bloodstones had lost their usual color, and the violent energy within them had been exhausted. A stone platform stood in front of Xiao Xian. On top of it was a transparent crystal the size of a pomegranate. A trace of scarlet blood floated at the core of the crystal. As the cultivation technique in Xiao Xian's body rapidly circulated, waves of boundless energy continuously surged out from the blood and frantically converged into his body. Xiao Xian's aura also became denser under the constant infusion of energy. If there was anyone else present, they would probably cry out in surprise. Xianxia's aura had already broken through to the peak of the Source Ancestor realm from the initial stage when he entered the ancestral shrine. Moreover, from the looks of it, it didn't seem like it had any intention of stopping. Poof, the deep ground suddenly exploded as magma gushed out. A pillar of fire rose high into the sky, and a figure soared into the sky. From the looks of it, it was Xiaoyan. His aura had successfully broken through, and he had stayed in the magma under the fire banyan tree for a few more months. As a result, his current strength had already reached the mid-4th star Source Ancestor realm. Almost a year had passed since he had obtained the fire banyan branch. Huff, Xiaoyan deeply inhaled the searing hot air in his chest and could not help but laugh out loud. The powerful searing hot energy flowing through the chi paths in his body caused him to have the feeling of wanting to face the sky and let out a long howl. His body trembled as the remaining scarlet energy swept out. He looked around, and after confirming the direction of the depths of the plains, he leapt and shot towards the distant horizon. Although his strength had broken through, it was also because of this that Xiaoyan felt even more longing for the legendary fire banyan ruins. The current him did not want to stay for even a moment longer. He wanted to see the treasured land that countless people had gone crazy over. The flowing fire plains was vast. Even with Xiaoyan's origin ancestor strength, it would not be easy for him to pass through this place, even if there were no obstructions. 10 days later, Xiaoyan's vision gradually began to change. The hills rose and fell as far as the eye could see, and short rivers could occasionally be seen. This desolate ridge world was finally dyed with some natural colors. It was only at this point that Xiaoyan felt much more at ease when he saw the figures passing by in the mountain forest. At the very least, he was now certain that he was heading in the right direction. Chi, the piercing sound of rushing air approached from afar as Xiaoyan's figure swiftly flew over a mountain forest. There were many battles here, and there was no lack of high-tier origin ancestor battles. If there was no need, he did not want to take part in any of them. However, while such thoughts rose in Xiaoyan's head, an astonishing explosion suddenly spread from a certain spot in the mountain forest. As energy unfurled, Xiaoyan's rapidly flying figure came to an abrupt halt as he turned his gaze towards the source of the explosion. There seemed to be a somewhat familiar aura at the center of the explosion. Bastards, trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Aren't you underestimating me a little too much? Heaven-burning fury. In the mountain forest, a young man in ragged clothes gritted his teeth as he viciously spat out a mouthful of blood that had been stuck in his throat. The Genesis chi in his body frantically circulated, surging great Tao power condensing into a long flaming spear above his head. A fire dragon coiled around the spear, and with a furious roar, it collided heavily with the combined attack of the 4 opponents. Boom! Another explosion rang out. Space shattered, the mountain forest was destroyed, and the ground cracked as lava immediately spilled out. After a cloud of dust, the young man's body slammed heavily into the mountain forest in the distance. Soon after, 4 figures with somewhat chaotic auras caught up to him. Damn it, I haven't even seen the shadow of the ruins, and I'm already going to fall at the hands of you bastards. The young man was in a sorry state, his aura plummeting to rock bottom. Even so, he forced himself to his feet as he glared angrily at the 4 individuals in the air. Humph, you can only blame yourself for not knowing what's good for you. If you had handed over that thing earlier, you would naturally have been fine. This is the price you have to pay for your arrogance. A hoarse chuckle rang out as one of the 4 abruptly stepped forward. 5 fingers clenched together, and with a piercing sound, viciously slashed towards the young man's throat. However, it was at this moment that a clear and bright laughter suddenly rang out. I haven't seen you for a few years. How did you end up in such a state? As the voice fell, just as the 4 people and the young man were feeling bewildered, a black figure appeared in front of the young man like a ghost. At the same time, 5 fingers bent, and easily grasped the palm blade that was coming at him. Ah! His hand was forcefully grabbed by the human figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him. The fellow, who was about to kill a moment ago, suddenly emitted a hoarse wail at this moment. He struggled to escape from the grasp of this human figure. When the latter saw this, he gently pushed and the person's body immediately shot backwards. After which, he heavily smashed onto the ground in the distance. At the same time, the remaining 3 people also looked at the human figure that had appeared in front of them with an unfriendly expression. When they saw that the person who had arrived was actually a young man, there was shock and disdain in their eyes. It was also at this moment that the young man who had been seriously injured by them earlier finally saw the face of the person who had arrived. When he saw this face that had left a deep impression on him, he could not help but exclaim. "Xiaoyan, it's actually you. Haha, I also did not expect that I would actually meet you here, Qin Yin." Xiaoyan smiled warmly. The person in front of him was the #1 person among the younger generation of the Burning Flame Valley, Qin Yin, whom he had met in the southern region back then. After the battle with him back then, this fellow had left the Burning Flame Valley to roam the continent. He did not expect that they would actually meet in the flowing fire plains today. It was really a coincidence. When I was defeated by you back then, I was completely convinced. After discussing with teacher, I still plan to leave the valley to train. Not long ago, I had a fortuitous encounter and heard about the fire banyan remains. Therefore, I wanted to come over and try my luck. I did not expect that one person would not be enough. There is actually another one who has come to die. Since you have met as good friends today, the old man and the others will reluctantly send all of you on your way. Before Qin Yan's words could fade, one of the remaining 3 people suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted him. On the other side, the person who had been sent flying by Xiaoyan also swiftly stepped forward. However, from his pale face and his right hand that had barely stopped bleeding, his condition did not seem to be too good. Noisy. Xiaoyan frowned and slowly turned around to face the 4 people in front of him. Qin Yan, who was beside him, wanted to stop him. However, when he saw Xiaoyan's fearless appearance and recalled the battle with him back then, the strength of this fellow in front of him was always beyond his expectations. Perhaps, these 4 people might not be a match for Xiaoyan. "Kid, you have some guts, but you will soon understand the consequences of not doing anything." The elder who had spoken earlier coldly snorted. His hand danced in the shape of a claw. Genesis Chi flowed from his palm as his body suddenly moved forward. He arrived in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye and grabbed at Xiaoyan's face. In the next instant, Xiaoyan raised his left hand with lightning-like speed. His wrist circled around the other party's elbow, pushing aside the incoming hand claw as his palm pressed against the left side of the old man's chest. Genesis Chi gushed out and a cracking sound was heard. The old man's ribs were broken and his body was immediately sent flying. It was also at this moment that the remaining few people behind finally sensed that the situation was not right. One after another, they moved forward. Powerful auras spread as wave after wave of powerful auras were released. 4 3-star Genesis Sex. You do have some foundation, but that's all. The expressions on the faces of the 3 old men immediately changed when the young man in front of them revealed their cultivation levels. Soon after, an aura that was even stronger than theirs spread out from the body of the young man in front of them. At this instant, the expressions of the 3 old men abruptly changed. Without giving them the opportunity to withdraw, Xiaoyan's body suddenly trembled. Soon after, a few ruler glows flashed past in a lightning-like manner. Flames churned and the human figures immediately flew out. By the time their bodies stopped, they were already seriously injured. In the air, Xiaoyan raised the heavy Xian Buster sword and descended again. He had already appeared in front of one of the elders, and the giant Buster sword descended. The other party did not even have the chance to retort before he was killed in a single blow. Xiaoyan's attack had not seriously injured the last person. He could only suppress the fear in his heart as he hurriedly circulated the Genesis Chi in his body in preparation to flee. "Mister, this old man is a steward of Lava Castle. If you kill me, Lava Castle will not rest until you are dead. If you let me go, I will keep my mouth shut when I return. You talk too much." Before the elder could finish his sentence, Xiaoyan's body abruptly pressed forward. The elder was greatly alarmed as he hurriedly circulated his Genesis Chi to defend himself. At the same time, great Dao power swiftly gathered in the surroundings, forming wooden vines that wrapped around Xiaoyan. The former's gaze swiftly swept across the area as he steeled his heart and rapidly dashed towards the nearby lava spewing out from the ground. As long as he entered the lava, who would be able to capture his aura? "Brat, just wait for the fury of Lava Castle." With a furious roar, the old man's body abruptly increased in speed. Just as he was about to charge into the magma, a fierce flame suddenly rose from Xiaoyan's body from where he stood, incinerating all the wooden vines that were wrapped around his body. At the same time, his gaze stared intently at the old man who was about to charge into the magma. With a cold smile, the magma that was gushing out from the ground appeared to have come alive as it transformed into a large magma hand that grabbed the old man who was swiftly flying. "Idiot, don't you know that fire restrains wood?" As Tantan's mocking voice rang out, the elder swiftly lost all signs of life under the erosion of the lava. Subsequently, Xiaoyan gently waved his hand, causing the lava to scatter. Only then did he turn his head to look at Qin Yan, who was nearby. "How are you? Are you all right? I won't die." While asking out of concern, Xiaoyan flipped his hand, retrieving a jade bottle from his storage ring and handing it over. Qin Yan was slightly taken aback when he saw the bottle Xiaoyan handed over and the fragrance of tantan spreading in the air. Soon after, he let out a disappointed laugh. "I almost forgot that you're also an alchemist." Although Qin Yan had never seen Xiaoyan refine pills, the matter of the latter refining pills in Burning Flame Valley had already spread throughout the valley. Hence, he was somewhat aware of this matter. Hence, he did not stand on ceremony as he swallowed the pill in the bottle. After exchanging a glance with Xiaoyan and nodding, he decisively began to refine the pill on the spot. The injuries caused by facing 4 Genesis sect experts alone could not be delayed. With the aid of the pill Xiaoyan had given him, Qin Yan's condition finally recovered after a night. The two of them did not delay any further and headed towards the depths of the mountain forest together. Along the way, Xiaoyan found out that this fellow had only broken through to the Genesis sect a couple of months ago. After which, he had rushed towards the flowing fire plains. Not long ago, he had been targeted by those 4 fellows because of the fire banyan token. If not for the fact that Xiaoyan had coincidentally passed by, it was likely that he would have died at the hands of those 4. Half a month later, the sight in front of them gradually widened as the two of them hurried along at an extremely fast speed. The dense mountain forest formed a circular shape, revealing a verdant plain. At the end of the plain were 2 towering scarlet-red mountain peaks. Between the 2 peaks was a huge city made of red rocks that slowly lay there like magma gushing out from underground. This was the largest city in the flowing fire plains. At the same time, it was also the overlord-level faction of the flowing fire plains, Lava Castle. Lava Fort. What a coincidence. Looking at the huge outline of the city in front of him, Xiaoyan could not help but widen his mouth. He recalled the 4 people he killed a few days ago. They claimed that they were from Lava Fort. He did not expect that the 2 of them would actually encounter them when they arrived at the same place. After pausing for a while at the city gate, Xiaoyan shrugged nonchalantly. Soon after, he lifted his feet and walked into the city. Beside him, Qin Yan's gaze swept across the surrounding people and suddenly said, "That's right, on the way here, I also heard that Lava Fort seems to be preparing for an auction. It seems to be related to the fire banyan remains. I'm afraid that many factions in the middle region will take action upon hearing the news." "Oh? If that's the case, we are in luck." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan smiled with interest. Bai Zijing's figure mysteriously appeared in his mind. Back then, he had almost lost his life in the hands of that fellow. However, he did not know if he would meet him here. With his current strength, if he used all his means, he might be able to fight against him. After passing through the city gate, the sun immediately shone on the faces of the 2. Xiaoyan subconsciously narrowed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a scarlet building in front of him. After getting used to it, he looked around. Qin Yan looked around and said embarrassedly, "This place is really strange. If it were not for the aura of the people on the street, I'm afraid that I would have thought that this is the place of Azura." Xiaoyan could not help but laugh. He randomly picked a street, raised his chin and said, "Let's go. Let's find a place to stay first. Since we are here, we should first inquire about the auction. Perhaps we can obtain some useful information from it." The latter nodded slightly. The 2 of them immediately walked towards the depths of the street. A moment later, the 2 of them found a place to stay and sat in a tea house along the way. As expected, most of the people walking back and forth beside them were discussing matters related to the Lava Castle auction this time around. There were even people chattering on the few neighboring tables. Just as Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan were judging the rumors that had been transmitted to their ears, a young man walked over from a short distance away. Just as Xiao Yan was surprised to see this person, the latter's laughter sounded. From the looks of it, the two of you must have just entered the city. Are you here for the lava castle auction as well? As soon as he finished speaking, the young man swaggered to the side and sat down. He grinned as if he had a burden on his face. It seems like you know? Qin Yan flicked his finger and sent a teacup to the young man. The latter took it steadily and simply cupped his fists before saying, "My name is Luan Xing, and I've stayed in Lava Castle for several months. I might know a thing or two about the outer sect disciples. Unfortunately, I'm familiar with most of the items in this auction." After saying this, Luan Xing rubbed the teacup with her thumb as if she was waiting for something. Xiao Yan didn't hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, a cloth bag filled with spirit stones appeared on the table. Almost instantly, the bag was placed into Luan Xing's storage ring, followed by a burst of laughter. "Haha, the two of you are really straightforward. May I know which item you are interested in this auction? Let's talk about the most important item." Xiao Yan spoke casually. Luan Xing immediately smiled awkwardly as if she had expected this. She glanced at the person beside her from the corner of her eyes and said softly, "The item you're looking for is very important. There are many people who have their eyes on the item you're talking about. Even those big families have cast their eyes on it. Are you sure you won't change it? I'm not interested in the rest." Only then did Luan Xing nod and say, "I won't hide it from you. I don't know much about the last item. I only know that it's a map of the Fire Banyan ruins." Map? Xiao Yan and Qin Yan immediately looked at each other. A map of the Fire Banyan ruins was equivalent to having the entire Fire Banyan clan in front of them. If they could get it, as if she'd seen through their thoughts, Luan Xing chuckled. Her lips parted slightly, and another bombshell fell into their ears. Moreover, this map is the only item that a source venerate brought out of the Fire Banyan ruins at a great cost. As for what secrets are on it, it's hard to say. Even with Xiao Yan's composure, he couldn't help but be tempted. The value of a map that a source venerate brought out at such a great cost was not difficult to imagine. This item was related to the entire Fire Banyan ruins. If anyone could get their hands on it, wouldn't they be able to keep all the ownerless treasures in the ruins? When Xiao Yan and Luan Xing arrived at the lava castle, Xiaoxian, who had been in seclusion for a year in the ancestral temple of the Xiao clan, finally opened his eyes. In an instant, endless sword intent shot out from his eyes. The boundless energy of heaven and earth in the secret room immediately became restless, and a powerful aura rapidly rose in Xiaoxian's body. His robes fluttered, and his sword intent was overflowing. After a long time, his body suddenly stood up. The moment he raised his head, an invisible sword condensed and formed in the whirlwind above his head. Immediately after, it soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. Almost at the same time, an astonishing aura spread throughout the Xiao clan. Several figures moved one after another in the clan. In the blink of an eye, a group of Xiao clan's higher-ups, led by Xiao Yuheng, appeared in the sky above the ancestral temple. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the energy light pillar that reached the sky. This aura. It's Xiao Xian. This guy, he actually broke through to the source venerate. A few hoarse voices came from their throats. Xiao Dingtian and the others were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the astonishing scene before them. The first elder beside the clan leader couldn't help but take a deep breath. He already had this suspicion half a year ago, but he didn't expect Xiao Xian to really reach this step in a year's time. It was truly shocking. Buzz. Almost at the same time that Xiao Xian broke through, outside the Xiao clan, in the towering black tower in the middle of Shuyang City, a soaring aura suddenly swept out. A pair of eyes that had been closed for many years slowly opened. It was the second elder of the Xiao clan, Xiao Etian, Ouyang clan. On Yin Peak, Ouyang Yu's figure stood upright as he looked in the direction of the Xiao clan. Even you were alarmed by Xiao Xian's breakthrough. But that's fine. I'll use this opportunity to determine the victor between you and me. In Tianyang City, a pair of closed golden eyes couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. He slowly looked in the direction of the Xiao clan. After pondering for a while, he opened his mouth slightly. Almost at the same time, a bell-like sound reverberated within the Xiao clan and resounded in the ears of everyone in the Xiao clan. Clan leader Xiao Yuheng, listen to my orders. From now on, the Xiao clan will abolish the positions of the 3 inner chambers. Xiao Xian will lead the inner chambers and be in charge of everything. The old voice that was filled with dignity reverberated endlessly within the Xiao clan. The expressions of everyone in the clan changed at this moment. In the sky, Xiao Yuheng was also shocked by this sudden turn of events. He quickly regained his senses and scanned the sky. When he did not see any figure, he bowed respectfully and said in an especially respectful tone, "Senior brother, I'm sorry, senior brother." Clan head, Xiao Yuheng accepts the order. Even the ancestor has been alerted. The few people beside Xiao Yuheng naturally did not dare to slack off when Xiao Yuheng revealed such an attitude. Soft exclamations were emitted from their mouths as they bowed. At this moment, Xiao Dingtian's heart trembled violently. His old face instantly turned deathly pale. His body twitched and swayed as though he had aged by 100 years in the blink of an eye. The other 2 beside him, Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Gan, also had pale expressions at this moment. The ancestor had personally issued an order and it could be considered as a done deal. They should also understand that from now on, the Xiao Dingtian trio's faction was no longer in power. Lava Castle. Due to the fact that there were still over 10 days before the auction, Xiao Yan and Xiao Yuheng unhurriedly stayed in the city. While they rested, they once again heard some news regarding the auction. However, most of it was the same as what Wan Xing had said. There were even quite a number of people who acted in the same manner as Wan Xing when they spoke of the news that they knew. It was likely that quite a number of people in the city had heard of this news from him. Xiao Yan did not probe any further after cutting off the source of information. Since it was useless, it was better to spend his time on training. Using the remaining scarlet pearls in his hand, Xiao Yan completely refined and absorbed them in the days before the auction. However, he did not know if it was because he had just made a breakthrough or because he had absorbed too much lava energy, but the result when he tried to absorb the scarlet pearls in his current state was not very pleasant. Dawn was about to break. A dark red glow spread over the sky of the city, causing it to appear as though it was dusk. Streams of people flowed in all directions on the streets, and the shadows of many powers of the Central Territory had already appeared amongst them. There was no lack of hidden sects that usually kept a low profile but possessed deep resources and reserves. Of course, there were also some formidable experts of the senior generation. An auction was able to draw out these experts that were usually unknown, and it was sufficient to show its success. Or perhaps, this was sufficient to prove the value of the map of the Fire Banyan ruins. The interior of the Lava Castle city was divided into 3 districts. The factions of the various sects were mainly located in the back of the city. The front half of the city was divided into 2 districts, the left and right. The location of the Lava Castle auction this time around was located in the right district. That district had already been occupied by various factions half a month ago. Hence, when Xiao Yan and Shuang arrived, they could only see a river of densely packed human heads on the streets. The bustling noise soared into the sky and finally turned into a terrifying sound wave that swept across. Xiao Yan and Li Wuyo flashed to a building one after another and looked up. At the end of their line of sight, there was a huge auction house that was crouching on the ground like a giant beast. The 2 of them were about to fly forward, but in the next moment, a shadow flew over their heads. They looked over and saw a group of figures in luxurious clothes. It seemed to be a team of a certain force in the Central Territory. That's Ouyang Miao? Even the Ouyang clan's people have been attracted here. Xiao Yan was a little surprised when he saw the leader of the group. Qin Yan by the side also raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be surprised that Xiao Yan was actually related to the Ouyang clan in the middle region. He hesitated for a moment before inquiring. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Since you know him, why don't we go over and say hello?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. No need. Since he's leading a team here, he must have a mission. It's not appropriate to greet him at this time. Xiao Yan's voice had just sounded when his eyes, which were looking at Ouyang Miao's group, suddenly turned. A white-clothed young man flew over from the empty space beside him. After which, he stood a short distance away from Ouyang Miao's group. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes gradually turned cold as he stared at the white-clothed young man who had suddenly appeared. Bai Zijing, you're here too. At this moment, the one who blocked Ouyang Miao's team was Bai Zijing from the Bai clan, who Xiaoyan had a dangerous battle in the Fire Banyan Forest. In this case, 2 of the 3 major families in the Central Territory have already arrived at this auction. What about the Xiao clan? Withdrawing his gaze, Xiaoyan could not help but ponder to himself. If the map at the auction could attract the attention of these 2 families, the Xiao clan should have taken action. However, what Xiaoyan did not expect was that the Xiao clan had indeed prepared to send people here. Moreover, it was Xiao Xiaojun and Xiao Xiyu. However, after Xiao Xiaojun handed over the Fire Banyan token to Xiaoyan, they chose to give up. Now that Xiaoyan was here, it could be considered as representing the Xiao clan. After meeting the people from the 2 large clans, Xiaoyan and Qin Yan ceased procrastinating. They mingled with the many strong people in the sky and swarmed into the entrance of the auction house in front of the street. After following the path in the middle and passing through a couple of turns, they paid a large sum of spirit stones and finally entered the viewing gallery of the auction house. Xiaoyan's gaze scanned his surroundings after entering the auction house. He could sense quite a number of deep qis in the dark corners around the viewing gallery. Other than that, there were also guards wearing the uniform of a lava castle around the auction stage. Below, the sharp weapons in their hands contained a cold glint that forced back quite a number of people who were near the auction stage. On the stage, a few elders from Lava Fort stood with their hands behind their backs. The powerful auras that emanated from their bodies caused many people in the auction house to feel a sense of oppression. It was a long while later when everyone entered the auction stage. An old man wearing a purple robe had appeared on the auction stage at an unknown time. Soon after, a clear gong sound reverberated throughout the entire auction ground, swiftly extinguishing the clamor in the auction ground. When the sound of the bell slowly dissipated, the purple-robed old man on the stage waved his sleeve gently, and a disc array appeared in the air. After a series of complicated seals, the disc array flashed and a golden light spread until it covered the entire auction stage. TSK. They actually let an advanced array master hold the fort. The lava fort has really put in a lot of effort for this auction. Xiaoyan involuntarily clicked his tongue and exclaimed as he looked at the situation in the arena. His gaze swept over the entire place and immediately let out a laugh. He turned his gaze around and his eyes carried a hopeful expression as he looked at the purple-robed, old man who was strolling to the front of the stage. After waiting for so many days, the curtain on the mysterious map that had caused many factions to become restless was finally about to be drawn. Haha, everyone, I am Ziyun. I believe that many of you who have traveled the plains will recognize me. Today, the Lava Castle will be holding an auction, and I will be the auctioneer to introduce the auction items to everyone. The purple-robed elder stood in front of the stage and looked at the bustling crowd with a smile on his face. His gaze slowly swept across the entire place. When his gaze passed by a certain spot near the auction stage, he paused for a moment. Then, he cupped his fists politely to the crowd and returned to the center of the auction stage in a flash. At the same time, the other Lava Fort elders beside him stood in a few spots and blocked the auction stage behind them in the most secure positions. For 5-star Origin Ancestors and a 7-star Origin Ancestor level Array Master. The foundation of this lava castle is really not bad. No wonder they can become the overlord of the flowing fire plains. After a simple investigation, Xiaoyan slowly withdrew his spiritual strength. He could not help but exclaim softly. To be able to produce so many Origin Ancestor level experts in one go, they could be considered a second-tier faction in the entire central region. Moreover, from the looks of it, the head of the lava castle had yet to appear. It was likely that the experts of that status had already reached an even higher level. When he thought of this, even with Xiaoyan's current knowledge, he could not help but gently inhale a breath of cold air. The central region was indeed filled with experts. Putting aside the lava castle, there were at least 30 Origin Ancestor level experts among the people present. There were even a few mysterious auras among the few factions near the auction stage that even he could not detect. Given Xiaoyan's current spiritual strength, he could not detect the foundation of these experts. Who else could it be other than a origin ancestor level expert? While Xiaoyan was secretly shocked, Ziyun on the stage chuckled. After the expectant cheers from below the stage died down, he smiled and raised his hand. He slowly brushed it across the empty space in front of him. Following which, there was a distortion and an exquisitely crafted jade box appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Haha, next, let's welcome the appetizer of today's auction, a scroll of sound wave do techniques. When the jade box was opened, a scroll made of scarlet jade appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Sound wave do techniques have always been known as crafty. This do technique is even more so. Once it is used, it has the effect of boiling one's blood and forcing the opponent to be distracted. When facing an enemy, it can be used to unleash a miraculous ability. It is especially suitable for fighting those above one's level. As long as one has this do technique, they will be able to fight even if they are 2 stars apart. Old man Ziyun's words had exaggerated this do technique to the point that it was somewhat extraordinary. Everyone present had been in battle for a long time and would naturally not commit such a foolish mistake just because of these words. However, this sound wave do technique was a rare thing. This was especially the case for such a high-class do technique. Therefore, quite a number of people present had taken a fancy to it at first glance. Subsequently, an intense bidding could not be avoided. This first auction item was priced at 3 tier 7 medicinal pills or any item of the same value. This price caused even Xiaoyan to involuntarily shake his head when he saw it. It should be known that back then, he had only used 7 manifestation pills in order to fight for that random scroll of low-level do technique. It was really a little exaggerated to think that this random scroll of low-level do technique would actually have such a high price. However, even if this was the case, it did not affect the value of this scroll of do technique, which was known to be able to fight those of a higher level, in the eyes of those fanatical people. In the end, this first auction item was won by a hunchbacked old man in the front row with a price of nearly 2 million high-level spirit stones. With this first auction item having a good start, the following auction items naturally went on a high note. Among them, there were some high-class medicinal pills that could help raise one's cultivation. There were even some obscure ancient pill formula scrolls. There were many that even Xiaoyan was extremely tempted when he saw them. After this, a few items that came from the ancient era's lost clan appeared on the stage. During this period, a fire banyan token was even taken out, causing the blood of the individual cultivators present to boil. On the other hand, Xiaoyan and Qin Yan did not think much of it. From the looks of the 4 lava fort deacons that they had met earlier, it was likely that the fire banyan token that they had auctioned off was not something that had been obtained through ordinary means. However, it must be said that if one were to talk about an auction where one could truly obtain treasures, it would only be held in such a remote place. If it was at another place and some treasures were taken out, it was likely that it would not attract trouble from the original factions. After a few rounds, Qin Yan, who was beside him, had also obtained a scroll of secret technique that was quite compatible with him after a few consecutive bids. On the other hand, Xiaoyan had bid a few times but returned resentfully. This also caused the former to sneer. When the latter saw this, he could only helplessly pout his mouth. Xiaoyan clicked his tongue and exclaimed as he looked at the items that were being fought over by various factions on the stage. His gaze followed the edge of the viewing platform and looked over. At this moment, an old man was standing up to bid. He was wearing a cloud brocade robe. From his actions, one could tell that this person definitely held a high position in the sect. However, Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows when he saw the robe. People from the Celestial Cloud sect, they are actually interested in this kind of auction? The Celestial Cloud sect was under the jurisdiction of the Source sect and had a rather mysterious position in the mainland. Generally speaking, they would not be interested in ordinary auctions. Therefore, when he saw them now, Xiaoyan was even more surprised. Haha, everyone, due to the fact that the next item is rather special, I believe that there will not be too many friends present who are interested in it. However, if you can obtain it, I believe that it will be extremely beneficial to the younger generation of the sect. Ziyun's laughter rang out in the auction hall again. At the same time, many people's gazes followed. This time, it was different from before. The 2 lava fort elders on the stage stepped forward and stood on both sides of Ziyun. The 3 of them made a move together. As the seals flew, the void in front of the three of them was gradually torn apart. The pitch-black void continuously distorted and vaguely formed a square cage. This is a space cage? What kind of item actually needs a space cage to contain? When they saw this move, even with everyone's experience, they could not help but cry out in surprise. Spatial cages were generally used by powerhouses to trap their enemies or store some special items. Ordinary powerhouses were naturally capable of doing so. However, it was somewhat inconceivable that three Origin sect powerhouses had come together just for a single spatial cage. When the space cage completely appeared before everyone's eyes, the item within caused the eyes of the experts present to shrink. At the back of the viewing platform, Xiaoyan was also staring intently at the item within the space cage, a fiery look gradually appearing on his face. Inside the space cage, there was a ball of alternating silver and black lightning that continuously squirmed. At the same time, it released bolts of lightning in an attempt to break through the space cage's seal. From the looks of it, this lightning ball was actually a living creature. Haha, I believe that many of you present recognize this item. This item is called Lightning Yuan and is formed from the power of endless lightning. It has already developed a trace of intelligence and originally existed in the endless void. It is a pet of the Void Lightning Beast clan and is an excellent cultivation treasure for lightning-type cultivators. Void Lightning Beast? Xiaoyan lifted his brows when he heard Ziyun's words from the stage. His mind involuntarily recalled the enormous beast he had met when he had first entered the Origin Martial Continent. Back then, Vu had told him that the Void Lightning Beast tribe specialized in controlling thunderbolt strength. Even their mastery of spatial strength was only below that of the Dragon tribe. It was unexpected that Lei Yuan, who was raised by the Lightning Beast tribe, would end up in this place. However, compared to this, the thing that really interested Xiaoyan was the enormous lightning strength that was contained within the Lei Yuan. After all, he had some understanding of this thing. From a certain point of view, the Lei Yuan, which had just gained an intelligence, was similar to the 9 mysterious golden lightning that he had encountered back then. It had grown and accumulated for many years in the endless void in order to be nurtured into its current form. Moreover, this was something that was reared by the Void Lightning Beast tribe. The lightning strength within it was likely extraordinary. If Xiaoyan could obtain it, it was likely that the Northern King's strength would be able to greatly increase. On the auction stage, Ziyun's somewhat golden eyes slowly swept across the entire place. He immediately nodded with satisfaction when he saw the heated gazes of some of the experts present. After which, he softly laughed and said, "Haha, this Lei Yuan is something that we have coincidentally obtained." Back then, a Source Zone level elder from the lava castle had fallen in order to capture this thing. Its value cannot be easily estimated. Therefore, if anyone is interested, you can bid a high price for it. Ziyun had roamed the continent for many years and had some idea of the value of Lei Yuan. However, if he were to simply set a price, it would be equivalent to drawing an equal sign on the value of Lei Yuan. Once there was a limit to everything, it was destined that it would be difficult to escape. Hence, throwing the price back to the guests on the viewing platform would instead magnify the value of Lei Yuan in their hearts. Although Ziyun's method on the stage was an open scheme, the crowd below the stage would not fall into a frenzy because of it. Not long after his words sounded, a somewhat mocking laughter sounded in the auction ground. "I bid 50 high-grade spirit stones." The moment these words were spoken, the crowd, who were not interested in Lei Yuan, immediately burst into laughter. However, the former did not seem to mind. He smiled and said, "Friend, this person is very familiar with Lei Yuan. This friend, I believe that you are well aware of the value of Lei Yuan. If no one here is able to offer a price that is comparable to it, this old man will take it back on behalf of the auction house. I hope that everyone can be respectful." After these words were spoken, more than half of the laughter in the auction ground immediately disappeared. The person who had bid earlier also sat back down somewhat awkwardly. The atmosphere in the auction ground also became silent for a moment. Naturally, there were many people who were tempted by the Lei Yuan on the stage. However, those who could truly make use of it, other than the experts who specialized in the lightning attribute, did not have much confidence in refining it. Moreover, as Ziyun had said, everyone knew the value of the Lei Yuan. However, everyone present today was here for the Fire Banyan relic. If they were to lose money at this moment, wouldn't it be the same as giving up on the treasure related to the fire banyan relic? Therefore, those who were truly interested in lightning yuan were probably only a handful of lightning-attributed cultivators. After a long while, Xian's gaze scanned the auction ground. Seeing that no one had made a move, he became slightly anxious. His fingers gently patted his sleeves and his gaze constantly swept the auction ground, hoping that someone would bid as soon as possible. In the stands, at this moment, Xiaoyan was also rubbing his palms and calculating in his heart. Then, he opened his mouth slightly. Just as he was about to bid, suddenly, in the huge auction ground, there was a loud voice. "I bid 400 high-grade spirit stones." A deep and loud voice reverberated in the field. Everyone's gaze followed the voice and saw a tall and sturdy man staring at Lei Yuan in the field with a determined smile on his face. He had deliberately waited for this moment to test if there was anyone else who was interested in competing with him. As long as no one else made a bid, Lei Yuan would be in his pocket. "I bid 500 high-grade spirit stones." "I bid 700 high-grade spirit stones." However, the burly man's bid seemed to ignite the flames in everyone's hearts. The other two figures in the stands, who had been silent for a long time, finally slowly stood up and made their bids. This caused the burly man's expression to immediately turn ugly. In a short period of time, the price of Lei Yuan had been raised to the sky-high price of 2,000 high-grade spirit stones by the three bidders. On the auction stage, the smile on Ziyan's face grew even wider. Evidently, this price had already exceeded their expectations. However, just as the three of them were shouting their bids, a low and deep voice suddenly resounded like a thunderclap from the spectator stands behind them. "I bid 5 high-grade spirit stones." As the voice rang out, everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the voice. However, all they could see was a blurry figure. After all, as a source sect practitioner, if he wanted to conceal his appearance, he naturally had countless methods to do so. At the front of the viewing platform, Ouyang and Bai Zijing unconsciously furrowed their brows. Although the voice had changed a little, it still sounded a little familiar to their ears. However, they were unable to identify who it was at this moment. After Xiaoyan made his bid, no one on the auction stage was able to catch up. 5 high-grade spirit stones. This price could be described as extravagant no matter where it was placed. Among the people present, other than the people from the various factions, no one else could take out so many high-grade spirit stones in one go. Therefore, as long as it was not one of those factions, no one dared to compete with him. "Haha, congratulations to this Mr. You have obtained this Lei Yuan with only 5 high-grade spirit stones." On the stage, Ziyan smiled as he caught the 5 high-grade spirit stones that Xiaoyan had tossed over. Then, he placed the Lei Yuan in front of Xiaoyan. "Mister, if this space prison loses our reinforcement, it will disperse on its own in half a day. At that time, it will be up to you." Ziyan gave a simple reminder. Now that he had obtained the spirit stones, Ziyan naturally did not care about the whereabouts of the Lei Yuan. However, just as he spoke, he was shocked to see a pitch-black curtain quietly gather in front of Xiaoyan. Then, it swallowed the Lei Yuan. "Is that the Void Dao?" Seeing this scene, shock flashed across the old man's eyes. Fortunately, he was not an inexperienced person. He quickly sorted out his emotions and focused his attention on the next auction item. After this Lei Yuan, the emotions of everyone in the auction hall were still high. However, Xiaoyan, who was at the back, had already lost his interest. Following the successful completion of numerous rare items in the outside world, a couple of hours unknowingly passed amidst this noise. The countless number of heated gazes in the auction hall stared intently at Ziyan on the auction stage. On the other hand, those factions in the front row could not help but frown. More than half of the auction items had been sold, but the mysterious map that was related to the fire banyan remains had yet to appear. At a certain moment, Ziyan's figure on the stage gradually disappeared, and a green-faced old man in a red robe strangely appeared beside him. At the same time, the atmosphere in the field became somewhat solemn in an instant. "Oh?" Sensing the change in the atmosphere, Xiaoyan, who was resting with his eyes closed at the back of the stands, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze immediately fell on the figure in front of him. Then, his eyebrows twitched as he whispered in surprise. "A source venerable expert. Looks like it's time for the main event. Xiaoyan's figure stood tall as he muttered to himself. At the same time, a hoarse voice slowly sounded from the green-faced old man's mouth. Hee, I am the green-faced Xue, the second in command of Lava Castle. Next, I will be auctioning the last auction item of this trade fair. As his laughter faded, the green-faced Xue casually made a grabbing motion. The space in front of him immediately distorted, and a slightly wrinkled scarlet parchment appeared in front of the crowd. In the auction area, the gazes of everyone instantly locked onto the parchment the moment it appeared, while the Genesis chi in several experts' bodies subconsciously began to circulate. On the stage, a slight cold snort was emitted from the nose of the green-faced man. At the same time, a terrifying aura and pressure spread out from his body, causing those fellows who had fantasies in their hearts to instantly dispel the thoughts in their hearts. Even the few people seated in the front row also frowned slightly. Everyone, although the auction has already reached such a stage, this old man will advise everyone to remain calm. At the end of the day, this is only an auction item, and you cannot bet your entire fortune on it. The enormous auction ground was completely silent after the green-faced man's words, which contained a sinister intent. At this moment, even some of the more arrogant individuals could not help but feel fear surging into their eyes when they looked at the green-faced man's face. In the end, he is a Genesis Venerate expert. In the face of absolute power, no matter what kind of person one is, one can only willingly lower their head. Xiaoyan involuntarily shook his head when he sensed the shocking aura and pressure from the green-faced Xue. Just his strength alone was able to intimidate these powerful people who roamed the continent. And Yuan Zun expert was indeed powerful. I believe that everyone has seen it. This item is a map left behind by a Genesis Venerate expert. After verification by the upper echelons of my lava castle, we can confirm that this map is the map of the Hubanyan Ruins Limestone Valley. The handsome man grinned when he saw that he had achieved his goal. The chilling look in his eyes from a moment ago had completely vanished, and his words instantly caused the crowd to boil with excitement. Limestone Valley's map? That's the core area of the Hubanyan Ruins. If we have this map, wouldn't it be equivalent to holding all the treasures of the entire Limestone Valley in our hands? With this map, wouldn't the things left behind by the Hubanyan race be ours? Burning gazes stared intently at the map. No one present was an ordinary individual. They were well aware of how powerful the Hubanyan race used to be, and the Limestone Valley was once the core area of the Hubanyan race. There were countless treasures inside. Although it had been destroyed after several battles, the dangers inside were still unbearable. Even a Genesis Venerate expert would not be able to survive if they accidentally entered a trap or array. Rumor had it that those who survived had even obtained a Saint-tier cultivation method and created a generation of strong cultivators. Even though everyone knew about the dangers of the Fire Banyan relic, it would still attract countless greedy gazes. Thus, when the map appeared, everyone present already knew the meaning of this item. Haha, the owner of this map wants to use it to exchange for some elixirs or secret treasures that can increase one's cultivation. As for the value, the lava fort will assess it. As for the quantity, it will depend on everyone. The handsome man smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd as he spoke in a serious tone. The bidding will now begin. Everyone, please. In the auction house, there were clearly quite a number of elite practitioners who had specially come for the Stony Cliff Valley map. Not long after the green-faced Xue's laughter stopped, an old man dressed in a blazing robe, who was near the auction stage, suddenly spoke out. 3 high-grade 7th-grade flame sacrifice pills and 4 mid-grade 7th-grade earth abyss heart-shattering pills. 5. As soon as he finished speaking, the group from the Cloud Immortal sect also followed suit and placed their bids. Following that, the sound of bidding continued to ring out in the auction house. In a short period of time, the atmosphere in the auction house had become extremely tense. The price of the auction continued to soar, quickly reaching the level of more than 10 level 7 elixirs. There were even people who took out extremely rare cultivation methods. This secret technique was different from ordinary secret techniques that could raise one's strength. Once used, it would increase the circulation speed of one's chi for a period of time, while simultaneously manipulating the surrounding Genesis chi, greatly benefiting one's normal cultivation. The biggest advantage of this secret technique was that it could be used repeatedly. Hence, such a secret technique was extremely rare on the continent, and even the super factions might not be able to take out more than a few scrolls. Who would have thought that it would appear in this auction? Xiaoyan's heart was slightly moved when he heard the numerous intense sounds of bidding from behind the viewing gallery. His finger gently rubbed the storage ring on his finger. After a moment of deep thought in his heart, he finally sighed, shook his head, and chose to give up. Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly. He intended to use the remaining top-grade spirit stones to help Lianer improve her strength. As for the map, not to mention that there were still several forces present who had not made a move yet, even if he really managed to snatch it, he was afraid that he would only get a hot potato. The gains would not make up for the losses. 10 top-grade spirit stones. While this thought was lingering in Xiaoyan's heart, a young man in front of the viewing gallery slowly stood up. His calm voice instantly suppressed the intense sounds of bidding. Xiaoyan's expression paused slightly. He followed the human figure and looked over. It was actually Ouyang Miao, who had not made a move. At this moment, he was casually scanning the crowd. His main goal in leading the team to the lava castle was this map. Now that he had made a move, he naturally wanted to intimidate the crowd. 10 top-grade spirit stones. Even some of the small clans present might not be able to fork out such a price even if they emptied all their assets. As for the other second-rate factions, after discovering that the bidder was from the Ouyang clan, they hesitated for a moment before resentfully returning to their seats. The Ouyang clan was one of the 3 great clans of the central region, and the leader of the 3 clans. With their appearance, who would dare to go against them? 10 top-grade spirit stones and 5 fire banyan branches. But immediately after, another young man in white slowly stood up and made a bid, causing an uproar among the crowd. Ouyang Miao frowned slightly and looked over without hesitation. The only one who could compete with him was naturally the person from the Bai clan. Bai Zijing, Tan Tan snorted coldly. Ouyang Miao calmly raised the price again, but the latter was not willing to be outdone. In the end, Ouyang Miao frowned deeply. The price had increased to nearly 40 top-grade spirit stones, which was the limit he could afford now. If Bai Zijing did not stop now, it would be difficult to deal with him. Humph. As if seeing Ouyang Miao's predicament, Bai Zijing did not hesitate to bid again. Then, under Ouyang Miao's slightly gloomy gaze, he successfully obtained the Limestone Valley map with 20 top-grade spirit stones, 15 fire banyan branches, and 2 high-grade 7th-grade wind transformation pills. Xiaoyan and Qin Yan walked out of the auction ground one after another after the auction ended. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a cold smile when he saw Bai Zijing swiftly flying past in the sky above his head and the many experts who were staring at him from all over the sky. This Bai Zijing was indeed bold and arrogant. He had forcefully obtained the map of the Limestone Valley in front of so many experts. However, it was likely that his future path would not be so easy. Eh? Just as the two of them were walking along the street, Xiaoyan's eyebrows suddenly furrowed slightly. He exchanged a look with Qin Yan beside him, before glancing back from the corner of his eye. There seemed to be a few obscure gazes staring at them from a dark corner of the auction house. With his outstanding spiritual perception, Xiaoyan clearly discovered that there were a few powerful auras secretly following them from the other side of the buildings around them. This lava castle is truly vicious. Qin Yan also seemed to have sensed something as he muttered to himself, while his gaze swept behind him. Looks like they do not intend to be pure merchants. Xiaoyan laughed coldly. The moment he raised his eyes, an icy cold killing intent appeared in them. His foot, which he had taken a step forward, suddenly landed on the ground. A ferocious aura immediately swept out from his body. In an instant, the expressions of the experts from the lava castle, who were hidden in the dark, changed. If there is anyone who is not afraid of death, feel free to follow. Xiaoyan's gaze swept towards a certain shadowy corner of the building beside him. His gaze was filled with cold murderous intent, causing a chill to rise in the hearts of the people in the dark. Soon after, the surrounding auras that were hidden in the dark swiftly scattered. The lava castle had dominated the flowing fire plains for many years, and naturally knew who they could not afford to offend. Although from the aura just now, this unknown brat only had the cultivation of a 4-star origin ancestor, the murderous aura from his body was definitely not something that an ordinary person possessed. It was something that had been obtained through countless bloody battles, where he had risked his life in exchange for it. This kind of person was the kind that could not be offended. After getting rid of these troubles, the two of them walked out of the lava castle. The Fire Banyan ruins were located in the deepest part of the plains, and even the lava castle was only close to it. If they really wanted to reach the entrance of the Fire Banyan ruins, it would likely take about a month's journey. After exiting the lava castle, Xiaoyan and Qin Yan stood in the air above a mountain forest. I'm afraid that we will have to split up for the rest of the journey. Brother Qin, let's part ways here. If there is a chance, let's meet at the Fire Banyan ruins. Xiaoyan cupped his fist towards Qin Yan as he slowly smiled Qin Yan. Upon hearing this, the latter could not help but be puzzled. Brother, are you going alone? I still have some matters to settle. Before that, it is inconvenient for me to travel with you. Xiaoyan's pair of pitch-black eyes were like an ancient well without ripples. Although Qin Yan was a little surprised, he still nodded heavily after hesitating for a moment. They were not going to travel together on the flowing fire plains. Moreover, Xiaoyan had saved him halfway. At this moment, if he continued to delay, it was likely that he had the intention of deliberately pestering him. Hence, he did not say anything more. The two of them cupped their hands together, and Qin Yan left first after expressing his thanks. After watching Qin Yan disappear from his sight for a long time, Xiaoyan's eyebrows turned. His dense gaze glanced at the mountain forest behind him, and a chill surged in his eyes. Immediately, his body moved and he hurriedly rushed in another direction. Not long after, a few sonic booms sounded in the mountain forest below. 3 figures stood in the sky and looked in the direction that Xiaoyan had left. They muttered to each other and quickly chased after him. Xiao Clan. Outside Xiao City. In the distant horizon, 3 figures stood there. Beside Xiao Xian, a tall and well-built middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were like swords as he stared at the imposing Ouyang Yu opposite him. Junior Xiao Xian greets second elder. Xiao Xian respectfully bowed slightly to the person beside him. This person was the second elder of Xiao Clan, Xiao Etian, who had been in seclusion for many years in the Black Tower in Shuyang City. The latter acted as if he did not hear Xiao Xian's actions. A pair of sharp eyes pointed directly at Ouyang Yu. Immediately, Xiao Xian cupped his hands together towards Ouyang Yu. The latter smiled warmly and his gaze returned to the middle-aged man opposite him. You have not come out for many years. Why can't you even speak? Humph, Xiao Etian snorted coldly. Only then did his gaze turn towards Xiao Xian and said indifferently, You are now in charge of the cabinet. There is no need for this. Hearing this, Xiao Xian muttered to himself. His gaze shifted back and forth between the two. He suddenly asked, Seniors, do you still have the heaven questioning pill? Heaven questioning pill? Ouyang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he had thought of something. Immediately after, he shook his head and sighed. I did obtain one a few years ago, but I had already consumed it. Otherwise, I would not have my current cultivation. Speaking of which, I consumed it at the same time as this guy, but in the end, I was the first to become a source venerate. Hearing this, Xiao Xian's heart skipped a beat. If that was the case, the two of them had already consumed the heaven questioning pill. Just as he was lost in thought, Ouyang Yu suddenly waved his hand. A shadow flashed in front of him, and a 1-meter-long sword appeared in front of Xiao Xian. Even Xiao Etian, who was standing majestically to the side, could not help but be moved by this scene. Thinking back, if not for this sword, he might not have been defeated by Ouyang Yu. Also, this sword is for you. This sword is called Yulan. Before Ouyang Yu finished speaking, Xiao Xian's eyebrows jumped. The Yulan sword was the sword of the Ouyang family sword Saint Yulan. The sword saint had once used this sword to force back 3 source venerates without being defeated. Now, it had appeared in front of him. The Yulan sword was once famous in the central region with me, but now, it is no longer suitable for me, Ouyang Yu sighed in a somewhat lonely tone. He then looked at Xiao Etian and said in a serious tone, I've come today. Since I'm here today, it's time for us to settle this. Back then, I lost to you and went into seclusion for dozens of years. I wonder what the outcome of this battle will be. After a moment of tit-for-tat, the two of them were about to leave when Xiao suddenly turned his head to Xian and said faintly, Xian, if you have the chance, make a trip to the northern region of the central region. There is a sword tomb in the extreme north that might be of help to you. Even Ouyang nodded repeatedly when he heard this. Back then, the two of them had broken through to the source venerate level 1 after another there. After that battle, their names had shaken the central region. Only after the two of them left did Xian receive the serene orchid sword in front of him with some disappointment. He could not help but be secretly surprised when he sensed the unrivaled sharpness of the sword. He had become famous in the central region. The serene orchid sword was truly extraordinary. When the auras of the two of them completely disappeared from this world, the calm space beside Xian slowly distorted, and the first elder's figure appeared. The first elder nodded slightly and looked at the distant horizon with a pair of turbid old eyes. He shook his head and said slowly, this is the end of the world. Sigh, in the end, such a day will still come. There will definitely be losses on this trip. Xian nodded silently. No one could make a decision on this kind of matter. Even they could only quietly watch from afar. By the way, what Xiao said earlier was true. If you have the chance, make a trip to the northern region's sword tomb. I believe that it will be of great help to your strength and to consolidate your position in the clan in the future. At the same time, it will also be of great benefit to Xiao. The first elder reminded Xian again after he came back to his senses. The latter took a deep breath and thought of Xiao in his heart. Then, he nodded heavily. A couple of days later, Xiao, who had been wildly hurrying along the flowing fire plains, finally landed on a barren, red-colored rock peak. He turned his head and saw 3 auras swiftly chasing over from the edge of his sight. From the looks of it, they would arrive at this place within a short while. These fellows really refused to give up on their evil intentions. Xiao knit his brows slightly when he sensed the 3 auras. The thoughts in his heart quickly changed. After which, he waved his hand and the dark black tent in front of him swiftly agglomerated. Soon after, it gradually agglomerated into a square-shaped cage under his control. The space within it was torn apart and a cluster of wild and violent lightning yuan appeared. When Lei Yuan was exposed, the 3 people in the distance who were swiftly chasing over also discovered it at the same time. Immediately, the speed at which they charged forward increased. Within a short couple of breaths, they had already appeared in the empty space less than 1,000 feet in front of Xiao. There were 3 people who had arrived. One of them was a strong man while the other 2 were old men. Their strengths were around that of a 5-star Yuanzun. Xiao was able to recognize these 3 people at a glance. They were the ones who had bid for Lei Yuan during the auction at the lava castle a couple of days ago. Moreover, these 3 people were lightning affinity experts. It was unexpected that they would follow him all the way here after leaving the lava castle. After chasing for a few days, you finally stopped. Among the 3 of them, a relatively short old man spoke slowly. His tone was rather awe-inspiring. Little friend, this old man can sense that your aura is incomparably blazing. You should be a cultivator of the fire attribute. The value of this thunder yuan will be greatly reduced if it falls into your hands. Why don't you give it to us? This old man has some medicinal pills that can help cultivators of the fire attribute. At most, I will give it to you. The other old man appeared to be a little more courteous. However, that pair of eyes revealed a greed that caused Xiao to curl his mouth and laugh. Sorry, I don't want to give the lightning yuan to others. Does that mean we can't come to an agreement? The burly man sneered in a deep voice. He looked at Xiao with a particularly vicious expression as a murderous intent spread. Brat, the 3 of us have been chasing you for a few days. We've already given you a chance. Since you're unwilling, don't blame us for being ruthless. Genesis chi erupted from the trio's bodies. Given their strength, they were naturally able to tell that the person before them was merely a 4-star Genesis ancestor. Such a cultivation level might be extraordinary amongst the younger generation, but against the 3 of them, the former had absolutely no chance of victory. Xiao narrowed his eyes when he saw the 3 of them revealing such an attitude. He coldly laughed. Sirs, the 3 of you teamed up against me. Even if you win, there's only 1 thunder yuan. How should we split it? Humph, don't think about how to drive a wedge between us. Hand over Lei Yuan as soon as possible, and we'll leave your corpse intact. That short, small, old man let out a sinister laugh in a hoarse voice. The three of them moved in unison and unceremoniously charged at Xiaoyan from all directions. Xiaoyan merely laughed coldly when he saw the three of them being unceremonious. A murderous intent surged within his smile. A thought passed through his heart and the space beside him flashed. The Northern King quickly appeared by his side. Immediately, Xiaoyan pressed the lightning yuan in his hand into the Northern King's body in front of the stunned eyes of the three of them. "Brat, are you crazy?" When they saw this crazy scene, the expressions of the three changed drastically. However, just as they were about to retreat, a frightening thunderbolt energy suddenly shot out from within the Northern King's body. The three of them were the first to be blasted back by 1,000 feet. When they steadied themselves and looked again, they saw that the puppet was wrapped in thunderbolt energy. Even they could not help but tremble in fear when they saw such a powerful force. This puppet can devour thunderbolt power. Damn it, this is going to be troublesome. Based on the power that the puppet has unleashed, it's likely comparable to an 8-star source sect. We've underestimated him. Upon seeing that Lei Yuan had already merged with the Northern King, the short old man and the other old man exchanged a look. After gauging the gap between the two parties, they decisively chose to retreat. Only the burly man stared at Xiaoyan with a sinister expression. His face twitched when he sensed the two rapidly retreating figures on his left and right. Humph, what a coward. This puppet is even more valuable than Lei Yuan. If we can kill that brat. Before he could finish cursing, the Northern King abruptly transformed into a thunderbolt under Xiaoyan's control and instantly closed in on the burly man. The burly man swiftly reacted, swiftly circulating his Genesis Chi to defend himself. However, he was still viciously sent flying by the Northern King's leg. By the time he came to a stop, half of his clothes had already been torn to shreds by the thunderbolt. The terrifying force of the blow numbed his entire body. Only then did he fully awaken. He hatefully gritted his teeth and swiftly fled. Upon seeing the trio swiftly leave, Xiaoyan let out a chuckle and summoned the Northern King back. There was not the slightest trace of worry on his face as he sensed the thunderbolt power wreaking havoc in the puppet's body. Instead, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The thunderbolt power contained within Lei Yuan is truly tremendous. In such a short period of time, the Northern King's strength has already reached the 8-star source ancestor stage. If he can completely absorb it, he should be able to advance to the 9-star source ancestor stage. As Xiaoyan's gaze swept across the Northern King's body, he discovered that while the Northern King's strength continued to rise, the number of scales covering his body had also increased. With the exception of his arms and 2 ribs, the rest of the Northern King's body was now covered in dragon scales. From the looks of it, it would not be long before his entire body was covered in dragon scales. Dragon scales were not only a symbol of status to the dragon clan, but also extremely powerful defensive properties. Take Xiaoyan's Dragon Phoenix Ancient Armor for example. Even at his current cultivation level, the Dragon Phoenix Ancient Armor's defensive power could not be underestimated. However, no one knew what strange things would happen once the Northern King's body was covered in dragon scales. After staying on the mountain peak for half a day, the berserk Lei Yuan within the Northern King's body gradually calmed down. At this point, the Northern King's strength was already nearing the intermediate 8-star source ancestor stage. The rest could only wait until he slowly absorbed it. After dealing with Lei Yuan, Xiaoyan's next target was naturally the Fire Banyan ruins. Xiaoyan had been traveling in the opposite direction from Qinyan for the past few days. It would not be easy to catch up to him in a short period of time. After a simple adjustment, Xiaoyan glanced at the scarlet sky in the depths of the plains. The tip of his foot gently pushed off the ground as his body charged forward. However, in the next instant, the sounds of battle suddenly rang out from the plains to his right. Amidst the intense battle, 2 indescribable auras caused Xiaoyan's expression to change slightly. Yellow wind swept across the vast scarlet plains, filling the air with a desolate aura that was faintly mixed with the smell of blood. Ch! Several whooshing sounds rang out in the air as 4 figures gathered together from different directions, ultimately forming an encirclement. Behind these four, another gust of wind rang out as a fifth person swiftly charged out from their encirclement and landed on the ground. When he lifted his head, his gaze filled with mockery landed on the scarlet-haired man and woman opposite him. The latter two were currently covered in wounds of various sizes, and their auras had been reduced by more than half. They were clearly arrows at the end of their flight. While they were filled with anxiety in the face of the encirclement, there was also unwillingness and anger in their eyes. Haha, you still want to run at a time like this? Why don't you obediently give in and save this young master some effort? The young man looked at the two people in front of him with a relaxed expression. His slightly colorful gaze slowly swept across the young girl's delicate body. Then, his body flashed and instantly appeared in front of the young girl. He raised his hand and grabbed the young girl's face. Bastard, stop right there. It was only when the young man made his move that the other man realized what was happening. He hurriedly circulated the little remaining Genesis chi in his body and blasted it towards the young man with all his might. However, the young man's methods were even more ruthless. A fair hand viciously grabbed the man's throat the moment he made his move. With a casual toss, the man's body was flung dozens of feet away like a broken sack before crashing heavily onto the ground. At the same time, the young man's hand firmly grasped the young girl's tender face as he slowly said, I never imagined that there would be remnants of the Fire Banyan clan in this desolate flowing fire plains. What's even more unexpected is that there would be such a young girl in the Fire Banyan clan. It wouldn't be a bad choice to capture her and make her into a slave. The young man casually lifted the young girl and sized her up without pity, as if examining an object. Xiaoyan looked at the situation below from the distant mountain peak. A stunned expression flashed across his eyes. He immediately spoke in a cold voice. I never thought that even you would come. By Ruoxuan. The young man lifting the young girl was the one who had tried to snatch the heavy Xian ruler from Bai Zijing's hands. He was also Bai Zijing's younger brother, the heir of the central regions by clan, Bai Ruoxuan. But since even he is here, does that mean? Xiaoyan's heart filled with surprise at the sight of Bai Ruoxuan, and he could not help but frown inside. After all, Bai Ruoxuan was accompanied by a Genesis Venerate expert who was constantly protecting him. Bastard, I'll kill you. The man, who had been easily tossed aside by Bai Ruoxuan a moment ago, once again charged forward the moment Xiaoyan discovered Bai Ruoxuan. He squeezed out every trace of Genesis chi within his body and instantly appeared behind Bai Ruoxuan. Both of his hands were clenched into fists as he used all his strength to violently smash at Bai Ruoxuan's head. However, when faced with the killing intent that was right in front of him, not only did Bai Ruoxuan not dodge, he did not even have the intention to attack. With a ridiculing expression, he looked at the young woman in his hand. When the man's fist landed, a white light flashed in the air. In an instant, a figure appeared behind Bai Ruoxuan like a phantom. With a light wave of his sleeve, he sent the man flying. The person who had arrived was Bai Ruoxuan's guardian, a Genesis Venerate expert, Bai Rong. After sending the man flying, Bai Rong quickly turned towards Bai Ruoxuan and respectfully said, Heir, our main goal is to rescue First Young Master. However, First Young Master is currently alone in the depths of the plains. If we continue to stay here, we will be in danger. Hehe, it's fine. Big Brother's methods are wondrous, and it's not his first day in the flowing fire plains. There's plenty of time, so it's fine if we're a little slower. What's more, we've captured 2 descendants of the Fire Banyan tribe. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoxuan chuckled in a relaxed manner. He casually tossed the young girl towards a nearby Genesis zone and said, Take care of these 2. It's best if you can bring them back alive. Since they've been able to survive in the flowing fire plains for so long, I believe that they should be very familiar with the Fire Banyan ruins. Understood. When the time comes, they might even be able to help my clan obtain the Fire Banyan tribe's hidden treasure. When that happens, my Bai clan will be the leader of the 3 great clans. After dealing with the man and woman, the 2 origin zones nearby stepped forward and restrained one of them, preparing to tie them up. However, just as the 2 origin zones were about to make their move, the space beside them suddenly distorted in a strange manner. Soon after, it transformed into 2 pitch-black tents. A figure flashed within them and the 2 Fire Banyan tribe members that were about to be captured were actually snatched away right in front of their faces. Who are you? At the same time, the old eyes of Bai Rong, who was standing beside Bai Ruoxuan, suddenly became sharp. His body flashed and quickly appeared at a certain spot in the sky. At the same time, an invisible tent suddenly appeared in the empty space on the opposite side. Soon after, Xiaoyan appeared in front of Bai Rong while carrying the man and woman from the Fire Banyan tribe. "It's you." Bai Rong immediately recognized the black-cloaked figure opposite him. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and swung it at Xiaoyan's face as Genesis Qi surged from his palm. Xiaoyan, who had appeared, naturally did not dare to be careless. Moreover, his hand was carrying the unconscious man and woman from the Fire Banyan tribe. His heart felt extremely solemn. Immediately, he subconsciously maneuvered the great way of the empty space. His body leaned back while dodging Bai Rong's descending palm. With a flash, he swiftly appeared in the empty space 1,000 feet away. "Old man, it's best not to get angry so easily." Xiaoyan laughed coldly and mocked as he looked at the gloomy face of Bai Rong in the distant empty space. "Xiaoyan, so it's you." On the ground, Bai Ruoxuan also recognized the newcomer. A chilling look immediately appeared on his face as he coldly sneered. "I didn't get rid of you back then because of the Ouyang clan, but you still dare to appear in front of this young master. You really don't know what's good for you. If you're willing to fight one-on-one, I don't mind giving you the chance." Xiaoyan's gaze swiftly swept across Bai Rong and the few sorsongs below. Traces of Genesis Qi swiftly flowed through the meridians of the two Fire Banyan clan members. Soon after, a bright light swiftly flashed across his eyes as if he had discovered something. "Humph, one-on-one? Good, Elder Rong, finish him off." A voice filled with killing intent spread, and Bai Rong chuckled sinisterly. His old eyes were fixed on Xiaoyan as he grinned sinisterly. "My pleasure." Wrapped in Genesis Qi, the shriveled hand was as sharp as a blade as it easily cut through the air. Finally, it narrowly sliced through the air an inch away from Xiaoyan's face amidst an ear-piercing sonic boom. Even so, the sharp wind left behind a few bloody scars on Xiaoyan's face. Soon after, Bai Rong swung his other hand violently while Xiaoyan was withdrawing. A powerful energy pillar shot out explosively. Xiaoyan hurriedly summoned his heavenly flame to block it. At the same time, the dark black tent once again appeared behind him. The next moment, Xiaoyan's body swiftly disappeared into the tent amid a low, deep explosion. A sharp blood arrow also shot out from within and struck Bai Rong. The latter casually waved his hand, sending out an extremely cold snowflake. The blood arrow rapidly froze in midair before exploding with a loud bang. In the air 100 feet away, Xiaoyan appeared with a slightly pale face, his expression extremely grave. With Xiaoyan's current strength, other than dodging, he did not have any other way to parry the attacks of a Source Venerate. Even though he relied on the Sky Extinction Steps and other agility techniques, as well as the Void Great Path, to deal with most of Bai Rong's killing moves, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not be injured during the exchange. "Kid, you're pretty fast. You can be considered first-rate among those of the same cultivation level." Bai Rong frowned as he looked at Xiaoyan in the distance, the expression on his old face not looking too good. As a Genesis Venerate, his attacks had been dodged by a Genesis Ancestor Junior time and time again. If news of this spread, he could not guarantee that he would not lose face. "You're too polite. Elder isn't too bad either. There aren't many people who can shamelessly attack a junior." Xiaoyan quickly swallowed a few pills as he sneered. "What a sharp tongue. When I capture you, I'll definitely pull out your teeth one by one. Let's see if you can still be so stubborn." Bai Rong's old face twitched slightly. Immediately, he let out a cold snort. His body flashed and transformed into a thunderbolt that once again charged furiously at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless in his heart when he saw this. At the same time that he was preparing to withdraw, he quietly flipped his hand under his sleeve. A golden-colored formation plate landed in his hand. He had nearly used it in the Fire Banyan forest. Now that he had encountered Bai Rong, Xiaoyan had no choice but to test its power. Following this, Bai Rong appeared to have completely lost his patience after Xiaoyan dodged a couple of times. His forward-charging body suddenly paused. As he stood in the empty air, his gaze focused on Xiaoyan as a low, deep, and somewhat hoarse voice was slowly spat out. Kid, let's end the game here. This old man's patience is running out. The shriveled hand was violently clenched in the empty space in front of him. Immediately, the area around Xiaoyan, who was hundreds of feet away, was suddenly filled with ice crystals. The sudden drop in temperature caused the movement of Xiaoyan's body to immediately slow. Poof. With his body being sealed, Xiaoyan appeared to be unwilling to waste any more time. A thought passed through his mind and his spiritual strength covered his entire body. At the same time, he waved his hands and a surging flame rose between his palms. After which, he did not hesitate to heavily knead them together. As the flame shot out, a frightening energy swiftly gathered between Xiaoyan's palms. Even someone as experienced as Bai Rong could not help but raise his brows when he felt the frightening power in Xiaoyan's hands. Kid, to think that a 4-star origin sect like you can use such a powerful Do skill. You do have some ability, but that's all there is to it. Bai Rong's body flashed a couple of times and appeared in front of Xiaoyan in a ghost-like manner after his somewhat shocked voice sounded. He rotated his hand and surging Genesis Chi immediately gushed out. It swiftly agglomerated into an almost substance-like handprint under his palm that violently smashed toward Xiaoyan's chest. Noisy, Xiaoyan's face was cold and stern as he watched the palm seal in front of him swiftly magnify in his eyes. The angry Buddha lotus flame that he had agglomerated with all his strength swiftly formed at this moment. Finally, it collided with the palm seal. Boom! A thunder-like roar suddenly exploded. The cold air that had gathered in the sky scattered in the blink of an eye amidst a dazzling light. Bai Rong's body remained unmoved within the light. The fighting strength that Xiaoyan had unleashed was indeed shocking. However, regardless of how one put it, he was ultimately just a Genesis sect. What you brought you have indeed surprised this old man a lot, but if this is your trump card, then this old man advises you to surrender and not waste any more time. The white light gradually disappeared, revealing Bai Rong, who was standing majestically within it. Both of his hands were placed behind him. Regardless of how the energy waves swept over, they were unable to harm him even a little. Xiaoyan appeared quite miserable a couple of dozen feet in front of him. However, the smile that he carried on his face appeared a little strange. Since Senior is in the mood, this Junior will naturally accompany you. A cold chuckle rang out as the pitch-black tent condensed behind Xiaoyan once again. Bai Rong's figure flashed forward, his withered hand reaching for Xiaoyan's chest. However, the former had already disappeared into the darkness. A split second later, a glowing golden formation disk appeared where Xiaoyan had disappeared. It had been activated by spirit power and was rapidly spreading rays of golden light. By the time Bai Rong reacted, a towering formation had already taken shape around him. What? This sudden turn of events caused the expression on Bai Rong's face to change drastically. His gaze rapidly scanned his surroundings, only to find that there was no way out. After several attempts, the great formation remained completely still under the bombardment of Genesis Chi. Instead, golden light flowed around the great formation as the sound of gears turning slowly rang out. Several killing formations were slowly taking shape. This is the Shao clan's 8-directional purgatory. Bai Rong finally recognized this frightening killing formation in front of him, which possessed a fierce reputation within the middle region, the moment he saw those killing formations. A terrified expression immediately surfaced on his old face. His eyes turned and landed on Xiaoyan, who had appeared outside of the formation at this moment. You are from the Shao clan. The 8-directional purgatory formation was created by the Shao clan's experts. It combined a trapping formation and 8 killing formations that complemented each other. Once inside, even a high-level source venerate would have to pay a heavy price to break out. The Shao clan had previously used this formation to kill many experts who had violated their boundary. Now that the formation had landed on Bai Rong's body, even someone as strong as Bai Rong might not be able to survive. Boom boom boom, golden light spilled out from the killing formation as terrifying energy bombarded Bai Rong. Bai Rong was also forced to defend himself under the bombardment. From the looks of it, the killing formation wouldn't be able to take down Bai Rong in a short period of time. However, if the battle dragged on, there might be a chance to kill him. That means he won't be able to come out anytime soon. Without Bai Rong blocking him in front, Xiaoyan could be considered to have sighed in relief at this moment. The corner of his mouth was lifted into an ice-cold smile. His gaze slowly landed on the ugly expression of Bai Ruoxuan below. When Xiao Yan's gaze landed on Bai Ruoxuan's body, the latter's extremely dark gaze also locked onto the former's body. I never imagined that even Elder Rong would not be able to finish you off immediately, you wretched bastard. Bai Ruoxuan's heart was on the verge of spitting fire as the Genesis Qi in his body frantically surged. The words he spat out seemed to have been forcefully squeezed out from between his teeth. Xiao Yan landed beside the man and woman from the Fire Banyan tribe on the ground. He randomly handed a medicinal pill to the both of them. After which, his gaze once again landed on Bai Ruoxuan. His face revealed a cold smile as he curled his hand in a provocative manner and coldly laughed. My bones are worthless. If you want my life, why don't you take it yourself? Upon seeing Xiao Yan's disdainful attitude, the anger in Bai Ruoxuan's eyes grew even stronger. Just as he was about to explode, Bai Rong, who was currently in the middle of the killing array, suddenly shouted in a hoarse voice, Prince, hurry and leave this place. This child is definitely not someone ordinary. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid that you will be in danger. As the shout rang out, the other 4 origin ancestors standing around Bai Ruoxuan swiftly stepped forward to protect him. Words of advice continuously rang out in his ears, causing Bai Ruoxuan's expression to grow increasingly ugly. Elder Rong, do you really believe that I am inferior to a lowly brat? I have 5 Genesis sect elders here. Even if we drag things out, we will be able to drag him to death. A long while later, Bai Ruoxuan's low and furious roar suddenly rang out. A pair of scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Xiao Yan as he abruptly roared with murderous intent. Attack! Today, I will definitely grind his bones to dust and take back the heavenly dark buster sword and heavenly flame in his hands with interest. Bai Ruoxuan completely ignored the 4 people beside him as his furious voice rang out. His figure directly charged at Xiao Yan. Although the others wanted to stop him, the heir was still a powerhouse from the Source sect. After hesitating for a few breaths, they followed closely behind him and charged at Xiao Yan. Bai Rong, who was within the large formation in the sky, had no choice but to use all his strength to block the attack of the large formation despite the fury in his heart. His heart only hoped that these few people would be able to successfully kill Xiao Yan. Hugh, on the ground, Xiao Yan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that smelled of blood as he stared intently at the 5 people rushing towards him. 2 Bai Ruoxuan, 1 4-star Genesis sect elder, 2 6-star Genesis sect elders, and 2 8-star Genesis sect elders. This lineup could be said to be invincible below the Origin Venerate level. It would not be easy to deal with the attacks of these 5 people at the same time. Xiao Yan swallowed a few pills without hesitation. As he felt the gentle medicinal power rapidly spread throughout his body, his face seemed to become a little rosier. His thoughts quickly revolved as the heavenly flame on the surface of his body ignited. He then heavily stomped his foot on the ground and violently attacked Bai Ruoxuan, who was bearing the brunt of the attack. Bang! The two had only clashed once before Bai Ruoxuan was forcefully pushed back. Even though he had already experienced a battle, the power that Xiao Yan had unleashed still caused Bai Ruoxuan's expression to fluctuate. Huh! However, Xiao Yan did not show the slightest intention of stopping. While his footsteps moved, he continued to use the sky extinction steps. His body swiftly approached Bai Ruoxuan in a ghost-like manner. His fist danced and the heavenly flame flew as it violently smashed toward Bai Ruoxuan's face. Little brat, how dare you! At the same time that Bai Ruoxuan acted to block the attack, a 6-star Source Zone, who had hurried over from the side, hurriedly attacked. A sharp attack violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's neck. The latter coldly snorted. Light flashed from the storage ring on his finger just as the other party's hand was about to attack. A purplish-black figure immediately shot out. Vast and mighty thunder rumbled as lightning descended. A metal fist instantly smashed into the 6-star Genesis sect elder's chest. The terrifying force forcefully broke the pillar as the devastating lightning energy swept through the body. After which, a muffled bang sounded as the 6-star Genesis sect elder lost his life. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Bai Ruoxuan once again separated from each other. Both of them retreated 1,000 feet. Flowing light flickered beside Xiao Yan as an 8-star Genesis sect elder rushed forward, but was quickly knocked away by the Northern King. As for the other 6-star Genesis sect elder, he flew to the side of the deceased. His expression wildly changed as he felt a wave of terror in his heart at Xiaoyan's methods. Humph, attack. As long as one of you can delay that puppet, the three of us will be able to kill him. Ruoxuan coldly glanced at the six-star Genesis sect elder who had instantly turned into a corpse. The muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched, but the towering fury in his heart did not diminish. He ordered the other 8-star Genesis sect elder to charge forward, while he joined forces with the remaining 6-star Genesis sect elder and prepared to seize the opportunity to attack. Ha! A long roar was emitted from Xiaoyan's throat when he saw the three people charging forward. His body shook and 2 clusters of heavenly flames of different colors suddenly surfaced in his hands. A ferocious smile surged from the corner of his mouth. Soon after, both of his hands were violently clenched. That heavenly flame was unleashed and the aura of his body suddenly soared at this moment. Heavenly fire 3 mysterious change. With a furious roar in his heart, another ball of fire was spat out from his mouth. The explosion instantly engulfed his entire body, and golden light began to glow on his body. As he swung his fist, his body rapidly grew, transforming into a giant Vitra god covered in flames in the blink of an eye, and he ferociously clashed with the 8-star Genesis sect elder. The 8-star Genesis sect elder's expression involuntarily changed slightly. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's cultivation had risen to the level of a 6-star Genesis sect elder. Moreover, the eruption of battle power was much stronger than before. Even with the 8-star Genesis sect elder's cultivation, he still found it quite strenuous to exchange blows with Xiaoyan. This child cannot be allowed to live. Mid-intent rank Do technique, fiendish blood seal. The old man crossed his palms, and 2 bloody scars immediately appeared on his palms. As fresh blood gushed out, Genesis Chi poured into the scars, causing an extremely powerful aura to erupt. On the other side, Xiaoyan raised his hands to his chest as a series of seals rapidly flew out. From the looks of it, it was the Emperor seal art. However, when he used it now, it was very different from when he fought Xiao Feng back then. There were a few more complicated seals. At the same time, the power contained within it had also risen to a whole new level. Universe seal. This seal was unleashed. It was the 7th seal of the 8 God Seal seals, the first seal below the Xing class. With Xiaoyan's current strength, it was likely that even an ordinary 9-star source sect would have to treat it seriously if he used his full strength. Bang! The 2 forces collided. In a short few breaths, the astonishing power shattered the fiendish blood seal, and even the 8-star Genesis sect elder was blasted back by 100 feet, die. While the 8-star Genesis sect elder was being blasted back, the other 6-star Genesis sect elder in front of Xiaoyan suddenly charged forward. The giant blade in his hand was raised high into the air as he swung it down at Xiaoyan's head. If the latter attacked at this moment, even with Xiaoyan's current state, it would be difficult to guarantee that he would not be seriously injured. Don't you dare harm my master. Suddenly, a dry voice resounded like the voice of the underworld. The Northern King's body once again appeared in front of Xiaoyan. A heavy whip kick poured all of its strength into the body of the 6-star Source Zone without holding back. With this strike, the 6-star Source Zone was sent flying. If nothing unexpected happened, it was likely that the 6-star Source Zone would end up seriously injured and on the verge of death. Soon after, Ruoxuan, who had followed closely behind, was also captured by the Northern King with a single hand. On the other side, the 8-star Source sect member who had been fighting with the Northern King was also crawling up from the ground with great difficulty. When he lifted his head, the remaining 3 simultaneously saw Ruoxuan, who had been captured by the Northern King. Ugh, how can this be? Rong. Elder Rong, save me. Only at this moment did Ruoxuan's horrified and inconsolable screams ring out from his mouth. High up in the sky, Rong, who was currently dripping with blood in the killing formation, finally saw the scene on the ground once again. Immediately, his hoarse screams resounded through the world. Xiaoyan, if you dare to hurt him, my Bai clan will not rest until you are dead. Xiaoyan sneered when he heard this. The eyes under his golden body slowly lifted as he looked at Rong in the sky and coldly said, "Even if I let him go now, there will be no room for reconciliation between us. Therefore, you should keep these words to yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyan's large hand slowly grabbed Ruoxuan's head and gently exerted force. With a cracking sound, Bai Ruoxuan's body immediately convulsed violently. After convulsing, Bai Ruoxuan completely lost all signs of life. The ill-fated fate of time ahhh. Ah! An earth-shaking roar rang out from Bai Rong's mouth the instant Bai Ruoxuan died. The old man's turbid eyes instantly turned scarlet red. At this moment, he no longer cared about the terrifying power that was continuously bombarding his body. Instead, he frantically circulated the Genesis Chi in his body, gathering it into the vortex as he did his best to compress it. Bai Xing, Bai Mia, stop this person. Even if I die today, I will kill you with my own hands. Ah! An extremely furious hoarse voice slowly echoed across the area. On the ground below, the two 8-star origin sect experts nodded heavily upon hearing Bai Rong's order. Doqi crazily surged out from their bodies as their figures rapidly flashed, appearing beside Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. The two surrounded the Northern King and Xiaoyan, who was using the giant elephant art. Clang! Ah! Next, a surging power suddenly unfurled from Bai Rong's body within the 8-directional purgatory formation in the sky. An astonishing explosion occurred, causing even the seal of the top-tier formation to involuntarily tremble. From the looks of it, Bai Rong would break out of the formation if this happened a few more times. Upon seeing this, the originally frowning expression of Xiaoyan instantly turned somewhat grave. With the help of a secret technique, the giant elephant art, and a high-class Do skill, he did indeed have the ability to push back an 8-star origin sect expert. However, he could only use such a method once. Given his opponent's cultivation, it would be difficult for even Xiaoyan to match them once they truly attacked. What's more, Bai Rong was about to break out of the formation's seal. If this dragged on, Xiaoyan would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Xiaoyan's eyelids lowered slightly as thoughts rapidly spun in his head. Soon after, he looked past the person in front of him towards the two Fire Banyan tribe members, who had already recovered some of their strength. If he could borrow their strength, he might have a chance to escape from their hands. The giant elephant's skill slowly disappeared as a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. He quickly and heavily waved his hand. The heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand as the Genesis Chi in his body was swiftly circulated. The old man on the other side also took out his weapon upon seeing this. A biting cold aura spread as Genesis Chi was poured in. 7-layer heaven breaking. Ruler. Xiaoyan was the first to make a move. As he roared in his heart, he waved the giant ruler in his hand. In the blink of an eye, several rays of light shot out, and the old man in front of him also brandished his weapon to meet them head-on. An instant later, the North King, who was behind Xiaoyan, suddenly turned around. At almost the same time, the other 8-star origin sect master swiftly attacked. His palm turned into a blade, and he viciously stabbed it at Xiaoyan's back. However, the latter had already expected this. The tent behind him swiftly formed, while the Northern King turned around and chased after the ruler light at full speed. He used the flame ruler light to block it and fiercely collided with the 8-star source sect master. As for the other 8-star source sect master, he narrowly missed Xiaoyan's disappearing figure. He hurriedly looked forward, only to see the old man's chest being heavily injured by the Northern King's punch. Fortunately, given the old man's strength, the punch was not enough to kill him. However, his rapidly paling face and the lightning power that continuously surged around his body showed how serious his injuries were. Bai Xing. Damn it, we were tricked by that brat. I'll hold this bastard back. Bai Mia, quickly finish off that brat. No matter what, we can't let him escape. Bai Xing turned his head and cried out sternly to Bai Mia. The latter hesitated for a moment before nodding his head heavily. His gaze swiftly swept in all directions. Soon after, he saw Xiaoyan, who had appeared beside the person from the Fire Banyan tribe. Immediately, he maneuvered his great Dao strength without any hesitation. A couple of thick rock walls swiftly agglomerated around his body. They appeared like numerous shields as they surrounded his two sides. The solemn feeling in his heart also quietly relaxed. Although Xiaoyan's cultivation could not be compared with them, the shocking fighting strength that he had displayed since the beginning caused even an experienced expert like him to no longer dare to treat Xiaoyan with an ordinary heart. If he was the slightest bit careless, it was likely that he would follow in the footsteps of the other two. At the same time, Xiaoyan temporarily placed his attention on the 2 Fire Banyan tribe members beside him. He did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly asked. If the 2 of you want to leave this place alive, can you agree to my next request? At this moment, the 2 of them had consumed the medicinal pills Xiaoyan had given them and were much more clear-headed. However, when they heard these words, the 2 of them were immediately startled. There was some surprise on their faces. Even the dignified origin sect expert in front of them could not deal with an enemy, so what could the 2 of them do? However, before the 2 of them could ask any questions, they were stunned to see that Xiaoyan in front of them had opened his mouth and spat out 5 balls of powerful flames. The 2 of them were suddenly shocked. As they muttered in a low voice, Bai Mia, who was in the distance, also stared at them with an extremely gloomy expression. This brat, what is he trying to do? Seeing the 5 balls of heavenly flames slowly floating in front of Xiaoyan, Bai Mia's old face could not help but twitch violently. Previously, he had personally witnessed the power of the heavenly flames in Xiaoyan's hand. Now that Xiaoyan had summoned them again, a strong sense of uneasiness rapidly grew in his heart. We must not let him continue. At this very moment, this was the only thought that lingered in Bai Mia's heart. Lend me the heavenly flames in your bodies. After separating 5 heavenly flames in a row, Xiaoyan's face, which had just recovered a little, turned deathly pale once again. More than half of the Genesis Chi in his body had been consumed, and if not for the medicinal pills, even this step would have been extremely difficult. Even so, the 4 heavenly flames in his hand and a ball of mixed seed fire might not be enough to stop his opponent. Plop! Suddenly, another domineering ball of flame rose in front of Xiaoyan. Its scarlet-red exterior and the terrifying magma-like scarlet-red core made Xiaoyan recognize it with a single glance. It was the volcanic rock flame, ranked 17th on the heavenly flame list. As expected, although it's also a seed fire, it's much more powerful. It must have been directly separated from the origin fire, which means, a thought flashed across Xiaoyan's heart. Soon after, he sensed Bai Mia shooting over from the opposite side in a lightning-like manner. He let out a cold snort and decisively controlled the 6 clusters of flames in front of him to fly back. At the same time, he slammed his palms together and unceremoniously merged the volcanic rock flame with the 5 clusters of heavenly flames. Kid, stop! Screech! A piercing sound suddenly rang out as Bai Mia controlled the rock walls around him to smash at Xiaoyan. The latter dodged several times and quickly pulled away from him. Bai Mia watched as the struggling flames in Xiaoyan's palms gradually stabilized. The horror in his heart grew even stronger, and he did his best to raise his speed to the limit. Under the control of Bai Mia's mind, a couple of rock walls were swiftly formed. After a couple of shuttles, they blocked Xiaoyan's back and blocked his path of retreat. At the same time, rocks continued to form under Bai Mia's feet. Each step he took caused his forward charging speed to increase. After over a dozen breaths, the distance between him and Xiaoyan was only a couple of feet. Stop! Stop! Bai Mia stared at Xiaoyan, who was just a foot away. A cold smile finally appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, the rock in his palm quickly formed a heavy rock wall the size of a door. With a sweeping motion, it smashed heavily at Xiaoyan's palms. If this attack hit, once the flame dissipated, Xiaoyan would definitely be seriously injured. However, when the stone wall was still over 10 centimeters away from Xiaoyan's hands, Xiaoyan slowly raised his eyes. His dense, cold gaze looked directly at Bai Mia's eyes. As his palms opened and closed, a fire lotus that contained a scarlet color gently floated forward in front of Bai Mia's shocked eyes. Years of ill-fated fate, the world seemed to fall silent the moment the fire lotus flew out. Even the yellow wind seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, a dazzling white light shot out from the fire lotus. The lotus petals scattered, and with the flames mixed in, a seemingly solid energy spread out from white annihilation. Wherever it passed, space collapsed and the ground was incinerated by the flames. Boiling lava sprayed into the sky, and after a few breaths, a deafening explosion rang out. In the distance, the 2 people from the Fire Banyan tribe blocked behind the Northern King, who had swiftly appeared. Bai Xing, on the other hand, used the pushing force of the energy to swiftly withdraw from the battleground after doing his best to block a wave of energy attack. Xiaoyan, who was in the middle, was heavily smashed against the rock wall behind him. The moment the rock crumbled, a mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. His body was sent flying 1,000 feet before smashing heavily onto the ground. The white light lasted for a long time. When the light dissipated, the surging lava had already filled everyone's eyes. As for white annihilation, the shattered rock in front of him was barely able to stand up, and the ground beneath his feet had not collapsed. It seemed that he had still managed to block Xiaoyan's all-out attack. An 8-star source sect master was so powerful. Even so, after being bombarded by the Buddha's fiery lotus at close range, white annihilation was like a lamp that had run out of oil. There was only a wisp of blood left in his nose, which proved how terrifying Xiaoyan's attack was. With the strength of a 4-star source zone, Xiaoyan had forcefully killed an 8-star source zone. Moreover, this had happened after a couple of big battles. Once news of this battle result spread, Xiaoyan's name would likely resound throughout the middle region within a short period of time. White annihilation, even you. At this moment, Baixing finally felt a deep sense of fear towards the black-robed young man. His body trembled as he slowly turned his head. His scarlet eyes stared at the black-robed man who was struggling to get up on the ground in the distance. Even though he knew that the black-robed man was an arrow at the end of its flight, Baixing's incomparable fear still made him not dare to step forward. No, he's too strong. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, the 8-directional purgatory. A ray that had sealed Bai Rong in the sky finally charged out after a series of frenzied attacks. His skin and flesh had split open, and his old face was as white as paper. If one were to take a closer look, one would find that he had become much skinnier and older, as though he was a skeleton wearing human skin. His aura had also rapidly declined, and it seemed that he had barely reached the level of an origin venerate. In order to break out of the purgatory's imprisonment, this fellow had actually used his own cultivation as the price, risking damaging his foundation to forcefully break out of the formation. Roar! A beast-like roar was immediately emitted from Bai Rong's throat as he charged out of the formation. His scarlet-red eyes swiftly locked onto Xiaoyan as his shriveled arms continuously waved about, forcefully enduring the intense pain of his meridian channels breaking as he forcefully circulated his Genesis Qi. With a jerk of his body, he arrived in front of Xiaoyan. After swaying for a while, he landed heavily on the ground. However, his gaze never left Xiaoyan's body. TSK. The space fluctuated violently as the North King charged forward. However, just as he was about to hit Bai Rong, the latter easily dodged his attack. At the same time, his withered palm landed heavily on the North King's body. The North King's steel-like bones shattered, and his body was smashed into the ground. At this moment, Xiaoyan was already at his wits' end. His mind was wildly spinning while Bai Rong raised his firewood-like hand. Genesis Qi agglomerated on his sharp fingertip, turning into a substance. After which, he aimed at Xiaoyan's head and suddenly pierced downwards. Die. These words were forced out from his throat. Bai Rong's entire body trembled uncontrollably due to his rage. However, in the next instant, just as the sharp finger was about to land between Xiaoyan's eyebrows, the ground under Xiaoyan's feet suddenly burst apart. The boiling hot magma swiftly dragged Xiaoyan's body downward like a living creature. At the same time, the Northern King and the 2 people from the Fire Banyan tribe were swiftly swallowed by the magma due to this unexpected change. Their auras disappeared in the blink of an eye. Roar! Who is it? Come out! His only chance to kill Xiaoyan vanished in an instant. Bai Rong almost went crazy. His shriveled body trembled violently as blood sprayed from his mouth. A furious roar resounded across the land once again, but this time, no matter how crazy he was, he could no longer find the person who had disappeared. A few days later. This was a barren world. Everywhere one looked, there were broken walls and ruins. Looking up, one couldn't see the sky. Looking down, one could only find a patch of crimson. Crimson was the main melody of this world, and also the only melody of color. With the aid of pills, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged for several days. The exhausted Genesis Qi and injuries in his body had finally recovered. He opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. The man and woman not far away slowly walked over. Thank you, Elder, for saving our lives. The 2 of them stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Xiaoyan. If Xiaoyan had not intervened to rescue them during this trip, it was likely that they would have already fallen into the trap of others. Xiaoyan smiled awkwardly in his heart in the face of this. Honestly speaking, if it were not for the volcano rock flame within the bodies of these two people, Xiaoyan would not be so idle as to provoke an expert at the Yuanzun class. Fortunately, he had ended up meeting an expert and luckily escaped this calamity. Otherwise, he would have really died in Bai Rong's hands. Xiaoyan involuntarily felt a chill on his back when he recalled the frightening tactics of Bai Rong back then. It appeared that he could not act on impulse in the future and randomly lend a hand to save someone. If he were to meet with such a situation again, there might not be anyone who would lend a hand to help him. While Xiaoyan was quietly thinking, the ground beside the three of them suddenly cracked apart. Soon after, hot magma spluttered out. Xiaoyan's eyes also changed drastically. His eyes stared intently at the deepest part of the magma. He could sense an extremely hot and familiar aura at that spot. The lava surged, twisting and converging in front of the three, transforming into a human figure. At a glance, it was a red-faced old man holding a wooden staff. When he appeared, the man and woman revealed looks of joy. Just as they were about to step forward, the old man sternly reprimanded them. "Huixing, how dare you? Your cultivation has only just broken through to the Origin Emperor stage, yet you dared to bring Xiaoxin out. If not for your good luck, you would have lost your life." The old man glared at the man. With just one word, the latter could only obediently admit his mistake. Even the young girl beside him lowered her head timidly. Among the two, the man was called Huixing, and the girl was called Xian. They were a pair of brother and sister. At the same time, they were the only surviving descendants of the Fire Banyan tribe. Before this, the two of them had stayed in this space for many years. Not long ago, Huixing had broken through to the Origin Emperor stage, so he secretly brought his sister out and caused a disaster. After reprimanding them, the old man's expression returned to normal. His gaze then landed on Xiaoyan. His clear gaze seemed to have the power to see through everything. With just a glance, Xiaoyan felt as if everything about him had been seen through by the old man. The ill-fated fate of time when the old man's gaze fell on Xiaoyan, the latter was also staring at the person in front of him. The burning heavenly flame in his body had an impulse to break out of his body. That kind of special movement made Xiaoyan immediately confirm that the red-faced old man in front of him was the original form of the heavenly flame in Huixing and Xian's body, the volcanic rock flame. "Little friend, it's all thanks to you that the two of them are able to survive this time." Withdrawing his gaze from Xiaoyan, the old man immediately smiled at Xiaoyan with a gentle face. The latter naturally did not dare to be careless. He smiled modestly and hurriedly said respectfully, "Senior is too polite. With your means, even without Junior's help, the two of them will naturally be fine." "Hee, little friend is really low-key." The old man smiled and turned around to open the way. He waved his hand and Xiaoyan quickly followed. "Since you are here, you should recognize the original form of this old man." Hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded slightly. The old man continued, "Let's not talk about this in a roundabout way. If that's the case, the two of us won't beat around the bush. I'm Huixing, the guardian of these two little fellows. You've seen the wreckage. It's lifeless. Huixing and Xiaoxin are the last flames of the Fire Banyan tribe." Xiaoyan's gaze swept around. This place was indeed as he had guessed in his heart. It was the interior of the Fire Banyan ruins. Under the lead of Huixing, the group of four quickly arrived at the depths of the ruins. "This is Limestone Valley?" Xiaoyan involuntarily let out an exclamation as he eyed this somewhat strange enormous valley in front of him. His mind immediately associated it with the so-called Limestone Valley map from the auction. Seeing this, Huixing by the side opened his mouth slightly and immediately sighed. At this moment, the place that appeared in front of Xiaoyan was shockingly a valley with a steep terrain. A dense darkness shrouded its depths, causing one to be unable to clearly see the situation within. The air was filled with a desolate and bloody scent. At a glance, there were quite a number of damaged buildings that were still standing within the valley. The traces left behind by the flames of war on the mountain walls on both sides could clearly be seen. Broken bones were everywhere in one sight. They had yet to step in, but that shocking murderous aura actually pounced toward the four of them like a ghost. "Wang. Then, with an inexplicable trembling sound, a gust of cold wind dissipated. Huiqing lightly tapped his cane, and a circle of light shot forward from under his feet. In the depths of the dark valley, a bright path gradually appeared. "Let's go," Huiqing said in a calm tone. Only then did Xiaoyan notice that the cane in the old man's hand was actually a complete fire banyan branch. Shocked, Xiaoyan did not hesitate and quickly followed. At the same time, Huiqing slowly opened his mouth and said, "Back then, the fire banyan clan opened up this space under the magma of the earth. Since then, this old man has been a guest of the fire banyan clan and has been living here. Unexpectedly, in the great war that followed, it actually became like this. My clan was exterminated, the fire banyan branch was wantonly plundered, and the remains after the war were also treated as hot treasures by the people of the outside world." Hearing this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Not only were the people in the flowing fire plains here, even he was here for the fire banyan ruins. The old man appeared to have guessed what Xiaoyan was thinking in his heart. He laughed softly and he chuckled and said, "It doesn't matter. Right now, this place is just a wasteland. What treasures can there be?" As he spoke, Huiqing suddenly paused, and even his footsteps paused for a moment. His gaze paused for a moment on the mountain where Huarong and his sister were. Then, he lifted his foot and said slowly, "It's just that this limestone valley. I didn't expect it to happen at this time." Huiqing sighed somewhat helplessly. Xiaoyan had learned from his mouth that the Huarong siblings had been living under Huiqing's protection in the limestone valley within the Hubanyan remains for many years. With the black fog blocking them, even an ordinary Yuanzun would not dare to enter. They were still considered safe. However, many years ago, an Yuanzun had coincidentally barged into the limestone valley. After a couple of lucky encounters, the map of this place was stolen by that person. Now that the map had been leaked, various forces had gathered in the flowing fire plains and were ready to make trouble. Limestone Valley would no longer be their refuge, but before that, Huarong and his sister still had a matter to settle. As the few of them walked out of the small path, a huge stone cave in the depths of the limestone valley appeared before Xiaoyan's eyes. Half of the cave was occupied by a gigantic fire banyan tree. Its roots were intertwined and stretched out, covering the entire cave. However, this fire banyan tree had long lost its vitality. Its broken branches were scattered, and there were large traces of burning on it. Even the lower part of the tree that was connected to the ground had its stem dug out by an external force. This is, the fire banyan spirit tree, also known as the fire banyan tree, is the foundation of the entire fire banyan clan. Huiqing's old face was filled with sadness as he spoke. His pair of deep eyes also seemed to be recalling something. Beside him, Huixing and Huixian had respectful expressions. Although the divine tree was already dead, the admiration in their hearts had never been erased. Afterwards, Huiqing, who had retracted his thoughts, suddenly returned to his previous stern attitude. He punished Huarong and his sister to sit cross-legged under the tree to meditate, while he and Xiaoyan walked to the edge of the cave. The two of them sat on a hanging tree root. Only then did the old man's scarlet face reveal some reluctance as he looked at the siblings sitting under the tree in the distance. Xiaoyan also faintly sensed something. "Little friend Xiaoyan, this old man has a matter that I hope I can entrust to you." Suddenly, Huiqing turned to Xiaoyan and cupped his fists with a solemn expression. Seeing this, Xiaoyan was startled and hurriedly jumped down to the ground. He bowed and cupped his fists, saying, "Junior can't accept senior's courtesy. This time I am indebted to senior for his help. If you need anything, just say the word. Xiaoyan will do his best." Huiqing took a deep breath, then sighed softly and said, "I understand. This old man understands. You were able to save the two of them on the plains only because of the volcanic rock flames in their bodies." Xiaoyan opened his mouth slightly, but had no words to refute. The former did not care and continued to speak. "No matter what your reason is, you still saved them. This kindness is something that this old man and the fire banyan clan owe you." After saying that, Huiqing did not wait for Xiaoyan to speak. He immediately stretched out his cane and gently tapped the air in front of him. With a thought, a circle of invisible ripples quickly spread out. After a few breaths, on the flowing fire plains, under the countless fire banyan trees, the fire banyan branches seemed to have been summoned. with a tremor, they sank into the depths of the magma. In the end, a small mountain made of fire banyan branches appeared in front of Xiaoyan. The ill-fated fate of time. Even with Xiaoyan's mental fortitude, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably as he looked at the small mountain of fire banyan branches in front of him. One must know that many origin sect powerhouses would have to rack their brains just to obtain one in the outside world. However, Huqing had casually piled up these fire banyan branches, which were incomparably precious in the eyes of others, as if they were cabbages. If they were in the outside world, even a Source Venerate powerhouse would not be able to resist the urge to fight over them. Take this as your reward for saving them. Huqing randomly pointed at the small mountain in front of him. Xiaoyan felt a wave of perspiration when he heard these words. However, in the end, he still put away the hundreds of fire banyan branches with his flushed red face under Huqing's somewhat playful smile. Even at this moment, Xiaoyan still held an attitude of disbelief toward this matter. Huqing turned his gaze and looked at the brother and sister in the distance. He raised the wooden stick in his hand and pointed it at the withered tree. Xiaoyan's gaze followed and looked over. After which, Huqing slowly said, "The ancestor of the Fire Banyan clan used his lifetime's cultivation and the life chi of the Fire Banyan tree at the end of the Fire Banyan tree's lifespan to leave behind a blessing for the brother and sister. He sealed it inside the tree so that when the two of them stepped into the Origin King stage, they could borrow that power to raise their cultivation to the Origin sect level in a short period of time. The ancestor was so generous. The person who could do this was at least a Origin Venerate." Xiaoyan's mind froze for a moment when he heard this. Being able to do this was enough to show the generosity of the ancestor. That person was a good friend of mine. At the time, he was already half a step into the Origin Saint stage. Unfortunately, Huqing's scarlet-red old face could not help but be moved when he thought of the past. The two were silent for a moment, before Huqing continued. "Back then, he entrusted these two juniors to me because he hoped that I would be able to escort them all the way until they fused with and absorbed the power of the inheritance. However, circumstances have changed with the passage of time. After so many years, the remaining life energy within the Fire Banyan tree has almost been completely exhausted. For the sake of protecting the inheritance, and also for the sake of fulfilling an old friend's wish, I had no choice but to use my body as the foundation to seal it." Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed when he heard this. Using the Origin Source Flame as the seal. Didn't this mean that once the seal was undone and the heavenly flame regained its freedom, Huqing's consciousness would also disappear along with the seal? I believe that there is no need for me to say more. You also understand this point. Huqing smiled calmly as if he did not care about this at all. His old eyes stared at the brother and sister as he said again, "Brother, at that time, without my protection, these two little fellows are destined to be unable to continue living in this place. Therefore, I hope that if possible, you can take them away. In return, you can have the Origin Source Flame." "Elder," before Xiaoyan could finish speaking, Huqing waved his hand and interrupted him. "You don't need to care about anything else. No matter what you choose, that day will eventually come. At that time, there will be countless experts who will barge into the remains. If you find it difficult, I ask you to try your best to bring them away from the flowing fire plains." Xiaoyan was silent for a long time after hearing this. A long while later, he finally clenched his teeth and cupped his fists towards Huqing. He said in a serious tone, "Elder, don't worry. As long as this junior is alive in the future, I will definitely do my best to protect the two of them." Huqing nodded gratefully. He then cupped his hands towards Xiaoyan and said, "In that case, this old man will thank Mr. on behalf of the two of them." The Hu siblings did not know that the seal was related to Huqing. After all, it was the final entrustment of the Hu Banyan tribe. In order to protect the wish of his old friend, Huqing did not plan to let them know about this matter. Therefore, after Xiaoyan understood this, he could not help but feel a little sad in his heart. From a certain point of view, Huqing could be said to be Huxing and Huexian's protector, but more importantly, he was like a teacher and a father. The ancestors of the Hu Banyan tribe had spent their entire lives cultivating for the two of them. Now, Huqing was about to take this step. 2 days later, the injuries in Xiaoyan's body were completely healed with the help of the medicinal pills. Moreover, he realized that his stagnant cultivation actually showed some signs of growth during his training. Although the growth speed was extremely slow, it still caused Xiaoyan to feel an endless joy in his heart. Accompanied by Huarong and his sister, Xiaoyan's three-man group made a turn within the remains. Soon after, a deep pit that was paved with enormous rocks appeared in front of him. The middle of the deep pit was a fire mouth that rose like a volcano. Waves of frighteningly high temperature spread in all directions with this fire mouth as the middle. At the edge of the fire mouth, Huaqing was currently looking at the repeatedly churning magma below. His brows were filled with worry. The three of them walked forward. Only then did Huaqing slowly turn around and let out a long sigh. "What are you doing here instead of cultivating?" Hearing this, the young girl Huaxian's pretty face revealed a cute smile. She stepped forward and accompanied the old man. Xiaoyan walked forward by himself and looked down at the fire hole curiously. "Eh? This is fire banyan branch, spirit melting berry, crimson blood jade. These are all medicinal materials that are rich in fire attribute. Many of them are things that are almost extinct in the outside world. What kind of medicinal pill is he refining all these medicinal materials together in one go?" Fire spirit pill. While Xiaoyan was reciting the precious herbs that were extremely rare in the outside world, Huaqing, who was behind her, gently stroked her head. At the same time, he looked at Xiaoyan with a slightly surprised expression and smiled. Hearing this, Xiaoyan frowned slightly. There was some suspicion in his eyes. The old man continued unhurriedly. "This is the fire spirit pill that is unique to the fire banyan tribe. The method used is quite strange and different from what the outside world knows. It can be said that it was specially made for the fire banyan tribe. With this pill, the success rate of breaking through to the origin emperor, origin ancestor, or even the origin venerate will increase by a lot. Of course, whether it is effective for other people is unknown." A shock suddenly surged within Xiaoyan's eyes when these words were uttered. Based on what he knew, any pill that could increase one's chances of breaking through to the Yuanzun class was a top-tier medicinal pill that was ranked at the 8th tier. However, from the situation that appeared in the fire mouth in front of him, regardless of whether it was the number of medicinal ingredients or the majority of them, it was at the very most a tier 7 medicinal pill. This fire spirit pill was really shocking. This pill is supposed to be used by Huaxian to break through to the origin emperor realm. However, the problem now is that with my methods, it will take me at least a month to refine this pill. Also, it's hard to say when those guys outside will suddenly barge in here. Although Huaqing was full of praise for the effect of this medicinal pill, he was helpless because he knew very little about the way of refining medicine. Even with the help of the heavenly flame, he would still need to spend quite a lot of time in order to refine this medicinal pill. However, Xiaoyan smiled and slowly turned his eyes around after Huaqing's words sounded. "Why don't you leave it to me?" Fire banyan ruins. Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe, sat cross-legged in front of the fire hole. Both of his eyes were tightly shut. Boundless spiritual strength crazily surged out from between his brows, transforming into two invisible large hands that extended towards the fire hole. The moment the spiritual strength approached, the thick magma under the fire hole seemed to have sensed it. Under the extreme churning, a wave of high temperature immediately attacked. Soon after, a wisp of purple flame suddenly ignited in the sky. Under the envelopment of the spiritual strength, the surging magma heat wave was easily dissolved. Subsequently, the flame slowly descended. In the process of entering the fire hole, it rapidly expanded into a cluster of raging flames, occupying the entire space below the fire hole. The medicinal ingredients that were originally floating above the magma were also swallowed by the raging heavenly flame at this moment. "Haha, this little fellow is not polite at all. Under the magma, this old man's volcanic rock flame has intensified the refinement. I didn't expect that he would be able to suppress even that." Sensing the situation within the fire hole, a smile surfaced on Huaqing's old face. On the other hand, the young lady beside him had a face full of hope as she looked at Xiaoyan's back. Her lovely lips curled up as she uncertainly asked. "Grandpa Huaqing, even you don't have much confidence. Will Senior Xiaoyan succeed?" "Heh, little girl, you still dare to tease this old man." Huaqing's finger gently tapped the girl's forehead. The latter immediately stuck out her tongue and shrank her neck as she smiled in embarrassment. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. This old man believes that I started off on the path of cultivation quite early, so this little fellow naturally can't compare to me. However, when it comes to the path of alchemy, looking at the entire continent, there are probably not more than a handful of people who can surpass him in the younger generation. The moment these words were spoken, the Huixing siblings immediately looked at each other. They could see a dense shock in each other's eyes. They naturally did not doubt Huixing's words. However, such a high evaluation was indeed shocking. Chi-Chi, at the same time, within the fire hole, under the burning of the heavenly flame, the outer shells of the medicinal ingredients were rapidly removed. The essence within was gradually refined, either into powder or a viscous paste. There were also some liquids that were rich in wild energy. Under the simultaneous refinement of Xiaoyan's heavenly flame, over 100 medicinal ingredients were completely refined in just a few hours. The following process was also completed in Xiaoyan's hands. With the pill formula that Huixing had given him, Xiaoyan already had quite a good understanding of the fire spirit pill in his heart. There were quite a number of medicinal ingredients that could be said to have taken a different path and were quite bold. However, from the looks of the pill formula, the tier of this medicinal pill was merely a rank 7 low-grade pill. With Xiaoyan's current alchemist skills, it was not difficult for him to refine it. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed since the refinement of the fire spirit pill. Huarong and his sister had been guarding this place for the entire day. Their eyes were fixed on the fire mouth in the middle of the huge pit, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. Although they couldn't see what was so mysterious about it with their experience, when they saw the flames flickering from time to time in the fire hole and the pill fragrance faintly permeating the surrounding air, the two of them simultaneously revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, in the direction of the fire hole, a dragon's roar that contained a special fluctuation suddenly sounded. Huixing and Huixing immediately looked over and saw that within the fire hole, a red round pill was slowly rising into the air. What was even more strange was that around the pill, a small dragon condensed from the pill fragrance was constantly circling. Finally, under the burning of the heavenly flame, it gradually shrank and merged into the pill. It's done! Roar! A pill turning into a dragon was the symbol of a top-tier pill. Naturally, they knew about this. However, the instant the siblings cried out in surprise, a large thundercloud swiftly gathered above the huge pit in the dome above the dome. Pill lightning! Roar! Huixing immediately emitted an exclamation when he saw this scene. His body hurriedly stepped forward and stood beside Xiaoyan. At the same time, Huixing's figure had unknowingly appeared in midair. He first glanced at the medicinal pill suspended above the fire outlet and clicked his tongue in surprise. Immediately, he descended at a steady pace and spoke to Xiaoyan with a respectful smile. Little friend Xiaoyan, you are really good. This old man admires you. Roar! Hearing this, Xiaoyan, who had just stood up, shook his head gently and sighed. Senior, you flatter me. I still have some experience in alchemy, not to mention that this is only a rank 7 low-grade pill. All right. Huixing and Huixian raised their eyebrows when these words were uttered. A medicinal pill of this tier was already a luxury to them. However, it was merely ordinary to Xiaoyan. An alchemist was really an occupation that caused others to be envious. Haha, forget it. The most important thing now is to deal with this pill lightning. All right. The few of them continued to talk. Huixing simply waved his hand and slowly raised his head. He looked at the thundercloud in the sky with the others. Huixing gently spun the wooden staff in his hand and his body was about to step into the air. However, he was stopped by Xiaoyan. Senior, leave this pill lightning to me. All right. Hearing this, Huixing was startled and hurriedly said, Little fellow, you've just finished refining the pill. Even if you're not afraid of the pill lightning in your current state, you'll definitely suffer a lot if you want to receive it. With this old man here, I don't think I'll need you to do anything. Senior. Xiaoyan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He could only secretly curse in his heart. After which, he flicked his finger. Light flashed beside him and the purple-black Northern King rushed out. Only then did he look at Huqing and softly laughed. Senior, this pill lightning is somewhat useful to me. Therefore, leave it to me. Senior. After the Northern King swallowed the lightning yuan last time, its current strength had officially stepped into the intermediate 8-star origin sect. If it could absorb the pill lightning this time, who knew how much its strength would increase? Huqing was once again startled when he saw this strange puppet. Although he had sensed it earlier, he had merely taken a hurried glance at it back then and did not observe it in detail. Now that he had personally seen it, this dragon-scaled puppet seemed to be quite different. However, it was not appropriate for him to stop Xiaoyan when he saw the confident manner on Xiaoyan's face. He nodded and stepped to the side. Little guy, since you insist, this old man will not force you. However, there is one thing. If anything unusual happens, this old man will still take action. Don't blame me. Senior. Thank you, Senior. Senior. Xiaoyan smiled and nodded. His eyes turned sharp as he looked at the sky. He gently pointed and said in a deep voice. Northern King, go. Senior. The Northern King's body sank slightly after the order left his mouth. Soon after, it shot into the sky like a cannonball. Thunderclouds churned and lightning gathered like a horned dragon. The Northern King charged straight into the thunderclouds and began to fight with them. The ill-fated fate of time. A moment later, the pill lightning scattered. The Northern King's tall and straight body landed beside Xiaoyan. Huqing's group revealed a strange expression as they looked at the puppet in front of them. If one were to take a closer look, the dragon scales on the surface of the Northern King's body seemed to have increased compared to before. Moreover, the lightning strength that continued to flow all over its body and its cold-killing aura seemed to have become much more powerful. What a strange puppet. It can actually absorb lightning energy to refine itself. No wonder you have no fear of pill lightning. Alright. Huqing could not help but click his tongue in amazement at the sight of this strange puppet. Xiaoyan smiled faintly as his gaze landed on the Northern King's body. He could not help but frown after a careful inspection. Still mid-8-star origin ancestor? Alright. After a round of inspection, Xiaoyan was shocked to discover that the Northern King's strength had not directly broken through like before. Although it was close to the late 8-star origin ancestor stage, the pill lightning's effect on the Northern King's strength had slowed down at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. Of course, it could not be denied that this was because the lightning energy had yet to be completely absorbed. However, such a result would inevitably make Xiaoyan feel disappointed. Xiaoyan helplessly curled his lips. He returned the Northern King to his thoughts. When he extended his hand, a red-colored medicinal pill swiftly flew over from the space above the fire exit. With a flick of his finger, it was absorbed into a jade bottle. After which, it was handed to Huqing. Huqing sighed in relief as he grasped the jade bottle in his hand. Soon after, he cupped his fists towards Xiaoyan with a rather solemn expression and said in a deep voice. Little fellow, many thanks. Alright. At the side, Huarong and his sister both bowed with cupped fists, and their faces were filled with respectful expressions. Senior is too polite. I am only doing my best. Alright. Xiaoyan shook his head and helped the Hua siblings to their feet. Huqing repeatedly expressed his thanks before handing the jade bottle to Xian. The most important thing right now was for this girl to use the pill to break through to the Origin Emperor stage as soon as possible. The Hua Banyan inheritance would also be officially activated, while Xiaoyan and the others were waiting for Xian to break through in the Hua Banyan ruins. Strange things continued to happen outside on the flowing fire plains. First, all the fire banyan branches in the fire banyan forest mysteriously disappeared, followed closely by the fire-scaled lizard beasts diving into the depths of the magma. Outside the plains, the rivers of magma gradually dried up, revealing deep crevices. In the depths of the plains, a huge volcano suddenly emerged from the ground, boiling magma flowing in all directions. However, the experts in that area did not retreat, but instead advanced, guarding the periphery of the volcano for a long time. Of the Hua Banyan ruins. Xiaoyan, Huqing and the others stood in front of the Hua Banyan tree. Huqing summoned the staff in his hand and raised his hands to his chest. After a series of lightning-quick hand seals, two balls of pure energy wrapped in scarlet flames slowly appeared on the treetops of the Huibanyan tree. When the staff was inserted into the ground, the seal covering the inheritance was gradually torn apart. Huixing and Huixian unhesitatingly leapt onto the treetops under Huiqing's command. Their bodies gradually merged into the tree and the two of them fell into a deep sleep. Huiqing's old eyes could not help but surge with reluctance as he watched the siblings fall into a deep sleep. They had been companions for so many years. Now that they were separated, it would be difficult for anyone to calm down. However, Huiqing was also aware of the current situation. While his consciousness was still intact, he turned around without hesitation and used all his strength to erect a barrier at the entrance of the cave. This could be considered his final protection. Xiaoyan stood quietly a short distance away. Everything here should be quietly handed over to this old man who had lived in this place for an unknown number of years. At the end of his life, other than those old friends from the past, what surfaced in his mind was this pair of children whom he had protected like his own son for many years. Little friend Xiaoyan, I'll have to entrust them to you. Huiqing's body trembled slightly. Specks of light repeatedly scattered from his body. His consciousness had already begun to scatter. As his neck twitched, he appeared just like a deaf old man as he cried out loudly. It was as though he was afraid that Xiaoyan would not be able to hear him clearly. Only when he confirmed that Xiaoyan nodded heavily did he smile brightly. The glow in his pair of crimson eyes gradually disappeared. His entire body finally turned into starlight and disappeared from this realm. At this moment, even with Xiaoyan's emotions, he could not help but feel a little choked up in his throat until the ground in front of him began to melt. Xiaoyan gradually melted and a bright red flame rose. It carried magma as it spread in all directions. Only then did Xiaoyan focus his attention and gather his strength. The sadness in his eyes gradually disappeared and turned into determination. At this moment, he could only comply with his agreement with the old man and do his best to become stronger. Only then would he have the opportunity to continue protecting this pair of brother and sister. Come. Volcanic rock flame. After muttering to himself for a moment, this time, Xiaoyan decisively summoned 4 heavenly flames and placed them in 4 different directions. He used the might of the heavenly flames to stop the volcanic rock flame from continuing to spread. After a loud shout, he directly charged into the raging magma-like flames. The devouring of the heavenly flames began, more than 4 months later. In the deepest part of the flowing fire plains, the volcano that had suddenly emerged from the ground a few months ago had now risen to a height of several thousand feet. The churning magma within had gradually fallen to a moderate position. If one looked carefully, there seemed to be something flowing rapidly within the magma. The periphery of the volcano had already been occupied by figures that filled the sky. The strong people from various places had gathered here for no other reason than that the crater of the volcano was the true entrance to the fire banyan relic. In another 10 days, the magma within would completely dry up and the entrance below would be exposed. At that time, all the strong people present would be able to hold the fire banyan token and successfully enter the fire banyan relic. At this moment, on a tall mountain peak outside the crater of the volcano, Bai Zijing, who was dressed in white, was standing with a few members of the Bai clan behind him. Bai Rong, whose body was as dry as firewood, was also among them. Looking at the boiling magma flowing out from the cracks at the edge of the crater of the volcano, a black-robed figure involuntarily appeared in Bai Zijing's mind. The fists under his sleeves gradually clenched together. Xiaoyan, once I return to the clan this time around, I will definitely personally drag you out of the Xiao clan. If I do not tear you into 10,000 pieces, how will I, Bai Zijing, have the face to meet my dead younger brother? At the same time, at the periphery of the flowing fire plains, a green-robed figure swiftly rushed over from the horizon. Standing on the cliff, he looked at the vast plains that stretched as far as the eye could see. A hint of hope surfaced in his eyes. After a while, after confirming the general direction, the tip of his foot gently touched the ground. His body immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the depths of the plains. The ill-fated fate of time. Chi. In the depths of the flowing fire plains, countless experts stood in the air in front of the entrance to the fire banyan ruins. Their gazes were fixed on the terrifyingly hot magma below. As time slowly passed, the magma at the bottom of the volcano gradually sank. At this rate, it would take less than half a day at most for the magma inside the volcano to completely dry up. At that time, it would be the best time for the experts present to enter the ruins. Everyone was waiting for that moment to arrive. However, after more than half the time had passed, the slowly sinking magma at the bottom of the volcano gradually came to a stop. It was as though it had reached its lowest point. Based on the height of the volcano, the magma was at least 1,000 feet away from the bottom of the volcano where it had dried up. This scene caused quite a number of experts present to feel astonished. According to past experience, the magma would dry up and disappear in less than half a day, and below it, there would be a spatial entrance to the ruins. Any expert with a fire banyan token could use it to lead people in. However, the time had gradually exceeded expectations, but the rolling magma did not have the slightest intention of sinking. From the looks of it, the magma will not sink any further. Everyone, I wonder if anyone is willing to give it a try. If you can snatch the opportunity to enter the ruins first, your chances of obtaining the treasures will increase by a lot. Somewhere, an old man in linen robes looked around at everyone present as he stroked his beard with one hand and spoke with a smile. Everyone present snorted in disdain when they heard this. The number of people present was no less than him regarding the thing within the magma. If they did not have complete confidence, who would dare to casually speak of trying? If they were not careful, not to mention snatching the opportunity, they might not even have the chance to escape. There were brave people in the world. When the experts present looked at each other and sneered, a middle-aged man who had reached the strength of a 7-star source sect finally stepped out from the crowd. He looked down at the boiling magma below and snorted coldly. A bunch of old fogies. This is just a layer of magma. If you really want to, it won't be difficult to charge down. As soon as the shout fell, the burly man's body suddenly rose into the air under countless mocking gazes. He stood high above the mouth of the volcano. The power of the great path rapidly condensed and turned into a huge iron ball. It wrapped around his body like an iron wall. Then, it smashed heavily into the magma below. Bang! The metal ball swiftly sank into the magma amidst a muffled collision sound. It turned into a shadow and swiftly disappeared. Everyone's eyes were uniformly fixed on the spot where the metal ball had landed. It was as though they were waiting for something. However, after 10 minutes, they saw that the surface of the magma was still calm. At this moment, some of the fellows who were eyeing the treasure finally could not resist and began to step forward. After hesitating for a moment, each of them used their own methods and swiftly charged towards the magma below. High up in the sky, only the people from the major forces were still standing quietly. They looked down at the calm magma below and waited quietly. Compared to the Lone Rangers or the small forces, their attacks were more opportune. Puff 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 puff. However, in the next moment, just as the bodies of the experts rushing towards the magma approached the surface of the magma, the calm magma suddenly tumbled. Sounds like waves breaking rang out in the sky. Huge pillars of magma immediately rushed into the sky, and within those pillars of fire were countless fire-scaled lizards. Ah! What followed was naturally a series of shrill screams that sounded like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Almost at the same time, the remaining forces in the sky did not let go of the opportunity in front of them. They waved their hands, and streams of light shot out. The teams of these forces took advantage of the time when the fire-scaled lizards collided with the other experts in midair to smoothly pass through them and plunge into the magma below. GGGG. Immediately after, the countless fire-scaled lizards within the magma rapidly surged out. The leading origin venerables of the teams also took action at this moment, easily repelling the charging beasts. In fact, they even used their powerful Great Tao power to open up a space around the teams, preventing the magma from invading them. It was under such circumstances that the majority of the experts who had barged into the entrance of the Huabanyan ruins were forcefully killed. As for the rest, they either used their powerful strength to force their way through, or by some stroke of luck, successfully reached the bottom of the magma. There, a thick energy barrier separated the two worlds. Only the tokens in their hands could allow them to pass through and enter the ruins. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Huabanyan ruins, within a stone cave in the limestone valley. Above the giant Huabanyan tree, more than half of the enormous energy enveloping the Hua siblings had already disappeared. Only a fist-sized ball of energy remained, slowly hovering above the duo's lower abdomens. As the duo breathed and cultivated in sync, the enormous energy contained within turned into streams of pure Genesis Qi that flowed into the duo's bodies. Xiaoyan, who was surrounded by 4 heavenly flames, was seated cross-legged under the tree. Most of his body was buried under the bright red, boiling hot lava. There was still boiling hot lava slowly flowing within the cracks. If one were to carefully observe, one would discover that the flowing frequency of the lava was gradually synchronizing with Xiaoyan's breathing. Once the two reached the same level, the swallowing of the flames would come to an end. Over 10 days later. In the Hubanyan ruins, Bai Zijing led the 3 behind him and finally arrived in front of a giant valley. As he gazed at the mysterious area hidden in the darkness, a smile slowly rose from the corners of Bai Zijing's mouth. With a grasp of his hand, a slightly wrinkled ancient map fell into his hand. Spreading it open, one could see an extremely conspicuous red dot in the depths of the valley. It was not difficult to imagine that this object was a great treasure. "Let's go." After taking a deep look at the map in his hand, Bai Zijing softly exclaimed. His figure moved, and he led the team towards the depths of the valley. Moments later, when the group of neared the sky-covering black fog, Bai Zijing casually tossed out the map. His hands rapidly formed a seal, and a stream of light shot into the map. Next, with a faint tremor, the black fog that covered the valley stealthily dissipated. When the black fog dissipated, the valley before his eyes became clear. The danger that covered the surroundings also disappeared. Directly in front of his line of sight, a huge stone cave came into view. There was a huge withered tree, and there were 2 light spots on it. There was also. Bai Zijing's gaze slowly shifted downwards. However, when he saw the figure seated under the withered tree, his smiling eyes instantly turned murderous. A low and hoarse voice of anger abruptly resounded in the valley. "Xiaoyan?" Bai Zijing had never expected that Xiaoyan's figure would actually appear in this place. "Xiaoyan, die." The moment he saw Xiaoyan, Bai Zijing's eyes were immediately filled with scarlet anger. In his fury, he circulated the Genesis Qi in his body without reservation and shot forward like a bolt of lightning towards Xiaoyan in the stone cave. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. When Bai Zijing learned of Bai Ruoxuan's death from Bai Rong, his soaring killing intent almost drove him crazy. Now that he saw Xiaoyan again in the Fire Banyan ruins, the emotions he had suppressed for a long time gushed into his mind without any hindrance. There was only one thought in Bai Zijing's mind, and that was to kill Xiaoyan. Clang, suddenly, Bai Zijing's body, who was rushing forward, heavily collided with a huge barrier. The force of the collision caused him to fly back 100 meters, and as his body fell, a mouthful of dark red blood gushed out from his mouth. Only then did the other 3 people who rushed over realize that there was an extremely solid barrier protecting the stone cave. The astonishing degree of toughness caused even Bai Rong to feel a wave of shock after personally investigating it. This was set up by a source venerate expert. Could it be the one who saved them? Bai Rong rolled his eyes and immediately thought of the mysterious expert who had saved Xiaoyan and the others from his hands on the flowing fire plains. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a source venerate expert behind Xiaoyan and the others, then it must be the one who had saved them. Source venerate expert? Hearing Bai Rong's words, the expressions of the other 2 people beside him changed, and fear involuntarily surfaced in their eyes. But then, a cold snort rang in their ears, and Bai Zijing's figure quickly arrived in front of the barrier. Whether he's a source venerate or not, Xiaoyan must die today. Bai Rong slowly nodded. Currently, they were merely a short distance away from Xiaoyan. If they were to let go of this opportunity because of this, it was likely that it would become incomparably difficult to kill Xiaoyan in the future. No matter what, they would definitely attack and kill Xiaoyan in this place. With this thought, Bai Rong slowly lifted his withered hand and placed it on the barrier in front of him. As he felt the blazing aura coming from it, he slowly closed his eyes. Drifting snowflakes rapidly fluttered between heaven and earth. It wasn't until a moment later that he withdrew his hand and said in a serious voice, "Based on my investigation, that mysterious strong person is definitely not in this limestone valley. If there is a 4th person in this rock cave, it will not be able to escape my eyes. First, young master, if we act now and eliminate Xiaoyan, it will definitely be the best opportunity." "Who?" Bai Zijing nodded slightly, a sinister smile. His scarlet eyes stared at Xiaoyan on the other side of the barrier, his hands clenched fists, and his battle chi poured out, slamming his full force of full strengths of his full strength. Pung 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 pung. After Bai Zijing's first punch, the four of them continued to bombard the barrier with countless ferocious blows. The continuous sounds of explosions were as dense as raindrops. The barrier that enveloped the entire cave gradually trembled under the frenzied bombardment of the four of them. In the end, a tiny crack slowly spread out from the barrier. At the same time, the temperature of the magma that covered Xiaoyan's body within the rock cave was gradually withdrawn. The flowing magma within the numerous crack lines slowly flowed into Xiaoyan's body as he breathed. Finally, it turned into a cluster of scarlet flames that slowly merged with the other heavenly flames. Crack! Nearly 2 hours later, the solid barrier finally shattered with a loud and clear explosion under the combined efforts of the four, turning into Genesis Chi fragments that filled the sky and swiftly scattered into the air. At the same time, the entire stone cave and Xiaoyan were completely exposed to the murderous gazes of Bai Zijing and the rest. Xiaoyan, I want you to pay a debt of blood with blood. With a sharp roar, Bai Zijing's body abruptly jerked, and his figure instantly turned into a flash of lightning as he shot towards Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xiaoyan. With a clench of his hand, blue Genesis Chi frantically gathered in his palm, transforming into a sharp arrow. With a wave of his arm, the arrow pierced towards Xiaoyan's head. Die! The arrow carried an ear-piercing sonic boom as it pierced through the empty air. It swiftly descended towards Xiaoyan's head. If this attack hit, it was likely that Xiaoyan's head would be instantly blasted apart by this arrow. However, just as the tip of the arrow was a couple of inches away from Xiaoyan's head, a hand had unknowingly landed on the hand that Bai Zijing used to grab the arrow. A shocking strength actually instantly clamped down on the hand that was violently waving and the hand that was holding the arrow. Soon after, a pair of dark black eyes slowly opened. At the same time that a dark red flame surged from deep within his eyes, an extremely hot and powerful energy wave suddenly swept out from within Xiaoyan's body. Bzz, Bai Zijing's body violently shook as he struggled free from Xiaoyan's grasp. At the same time, he borrowed the force of the wave to swiftly retreat. It was only when Bai Rong's palm caught him that the four individuals outside the stone cave turned to look at Xiaoyan, who was slowly getting to his feet under the withered tree. His aura, how can a 7-star source sect be so fast? He actually leapt from a 4-star source sect to a 7-star source sect in half a year's time. How is this possible? A shocked expression involuntarily surfaced on the faces of Bai Rong and the others when they sensed the tidal wave-like turbulent qi within Xiaoyan's body. Only Bai Zijing seemed to have thought of something in his heart after pausing for a moment. He extended his hand and waved it. The map of the limestone valley immediately landed in his hand. On the map, there was a bright red imprint in the deepest part of the limestone valley. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! A wild fury soared from his heart all the way to the top of his head. Bai Zijing involuntarily clenched his teeth and cursed angrily. How could he imagine that the treasure within the map, which he had paid such a terrible price to obtain, would actually be snatched away by Xiaoyan, who had killed his own family? Moreover, it had even raised his cultivation by 3 stars. This should have been a fortuitous encounter that belonged to him, but now, it had all gone down the drain. Xiaoyan, I will tear you to pieces today and grind your bones to dust. Bai Zijing's rage was accompanied by soaring murderous hatred. His hands crossed as he tore the map in front of him to shreds. The instant he lifted his head, his extremely venomous gaze locked onto Xiaoyan. His foot slammed into the ground as Bai Zijing's body shot forward like a cannonball. Genesis Chi poured out, forming a rain of arrows that covered the sky as they shot towards Xiaoyan. When the rain of arrows that filled the sky shot towards Xiaoyan from within the rock cave like a black cloud, the latter's face was calm as he gently exhaled. After which, his feet suddenly stomped on the ground and the ground in front of him immediately burst apart. Numerous magma fire pillars rose from the ground and gathered together to form a magma wall, blocking all of the arrows that came toward him. Behind him, Bai Zijing pulled the bowstring and used the might of his arrow to forcefully break through the defense in front of Xiaoyan. The magma dispersed, and Bai Zijing's figure quickly approached Xiaoyan. In the process, several arrows were shot out in succession. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Using the bow as a blade, he swung it towards Xiaoyan's head. Clang! Immediately after, Xiaoyan raised his left arm. The moment he clenched his fist, a layer of scarlet magma that shone with a fiery light quickly covered his arm. Like a scarlet armor, it blocked the bow that contained a terrifying force. However, Bai Zijing seemed to be prepared for this. His figure suddenly turned, and the 3 arrows that followed immediately approached Xiaoyan's chest. The latter blocked them in time, but in the next moment, Bai Zijing's feet heavily kicked his chest. His body immediately retreated uncontrollably. After a dozen steps, he stepped heavily on a tree root behind him and stabilized his body. The collision between the two only lasted for a few breaths. When Bai Rong and the other 2 stepped forward, Xiaoyan and Bai Zijing had already pulled apart the distance between them. Seeing the method Xiaoyan used, Bai Rong could not help but recall the mysterious expert who had saved him. Speaking of which, that mysterious expert was able to freely control the power of magma. Looking at Xiaoyan's current state, it seemed that he also had some special attainments in this aspect. Moreover, he faintly felt that the blazing aura emitted from Xiaoyan's body seemed to be much stronger than before. Eldest young master, Xiaoyan's method cannot be judged by ordinary experts. You must not be careless. Bai Rong frowned and reminded Bai Zijing. He's just a defeated opponent. You only need to capture him. I will personally kill him and offer him to Ruo Xian's soul. Hearing this, Bai Zijing coldly snorted in disdain. He had heard a little about the entanglement between Xiaoyan and Bai Rong, but after all, they had only been able to deal with it by relying on a high-grade formation. Now, even if Xiaoyan's cultivation had broken through to the level of a 7-star source ancestor, there was still a gap between them. Moreover, there were 4 people on their side. What could a mere source ancestor do? Hearing Bai Zijing's order, Bai Rong's heart may have some misgivings, but he still swiftly scattered to the 2 sides with the other 2. The 4 of them surrounded Xiaoyan under the tree. The atmosphere in the square immediately became extremely tense. Xiaoyan's expression instantly turned grave when he saw the 4 of them surrounding him. Compared to the previous time, the encirclement today was even more dangerous. 3 source ancestors and 1 source venerate attacked together, and he did not have the slightest room to defend himself. The 3 of them were fine, but the key was Bai Rong. After the previous lesson, his attacks today would definitely be unusually ruthless. Once he was hit, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Xiaoyan, no matter what methods you have, you will definitely die today. The tense atmosphere did not last for long. With a furious roar, Bai Zijing took the lead and charged forward. His body flipped in the air as he sent a heavy kick downwards. The instant Xiaoyan's body was thrown into the air, the tree root beneath his feet was smashed to pieces with a bang. Immediately after, Bai Xing and the other 6-star source ancestor grabbed at him from both sides. As they approached, Xiaoyan controlled 2 lava pillars to block them before he swiftly rushed forward. Trying to leave? In the air, Bai Rong's old eyes stared venomously at Xiaoyan. With a heavy slap, snowflakes that filled the sky rapidly condensed in front of Xiaoyan, turning into numerous ice walls that completely sealed off his path. Die! Just as Xiaoyan frowned and froze, Bai Rong's ferocious roar suddenly rang out behind him. Xiaoyan's heart skipped a beat, and he decisively used the North King to block the latter's attack while he swiftly dodged. However, Bai Zijing's figure appeared out of thin air and attacked again. Xiaoyan's expression changed, and he decisively used a secret technique. His strength abruptly soared, and his body shook violently, forcing Bai Zijing back for a brief moment. Is that a secret technique? Bai Zijing sneered disdainfully when he felt Xiaoyan's aura instantly increase. He then ordered Bai Xing and the other elder to surround him while he and Bai Rong chased after him. However, I also want to give chase, but his current speed is even faster than Elder Bai Xing's. The 6-star source ancestor could not help but laugh bitterly when he saw Xiaoyan, whose shadow was almost unrecognizable. Even Bai Xing clenched his teeth and gave chase. After using the secret technique, Xiaoyan's strength was already comparable to a 9-star source ancestor. Additionally, his strange agility do skills made it so that even someone like Bai Xing was unable to deal with him at full strength. Humph, you can't hide. Bai Rong coldly snorted when he heard this. Both of his hands swiftly formed a seal. At the same time, the air within the cave swiftly turned icy cold. Endless cold region. The surrounding ground and stone walls were swiftly covered by a thick layer of ice after his cry sounded. Fine ice shards continued to condense in the air. Xiaoyan's speed also became much slower due to the sudden drop in temperature. Give chase, we must not give him the chance to retaliate. After witnessing Xiaoyan's strange fire lotus, Bai Xing did not dare to be the slightest bit careless when facing Xiaoyan. He let out an explosive cry and took the lead to give chase. Xiaoyan waved his hand when he saw Bai Xing swiftly shooting over. The northern king beside him immediately charged forward. Soon after, Bai Zijing's figure appeared from the empty space beside him. Xiaoyan turned his hand and sent a palm strike towards Bai Xing. As he withdrew, he did not hesitate to agglomerate a tent in the air and avoid Bai Rong's pursuit. Soon after, he met the 6-star source ancestor who was charging towards him. Both parties closed in on each other and punched one after another. After the two collided, Xiaoyan's hands rapidly formed a seal before he ruthlessly pushed it forward. Mountain River Seal. Although the 6-star source ancestor did not show any signs of weakness, he was still blasted back by the former with a single blow due to the difference in strength between the two sides. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan heard the sharp sound of something tearing through the air. His body hurriedly turned to the side, narrowly avoiding a whip kick that brushed past his ear. As he raised his head, Bai Zijing pressed forward. The instant Xiaoyan rapidly retreated, a withered palm slowly landed on his neck. Soon after, a strong force came and tightly gripped his neck. Die. Qi. Bai Rong's hand grabbed Xiaoyan's neck. A dense killing intent had already surfaced in Bai Rong's old eyes. He was just about to kill Xiaoyan with one hand when a sharp sword glow flashed past. Bai Rong's hand, which was grabbing Xiaoyan, was cut off along with a section of his arm. Just as the miserable cry rang out, another gust of wind blew. Bai Rong's body was strangely sent flying, and the section of his arm that was wrapped around Xiaoyan's neck was burned into nothingness the moment flames rose from the surface of his body. Soon after, Xiaoyan's face was covered in cold sweat as he quickly turned his head to look. In the empty space beside him, Xiaoxian, who wore green clothes and had a calm and amiable expression, was standing there. Ancestor? Xiaoyan's expression involuntarily hardened when he saw Xiaoxian suddenly appear. Soon after, he let out an exclamation. Why are you here? Xiaoyan, who had recovered, involuntarily felt a little uncertain. At the same time, he could not help but be surprised. Xiaoxian was currently standing beside him, yet he felt a little unable to grasp the latter's aura. This kind of feeling was something that he had only sensed from people like Bai Rong. Something would have happened to you if you hadn't come. Xiaoxian smiled and casually glanced at Bai Zijing. He then glanced at the 6-star origin ancestor and looked at Bai Xing, who was fighting with the North King in the distance. He sighed and said, even without that person, this team is invincible below the origin venerate level. Looks like you've encountered quite a bit of trouble this time. The people from the Bai clan are indeed a little troublesome. Xiaoyan gently waved his hand. The burning flame on the surface of his body gathered in his palm. His eyes were icy cold as he stared at Bai Zijing on the opposite side. Without Bai Rong, this fellow was nothing to him. You seem to have gained quite a lot this time. Xiaoxian couldn't help raising his eyebrows when he saw that the flames in Xiaoyan's palm were different from before. The former smiled and nodded, not intending to hide anything. Qi, as they chatted and laughed, the sound of wind being torn apart suddenly resounded in the air. Looking over, Bai Rong, who had been sent flying by Xiaoxian earlier, had already stood in front of Bai Zijing. Although the bleeding from his severed arm had stopped, his shriveled old face seemed abnormally pale at this moment. When Xiaoxian had appeared, Bai Rong already understood in his heart that the current Xiaoyan was definitely not someone he could kill. The most important thing now was the person beside him. First, young master, it's over. Let's retreat first. The guy beside Xiaoyan isn't easy to deal with. With my current strength, I have less than a 30% chance of winning against him. Just as Bai Zijing's face changed between green and white, Bai Rong's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Hearing this, Bai Zijing's expression immediately froze. Then, his breathing trembled as he looked at the two people opposite him. In particular, when he looked at Xiaoyan, the surging killing intent in his eyes was even more difficult to suppress. However, even though he was in such a state of mind, the current situation was no longer up to him. After clenching his teeth and forcefully stabilizing his mind, he finally nodded silently. At the same time, Bai Sheng and the six-star origin zone swiftly returned to the duo's side. The Northern King had been stopped by Bai Rong's energy pillar while he was in pursuit. After which, he was summoned back to Xiaoyan's side. As if he had seen through the intentions of the four of them, Xiaoxian smiled and said with a calm expression, "What? You want to leave after injuring someone?" As his voice faded, a gust of wind whistled in the surrounding air. The whistling hurricane was like a blade, easily shattering the ice that covered the stone wall. The swift and fierce sword chi was deeply engraved into the stone wall. Bai Rong's old face twitched a few times at the sight of this. He propped up his single arm and blocked Bai Zijing behind him. He did not dare to hold back as he rapidly circulated the Genesis chi in his body and said in a low voice, "Although you are stronger than me, I'm afraid that you will end up in a life and death struggle if you want to keep us here. I advise you to consider this carefully." As these words left his mouth, surging Genesis chi swept out from Bai Rong's body, completely blocking the domineering sword intent. At the same time, his old face grew even paler. Xiaoxian smiled faintly when he heard this. His eyes slowly met Bai Rong's as he softly said, "Life and death struggle? Or an egg striking a rock? We will only know after we try." Chi. The next moment, Xiaoxian waved his sword finger, and an earth-shattering sword chi suddenly swept out, slashing towards Bai Rong like a hot knife through butter. At the same time, Bai Rong acted. With his full strength, the azure-white Genesis chi condensed into a giant python in the void above his head. It hissed at the sky, and then waved its huge tail and collided with the incoming sword chi. "Protect the young master and leave here." At the same time, a roar came from Bai Rong's mouth. The three people behind him immediately moved and rushed out of the cave. Boom! An astonishing explosion erupted from the point of collision between the giant python and the sword chi. Xiaoxian casually blocked the sweeping energy shockwaves, and he and Xiaoyan looked at the three people who were rapidly running away. The former scrunched his brows and said coldly, "Want to leave? Stay." As Xiaoyan's hand rose and fell, a large sword appeared out of nowhere in the empty space a short distance in front of Bai Zijing's group. After which, it was heavily inserted into the ground. It was just like a tall wall that spanned across the land, blocking the path of the three of them. At the same time, Xiaoyan dispatched the Northern King to chase after Bai Zijing's group, who were swiftly fleeing. Die. Then, the moment Xiaoxian attacked, Bai Rong suddenly rushed forward, forming a seal above his head and slamming it down on Xiaoyan. Xiaoxian coldly snorted. "Stubborn." Xiaoxian and Xiaoyan helplessly took a couple of steps back. Bai Rong, on the other hand, used this opportunity to swiftly flash behind the three of them. His heart sunk when he saw the enormous sword in front of him. Xiaoxian's strength was actually beyond his expectations. Xiaoxian's strength was clearly beyond his expectations. Xiaoxian's strength was clearly beyond his expectations. Xiaoxian's strength was clearly beyond his expectations. Damn it, with my current condition, I can't break through this defense. In a short period of time, the expression on his old face was incomparably grave as he glanced at Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian in the distance. Soon after, his eyes landed on the six-star source zone in front of him. After which, a miserable cry resounded over the limestone valley when Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian raised their eyes. Bai Rong had actually used his 5 fingers as blades behind the six-star origin sect master and pierced his lower abdomen. He paused for a moment, and then fiercely threw the six-star origin sect master's body towards the giant sword in front of them. Boom! Terrifying energy swept out from the giant sword amidst an earth-shaking explosion, and it instantly flattened all the obstacles in front of it. This madman, he won't even let his own people off. Xiaoxian could not help but shake his head in disgust when he saw how vicious Bai Rong was. Sword chi surged around him, and his figure strangely disappeared from the spot. In the next instant, he had already appeared in front of Bai Rong and coldly said, "I definitely won't let a person as vicious as you leave this place today." However, Bai Rong actually smiled ferociously in the face of Xiaoxian's cold reprimand. His hand, which was covered in fresh blood, was clenched tightly. His gradually reddened eyes swept back and forth between Xiaoxian and Xiaoyan in the distance. His breathing had suddenly become much rougher. Haha, from the moment the crown prince died at your hands, I was already a walking corpse in this world. From today onwards, if the two of you aren't eliminated, you will definitely become a great enemy of my Bai clan in the future. Since that's the case, why don't you stay here with me forever? The instant the savage laughter resounded, Bai Rong's shriveled body suddenly swelled. In a short span of a few breaths, he had turned from a skinny old man into a bloated monster. From the looks of it, he could explode at any time. This guy actually chose to self-destruct. Xiaoxian immediately frowned. Seeing that Bai Rong had already become like this, if this continued, even they would be affected. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoyan, I said that no matter what, I will definitely kill you. Even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. Bai Rong, whose body had swelled to the extreme, turned around and stared at Xiaoyan with a pair of scarlet eyes that were gradually protruding out of their sockets. His body flashed as he madly charged towards Xiaoyan. Behind him, Xiaoxian's face immediately darkened when he saw this. A decisive killing intent condensed in his eyes, and then he clenched his hand into a fist. In a flash of light, the serene orchid sword appeared in his hand. With a thought, the sword aura condensed in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by a smooth wave of sword chi, Bai Rong's body, which had almost caught up to Xiaoyan, was cut in half at the waist. Bai Rong died under Xiaoxian's sword. However, the wild, violent energy that erupted from his body just as he was about to die still sent Xiaoyan flying. Xiaoyan's body landed miserably on the ground. A bloody sweetness immediately surged from his throat. He curled the corner of his mouth and fresh blood rolled down. He was after all a dignified Yuanzun expert. No matter what, he could not be underestimated. Even though he had died, the strength that he had unleashed at the last moment was still not something that Xiaoyan could easily endure. After dealing with Bai Rong, Xiaoxian turned around and looked out of Limestone Valley. Bai Zijing and Bai Xing had already disappeared from his sight. Xiaoxian could not help but frown slightly. It's a pity that those two ran away. Otherwise, no one would know that we were the culprits. Not necessarily. Xiaoyan wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and quickly swallowed 2 pills. He stepped forward and smiled when he saw Xiaoxian's expression. Although Bai Zijing ran away, the other person won't be able to. Xiaoyan turned around and swept his gaze across the valley. After confirming a certain direction, he took the lead and flew towards it. Behind him, Xiaoxian raised his eyebrows, as if he had understood something. A moment later, the two of them arrived at a call in the mountains. At this moment, Bai Xing was being beaten until he was repeatedly forced back by the Northern King. He was seriously injured. When he saw Xiaoyan and Shui Ying, who had hurried over, his originally pale face instantly lost all of its color. Xiaoxian raised his sword. Bai Xing's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly shouted, "Wait, you're an Origin Venerate. Don't tell me you're going to fight." Noisy. However, before Bai Xing's words sounded, he was swung out by a sword aura from Xiaoxian. Xiaoyan by the side let out a cold snort. He summoned the Northern King back and extended his hand. A suction force surged from his palm. Soon after, a storage ring flew out from Bai Xing's body and was held in his hand. After dealing with these troubles, Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian waited quietly in front of the fire banyan tree. Half a day later, the last trace of energy floating in front of the Hua siblings was absorbed into their bodies. After a long time, the two of them opened their eyes. Fiery light overflowed, and their auras had completely stepped into the Origin Ancestor level. Even with Xiaoyan's current strength, he involuntarily smacked his mouth when he sensed the aura that only belonged to an expert from the Origin Zone class within their bodies. After all, many people on the continent had trained with all their might for their entire lives in order to reach this level. In the end, they were stuck at the peak of the Origin Huang class until their deaths. It was likely that these two people were destined to become experts at this level the moment their strength broke through the Origin Huang class. Such a different life really caused one to feel a myriad of emotions. When the siblings descended from the tree and saw Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian beside him, the expression on their faces was slightly startled. Soon after, their eyelids were lowered as they became quiet. Hu Qing's figure had appeared in their minds when they had descended into a slumber and told them everything. Although they were shocked, they still did not dare to believe that they were unable to see Hu Qing when they woke up. Xiaoyan could only adopt an understanding attitude toward the feelings of the brother and sister at this moment. He quietly waited by the side for a moment before Hu Qing was the first to recover from his sorrowful mood. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "Mr. Xiaoyan, Grandpa Hu Qing wanted us to follow you before he left." Xiaoyan nodded gently and took a deep breath. He looked around and slowly said, "We really can't stay here any longer. Indeed, we can't stay here any longer. Without the protection of the black fog, those fellows outside will quickly rush in here. If you have no plans for now, you can leave with us first. If you have any ideas in the future, you can go somewhere else." The Hu siblings faced each other when these words were uttered. Hu Xian's delicate hands were hugging her brother's arm. She appeared to be waiting for his reply. Hu Qing also mused for a moment before slowly nodding. After all, no matter how one put it, it was too far-fetched for them to survive in the middle region where many experts were present with their current strength. Now that Xiaoyan was willing to lend them a hand, moreover, he was someone that Hu Qing had personally chosen, they naturally did not have any reason to reject him. The group of four rested in the cave for a while, and then under Xiaoxian's lead, they quickly rushed towards the exit of the Fire Banyan ruins. However, not long after the four of them left the limestone valley, a group was rushing over from the right at the end of their line of sight. Their target was undoubtedly the limestone valley. Is that the Ouyang clan? These fellows really pay close attention to the Bai clan. Xiaoyan curled his lips and smiled. Looking at the Ouyang clan's late appearance, it didn't seem like they were here to pick up scraps. If Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian hadn't arrived in time, these fellows would have directly robbed Bai Zijing and the others after they succeeded. On the surface, the three great clans are equal and keep a distance from each other, but this kind of robbery is really done a lot in secret. Xiaoxian shook his head and chuckled. He quickly glanced at the dilapidated city below and said, "Try to avoid them as much as possible. It's okay to meet them normally, but now it's hard to say." "Okay." Xiaoyan nodded. He communicated with Hu Qing and Hu Xian behind him. The few of them swiftly descended into the city below. Each of them hid their auras and quietly rushed forward. After a while. In the team that was rushing over the city, an old man suddenly stopped and let out a soft sound of surprise. Beside him, Ouyang Miao also stopped and asked in confusion, "Elder Ming, is there any movement?" The old man called Elder Ming frowned slightly and said in surprise, "I did sense an extremely secretive aura just now, but it was only for an instant before it completely disappeared." "It suddenly disappeared from your senses. Is it a source sovereign?" Ouyang Miao frowned and quickly looked in the direction of Limestone Valley. He then suspiciously scanned the city below. Elder Ming slowly shook his head and said, "Not really. I can see that it's someone who has just entered the source sect, but for some reason, it suddenly disappeared." Ouyang Miao's brows relaxed slightly when he heard this. Just as his thoughts were spinning rapidly, a high-level source sect behind him suddenly said, "Actually, it's not hard to determine." "Oh?" Ouyang Miao raised his eyebrows and looked at the latter with Elder Ming beside him. That person continued to speak. "Previously, when we met Bai Zijing, that fellow was in a sorry state. The guards beside him had also disappeared. Perhaps they had encountered something in the Limestone Valley that caused their vitality to be greatly damaged. That aura just now might have been left behind by his dying guards." It just so happened that Elder Ming sensed it. Ouyang Miao's brows relaxed greatly when he heard this. These words made sense. Moreover, they did not know the exact situation in Limestone Valley. If they wasted time here because of an indescribable aura, it would seem like they were content to stay in their own corner. "Fine. Leave 2 people to search for the owner of that aura outside Limestone Valley. If any outsiders approach, kill them all. The rest, follow me into Limestone Valley." After a moment of hesitation, Ouyang Miao immediately made arrangements, leaving only 2 7-star Source Sect members to guard the perimeter while the rest immediately headed into Limestone Valley. At the same time, in a certain corner of the city below, Hu Xian was curled up in her brother Hu Xing's arms with a timid look on her face. The aura that Elder Ming had sensed earlier was her Fortunately, Xianxia had acted in time to cover it up and prevent that fellow from locking onto her position. Otherwise, it would be difficult to guarantee that there would not be any trouble if they met. After a long while, Xianxia confirmed that those experts had left. Only then did he smile at Xianxia and gently say, "Little girl, it's fine now. Let's go." Huixing gently lifted Xianxia, whose delicate body was trembling. His hand gently comforted her back. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. He immediately flicked his finger and a wisp of scarlet-red volcanic rock flame flew out. It danced gently in the empty space in front of the young lady, emitting a warm aura. That familiar feeling also caused Xian's heart to swiftly calm down. A week later, Xiaoyan's group successfully left the Fire Banyan ruins. When they passed through the magma, whether it was because of the Fire Banyan siblings or because of the aura of the volcanic rock flame on Xiaoyan's body, those beasts did not stop them. This saved them a lot of trouble, and even Xiaoxian heaved a sigh of relief. One had to know that even with his cultivation, when he passed through the magma, he had a headache from the endless stream of fire-scaled lizards. It was only when the few of them broke through the waves that Xiaoyan turned his head to look at the solid and thick energy barrier in the depths of the magma. Only then did he turn his head to look at Xiaoxian and spit out the doubts that had lingered in his heart along the way. "Ancestor, when you came here, you didn't have the Fire Banyan token, right? In that case, how did you enter?" Xiaoxian was first taken aback when he heard this. Soon after, he looked at the Hu siblings with a strange gaze and pursed his lips into a smile. The instant he turned around and flew into the sky, a low murmur quietly flowed out from between his lips. Exploded. After leaving the Fire Banyan remains, the four of them naturally headed back to the Xiao clan. There was no need to mention that Xiaoxian's aim was to bring Xiaoyan back. Even if it was to find a place for Huixing and Xian to stay, the Xiao clan was currently the most suitable place to stay despite the fact that the people there were a little tricky. Along the way, Xiaoyan used the Serene Orchid sword in Xiaoxian's hand to learn about the decisive battle between the second elder, Xiaotian, and Sword Saint Yulan. Moreover, from the tone of Xiaoxian when he mentioned the two of them, it was likely that one of them had died. Of course, Xiaoyan was more concerned about the matter of the heaven-questioning pill compared to the outcome of the decisive battle between the two of them. After all, this concerned Bai Hua's life. If he could use this opportunity to obtain the medicinal pill, it would undoubtedly resolve a large knot in Xiaoyan's heart. However, the outcome of the matter often went against one's thoughts. The answer that Xiaoxian had given caused Xiaoyan to feel disappointed. At the same time, his brows were tightly knit together. Since the two of them did not have the heaven-questioning pill, Bai Hua's matter could only fall on the third heaven-questioning pill or the ancestor of the pill tower. However, these 2 points caused Xiaoyan to feel as though they were far beyond his reach. Forget about the third heaven-seeking pill whose whereabouts were unknown. Just a person like the ancestor of the pill tower was someone that he could only look up to. Under the influence of various complicated emotions, the group traveled leisurely for nearly 2 months before finally returning to the territory of the Xiao clan. Tianyang City. The group of 4 exited the teleportation formation and headed straight for Xiao City. However, halfway there, they met the head of the Yin clan, and Nan, in Tianyang City. "Haha, young Master Xiaoyan, I haven't seen you for more than 2 years. Your cultivation has improved so quickly. It really makes this old man blush with shame." And Nan came forward with a smile and bowed to Xiaoyan. His respectful attitude caused some of the surrounding strangers to be stunned. Xiaoyan's body immediately turned numb when he heard the way Nan addressed him. He frowned and curled his lips. "Patriarchan, it's better if you just call me Mr. I can't accept such a form of address from young master." As soon as these words came out, the girl Fireheart snorted and almost laughed out loud. For someone of Xiaoyan's age to be called young master, it really felt like autumn leaves pretending to be young leaves. Even Annan pursed his lips awkwardly for a while, then he gave a few dry laughs, turned to Xiaoxian and said respectfully, "Young master, Xiaoxian, I'm Xiaoxian." "Haha, Elder Xiaoyan, you've just become the new head of the cabinet. I came to congratulate you some time ago, but I didn't expect you to not be in the clan. I also didn't expect to meet you today with Mr. Xiaoyan. Cabinet in charge?" The expression on Xiaoyan's face was immediately stunned when he heard these words. Soon after, a stunned expression surged. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Xianxia beside him. His heart was surprised. The latter had not mentioned this matter during these many days. Looking at Xiaoyan's shocked gaze, Xianxia raised his eyebrows and chuckled, then he shrugged indifferently. But immediately after, when the former was about to ask, Xiaoxian's gaze fell directly on Anan. Patriarchan, we've been on the road for 2 months. If there's nothing else, I think we'd better go back to the clan and rest first. In that case, I do have something to report to Elder Xiaoxian. Anan was slightly startled when he heard this. He hesitated for a moment, then quickly spoke. 3 months ago, the An family applied to temporarily take over some of the streets in Liang City, and there has been a report. Xiaoxian lowered his eyebrows and smiled, then said in a slightly cold tone, you can directly report this matter to Elder Shaoli of the Ancient Palace. It seems that you don't have to look for me, right? In this regard, Anan shook his head gently and said, Elder Li has been in the Ancient Palace for a long time, and he has no right to intervene in most of the clan's matters. Although he is in charge of this matter, the Zhao family is after all under Elder Xiaoding Tian. Even if Elder Xiaoding Tian has retired to the back mountain, this matter is equivalent to a hot potato in anyone's hands. Moreover, at the end of his words, Anan's expression became even more cautious and cautious. His following words caused Xiaoxian's expression to change instantly. According to Anan, the Zhao family's power was no longer as simple as Liang City. Among the cities under the Xiao clan, there were more than a dozen cities under their control, and the rest included nearly 100 family forces of various sizes. I didn't expect the Zhao family's power to be so great that even the cities are under their control. After a long while, after Xiaoyan's group left Tianyang City, Xiaoxian finally muttered with a solemn expression. Then, a fierce look surged in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, looks like it's time to teach them a lesson. The few of them became quiet for the rest of the journey. Xiaoyan quietly mused in his heart. When he had left Tianyang City earlier, he had learned from Xiaoxian's explanation that the 3 great chiefs had been personally abolished by the ancestor of the Xiao clan. Xiaoyan felt surprised after understanding this. At the same time, he involuntarily recalled that mysterious expert when he had left the Xiao clan back then. Xiaoyan mused like this for the entire journey. Finally, Xiao City appeared in front of him. Huarong and his sister looked at the magnificent and bustling city in front of them with astonishment. Their eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of amazement. When they had been wandering around the fiery flowing plains, they had been to many cities. However, compared to the city in front of them, they were undoubtedly dwarfed by it. Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian involuntarily chuckled when they saw the two of them become excited. They temporarily cast aside their thoughts and led the two of them into the city. Their originally hurried and heavy footsteps became much lighter. Xiaoyan's gaze followed the two in front of him and scanned the surroundings. He was a little absent-minded as he looked at the city in front of him. He recalled that he had encountered many troublesome matters when he first arrived here. Now that he was here again, he naturally could not help but sigh emotionally. Someone wanted to throw me out the last time I came here. A mocking smile slowly rose from the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth as he thought of a certain unlucky fellow. However, just as he was speaking in his heart, an incomparably shocked voice suddenly shrieked from the front of the street. Xiaoyan, you're back? Hearing the somewhat familiar voice, the expression on Xiaoyan's face immediately stilled. His gaze followed and looked over. Soon after, a face that carried some fear was reflected in his eyes. Xiao Chuhang? Xiaoyan was startled, and the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. Me too. Soon after, the body in front of Xiao Chuhang blocked and a figure stood in front of him. The figure's sharp gaze stared at Xiaoyan as a cold word was spat out. Xiaoyan was slightly surprised when he saw this. He tilted his head and swept his gaze back and forth between the two of them. He slowly said, the two of you are actually together. How surprising. Xiaoyan grinned as he looked at the man who was clearly much more muscular than the last time they met. Xiaoyang, you're actually with Xiao Chuhang given your arrogant personality? Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned when he saw that the two of them were actually walking together and the former submissive manner. Given Xiao Chuhang's domineering character, when did he learn to stand behind someone else? Haha, of course it's his brother's masterpiece. Xian, who was beside him, smiled and said, after the clan meeting ended, Xiaoyang was quite famous in the clan. However, due to the power of his bloodline, it was difficult for the upper echelons of the clan to take notice of him. It was Xiao Feng who personally handed Xiao Chuheng over to him. On the surface, it was to let Xiaoyang discipline him, but in reality, he was using his connections in the clan to let Xiaoyang get the resources that should belong to him. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyebrows twitched. He said with a teasing smile. I really couldn't tell that guy was so warm-hearted. He also fought his way up from the bottom of the clan. Naturally, he can understand the feeling of being seen but ignored. Xiaoxian sighed softly as his gaze fell on Xiao Chuheng. There was some admiration in his eyes as he said in a low voice, however, that little fellow seems to have some awareness. Although he does appear to hate Xiaoyang on the surface, he still admires the latter's hard work. After following Xiaoyang for over 2 years, he has grown quite a bit. Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. Putting everything else aside, the fact that Xiao Chuheng could obediently follow behind Xiaoyang was enough to prove what Xiaoxian said. Xiaoyang on the opposite side ignored Xiaoyan's ridicule. His eyes shifted to Xiaoxian as he bowed slightly. It was a rare display of respect for someone. I won't get involved in the matters between the two of you. Sensing the meaning in Xiaoyang's eyes, Xiaoxian smiled and then retreated to the side with Hua Xian. Seeing this, Xiaoyang's gaze once again landed on Xiaoyan. His tone was still as arrogant as it was back then. Humph, I thought you wouldn't dare to come back. This low cry immediately caused quite a number of passers-by to stop in their tracks. Ever since the clan gathering, Xiaoyang's name had become quite well known in Xiao City for the past 2 years. Hence, when everyone saw that Xiaoyang had actually displayed such an attitude towards a young man, quite a number of people's eyes had some pity surfacing in them when they looked at Xiaoyan. Ignoring the gazes of those people around him, Xiaoyan merely smiled in response to the former's words and slowly said, You're shameless enough to stay behind, so what reason do I have not to come back? Humph, cut the crap. Make your move. Today, I will definitely defeat you and wipe away my previous humiliation. With a cold snort, Xiaoyan took a heavy step forward. Instantly, a tyrannical aura ruthlessly rushed towards Xiaoyan like a storm. The latter sensed the aura and lightly nodded his head, smiling as he said, Not bad. You've already advanced to the advanced 5-star origin ancestor level in 2 years. After speaking, Xiaoyan also slowly took a step forward. When the aura from the opposite side arrived in front of him, a vast pressure that was even more surging than the former suddenly swept out from Xiaoyan's body. It instantly shattered the incoming pressure like a hot knife through butter. At the same time, the expressions of the onlookers on both sides of the street changed drastically due to this astonishing pressure. 7-star origin ancestor. The instant the aura from Xiaoyan's body swept out, Xiaoyan clearly sensed Xiaoyan's current strength. Dense shock surged onto his face as he cried out in surprise. During these 2 years, even though he had been training hard day and night without sleeping and had used the many resources of the Xiao clan, his cultivation had merely risen by 1 star. Even so, he could be considered quite good among those of the same generation. However, Xiaoyan's cultivation had leaped from a 3-star source ancestor to a 7-star source ancestor after 2 years of not seeing him. This speed was many times faster than his own. This fellow, how did he do it? At this very moment, even with Xiaoyang's arrogance, the shock in his heart could not help but surface on his face. The black-robed fellow before him was simply a freak. Do you still want to fight? Xiaoyan asked with a faint smile. Cut the crap. I've been madly training for the past 2 years for the sake of defeating you. No matter how much you've improved, I will not back down. An explosive roar was emitted from Xiaoyang's throat as his feet heavily stomped on the ground. The instant the rock under his feet burst apart, his body abruptly shot forward. Genesis Chi surged from his right fist as it viciously smashed towards Xiaoyan. Thud, however, Xiaoyan was able to block such a powerful force with one hand. After which, he merely took half a step back and easily resolved the force that was attacking his arm. He gently twisted his hand that was holding Xiaoyang's fist as Genesis Chi poured out from his palm, pushing Xiaoyan back with a single blow. Subsequently, he slowly raised his eyes and nodded. Your explosive power has increased again. It seems that your hard work over the past 2 years has not only been focused on your cultivation. Hearing this, Xiaoyang remained unmoved. He turned his gaze and exchanged glances with Xiao Chuheng beside him. The two of them nodded in unison. When they looked back again, the two of them actually raised their hands at the same time. The seals formed between their hands were surprisingly the same. Is this a fusion do skill? You guys have even learned to find helpers for yourselves. Upon seeing this, even with Xiaoyan's understanding of the two, a look of surprise involuntarily appeared on his face. With a thought, the Genesis chi in his body began to rapidly circulate. In the face of such a technique, even he could not underestimate it. Wind convergence. Rock whale hell. While the Genesis chi in Xiaoyan's body was rapidly circulating, a whale formed from rock rapidly materialized in the air in front of the Xiaoyang duo. Its large mouth opened as a terrifying suction force frantically surged out from the whale's body. Under the duo's control, the whale viciously charged towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, this move can be considered a greeting gift from the two of us. Whale absorbs all rivers. As he felt the terrifying suction force heading towards him, Xiaoyan's body began to lose control for a time. Even so, the expression on his face grew increasingly heated as he laughed heartily and shouted. Since that's the case, I'll accept it. Under everyone's gazes, Xiaoyan's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. The instant his 5 fingers clenched tightly, scarlet-red flames immediately surged out and coiled around his entire right arm like a magma armor. Subsequently, it abruptly blasted out, charging straight towards the whale's bloody mouth. Bzz, that whale swallowed half of Xiaoyan's arm into its mouth amidst the swallowing sound. However, the scarlet flame that was burning on it borrowed the wild wind around it to become even fiercer. Moreover, it was repeatedly sucked into the body of the rock whale. After over 10 breaths, the strength of the flame became even fiercer. A cluster of scarlet color gradually spread from the abdomen of the rock whale. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of Xiaoyang and Xiao Chuheng on the opposite side also began to become serious. Ha! With a low roar, the half of Xiaoyan's arm that had been swallowed by the rock whale trembled violently, and the fierce heavenly fire suddenly soared several times. Immediately after, under the shocked gazes of the surrounding crowd, scarlet-red cracks rapidly spread on the surface of the rock whale. The heavenly fire that gushed out from the cracks actually melted the body of the rock whale into magma. The terrifyingly high temperature that spread out caused the temperature of the area to rise rapidly, and even the air became much drier. Under such an unforeseen event, the crazy suction force also quickly dissipated as the body of the rock whale melted. In less than a few minutes, the huge rock whale completely melted into a pool of magma, which then drifted into the air under the control of Xiaoyan. When the flames completely dissipated, the atmosphere on the field gradually calmed down. Many people's gazes that were fixed on Xiaoyan finally began to ripple a little. Xiaoyan? That's right, isn't this fellow the one who caused an uproar in the Xiao clan back then? I heard that he left after that. It is unexpected that not only has he returned, but he has become even stronger. Even Xiaoyang is no match for him. Hey, what kind of news is this? I have long heard that Xiaoyang overcame all obstacles in the clan gathering of the Xiao clan back then. In the end, he fell in front of Xiaoyan. Hence, didn't he say earlier that he wanted to avenge his previous humiliation? Unfortunately, he was still defeated. A discussion about Xiaoyan immediately sounded on the street when the memories from a couple of years ago were once again flipped through in everyone's minds. Everyone fought to describe some of the things that had happened back then. Although they had only heard about it, it was as though they had personally experienced it when it was spread from their mouths. Private conversations continued to spread throughout the street. At this moment, Xiaoyan, who had withdrawn his flame, had a face full of praise as he looked at the two people opposite him, whose expressions were not too good. He slowly stepped forward and smiled as he said, "Not bad. A very good do skill. I can see that you were holding back just now. Humph, there is no need to console us. If we were to talk about holding back, didn't you also not use your full strength?" Even though this was the case, Xiaoyang's face was still cold. The former smiled indifferently and shook his head. "I must say that if you were to meet an ordinary 7-star origin sect with this move of yours, you would be able to put up a fight." Xiaoyang was initially startled when he heard this. He was naturally surprised to be acknowledged by his opponent. However, after hearing Xiaoyan's words, he had placed himself on the other side of the battle. Since you have returned this time around, you should properly stay behind. Xiao Chuheng by the side suddenly said something that caused Xiaoyan to be surprised. In his impression, this fellow was eager to see him go as far away as possible. It was unexpected that he would actually say such words to persuade him to stay. Xiao Chuheng by the side suddenly said something that caused Xiaoyan to be surprised. Yes. Xiaoyan pursed his mouth and smiled. He immediately nodded heavily and did not say anything else. After which, he swiftly rushed to the entrance of the Xiao clan with the Xiaoxian trio in front of these two people's gazes. After a long while, the group of four appeared in front of the familiar courtyard. The moment they stepped in, two figures hurriedly ran out from the depths of the courtyard. At a glance, it was Bai Hua and Lian. Both parties had not seen each other for a long time. Now that Xiaoyan had returned, they naturally could not help but hug each other in surprise. Soon after, everyone entered the depths of the villa together. Along the way, Lian's gaze curiously observed the Huarong siblings beside Xiaoyan. Only when everyone was seated in the living room and Xiaoyan gave a general introduction did Huaxing and Huaxian finally enter the joyous atmosphere. Now that Xiaoyan had returned and Xiaoyan had made arrangements, the siblings naturally moved into Xiaoyan's courtyard. News of Xiaoyan's return to the clan swiftly spread as though it had grown wings after he returned to the mansion. Within a short period of time, it had spread throughout the entire Xiao clan. Quite a number of people were immediately alarmed by this news. Xiao clan's back mountain. In the dense forest, surprise immediately surfaced on Xiao Zhen's old face when he heard the report from a figure in front of him. He involuntarily cried out. What did you say? That little fellow has advanced to a 7-star origin sect? That's right. Tisk tsk, they are indeed worthy of being grandfather and grandson. Their monstrous cultivation speed is truly monstrous. Other than this, even the combined attack of Xiao Yang and Xiao Chuheng was blocked by Xiaoyan with just one hand. Xiao Zhen lifted his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. He mused for a moment before nodding. He still had some understanding of Xiaoyan's fighting strength in his heart. Xiaoyan had been able to defeat a 4-star origin zone when Xiaoyan was a 3-star origin zone. Now that Xiaoyan's actual cultivation had risen to such an extent, his true fighting strength was naturally incomparable to the past. Xiao Zhen exhaled a deep breath of air and gently lifted his finger. The human figure in front of him quietly disappeared. A pair of turbid old eyes looked in Xiaoyan's direction. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the calm space behind the first elder and struck Xiao Zhen's back. Under the daylight, the ray of light was almost hidden in the void, and it was extremely difficult to discover with the naked eye. However, in the end, it strangely disappeared when it was about 10 feet away from Xiao Zhen's body. Immediately after, a deflated sound rang out beside the straw hut not far away. The figure appeared. Her delicate figure matched with an exquisite and pretty face. Shockingly, it was Xiao. Boring. Seeing that you were so engrossed in your thoughts, I thought I would succeed this time. The young girl walked forward with a somewhat depressed expression on her face. Then, she sat down beside the old man. The latter was not annoyed. He only withdrew his thoughts and gently stroked his beard with a smile. You've improved. Your control of the power of the Great Path has become more and more skillful. Even I can't see through your current attacks. Pa. 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 It would be strange if you could see with your back facing me. Xiao Linger wrinkled her nose. She was not moved by the old man's compliments at all. Xiao Zhen was used to this. He smiled with a doting expression and continued. Girl, I just received a piece of news. Do you want to hear it? Hearing this, the young girl snorted. She curled her lips and turned around, but she ignored Xiao Zhen's words. However, immediately after, Xiaoyan has returned. The moment the words left her mouth, the young girl immediately stood up from the ground and said in surprise. Really? Xiao Zhen involuntarily let out a bitter smile when he saw the sudden change in the girl's attitude. He immediately nodded and stated Xiaoyan's current position. Xiao Linger's lovely body immediately moved when she heard this. She rushed down the mountain. Behind her, Xiaozhen hurriedly stopped her and said, "He has just returned. He hasn't rested yet. Go the next day." When the shout sounded, the human figures on the small path in the distant mountain forest had already disappeared. It was a long while before a response was transmitted over. Only then did the old man helplessly sigh. He could not help but envy Xiaoyan in his heart. The girl whom he had painstakingly raised had actually submitted to him in the blink of an eye because of Xiaoyan's return. This really caused people to feel a little jealous. At the same time, Xiaoding Tian and the others in the other parts of the Xiao clan had also received the news that Xiaoyan had returned to the clan. For a time, some were happy, while others were sad. In the garden, after half a day of interaction, the relationship between the Hua siblings and the others had quickly become much more harmonious. Hua Xing and Bai Hua could be considered to be of the same lineage. Moreover, the two of them did not speak much. Just sitting together could be considered a kind of tacit understanding. As for Hua Xian and Lian Er, compared to men, the relationship between women had undoubtedly warmed up by several times. In just a short while, the two young girls had become much closer. As they chatted, their lovely laughter sounded continuously like silver bells. This scene also caused Xiaoyan to feel surprised. At the same time, the depths of his eyes became a little absent-minded. Only when night fell did the travel-weary few people return to their rooms. The continuous month of hurrying had indeed caused the Huarong siblings to be physically and mentally exhausted. Only Xiaoyan was lying on the roof by himself. His eyes, which were reflected by the stars, reflected a somewhat disappointed and frustrated expression. Under the quiet night sky, Xiaoyan's body lazily lay on the roof. The emotions in his heart were somewhat complicated. Xiaoyan's gaze looked at the deep night sky. His recent encounters during this period of time repeatedly replayed in his mind. This was especially the case when he recalled the intimate relationship between Lian Er and Hua Xian during the day. Xiaoyan's deep memory of a white-colored long dress and delicate body involuntarily surfaced. Little fairy doctor, once the memories in the depths of one's heart were dug out, it was difficult to hide them. He muttered softly over and over again. The days when the girl in a white dress accompanied him became increasingly clear in Xiaoyan's mind. Even though many years had passed, it still felt like yesterday when he recalled it. From the inconspicuous small town at the foot of the mountain to the continent of experts where heroes stood side by side, the girl had no regrets no matter how many dangers she encountered along the way. Even when he came to this foreign continent alone, she still forcefully broke through the barrier and evened out the distance between them by an entire world. However, in the end, Xiaoyan could not help but sigh heavily as he recalled the battle at the Tianyan villa. A ripple surfaced in his eyes, which had been bloodied for many years. His heart was filled with endless self-blame and guilt. If it were not for him back then, that girl would not have ended up in such a miserable state. When he thought of the Dui sect and Su Zhen, endless murderous intent surged into his head. He clenched his teeth tightly, causing them to emit a creaking sound. Even the night sky before him began to distort due to his rage. Distorted cracks began to spread out. It was a long while before Xiaoyan's emotions slowly calmed down. He deeply inhaled a few mouthfuls of cold air before exhaling deeply. He closed his eyes and recalled. Today, when he learned that Xiaoxian was in charge of the Xiao clan's cabinet, an impulse had emerged in his heart. If he could borrow the foundation of the Xiao clan to take revenge for the little fairy doctor, there was no need for him to wait any longer. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with impatience when he thought of being able to kill Wu Du, Su Zhen, and the others. Even his breathing had become a little hurried. However, in the end, he violently shook his head and forcefully removed this thought from his heart. The little fairy doctor had died for him. No matter how one put it, Xiaoyan could only personally take revenge for the little fairy doctor. There would also come a day when he would take revenge for all the debts he had with the Dui sect. As this thought rose in his mind, Su Zhen's figure slowly flashed in the depths of Xiaoyan's eyes. His hands, which had just relaxed, suddenly clenched into fists again. The next day, the Xiao clan, which had been quiet for a period of time, had once again become lively. This was because the geniuses of the Xiao clan, who rarely showed themselves, had gathered together early this morning. Moreover, all of them were heading in the same direction. Their grand and mighty manner was quite imposing. Even some of the elders in the clan could not help but cast their gazes over. Xiaoyan was flipping through the storage ring that originally belonged to Bai Xing in a bored manner within the main hall. After searching for a while, even he could not help but complain on behalf of Bai Xing. Other than a small number of Tier 7 medicinal pills, there was not even a single high-class qi method or do technique in the storage ring of this 8-star origin sect. Even the highest-level do technique was merely at the low E class. Xiaoyan could not even be bothered to take a look at the rest. However, while Xiaoyan was fiddling with the storage ring, a withered wooden cylinder in the storage ring piqued his interest. This was because from what he could see, the material of the withered wooden cylinder was surprisingly the fire banyan tree. The fire banyan tree was unique to the flowing fire plains. Its deterrent force was renowned throughout the entire middle region. What could be so extravagant as to use the fire banyan tree to store it? Xiaoyan took out the wooden cylinder out of curiosity. The moment it entered his hand, a warm feeling was transmitted into his palm. At the same time, Huixing, who was seated opposite him, also cast his gaze toward the wooden cylinder in Xiaoyan's hand. He immediately frowned slightly as he swiftly thought of something in his mind. Xiaoyan also sized up the wooden cylinder at this moment. After confirming that there were no restrictions on it, he carefully opened the cover on the side of the wooden cylinder. A wave of heat surged out the moment the cover was opened. Xiaoyan tilted his head slightly and looked at the interior of the wooden cylinder. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a scroll. When Xiaoyan took it out, the golden words on it immediately caused his eyes to brighten. Earth Spirit Quenching Flame Pill. The instant Xiaoyan's gaze landed on the scroll, Huixing seemed to have thought of something and suddenly opened his mouth. Do you recognize this thing? Seeing Huixing call out the pill formula at a glance, Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly. He then weighed the scroll in his hand and asked curiously. Hearing this, Huixing nodded slightly and continued to speak. This pill formula was created by the ancestors of my fire banyan tribe. However, it was lost many years ago. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to see it today. Surprise surfaced on Xiaoyan's face when he heard these words. He did not hesitate as he placed the scroll back into the wooden cylinder. He gently raised his hand and handed it over to Huixing under the support of an invisible force. He smiled and said, Brother Huixing, since this pill formula is a relic of the Fire Banyan tribe and I have coincidentally met you, it can be considered as returning to its original owner. However, in this regard, Huixing shook his head with a smile and pushed it back. He shrugged helplessly and said, Don't worry. You're more suitable. I'm not an alchemist. If this pill formula falls into my hands, it'll only be a useless scroll. If you really want to return it, why don't you wait until you've refined the pills on the scroll and give me a few? It'll be more worth it. Ha ha ha, hearing these words, the three of them couldn't help but laugh. Huixing's plan was more practical and impressive than obtaining a pill formula. At this moment, before the laughter of the three people in the hall faded, Huixing hurriedly ran in with a flustered expression. The laughter of the three people in the hall also came to an abrupt stop. Senior Xiaoyan, it's not good. There are so many people who suddenly barged in from outside. The young girl's exclamation sounded. Xiaoyan and the other two's expressions changed slightly. The former frowned and looked at Bai Hua as he asked in a deep voice. Could it be Xiaoding Tian? As his voice fell, a series of footsteps sounded from outside the door. After that, a familiar clear laughter sounded from the courtyard. Haha, cousin Xiaoyan, why didn't you inform us that you were coming back? For the past 2 years, we have been hoping that you would return as soon as possible. As the laughter was transmitted, a group of familiar figures quickly appeared in front of the door of the living room. Xiaoyan was also slightly startled when he saw the lineup in front of him. A warm smile immediately surged onto his face as he said, So it's you guys. At this moment, this group of people who had come to Xiaoyan's door were the members of the younger generation who had come into contact with Xiaoyan back in the Xiao clan. With Xiao Xiaojun at the lead, Xiao Lei, Xiao Zhuobin, and the others were all present. Even Xiao Tian, who had always been at odds with Xiaoyan, had appeared. Everyone was seated in the living room. Xiaoyan smiled as he looked at the people present. A look of admiration surged into his eyes. Everyone's cultivation had increased significantly after the clan sacrifice. Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin had already stepped into the 7-star source ancestor realm, and even Xiao Feng had reached the early 7-star source ancestor realm. Xiao Xiyu had reached the 8-star source ancestor realm, and the strongest person present, Xiao Xiaojun, was approaching the peak of the late 9-star source ancestor realm. Xiao Yan believed that he would be able to take that step in less than 3 years and become a source venerate. As for the person whose cultivation had increased the most amongst everyone present, my old man said yesterday that my strength had increased by quite a bit. Do you want to have a go with me? You weren't around for the past 2 years, so there wasn't anyone in the clan who could fight with me. Xiao Ling sat on a chair, her jade-like hands cupping her delicate cheeks as she stared at Xiao Yan with a hopeful expression. Xiao Yan smiled embarrassedly, then shook his head with a bitter smile. This girl's temperament was indeed a little wild, but her cultivation talent could be described as terrifying. In a short 2 years, even if it was because of the clan sacrifice, this girl's cultivation had jumped from the 2-star source ancestor realm to the 6-star source ancestor realm, an increase of 4 stars. From a certain point of view, such a terrifying increase was even faster than him relying on devouring heavenly flames to increase his cultivation. Don't underestimate this girl. Ever since the clan sacrifice, she has caused quite a bit of trouble for us. All of us here have been beaten up by her twice. You met Xiao Yang on your way back, right? With that guy's current strength, even we have to retreat a little if he goes all out. However, in this girl's hands, we don't even have the chance to retaliate. Seeing Xiao Linger's eager appearance, Xiao Lei and the others looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Ever since Xiao Linger was defeated by Xiao Yang during the clan gathering, every time the young girl's cultivation improved, she would take the initiative to challenge them. However, as long as she was defeated, the young girl's depressed mood would immediately change direction and she would direct her rage towards them. With this girl's status in the clan, aside from Xiao Xiaojun, Xiao Feng, and Xiao Xiaojun, the others could only be bullied by her. Half a year ago, she had entered a 6-star source sect and was under the personal control of the Great Elder. Only then did she become much more well-behaved. Xiao Yan couldn't help but be speechless when he heard this. He looked at Xiao Linger who was opposite him and pointed her nose at Xiao Lei and the others with a proud expression. She lightly raised her jade finger and a thin ribbon flew up, twisting like a spirit snake. Xiao Yan instantly went silent when he saw this. Xiao Xiaojun smiled and glanced at Huarong and Huarong who were seated beside Xiao Yan. A bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he slowly said, compared to us staying within the clan, I think that cousin brother Xiao Yan's trip can be considered to have gained a lot. Let's not talk about the 2 additional companions. Your cultivation seems to have reached that of a 7-star source, right? The expressions of everyone present instantly changed when these words were spoken, and when they saw Xiao Yan nod his head in confirmation, their eyes revealed astonishment. Probably, intermediate 7-star source sect. Whoosh, everyone present instantly went into an uproar when these words were spoken. Xiao Lei and the others had expressions as if they were looking at a monster. It was very difficult to imagine exactly what Xiao Yan had encountered in the past 2 years to actually be able to raise his cultivation so quickly. After all, even Xiao Xiaojun, a publicly acknowledged genius of the Xiao clan, had similarly relied on the power of the clan's sacrifice to raise his strength to the peak of the source sect in 2 years. However, Xiao Yan's results were something that no one dared to imagine. Come. Let's fight. Let's fight. At this moment, Xiao Linger was probably the only person in the hall who was still in high spirits after learning that Xiao Yan's cultivation had increased. The excitement in the little girl's eyes grew even denser. Her delicate figure jumped down from the chair and charged towards Xiao Yan. Fortunately, Xiao Xiaojun who was behind her had sharp eyes and nimble hands. He grabbed the ribbon around the young girl's body and pulled her back. At the same time, he lightly patted her head and reprimanded in a soft voice. Little girl, you only know how to fight all day long. Behave yourself. After speaking, he immediately threw the young girl out of the hall under everyone's stunned gazes. No matter how furious her face was, there was nothing she could do. Without the young miss in the hall, the atmosphere naturally became much quieter. After chatting with a few people, Xiao Yan also learned that Xiao Ming had left the clan. However, according to Xiao Xiaojun, there were only a few people in the clan who knew the details. In addition, the final result of the battle between Xiao Tian and Ouyang Yu more than a year ago was that Ouyang Yu had returned to the clan. In that battle, he had lost both of his arms. However, Xiao Tian's whereabouts were unknown. The upper echelons of the clan also did not give any relevant answers. Everyone sat and chatted for a long time. After they left, the huge courtyard once again became empty and quiet. After chatting for a while, Xiao Yan learned about many changes in the Xiao clan in recent years. He also learned some secrets about the central region. If this information was spread to the outside world, there would definitely be very few people who knew about it. Only in this huge clan could one know a little about it. When he thought about how the central region, which seemed peaceful on the surface, was actually filled with fierce undercurrents and unforeseen events, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but be slightly agitated. If he wanted to establish a foothold in the central region in the future, he probably could no longer rely on his own strength. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Ever since the news of Xiao Yan's return to the Xiao clan spread, the inner sect elders, who usually held high positions, rushed to Xiao Yan's courtyard one after another in the following days. In particular, those who knew that Xiao Xiaojun and the others had gathered to visit Xiao Yan came in an endless stream to befriend them. Other than a portion that could be easily dismissed, the remaining few old antiques, even Xiao Xiaojun, stepped forward to chat with Xiao Yan. It was only when Xiao Xian stepped forward and blocked those fellows behind him that Xiao Yan's subsequent days finally became idle. Usually, he would accompany the two girls in his family to play all over the place. As he sensed the fresh and elegant atmosphere among the young ladies, he appeared to have become much younger. In the hall, Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his hand from Bai Hua's wrist. His furrowed brows did not loosen for a long time. The worry in his heart grew even more grave. During the many recent investigations, Xiao Yan was able to clearly sense that the black-colored strength within Bai Hua's body might be suppressed by Xiao Xian's formation, but it was ultimately unable to completely seal it. Bai Hua's spiritual essence was still being swallowed by that strength at an extremely slow pace. Even the suppressive effect of the transforming pill ring was becoming increasingly difficult. The suppressive effect of the melting pill ring was getting weaker and weaker. To be safe, Xiao Yan had refined some pills during this period. With the help of external forces, it was indeed effective in temporarily guiding the black energy to devour its target. However, the result of this method was that it directly led to the rapid growth of the black energy. It was not difficult to imagine how miserable the result would be if one consumed pills to suppress it for a long period of time. Faced with such a frightening potential danger, Bai Hua merely smiled. Back then, he did not expect that a useless medicinal pill would actually evolve into such a state. However, during these 2 years, he had gradually gotten used to this kind of feeling. Although this caused him to be unable to train for a long time, at the very least, the current him would no longer cause any trouble for Xiao Yan. Currently, the only thing that could cause him to be reluctant to part with it was that stupid girl who liked to pester him. Looking at Xiao Yan, who had an ugly expression on his face, Bai Hua withdrew her thoughts and slowly stood up. She patted the former's shoulder and sighed deeply, saying, "Don't worry. It's not the first day or two. She won't die for the time being." Hearing this, Xiao Yan paused for a moment. Immediately, his attitude changed as he laughed. He curled his mouth and said, "Don't worry. With me here, I will definitely not let anything happen to you." After his voice faded, Xiao Yan said a few more words to Bai Hua. Then, he left the courtyard and entered the hidden sky pavilion after a round of turnover. Now that things had developed to this point, Xiao Yan was unable to do anything to the black strength by relying on his own tactics. All he could do now was to gamble within the inner sky pavilion and hope that the rich collection of the Xiao clan would be able to find something that he needed. Unfortunately, the situation in Bai Hua's body was unusual. After a round of searching, even with the rich collection of the Xiao clan, he still could not find any specific useful information. Now, it seemed that he could only bet all his hopes on the heaven-questioning pill, at the back mountain of the Xiao clan. At this moment, it had been almost 3 months since Xiao Yan had returned to the clan. Ever since the matter with Bai Hua had been fruitless, Xiao Yan had decisively invested all of his time into training. As a result, his strength after his breakthrough was consolidated. Xiao Yan sat on the cliff and sensed the surging energy flowing through the veins within his body. He involuntarily recalled the battle with Bai Rong's group back then. At that time, he had been imprisoned and was in a passive position. Even with the help of a secret technique, he was only able to barely block the other party's attacks. If one were to carefully consider it, with his current strength, he could reach the level of a 9-star source zone after using the secret technique. If one were to include the 6 heavenly flames in his hand and the angry Buddha lotus flame that he unleashed with all his strength, Xiaoyan was confident that no one below the level of a Yuanzun would be able to survive. Phew, Xiaoyan exhaled a long breath after thinking about it in his heart. His body trembled slightly. When he stood up, a green-clothed figure swiftly shot over from the sky above the sea of trees in front of him. After which, the figure stood in the empty space opposite of Xiaoyan. "Ancestor, why have you come?" Ever since he had returned to the Xiao clan, Xiaoxian had been dealing with matters related to the Zhao clan. Hence, the two of them rarely met. Whenever Xiaoxian appeared, he would basically help Xiaoyan block some trouble. However, looking at his smiling appearance today, it didn't seem like it. "I'm here to inform you of a piece of news." "No, you can't do that, Great Elder." At the same time, somewhere in the back mountain of the Xiao clan, Xiao Dingtian shouted in an extremely agitated tone. His expression was rather gloomy. Even if he has returned to the clan and the Xiao clan acknowledges his existence, how can the clan's rules be changed because of him? Xiaozhen narrowed his old eyes and stared at Xiao Dingtian before him. "But this is what he deserves. Back then, you guys kept pushing him. The patriarch and I gave in time and time again because of your many years of contributions to the family. That's what led to this outcome. In the end, we owe him this." Xiaozhen gritted his teeth with an ugly expression. He pondered for a moment before speaking again. "No matter what, according to the clan's rules, the ancestral hall will only be opened once every 20 years. If it is opened earlier, the sacred blood crystal will definitely be affected. That is the foundation of the Xiao clan." "Fool. The continuation of the clan depends on the people. Although the sacred blood crystal is precious, it still contains the bloodline of a human. If we can use it to strengthen the Xiao clan, it will be a good use. Otherwise, what's the point of its existence?" Xiaozhen raised his eyebrows, and there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Even until now, Xiao Dingtian was still so pedantic. When Xiao Dingtian heard these words, he became silent for a moment. He hesitated for a moment before he raised his head and spoke to Xiaozhen with determination. "But this matter is related to the clan's reputation. He has just returned. He has no aptitude and no achievements. We can't possibly pull down the entire clan's reputation just for him, right? If we can't even keep our own family members, what's the use of our reputation?" Xiaozhen rebuked angrily. His domineering attitude made Xiao Dingtian lower his head with a gloomy expression. Xiaozhen then slowly exhaled and said, "In addition, according to special permission, Xiao Yang and Xiao Yan will participate in the clan sacrifice together." "Xiao Yang? That fellow. This is the ancestor's decision. We only need to follow it." Xiao Dingtian was about to refute, but Xiaozhen mentioned the ancestor. Xiao Dingtian immediately became dejected. On the other side. Clan sacrifice? Hearing Xiaoxian's words, Xiao Yan was a little surprised. He knew quite a bit about the clan sacrifice back then. Naturally, he knew that according to the normal clan rules, the clan sacrifice would only be held once every 20 years. Other than the time for the younger generation to grow, the energy needed to complete the clan sacrifice would also slowly recover during this period of time. However, Xiao Yan didn't expect the Xiao clan's upper echelons to make such a decision. In less than 2 years, they were going to hold another clan sacrifice for him. "It's not just for you. Xiao Yang will be participating with you this time." Hearing this, Xiao Yan was a little surprised for a moment. Then, he suddenly understood and nodded. That was true. After all, that fellow's perseverance was seen by everyone. Now that the clan allowed him to participate in the clan sacrifice, it could be considered as compensation for neglecting him for so many years. If that's the case, when will the clan sacrifice be held this time? Withdrawing his thoughts, Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with a fiery passion as he asked in doubt. Xiao Xian smiled at Xiao Yan and said, "If you are willing, you can do it any time." I'm afraid I can't do it now. However, just as he finished speaking, a figure quickly appeared in the void not far away from him. The person was wearing a luxurious robe. It was the clan leader, Xiao Yuhing. Hearing the former's words, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian looked at each other. Then, their gazes fell on Xiao Yuhing. Xiao Yuhing frowned and sighed. He took a deep look at Xiao Yan before shifting his gaze to Xiao Xian and slowly said, "The Bai clan has come. Someone from the Bai clan has come and requested for Xiao Yan to be handed over." Bai clan? Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian were stunned when they heard Xiao Yuhing's words. Soon after, a cold glint flashed across their eyes. Xiao Yuhing nodded slightly and said softly, "There are a lot of people here. And there are quite a lot of people here. Even the head of the Bai family is here. Things are getting a little tricky. What about the father of the two brothers? Looks like Bai Zijing has not given up. He has even brought along the head of the clan. He wants you to pay with your life for his sons." Xiao Xian was expressionless. However, there was a sharp sword aura gathering in his eyes. Xiao Yan smiled. His finger gently flicked his sleeves as he coldly said, "Let's go." "You want to go? They are here for you. As long as you don't show up, even the Bai clan can't barge into our Xiao clan. However, if you go..." "Haha, clan head, since they have come knocking on our door, there is no reason to avoid them. If I really do that, won't it show that our Xiao clan is at a disadvantage? If they want to take my life, they should see if they have the ability to do so." After he spoke, he took the lead and flew toward the entrance of the Xiao clan. Behind him, Xiao Yuhing frowned and looked at Xiao Xian. When he saw the latter's calm face, he withdrew the worry on his face and quickly followed. Halfway through, a group of people quickly flew in front of Xiao Yan. At a closer look, it was Xiao Xiaojun and the other younger generation of the Xiao clan. When he saw them, Xiao Yan was slightly stunned and asked doubtfully, "Why are you here? Why are you here?" "Haha, we have heard about the matter. The Bai clan wants to touch the people of our Xiao clan. They should be clear about whose territory this is. With us around, they will not be able to touch a single hair on your head." Xiao Xiaojun laughed out loud in a forthright manner. The group of people behind him immediately responded in unison. That kind of aggressive manner appeared a little overbearing. Xiao Yan's heart moved slightly when he saw this. He ceased being courteous. With a wave of his large hand, he decisively led these people and hurried to Xiao City. At the same time, two groups of people stood in the sky above Xiao City. One group was led by the sixth elder of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yuehua, while the other group was led by a middle-aged man in a brocade robe. Behind him was a group of nearly 100 people. Everyone stood in a forest, and their imposing aura filled the sky above Xiao City, causing many people in the city to have a slight change in expression. Looking at the posture of these people, one could tell at a glance that they were not ordinary people. To be able to appear in the Xiao clan region with such fanfare, they most likely did not come with good intentions. These people seem to be from the Bai clan. The young man beside the leader seems to be the eldest son of the Bai clan, Bai Zijing. Humph, how ignorant. Bai Zijing travels the continent and knows a lot of people, but the person in front of him is the real elder. Bai Zijing's father is also the patriarch of the Bai clan, Bai Haotong. He's a source venerate. Source venerate? Such an elite has personally appeared in the Xiao clan. What is he trying to do? I heard that Bai Zijing brought a group of people into the fire banyan relics some time ago, but he was the only one who came out alive. Now, it seems that he has some connections with the Xiao clan. While everyone in the city below was whispering, Bai Haotong, who was in the sky, swept his cold gaze across the group of elders of the Xiao clan. Finally, his gaze stopped on Xiao Yuehua. A rather oppressive aura spread out in front of her. Soon after, he said in a deep voice, "I don't have much patience. Are you going to hand over the person I want or not?" Facing Bai Haotong's oppressive aura, Xiao Yuehua raised her eyebrows and snorted coldly. She took a step forward, and an invisible ripple spread out in an instant, dispersing the pressure. She coldly said, "Patriarch Bai, I don't care if what you said is true or false. You came to the Xiao clan just because something happened to your Bai clan. What kind of place do you think the Xiao clan is?" "Xiao Yuehua, I don't want to make things difficult for the Xiao clan, but my son died at Xiao Yan's hands, and I will personally take revenge. As long as you hand over Xiao Yan, I will leave with my men. Bai Haotong coldly stared at the woman opposite him. His chilling words caused the woman to snort coldly. I said earlier that Xiao Yan left the Xiao clan 2 years ago. If you want to find him, go somewhere else. The Xiao clan doesn't have the person you want. Once she finished speaking, Xiao Yuehua waved her sleeve. She turned around and shouted coldly. Send the guest off. These words caused Bai Haotong's expression to darken. His venomous gaze stared at Xiao Yuehua's figure as she turned around. Anger immediately surged in his heart as he flicked his wrist under his sleeve. Genesis Chi gathered in his palm as his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. You don't want to hand him over? Soon after, a furious cry was heard from behind Xiao Yuehua. The elders of the Xiao clan, who were facing Bai Haotong, fell into the city due to the latter's powerful charge. They charged towards Xiao Yuehua like a hot knife through butter. Bai Haotong, don't you dare. This is the Xiao clan. Xiao Yuehua was enraged by Bai Haotong's ferocious attitude. She fiercely waved her hand, and a whip appeared in her hand. Genesis Chi shot out to meet Bai Haotong's attack. Xiao Yan killed my son and elders of my clan. If you don't hand him over today, no one will be able to live in peace. Thud, Xiao Yuehua was instantly pushed back. Bai Haotong was a 7-star origin venerate, and there were very few people of the same cultivation level who could match him. It was indeed a little difficult for Xiao Yuehua, who was only a 3-star origin venerate. After a few exchanges, Xiao Yuehua was no match for Bai Haotong. She was blasted back by a single attack, causing the qi and blood in her body to churn violently. Bai Haotong seemed to have grasped this opportunity. His hand transformed into a claw as Genesis Chi gushed out and viciously slashed at Xiao Yuehua's chest. Clang, the cry of a diamond rang out, and piercingly cold sword qi immediately surged to the sides, blocking the Xiao clan members behind it like an invisible curtain. Bai Haotong quickly retreated, and his expression darkened as he looked towards a certain spot in the air. A figure in an azure robe had appeared. It was Xiao Xian, who had arrived just in time. What domineering sword qi! Bai Haotong looked at the sword scar on his palm as amazement surged in his heart. Although the person before him was far inferior to him in terms of cultivation, the sword aura that covered his body was something that even the person from the Ouyang clan could not compare to. When did such a person appear in the Xiao clan? Just as he was secretly bewildered, Bai Zijing quickly flew forward and whispered into his ear. Immediately after, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He suddenly raised his gaze, and the killing intent in his eyes gradually grew stronger as he looked at Xiao Xian, who was protecting Xiao Yuehua, and said in a deep voice, Xiao Xian, Xiao Yuehua. Is it you who killed Bai Rong? The word harm isn't appropriate. Bai Rong is the harm, and I only counterattacked. Xiao Xian said as he looked at Bai Haotong with a smile. So you're admitting it? Bai Haotong's face grew increasingly dark as he stared at Xiao Xian. The Genesis Chi in his body was on the verge of erupting. I see that you don't intend to deny the fact that you attacked first. Xiao Xian mocked with a smile. Bai Haotong's face twitched slightly, and he immediately snorted coldly. His figure abruptly shot towards Xiao Xian. The space in front of Xiao Xian rapidly distorted, and a palm met Bai Haotong's attack. When the two attacks collided, Bai Haotong retreated with a grave expression, and Xiao Yuheng's figure appeared in the sky above Xiao City. Hua! Seeing this scene in the sky, an uproar immediately sounded in the city. In just a moment, several big shots that were rarely seen on normal days had appeared in the sky above Xiao City. It was really surprising. Haha, we haven't seen each other for many years. Why is Patriarch Bai so angry when we meet? Xiao Yuheng withdrew his hand and looked at the person opposite him with a smile. His eyes were rather calm. Humph, less nonsense. Xiao Yuheng, you have also heard it just now. This thief has personally admitted that he killed Bai Rong. Even my son has died in Xiao Yan's hands. Today, no matter how you quibble, you must hand these two people over. Bai Haotong's gaze swept past Xiao Yuheng and stared at Xiao Xian behind him. Xiao Xian frowned slightly, and after pondering for a moment, he said, Patriarch Bai, although I don't know the ins and outs of this matter, I know one thing. The central region is vast, and it is inevitable that clansmen will be injured when they go out. If you want the head of the Shao clan's inner pavilion to pay for the life of an elder of your Bai clan because of a few words from you, isn't that too much? Bai Haodong's expression immediately changed when he heard those words. His mind became slightly solemn. He did not know that the person behind Xiao Yuhing actually had such an identity. As the clan leader of the Bai clan, he naturally knew some information about the Shao clan. Being in charge of the inner cabinet, his status was not much lower than the clan leaders. If anyone wanted to touch him, the entire Shao clan would not let the matter rest. After hesitating for a long time, Bai Haotong could only gnash his teeth and turn his gaze towards Xiao Yan. I can treat the matter of Bai Rong as a result of him not being as skilled as others. However, you must hand Xiao Yan over. Only by doing so will there be some leeway for today's matter to be resolved. Otherwise, do not blame me for not thinking about the friendship of our clan. Many of the Shao clan's older generation members couldn't help but change their expressions. Bai Haotong's threat was very strong. What he meant was that the Shao clan had to make a choice between handing over Xiao Yan and starting a war with the Bai clan. Once the Shao clan chose to forcefully protect Xiao Yan, it would be difficult for the two clans to get along in the future. Does Patriarch Bai think that there is no one in the Shao clan who can match up to him? Xiao Yuhing sneered. As his figure flashed, Xiao Xian and Xiao Yuehua appeared at his sides. The three of them stood in a row in front of Bai Haotong. At the same time, two grey-robed elders from the Bai clan frowned slightly and appeared beside Bai Haotong. Immediately, the 6 source venerables faced each other in the air. Haha, father's words couldn't be more correct. Just as everyone's expressions changed, a group of Shao clan's juniors flew over from afar. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of everyone. Bai Zijing and the others' gazes immediately fell on the two people leading the group. It was Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaojun. Xiao Xiaojun's gaze swept across the Bai clan's members calmly. Finally, his gaze landed on Bai Haotong as he slowly said, Patriarch Bai, although the Shao clan has been quiet in recent years, it has not reached the point where we can be trampled on by others. If you think that the Shao clan is easy to bully, then go ahead and start a war. However, if you want to beat someone up in front of their home and demand an apology, you should ask them if they agree. Xiao Xiaojun let out a loud cry at the end of his words. He waved his hand and angrily pointed at the members of the Shao clan behind him. Immediately, all the members of the younger generation behind Xiao Yan suddenly let out an explosive cry. A majestic aura suddenly shot to the sky as they stepped forward. This unyielding attitude caused the surrounding experts of the older generation to become excited. This matter concerned the dignity of their clans, so they would naturally not hesitate. Immediately, they looked at each other and saw a wisp of burning desire in each other's eyes. Soon after, accompanied by a roar, all the Shao clan's experts stirred the Genesis Qi in their bodies. Pillars of energy soared into the sky as mottled colors converged. Everyone's aura and pressure twisted together, like an invisible giant beast occupying the sky above Xiao City. The terrifying power made everyone's expression change. Even Bai Haotong and the others, who were hovering in the sky, wore grave expressions. Although the Bai clan and the Shao clan were on par with each other in the middle region, only they knew the true strength of the two clans. Once the Bai clan declared war with the Shao clan because of this matter, the Bai clan would suffer a great loss regardless of the outcome. At that time, it was likely that others would be able to reap the benefits. At the same time, Xiao Yan lifted his head to look at the powerful pressure in the sky, and the pressure in his heart lessened significantly. It was only at this moment that he truly felt that he was a member of the Shao clan. Seeing that the Shao clan's experts had made their stance clear, the Bai clan's members were in a dilemma. Bai Haotong's face alternated between green and white. His gaze swept back and forth between Xiao Yan and the three people opposite him, as thoughts spun rapidly in his mind. At this moment, Xiao Yan was already within reach. If he could instantly attack and kill Xiao Yan, the Shao clan would not easily start a war with the Bai clan over a dead person regardless of how furious they were once Xiao Yan died. However, Xiao Yuhing's group on the other side was currently a problem. Even with his cultivation, it was impossible for him to kill Xiao Yan before they could intercept him. In this way, the current situation had become a deadlock. A moment later, while both parties were in a deadlock, Bai Zijing, who had been staring intently at Xiao Yan, finally stepped forward and stood between Bai Haotong and the Shao clan. His eyes, which were filled with murderous intent, had never left Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, since we can't kill you in the grand scheme of things, let us settle this ourselves. A ferocious smile surged onto Bai Zijing's face. His eyes glanced at Xiao City below. After seeing the hopeful eyes of the city, a dark and cold cry suddenly resounded in the sky above the city. Xiaoyan from the Xiao clan, you killed my brother and killed an elder of my clan. Today, I, Bai Zijing, as the young clan leader of the Bai clan, will have a decisive battle with you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? An uproar immediately arose in the city below when these words were spoken. At the same time, the expressions of the experts from both parties in the sky changed. Even Xiaoyan himself couldn't help but be a little stunned at this moment. His eyes exchanged glances with Xiao Xiaojun, who had a strange expression on his face. Subsequently, he looked at Bai Zijing opposite him and curled his lips. You have invited me to a battle in public. If I don't accept, I'm afraid that I will embarrass the Xiao clan in front of everyone. Since this is the case, your challenge, I accept. P.S. The update will begin at 11 a.m. tomorrow. 2 chapters will be updated normally and 10 chapters will be supplemented. A total of 12 chapters will be updated every half an hour and will end at 4:30 p.m. Reader group here, for 766687661. The ferocious smile on Bai Zijing's face became even denser as he watched Xiaoyan calmly accept the challenge. His eyes immediately turned around and looked at Bai Haotong by the side with a confident face. At this moment, the latter's eyes also contained some surprise as he looked at Xiaoyan. With his strength, he was naturally able to tell that Xiaoyan in front of him possessed the cultivation of a 7-star origin sect. Such a strength was something that very few people of the same generation could compare with. A thought flashed across Bai Haotong's mind as he coldly glanced at Xiaoyan. He then waved his sleeve and gestured for the 2 people beside him to back away, leaving the space in front of them to Bai Zijing. At the same time, Xiaoyan also slowly stepped forward. Behind him, Xiao Xiaojun and the rest looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with ridicule when they looked at Bai Zijing. Let's back off as well. Xiao Xian smiled as he spoke. He nodded with Xiao Yuheng by the side and withdrew. Only Xiao Yuehua frowned slightly. Her eyes revealed a worried expression. Although she had heard of some of Xiaoyan's battle results, Bai Zijing from the Bai clan's current cultivation was also a little strange. However, he still clenched his teeth and withdrew after seeing the 2 people beside him withdraw. Xiao Yuehua's expression changed slightly. A mocking smile appeared on the faces of the Bai clan's experts when they saw that the Xiao clan had indeed given up the battlefield. They were naturally well aware of Bai Zijing's battle strength. Among the younger generation of the 3 great clans, only the Xiao clan's young master Xiao could match up to him. Now that Xiaoyan had accepted the challenge, it was no different from seeking death. Bai Haotong narrowed his eyes as he stared intently at Xiaoyan. Although he was a little surprised by the actions of the members of the Xiao clan, it was impossible for him to misjudge Xiaoyan's cultivation of a 7-star source sect. In my opinion, why don't we just leave it at that? While Xiaoyan and Bai Zijing were facing off, Bai Haotong's eyes rotated as he suddenly spoke. Everyone's gazes instantly gathered on him. Since this is a decisive battle, the result of this battle will be life and death. The experts from both sides will not interfere. After this battle, the grudges between my son and I will be written off. The members of the Xiao clan looked at each other in dismay. Many strange gazes were directed at the members of the Bai clan. Xiao Yuheng opened his mouth slightly, sighed softly, and replied coldly, "That's right. Since you insist, then do as you please." Bai Haotong and Bai Zijing looked at each other. They both saw coldness in each other's eyes. The latter turned around and looked at Xiaoyan again. Killing intent surged in his eyes. "Xiaoyan, you've been lucky enough to survive time and time again. Today, I'd like to see who can save you." With regards to this, Xiaoyan did not comment. He waved his hand fiercely and the huge dark heavy buster sword landed in his hand. The tip of the buster sword rotated slightly and the raging flames immediately climbed up. From the looks of it, the Bai clan was clearly determined to kill him. Since that was the case, there was naturally no need to hold back. Everything would be settled as quickly as possible. Bai Zijing involuntarily let out a laugh when he saw Xiaoyan take out a weapon without any hesitation. He recalled how Xiaoyan had been chased by him like a dog that had lost its home in the fire banyan forest back then. Xiaoyan had been chased by him until he did not have the ability to retaliate. In the end, Xiaoyan had merely relied on a couple of tricks to escape. Now that the two of them were facing each other head-on, Bai Zijing's heart was completely confident that he could kill the latter. With a flip of his wrist, a blue longbow immediately appeared in his hand. As he swung it, Genesis Chi surged through the meridians in his body, and a tyrannical pressure swiftly unfurled from Bai Zijing's body. Buzz, Xiaoyan, along with Xiao Xiaojun and the others behind him, raised their eyebrows when they sensed this aura. Their eyes contained surprise as they looked at Bai Zijing. 9-star origin sect? Xiaoyan raised his brows. Soon after, his expression turned into an icy smile. No wonder Bai Zijing had challenged him in public. It turns out that Bai Zijing had encountered some miraculous encounters in less than half a year. Even though this was the case, the expressions of the members of the Shao clan behind did not stir much of a ripple. The strength of the 9-star origin zone might be quite strong, but they might not be optimistic about a variable like Xiaoyan. After all, even members of the Shao clan like them were unable to see Xiaoyan's true fighting strength. If the two of them were to really fight, Bai Zijing's chances of victory might not even reach 50%. While Xiaoyan and Bai Zijing were locked in a stalemate in the sky, a wave of noise soared into the sky from the city below. The name of the Bai clan's Bai Zijing could be considered one of the top members of the younger generation in the middle region. This was especially the case within the three large clans. There were naturally many people who understood him. Hence, when everyone saw that Bai Zijing had bumped into Xiaoyan, many sighs were emitted from their mouths. Their eyes involuntarily contained an additional regret when they looked at Xiaoyan. Bai Zijing drew his bow and knocked an arrow. As his Genesis Chi gathered, an icy chuckle was spat out. You didn't expect this, did you? You stole my Limestone Valley's blessing, but still failed to surpass me. Back then, you were like a stray dog in my hands. Even now, this fact has not changed. Noisy. Xiaoyan let out a cold snort when he heard this. His feet suddenly stomped on empty air and a frightening strength shattered the empty air. His body used this to shoot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Bai Zijing. The arrow that the latter had shot out was shattered by Xiaoyan's strength. At the same time that Bai Zijing's body flew back, he used the longbow in his hand to hack at Xiaoyan's head. However, it was violently shaken by the enormous ruler in Xiaoyan's hand. A frightening large force immediately attacked. The web between the thumb and index finger of Bai Zijing's left hand, which was holding the bow, immediately cracked. Even his entire arm swiftly became numb. What astonishing strength! With an ugly expression, Bai Zijing mobilized his Genesis Chi to quickly break the force invading his body. When he lifted his head, Xiaoyan's figure had already disappeared like a ghost. He disappeared? The expressions of quite a number of people present involuntarily changed when they saw Xiaoyan's body disappear in such a strange manner. Immediately, numerous gazes that were filled with surprise began to patrol all over the place. Humph, I caught you. But in the next moment, Bai Zijing's gaze rapidly swept around. Soon after, he curled his lips and let out a disdainful snort. He drew his bow to a full crescent and unhesitatingly shot an arrow at a certain spot behind him. Parting arrow. Chi. Just as Bai Zijing's arrow shot toward the void, 3 balls of flame suddenly appeared in the originally calm void. A terrifying aura also rose abruptly. Immediately after, a palm pierced through the void and pierced through the 3 balls of flames. The moment it clenched its fist, a shocking aura that was not inferior to the former erupted without reservation. A shocking force erupted. The arrow that was shot toward Xiaoyan's face was also shattered by the might of a punch from Xiaoyan, who had revealed himself soon after. Break! Xiaoyan's fist, which was covered by a flame, shattered the arrow that was shot over. He slowly raised his eyes and his cold and stern gaze looked directly at Bai Zijing on the opposite side. His body shook gently and a circular flame ripple immediately swept over the sky. The expressions of those who sensed this chi changed. 9-star Source Sect. Shock filled the eyes of the Bai clan experts when they sensed the sudden surge of aura from Xiaoyan's body. Patriarch, this isn't good, shut up. An elder beside Bai Haodong frowned deeply when the former interrupted him. His calm gaze paused on Xiaoyan and Bai Zijing for a brief moment before he took in a deep breath and slowly said, I never expected this kid to have such a trump card. I really never imagined that this kid actually possessed such a trump card and relied on a secret technique to actually forcefully close the gap in cultivation between him and Zijing. But it's still early, and based on his appearance, he ought to have expected this since long ago, so there's nothing to make a fuss about. Is it another secret technique? Bai Zijing sneered and shook his head. You want to end this quickly? That's good too. My hatred for you has already reached the point where I hate you. A sinister look flashed in Bai Zijing's eyes. He took in a deep breath as his hands rapidly formed a series of seals. As the seals in Bai Zijing's hands changed, waves of majestic dark blue Genesis Chi continuously gushed out from his body, transforming into a giant waterspout around him. An astonishing suction force rapidly extended from within, and the energy of the universe frantically rushed towards Bai Zijing's body under the suction force. Xiaoyan, be careful. This guy has some tricks up his sleeve. Once he uses it, he will be able to forcefully absorb the surrounding energy for a short period of time, raising his strength by around 1 star. When Xiaojun, who was not far behind, saw Bai Zijing's attitude, the expression on his face changed slightly. His anxious reminder had just sounded when Bai Zijing emitted a ferocious voice that caused the heavens and the earth to tremble. Xiaoyan, I will make you pay a painful price for everything you've done today. As the Genesis Chi in his body swiftly soared, a savage smile involuntarily surfaced from the corner of Bai Zijing's mouth. After using the secret technique, his strength had already reached the peak of the origin zone level. There was basically no one below the origin venerate level who was a match for him. Xiaoyan was no exception. Kill. A low roar that was filled with killing intent was spat out from Bai Zijing's throat. His body suddenly disappeared from the spot. An instant later, the sound of rushing air suddenly exploded beside Xiaoyan's ear. Bai Zijing's whipping leg suddenly appeared beside Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan subconsciously extended his hand to block it. However, other than the firm strength, the natural energy that surged like a tide over the sky violently struck Xiaoyan's body like a sea wave. Xiaoyan's expression changed. Bang! Xiaoyan's body was sent flying 100 feet. When he lifted his head, Bai Zijing's figure was already charging towards him again, clang. However, this time around, Bai Zijing's heavy punch was forcefully blocked by the giant metal body that Xiaoyan had transformed into with just one palm. The surrounding natural energy that wildly swept over was completely transformed into nothingness under the burning of the heavenly flame. Xiaoyan's sharp gaze stared intently at Bai Zijing in front of him, allowing the storm that was stirred by this attack to wreak havoc in the sky. Even with the help of the secret art, your strength is still that of a 9-star Genesis ancestor. There's nothing to be proud of. Humph, is that so? Bai Zijing's expression did not change. His fist, which was in close contact with Xiaoyan's hand, shook with great force. His body immediately flashed back. Soon after, his fist turned into a palm. In an instant, the natural energy suddenly rotated and gathered. A wave of frightening energy wave was agglomerated in his palm. Raging waves of the sea. Powerful Genesis Chi surged out, turning into an overwhelming wave of energy in the blink of an eye. With a terrifying power that could kill, it viciously blasted towards Xiaoyan. 7-layer Heavenbreaker Ruler. Xiaoyan was completely fearless in the face of Bai Zijing's attack. His golden body dissipated, and he swung the heavy black ruler in his hand. Genesis Chi frantically poured out from his body, rapidly withdrawing the flames that covered the giant ruler. Scarlet red light pulsed from the giant ruler, and the tyrannical flame energy caused the space around Xiaoyan to distort uncontrollably. Such a ferocious aura caused Bai Zijing to be slightly taken aback. For some reason, the heavenly fire aura in Xiaoyan's body seemed to have become much more terrifying than before. However, before he could ponder any further, a majestic ruler light shot out from Xiaoyan's giant ruler. Bang! The powerful ruler light collided with the arrow, and the latter's astonishing power naturally easily neutralized the power of the ruler light. But then, one after another, startling ruler light rapidly shot out in front of Xiaoyan. The giant ruler flipped in the air, and one ruler light after another converged into the first ruler light. When the 9th ruler light shot out, the energy undulations at the point of collision grew increasingly intense, and then buzz. Amidst a soul-shaking buzzing sound, the astonishing wave in the sky and the ruler light were both annihilated. Terrifying energy ripples suddenly unfurled, and the surrounding space, which had yet to recover, was once again shattered into nothingness. The energy storm swept apart in the sky. The two people in the square also swiftly retreated under the collision of this energy. The remaining ripples in the sky had yet to scatter. However, at this moment, a threatening voice suddenly erupted from Bai Zijing's mouth. Deep sea abyss. Monstrous Genesis Qi gathered around Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. Bai Zijing rapidly formed a seal with his hands, and the deep blue Genesis Qi immediately condensed into water and wrapped around Xiaoyan, forming a giant water ball. As the water ball rapidly shrank, a terrifying oppressive force, as though he was standing in the deep sea, assaulted Xiaoyan's body. Under this powerful pressure, not only space, but even the bones in Xiaoyan's body emitted a low sound of collision. His movements, breathing, and even the flow of Genesis Qi in his body were greatly affected at this moment. Huh! An explosive cry was emitted from Xiaoyan's throat. His body shook and a wild, bright red flame swiftly surged out of his body. In the blink of an eye, it covered his body and agglomerated into a magma armor. Following the continuous eruption of wave after wave of bright red magma, the vast water region that had agglomerated around his body was forcefully vaporized under the might of the heavenly flame. The instant Xiaoyan raised his head, Bai Zijing pulled his bow and released an arrow. The sound of air being split apart came from the front. Xiaoyan's body hurriedly dodged and narrowly dodged the arrow that was shot toward his face. Even though this was the case, his left shoulder was still shot, leaving behind a soul-sucking arrow wound. Bai Zijing drew his bow again, and a chilling snort slowly sounded. I have to admit that your combat strength is indeed beyond my expectations. However, if it's only at this level, there's no need for this battle to continue. Is that so? Amidst the whistling sound, Xiaoyan casually smashed the arrow to pieces. Just as he sneered, Bai Zijing continued. You want to talk about the fire lotus, right? Elder Rong once specially mentioned to me that once that thing is used, even Source Venerables will have to face it head-on. Unfortunately, the person you're facing today is me, and you're destined not to have the chance to use it. Puff. As soon as his voice faded, Xiaoyan flicked his finger, and raging flames suddenly rose in the air around him. 6 mysterious fires appeared and circled around his body. At the same time, a heart-trembling temperature suddenly spread out. After Xiaoyan randomly summoned the heavenly flame, the expressions of the people from the 2 clans present and the countless human traffic within Xiao City suddenly changed. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock gathered on Xiaoyan's body in an orderly manner. 6 heavenly flames? Bai Hao Tang's eyes suddenly shrank when he saw the heavenly flame. He involuntarily let out an involuntary cry. Although he was already aware that Xiaoyan was in possession of a heavenly flame, he did not expect that Xiaoyan actually possessed 6 types of heavenly flames. Being able to obtain a heavenly flame was already 1 in a million, let alone 6. This was simply unimaginable. Is he going to use that move? Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, who were among the Xiao clan's crowd, looked at each other. They recalled the angry Buddha lotus flame that Xiaoyan had used back then. Their breathing involuntarily turned sluggish. The two of them still had some idea of the might of that flame. This fellow has 2 more heavenly flames than when he fought with us back then. Looks like he still held back in that battle. Humph, stubborn. At the same time, Bai Zijing snorted furiously when he saw Xiaoyan summon the heavenly flames. He raised the longbow in his hand and quickly raised both hands to his chest. Then, he changed his hand's seals. Immediately, numerous blue tents rapidly appeared in the sky. As his body passed through the water curtain in front of him, numerous clones stepped out from the hundreds of tents in the sky. They held longbows in their hands and pointed sharp arrows at Xiaoyan. Great Dao Technique, 3000 illusory water. Immediately after, an earth-shaking roar was emitted from Bai Zijing's mouth. All of his clones shot out arrows together with his actual body. A rain of arrows rained down and covered the sky. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Although the arrows that filled the sky were not terrifying, no one below the Origin Venerate level would dare to underestimate them. Faced with this storm-like attack of Bai Zijing, Xiaoyan did not hesitate at this moment. His hand moved the heavenly flame that was lingering in front of him until the volcano rock flame came to a stop in front of him. His hand rose and fell as his palm heavily slammed onto the flame. A fire glow shot out and numerous magma fire pillars within 100 feet radius of Xiaoyan's body shot to the sky, gathering into a magma fire wall that completely blocked the arrow rain that filled the sky. Chi 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 chi, countless arrows evaporated under the scorching heat of the heavenly fire and turned into a thick white mist. When all the arrows disappeared, a sneer appeared on Bai Zijing's face. With a thought, the nearly 100 incarnations in the sky stood behind him. They knocked their bows and pulled their arrows. The incarnations behind him formed seals with their palms. The white mist that filled the sky seemed to be attracted by something. It quickly gathered between Bai Zijing's two palms and the bowstring, condensing into a dark-colored arrow. Waves of astonishing water fluctuations continuously overflowed from it. This arrow, chasing sun. Bai Zijing's icy cold voice was emitted from between his lips. The bowstring was released and the arrow immediately shot out. In the blink of an eye, it strangely disappeared into the empty space in front of him. When it appeared again, it had already arrived in front of the fire wall. Only when the two made contact did the empty space behind Bai Zijing shatter with a buzzing sound. At the same time, the fire wall that reached the sky was also instantly disintegrated under the might of this arrow. As the fire wall dissipated, Xiaoyan's face was ice cold. The heavenly flames in front of him stopped rotating, and the scarlet-red flames rose. He grasped the flames in his hand and waved it into the sky. Karmic fire spread and transformed into a towering fire avatar in the blink of an eye. Wrath of the fire. God. The angry fist smashed down, and as a burst of energy surged, the two were neutralized. Chi, the void quietly distorted, and a figure appeared in front of Bai Zijing like a ghost. His right hand clenched into a fist, and as Genesis Chi poured out, he smashed it directly at Bai Zijing's head. Although Bai Zijing was shocked by Xiaoyan's attack, he was also a valiant general who had experienced many bloody battles. He was far from reaching the stage where he forgot to retaliate. In an instant, he used the Great Way to agglomerate a defensive technique. Illusion water Xianxia. I'll let you drink water. However, the cry from Bai Zijing's mouth had just sounded when a thick white flame suddenly surged out from Xiaoyan's fist. Wherever it passed, the water that was agglomerated on the surface of the former's body was instantly frozen into ice. This punch of his also firmly landed on Bai Zijing's face. Bang! With a muffled sound of bones breaking, Bai Zijing's body could not help but fly backward. When his body came to a stop with great difficulty, half of his face was already charred black. His entire face was a little distorted, and his eyes were filled with blood. But even so, Bai Zijing didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest. He clenched his right hand, and as Genesis Chi frantically poured out from his palm, a crystal-like arrow was condensed into a substance, and he ruthlessly thrust it into the void in front of him. The next moment, the empty space swiftly became distorted. Xiaoyan's body paused for an instant and narrowly dodged the arrow that was piercing over. Bai Zijing threw the arrow out and his body quickly pulled back. Xiaoyan flipped his hand and flicked the arrow that was shot over. Bai Zijing smoothly received the arrow that was bounced back. At the same time that his body flipped backward, he lifted his leg and pressed the bow. He pulled the bowstring with one hand and suddenly shot an arrow. Immediately after, it was blocked by Xiaoyan and the distance between the two of them was once again pulled apart. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Zijing couldn't help coughing the moment he stabilized his body. His pale face was filled with anger and resentment. Xiaoyan stood in the void, slowly exhaling. With a wave of his hand, 6 mysterious fires immediately revolved around him, and a chilling light surged in his pitch-black eyes. Xiaoyan, no matter what, I will get rid of you today. Blood Sea Seal. Accompanied by a roar filled with soaring killing intent, Bai Zijing's face rapidly flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He grasped the seal in his hand and poured all the remaining Genesis Chi in his body into it. Suddenly, a dark red color spread across the void. Bai Zijing is really forced into a corner. I can't believe he's resorting to this move. This Blood Sea Seal is his life-saving move. Back then, even the junior clan leader was almost defeated by him with this move. To think that he would use it to deal with Xiaoyan, this is going to be troublesome. Many members of the Xiao clan, who had some understanding of Bai Zijing's attack, had a change in expression when they saw this scene. Even the upper echelons of both clans locked their eyes on the two people in the arena. With the help of the secret technique, Bai Zijing's natural energy completely merged into the blood seal. The blood color that permeated the air was completely withdrawn. A frightening murderous aura was also emitted from the blood seal. Then, as the blood-red light flickered, Bai Zijing's figure trembled, and he turned into a glowing figure that shot towards Xiao Yan with monstrous murderous intent. Faced with Bai Zijing's all-out attack, Xiao Yan did not make any other choice. He raised his hand and twisted it. The 6 heavenly flames that were slowly rotating behind him immediately turned into a fire ring. It carried a chi-chi sound of rushing wind as it swiftly rotated. At the same time, a tiny black spot gradually agglomerated in front of Xiao Yan. As the black spot condensed in front of Bai Zijing, traces of great Wei power that was invisible to the naked eye also condensed in the surrounding space and gradually merged into the black spot. When Bai Zijing was about to get close to Bai Zijing, a strange aura that contained nirvanic extermination spread out from the black spot. Buzz, Bai Haodong's expression changed drastically the moment he sensed this power. The Genesis Chi in his body abruptly began to circulate. His body was just about to move when Bai Zijing's ferocious cry suddenly sounded. A blood-colored hand violently slammed towards Xiao Yan's chest. The surrounding space collapsed at this moment as a sharp bloody aura unfurled. However, a split second later, Buddha's angry reincarnation. Xiao Yan gently tapped the black dot floating in front of him. A roar rang out in his heart, and a beam of black light pierced Bai Zijing's body like a bolt of lightning. Even the space 100 feet behind him was sliced apart by the beam of light. Bai Zijing's charging body abruptly froze along with the beam of light. The blood seal scattered and the entire place was silent. Everyone present was stunned as they looked at the calm Xiao Yan. The strength contained in that strange black light beam earlier caused even the few origin venerates present to involuntarily feel shocked. Zijing. Immediately after, a furious roar resounded across the sky. When everyone came back to their senses, the head of the Bai clan, Bai Haotong, had rushed towards Xiao Yan with a murderous look on his face. He pulled Bai Zijing's body back and hurriedly examined him. Cracks had appeared on the Genesis bead in the vortex in Bai Zijing's body. If it couldn't be repaired, his cultivation path would be destroyed. Bai Haotong's murderous look became uncontrollable when he realized this. He turned his head and viciously grabbed at Xiao Yan's face. Little bastard, die. Given Xiao Yan's cultivation, it was naturally impossible for him to dodge the attack of a 7-star Yuanzun at close range. The tent behind him hurriedly appeared as he once again pressed his finger heavily on the black spot in front of him. With all his strength, an enormous black light pillar shot out and violently collided with the palm in front of him. Chi-chi-chi, amidst a series of intense hissing sounds, Bai Haotong was actually stopped for a few breaths even with his cultivation. When the black light dispersed and he raised his hand to look at his palm again, the strange power had actually corroded away a layer of flesh on his palm. What a strange Do skill. It can actually devour everything it touches. After personally experiencing the terror of Xiao Yan's Do skill, killing intent exploded in Bai Haotong's heart. This brat must be killed today. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. When Bai Haotong raised his head, Xiao Yan had already used the void path to retreat. Xiao Yuhing arrived in a flash and coldly looked at him. Clan head Bai, the outcome of this battle is up to fate. This is what you said. If you do this now, I'm afraid you will damage the Bai clan's reputation. Scram. What dogshit face. This venerable self-son has died miserably in Xiao Yan's hands. Now, he has even destroyed my Zijing. If you do not kill him today, your entire Xiao clan can forget about living in peace. Bai Haotong cursed angrily as his figure shot out. As he raised his hand, the power of the Great Path materialized in his palm and collided fiercely with Xiao Yuhing. As the two of them retreated, Bai Haotong twisted his body and pressed forward. Just as Xiao Yuhing was about to block him, Bai Haotong's figure suddenly flashed and strangely swept past Xiao Yuhing. At the same time, an explosive shout resounded in the heavens and the earth. People of the Bai clan, listen up. Attack together and kill Xiao Yan. As the order rang out, all the White clan members present looked at each other in dismay. Only then did they circulate the Genesis Chi in their bodies and rush forward. Xiao Yuhing, who had turned around, was blocked by a grey-robed elder who had followed closely behind. The Bai clan is preparing to declare war on the Xiao clan. Xiao Yuhing coldly reprimanded as he stared at the figures opposite him with an icy gaze. However, the only thing that greeted him was a sharp energy pillar from the Source Venerate expert. Xiao Yuhing's figure flashed and his gaze swept across the area. The members of the Xiao clan in the distance also rushed out without hesitation and engaged in battle with the experts of the Bai clan that had rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, the sky above Xiao City was filled with battle skills. It was unusually intense. This time, the members of the Xiao clan no longer hesitated. Led by Xiao Yuehua, the young master of the Xiao clan, everyone attacked fiercely. The experts of the Bai clan were all blocked. The strength of the Xiao clan even showed signs of suppressing the Bai clan. At the same time, Bai Haotong's figure turned into a stream of light that passed through the crowd and chased after the retreating Xiao Yan. After a few flashes, he appeared in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. Die. Clang, the instant the palm landed, a sharp longsword blocked in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Xian appeared with a hurricane swirling around him. His sword intent soared to the sky. Even someone as strong as Bai Haotong could not help but feel a little troubled. I heard that the Xiao clan has a genius who has mastered 2 great path powers. Is that you? Bai Haotong's tone was sinister as he glanced at the serene orchid sword in Xiao Xian's hand. I don't have a deep impression of the Bai clan. Perhaps it's because you don't have any capable people. Xiao Xian said calmly. An initial stage Source Venerate. Since you insist on seeking death, I will also collect Bai Rong's debt today. Bai Haotong's face could not help but twitch slightly in the face of Xiao Xian's sharp words. He used his palm as a blade and stabbed forward. Xiao Xian blocked it with his sword and the two began to fight. Behind them, Xiao Yan looked at the sky, which had become chaotic in an instant. His gaze swept across the crowd and locked onto the opposite side of the battlefield. There, the seriously injured Bai Zijing was being protected by 2 Bai clan experts. Immediately, killing intent emerged from the bottom of his eyes. Bai Zijing had chased after him several times, and today, he had even brought the Bai clan experts to attack him. Since things had already come to this, why not take this opportunity to put an end to this once and for all? With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan dispersed the ring of fire behind him, and his aura gradually fell to the level of a 7-star Source Venerate. Immediately, a sense of weakness spread out from his body. He hurriedly shook his head and exhaled deeply. After swallowing several Genesis Chi recovery pills, he controlled the 6 heavenly flames in his hands and began to merge them. A long while later. Chi, outside the battle circle, a faint sizzling sound streaked across the void. The people in the fierce battle naturally didn't notice it. Only the few Source Venerables could feel a faint, terrifying aura permeating the surrounding air. Their emotions couldn't help but become slightly uneasy. On the other side of the battlefield, the seriously injured Bai Zijing was doing his best to refine the pills he had swallowed under the care of the 2 8-star Source Venerates beside him. He was completely unaware of what was happening outside. It was only when a figure suddenly flickered in the air nearby that the 2 Source Venerates released the Genesis Chi in their bodies and vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Bang! Suddenly, a black light flashed by, accompanied by the sound of thunder. One of the 2 experts was knocked back by the black shadow, and they were soon entangled in a fight. Bai Ling. The expression of the remaining person changed drastically. When he turned his head, the black-robed Xiao Yan appeared in a ghost-like manner in the empty space in front of him. At the same time, a palm landed gently on his chest. Mountain River Seal. Despite the protection on the surface of his body, this 8-star origin zone was still sent flying while spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. A miserable cry immediately sounded from his mouth. Only at this moment did Bai Haotong and the others in the middle of the battlefield notice Xiao Yan, who was standing beside Bai Zijing in the distance. What? Bai Haotong immediately withdrew from the battle in his great shock. He focused his eyes and looked over. At this moment, there was an extremely beautiful fire lotus slowly floating in Xiao Yan's palm. The annihilation-like strength within it caused Bai Haotong's heart to shatter. With a flip of his wrist, Xiao Yan lifted his hand and was just about to press the fire lotus onto Bai Zijing's body when Bai Haotong's furious shout was abruptly heard. Xiao Yan, don't you dare! If Bai Zijing dies today, my clan and you will not rest until one of us is dead. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's hand paused for a moment. He slowly turned his head and looked towards Bai Haotong, whose face was filled with killing intent. The corners of his mouth curled into a sinister arc as he pressed the fire lotus down without any hesitation. In the next instant, an earth-shaking explosion pierced the sky. An earth-shattering explosion swept across the sky. Apart from the Origin Venerables, everyone else in the sky hastily retreated. Once the shockwaves from such a terrifying explosion spread, even a high-tier Origin ancestor would not be able to guarantee that they would not be hammered to death. After the shockwaves passed, a huge wave of wind followed. Several figures flashed through the waves of flames, and after a few low sounds of collision, both sides quickly retreated from the range of the explosion. After a long time, when the energy storm dissipated, the two clans faced each other in the sky. Xiao Yan was flanked by Xiao Yuheng and the others, while the North King stood in front of him. Behind him was a group of cold gazes that stared fearlessly at the White Clan's powerhouses. As for Bai Haotong, he was currently holding Bai Zijing, who looked like a rag in his hand. His aura was extremely furious, and his murderous intent surged towards Xiao Yan. Even though he had tried his best earlier, he had only been able to drag Bai Zijing, who was barely alive, back to him. Judging from the current situation, Bai Zijing's chances of survival were slim. Xiao Yan, Bai Haotong gritted his teeth as he breathed rapidly. The fury in his chest was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Kill! With a sudden roar, Bai Haotong's body charged forward, but at that moment, a grey-robed elder beside him roared in a hoarse voice. Patriarch, we can't afford to waste any more time today. Bai Haotong's body trembled when he heard this roar. He turned around and saw that the auras of the White Clan's powerhouses were in chaos. Many of them had been seriously injured in the previous battle, and even the two grey-robed elders' auras were somewhat unstable. On the other hand, the Xiao clan's people all took a step forward when they looked over. Their fierce auras immediately swept towards the White Clan's powerhouses, instantly suppressing their auras. The outcome of this battle was self-evident. Xiao Yuheng slowly stepped forward and swept his gaze across the White Clan's people. His gaze returned to Bai Haotong. Bai Haotong, I advise you to stop as soon as possible. If you continue fighting, I don't mind letting the White Clan lose 3 Origin Venerables. You, Patriarch. Bai Haotong was just about to flare up in anger when the 2 grey-robed elders beside him hurriedly spoke out to stop him. They really didn't have the strength to fight today. On the spot, Bai Haotong clenched his fists tightly. He looked at the dying Bai Zijing in the arms of a clansman. The scarlet killing intent in his eyes was forcefully suppressed. He swung his sleeves and roared angrily, filled with unwillingness. Retreat! The members of the Xiao clan finally heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this group of dejected fellows leave. A smile surfaced on Xiao Yan's pale face. He turned his head to look at Xiao Yuheng beside him and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Patriarch and Elders, for stepping in. Seeing this, Xiao Yuheng chuckled and helped Xiao Yan up. We're all family. There's no need to thank me for such a thing. You, on the other hand, have already blocked that guy. As long as you don't show up, the Bai family won't be able to do anything. Xiao Yuehua's beautiful eyes paused on Xiao Yan as she spoke in a slightly reproachful tone. They have already swaggered up to us. If I don't show up, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Xiao Yan smiled. Forget it. You guys go back first. I will order Xiao City to strengthen its defenses to prevent the Bai family from launching a sneak attack. Xiao Yuehua helplessly shook her head. She turned around and quickly flew towards the city below. In the sky, the group of Xiao clan experts left one after another, leaving behind Xiao Xiaojun and the other juniors. After Xiao Yuheng gave a few simple instructions, he also slowly disappeared into the void. Xiao Yan slowly clenched his fist as he looked in the direction that the experts from the Bai clan had left. He understood in his heart that from today onwards, he and the Bai clan would end up in a situation where they could not live under the same sky. At the same time, he also knew that the people he would have to face in the future would not only be the experts from the Origin sect. Having offended an existence at Baihaotong's level, it was likely that he would have to be even more careful when doing things in the middle region. Don't worry. Although the Bai family is strong, they are just SOSO in the eyes of our Xiao clan. After today, they will not dare to easily invade us. Xiao Xiaojun gently patted Xiaoyan's shoulder as if he could see the apprehension in his heart. Xiaoyan's name resounded over the entire Xiao clan's territory after the soul-stirring battle with Bai Zijing in the sky above Xiao City. Many factions within the middle region began to have rumors related to him. There were an uncountable number of people within the Xiao clan who spread the news of his battle results. Although many people were not present during the battle back then, they spoke of it with great interest as though they had personally witnessed it. In an instant, all the young people within the Xiao clan regarded Xiaoyan as their benchmark. While Xiaoyan's name was spreading everywhere, the latter was quietly cultivating in the back mountain of the Xiao clan. After going through such a huge battle, the exhaustion on his body was naturally enormous. However, the result of such exhaustion was a high desire for strength in his body. Under this kind of collision, Xiaoyan's own strength had also improved a little. Although this kind of improvement was extremely slow, it could already be considered a great help to him, who had just consolidated his strength not long ago. Outside the ancestral hall of the Xiao clan, Xiaoyan came here with a heart full of hope. When he recalled his previous experience, a trace of unhappiness involuntarily flashed across his heart. However, he quickly threw it to the back of his mind. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, he saw a familiar figure. Xiaoyang? Xiaoyan was a little surprised when he saw the person in front of him. The latter smiled and said coldly, "It is all thanks to you that I have the opportunity to participate in the clan ceremony." Xiaoyan was a little stunned when he heard this. Soon after, he seemed to have understood something. He gently shrugged his shoulders and declined to comment. "I have heard about what happened a few days ago. You are indeed more terrifying than I imagined. It is a pity that I was not in Xiao City that day. By the time I rushed back, the matter had already ended." "It's all right. Since you are already here, you are not here to tell me this." Xiaoyan smiled when he heard Xiaoyang's respectful words. It was really rare for this fellow to say such words. After the two of them spoke, the tightly shut stone door of the ancestral hall in the depths of the courtyard finally opened slowly. The person who walked out was the first elder, Xiao Zhen. First elder. The two of them did not dare to slight the old man when they saw him. Xiao Zhen nodded his head in response. His turbid old eyes paused on Xiaoyan for a moment. After which, he looked at Xiaoyang and said slowly, "Come in." The two of them looked at each other. They took a deep breath and stepped into the ancestral hall together. At the same time, a slightly excited emotion rapidly surged in the chests of Xiaoyan and Xiaoyang. After 2 years, the clan ceremony was finally here. After entering the ancestral hall, the sight in front of Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly became dim. The moment his body passed through the stone door, it appeared as though there was an invisible strength sweeping over his entire body. However, that kind of feeling did not appear to be probing. Instead, it was like an elder gently caressing the younger generation. There was an exceptional affinity, causing Xiaoyan's excited heart to immediately become much calmer. After his vision gradually returned to normal, he was able to see the situation within the ancestral shrine. The ancestral shrine in front of him was not as majestic as Xiaoyan had imagined. On the contrary, there were quite a number of paintings hanging on the walls on both sides of the ancestral shrine. On these paintings were the portraits of some of the Xiao clan's ancestors. There were also some rare and strange talismans. However, these things had long been covered by a thick layer of dust. There were a few stone pillars on both sides of the hall, protecting the ancestral shrine from falling. Near the deepest part of the ancestral shrine, there were 2 neat rows of chairs. The thing that caught Xiaoyan's attention was the 5 stone tablets at the deepest part of the ancestral shrine. At a glance, they appeared exceptionally eye-catching. What is this? Xiaoyan was finally able to clearly see them after approaching them. Out of the 5 stone tablets, 4 of them had already been cut diagonally. The cut surfaces were smooth and neat. Even though they had been cut for a long time, it was still possible to sense the powerful aura that remained on the cut surfaces. Among them, there was a stone tablet that was still intact. The words that were originally carved on it had been covered. All that was left was the word emperor that had been cut by someone. Xiaoyan immediately felt his head spin the moment he saw that word. While he was in a daze, a shriveled hand was placed on his shoulder. Only then did he gradually suppress that frightening feeling. Don't look at the words on the stone tablet. With your current strength, you are still unable to withstand that kind of pressure. Xiaoyan hurriedly shifted his gaze away after those words sounded. He looked at Xiaoyang by the side. At this moment, the latter's face also had a frightened expression. Clearly, he had also sensed the terror on the stone tablet. Our clan calls these 5 stone tablets the 5 Emperor Tablets. 5 Emperor Tablets? The first elder slowly opened his mouth. The moment the words left his mouth, Xiaoyan and Xiaoyang's minds immediately focused as they involuntarily cried out in alarm. In that case, the meaning of these 5 stone tablets was naturally self-evident. The first elder seemed to know what the two of them were thinking. He slowly inhaled a breath of air and said, "In the ancient era, the Soul clan. During the ancient times, 5 origin emperors appeared in our Shao clan. At that time, the Spirit clan was rampant, which is the current Ghoul sect. The ancient remnant clans also called them the Ghost clan. An origin emperor appeared in the Ghost clan, and his methods were extraordinary. At that time, the continent was in dire straits because of them. For the sake of the continent's safety, the 5 origin emperors of our Shao clan joined forces and charged into the Ghost world. In the end, they succeeded in killing the Ghost Emperor. However, the 5 of them were affected by the Ghost Emperor during that battle." After hearing the first elder's words, the shock in Xiaoyan and Xiaoyang's hearts grew even deeper. 5 origin emperor level experts had appeared at the same time. Such a grand occasion was something that no faction had ever been able to achieve since ancient times. Let alone 5 origin emperor level experts, the number of origin emperor level experts appearing at the same time was probably unprecedented in the history of the continent. It was hard to imagine how powerful the Shao clan was in the past under such a magnificent scene. Alright, you will understand the past in the future, but there is no need to delve into it. What you need to do now is to enter the stone room at the back and quietly complete the clan sacrifice. The first elder smiled as he opened his mouth and urged them when he saw the shocked expression that was revealed on Xiaoyan's duo's faces. Although the achievements of the predecessors were admirable, the ones who could truly make the clan prosper were the juniors. Only the juniors could continue to pave the way for the clan to prosper. Otherwise, they would only be lost in the glory of the past and become the laughingstock of others. Under Xiaozhen's guidance, the trio circled around the ancestral hall and arrived at a dim and narrow passageway. At the end of the passageway was a circular stone room. As they approached, Xiaoyan could already feel the bloodline power in his body roaring excitedly and gradually boiling. Remember, you only have half a year. After half a year, regardless of whether you come out or not, the connection between you and the clan's sacrifice will be forcefully severed. I hope that you will make good use of this opportunity and not waste it." The first elder's expression was solemn as he reminded Xiaoyang. At the end of his words, his gaze paused deeply on Xiaoyang's body. Immediately, he waved his large sleeve and an invisible ripple spread out. The 2 nearest stone doors slowly opened amidst the sound of gears turning. "I will leave the rest to you." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan and Xiaoyang looked at each other and nodded heavily. They each lifted their feet and stepped into a stone room. Following the rotation of the gears, the clan sacrifice was about to begin. Within the stone room, Xiaoyan's eyes surveyed his surroundings. Other than the bloodstones piled up in a corner, there was only a transparent crystal embedded in the stone table in front of him. Upon seeing this crystal, Xiaoyan's body slowly sat down. Following the first elder's instructions, he used his thumb to draw across his fingertip and dripped a drop of essence blood onto the surface of the crystal ball. The instant that drop of essence blood dripped onto the surface, the hard surface of the crystal ball instantly churned, forming circular ripples. That drop of essence blood also slowly seeped into the interior of the crystal ball. Only when it reached the center did the crystal ball gradually stabilize. Soon after, a ray of light suddenly shone from the bottom of the crystal ball. Soon after, a drop of pure blood that contained a trace of gold entered it. The instant the 2 drops of blood mixed together, a majestic energy suddenly filled the entire stone room. Such pure energy! Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air. Suddenly, he felt that even the air had become viscous due to this energy filling it. At the same time that he felt shocked in his heart, he did not dare to hesitate even a little. His hand was swiftly placed on the surface of the crystal ball. He focused his mind and closed his eyes. As a thought passed through his mind, the flame mantra chi method in his body also began to circulate at a high speed. Ever since the southern region had obtained the complete flame mantra chi method, after devouring a few heavenly flames, the current flame mantra was already comparable to a high-level E-rank chi method. Once it was used in this stone room that was filled with energy, Xiaoyan's body immediately became like a bottomless black hole. Under the effect of this crazy suction force, the nearly viscous and enormous energy in the air around him converged into streams of thick energy streams. They flowed from Xiaoyan's 7 orifices and even the pores all over his body into his body. After a simple refinement, they all converged into the vortex. Under such a grand situation, Xiaoyan's aura was like a river flowing into the sea, continuously rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Time flashed by. In the blink of an eye, half of the half-a-year period of the clan sacrifice had passed. During this period of time, not the slightest unusual activity was emitted from the stone room where Xiaoyan was located. Everything proceeded as though the conditions were right. The originally abundant energy in the stone chamber had long been refined. Xiaoyan's palm was still on the crystal ball, and there was an inexplicable attractive force that connected him to the pure blood inside the crystal ball. As the wisps of golden light in the blood essence entered Xiaoyan's body, the bloodline power in his body also fused with the wisps of blood essence. After a circulation, they gathered in his heart and filled his body with the rhythm of his heart. At the same time, a warm swelling feeling gradually spread out from the depths of Xiaoyan's body. The strange feeling of fullness made Xiaoyan's entire body and soul feel plump and comfortable. While Xiaoyan was completely immersed in the clan sacrifice, the friction between the Bai clan and the Xiao clan gradually increased in the outside world. In the past, both sides would secretly attack each other because of a conflict of interest. However, now, any member of the Xiao clan who encountered the Bai clan would inevitably fight. As time passed, no one knew when it would be the turn of the true experts from both sides to face each other. Outside the ancestral temple, Xiao Xian stood quietly as he calculated the time since Xiaoyan entered the ancestral temple. He slowly let out a long sigh. When he turned his gaze, the clan leader was slowly walking over from the side. "You haven't come here to see that little fellow for a while. Are you preparing to leave?" Xiao Yuheng looked at the depths of the ancestral temple and turned his head back to ask softly. Xiao Xian nodded slightly with a helpless expression. Now that the relationship between the Xiao clan and the Bai clan was gradually becoming tense, he could not continue to stay in the clan. This matter concerned the rupture of the relationship between the Xiao clan and the Bai clan. No matter what, he had to make a trip to the Sword Tomb in the northern region. "Don't worry about this trip. That little fellow's talent is not inferior to yours. Perhaps when you return, he will bring you an unexpected surprise." Xiao Xian merely smiled when he heard this. He had never doubted Xiaoyan's training talent. However, he did not know when he would be able to return once he left. Hence, his heart was still a little worried about Xiaoyan. 3 months later, the stone doors of the ancestral shrine opened and Xiaoyang walked out of the courtyard, welcoming the sunlight that he had not seen for a long time. He turned around and looked at the depths of the ancestral shrine, where an aura was quietly condensing. "This fellow really likes to be in the limelight." Xiaoyang curled his lips and said. The next moment, buzz, a buzzing trembling sound suddenly resounded over the quiet ancestral hall. Immediately, a vast and mighty aura suddenly soared into the sky and swiftly spread in all directions like floodwaters. A bright red light pillar stood in the sky after the aura gradually solidified. Immediately, the members of the Xiao clan, who had sensed the unusual activity, shot their gazes over. The light gradually disappeared and a skinny black figure slowly appeared. That frightening aura also spread from within his body. Soon after this figure appeared, a couple of figures rushed into the sky from various parts of the Xiao clan. Among them, an expert with a golden flowing light around his body appeared beside the black figure in a flash. His body flipped in the air and his leg came down heavily without any hesitation. Bang! Faced with this attack, the black figure merely turned his hand and threw a palm strike. A red flame flickered on his palm. This seemingly ordinary attack forced the attacker back. Ha ha ha, cousin Xiaoyan is indeed extraordinary. His current strength is almost catching up with mine. The golden figure stepped on the empty air as he was pulled back and easily removed the force on his body. He turned around and lifted a familiar face. It was the young clan leader of the Xiao clan, Xiaojun. As for the black-robed figure opposite him, it was naturally Xiaoyan, who had been in the ancestral hall for half a year. After the clan sacrifice, not only had the strength of the bloodline within Xiaoyan's body been raised, but his cultivation had also relied on the opportunity of the clan sacrifice to break through to the advanced level of a 9-star source zone. He was only one step away from the peak of the source zone level opposite him, Xiaojun. Xiaoyan pursed his lips and smiled when he heard Xiaojun's words. A fiery expression surged on his face as he said, "During the clan sacrifice, I was very curious about your strength. I've been very curious about your strength since the clan meeting. Now, I finally have the chance to see it for myself." After saying this, Xiaoyan suddenly waved his hand. Flames shot out from his palm and the pitch-black dark heavy buster sword appeared inch by inch. With a slight twist of his hand, a raging fire climbed up. "Haha, I couldn't ask for more. You are now known as the #1 person below the Origin Venerate level. As the young clan leader of the Xiao clan, I can't be inferior to you." Xiaojun immediately laughed heartily when he saw this. He gently twisted his wrist and a golden spear with a domineering aura appeared in his hand. The spear rotated and suddenly shook. The instant the sound of metal rang out, Xiaojun's figure suddenly turned into a ray of light and collided head-on with Xiaoyan. The members of the Xiao clan who were watching outside the arena revealed a hopeful expression when they saw the two of them fighting the moment they came out of their seclusion. The first elder Xiao Zhan and the clan leader Xiao Yuhing stood at one side. Between the two of them, the cute Xiao Ling was about to charge forward when she was pulled back by the two of them. After which, she was pushed behind her father with a depressed expression. These two people, along with Xiao Feng, can be considered the top few people in this generation's younger generation. What do you think the outcome will be if the two of them fight? The first elder smiled as he looked at the two people in the arena, ignoring Xiao Ling who was preparing to sneak away. If we don't consider the two great killing moves in Xiaoyan's hands, young master might have a chance of winning. Xiao Yuhing pondered for a moment before he slowly spoke. At the same time, he withdrew his hand behind him and an invisible suction force pulled the fleeing Xiao Ling back. The first elder smiled thoughtfully. He lifted his head and saw Xiaoyan using his giant ruler to knock away the golden spear. He took the opportunity to get close and heavily punched Xiaojun's chest. Clang, golden light suddenly flowed on the surface of Xiaojun's body, forming a golden armor in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyan's heavy punch was unable to push him back even a little. What a domineering defense. Xiaoyan was confident. Even an ordinary 8-star source sect would not dare to receive that punch head-on. However, it was unable to shake Xiaojun at all. This was enough to show the other party's strength. Haha. This golden armor of mine is condensed from the energy of the Grand Dao, and it can be considered to be a Grand Dao technique. Ordinary methods are unable to break through it. Xiaojun swung his spear forcefully, causing the tip of the spear to revolve behind him. After that, he held the tip of the spear with his other hand and stabbed it forward. However, the strange thing was that the tip of the golden spear easily tore apart the figure before him. An afterimage? Xiaojun's aura was still present, yet the person had vanished. Even Xiaojun was unable to restrain himself from witnessing this scene. Xiaojun narrowed his eyes slightly, and then he turned his spear without the slightest hesitation and smashed it fiercely towards the space at the side. Subsequently, a black shadow suddenly flickered in the calm space, and it immediately collided heavily with the golden spear in Xiaojun's hand. However, if one looked carefully, the black shadow was actually the dark heavy ruler, whereas Xiaoyan's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Hiss! All of a sudden, the dark red flames behind Xiaojun's back strangely clung to his armor, and the terrifying temperature rapidly melted the golden armor's defenses at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even Xiaojun himself could not help but feel a wave of shock at this sight. However, Xiaojun could not be bothered about the heavenly flame burning behind him. His expression was grave as he surveyed his surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, he unhesitatingly threw the golden spear in his hand. It shot explosively towards a certain empty space where no one was present. Wherever the tip of the spear passed, a fierce, heavenly flame immediately rose out of nowhere. Under this frightening flame, the golden spear was swiftly melted into nothingness. It's coming. In the next instant, Xiaojuan's expression abruptly changed. His arm suddenly jerked, and golden light blossomed. Surging Genesis Qi adhered to his armor, and soon after, he threw a heavy punch forward with shocking power. Clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed as Xiaoyan's figure appeared. However, unlike before, the flames on Xiaoyan's arm churned, converging into a fire dragon. It roared as it charged towards Xiaojuan's arm, instantly destroying the armor protecting his body. Soon after, Xiaoyan's arm jerked, and Xiaojuan's body was immediately sent flying backwards. When his body came to a stop, one of his arms was already exposed to the air. If Xiaoyan had not held back, his entire arm would have been crippled. When the battle came to an end, everyone present was dumbfounded. Gazes of disbelief were cast on Xiaojun, who was in midair. At this time, the latter also shook his head with a bitter face. He smiled bitterly and said somewhat helplessly, "That's right. Heavenly fire is really terrifying. I've lost." Uproar. The surrounding members of the Xiao clan immediately turned into an uproar after Xiaojun helplessly admitted defeat. Although they had once witnessed Xiaoyan's powerful fighting strength, they had never imagined that even the publicly acknowledged strongest person among the younger generation of the Xiao clan, Xiaojun, would be defeated by his hands. Moreover, from the looks of the fight between the two, it had only lasted for a short moment. Being able to cause a peak source zone to helplessly admit defeat within such a short period of time, Xiaoyan's great fighting strength went without saying. "Haha, thank you for letting me win." The two descended. Xiaoyan scattered the flames on his body and smiled politely at Xiaojun. Even with Xiaojuan's character, he could not help but curl his lips when he heard this. He was naturally able to personally experience the terror of the heavenly flame earlier. It was fortunate that this battle was not a foolish one where he risked his life. Otherwise, he did not think that his ending would be any better than Bai Zijing's. "Aren't you a little too frightening? How did your battle power increase by so much even though your strength has risen by 2 stars? Xiaojun glanced at his bare arm. He still had some lingering thoughts in his heart. Soon after, with a thought, a tattered robe appeared. Given his fighting strength, he could already be considered at the peak of the younger generation in the 3 great clans. However, he did not expect that there would actually be a fellow who was even more abnormal than him. This inevitably caused him to feel a little dejected. "Haha, I merely borrowed the power of the great Tao and the heavenly flame to gain an advantage. I know that I am no match for you in a head-on clash." Xiaoyan smiled faintly as he patted Xiaojuan's shoulder. His words were not flattery. Xiaojuan's domineering metal-type Genesis Qi not only gave him terrifying battle power, but his golden armor was also the strongest defensive Do skill Xiaoyan had seen in a long time. If not for the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan did not believe that he would have been able to break through it. After speaking, Xiaoyan's gaze turned around and looked towards the crowd nearby, where a few familiar figures were already waiting. "Haha, why have you guys also come?" Xiaoyan minded his own business as he walked forward. His gaze swept across Bai Hua and the 3 others. His expression was immediately startled as he asked doubtfully, "Where's Ancestor Xiaoxian? How has he been recently? He shouldn't be coming back anytime soon." At this moment, the great elder and the patriarch walked over from the side of the crowd. Their aged voices also entered Xiaoyan's ears. Xiaoyan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the first elder's words. The first elder immediately explained the reason for Xiaoxian's departure. Only then did he understand and gradually relaxed. "By the way, since you've come out of seclusion, there's something that I think you'll be interested in." "Oh?" The expression on Xiaoyan's face was slightly sluggish. He immediately looked at the great elder with a slightly stunned expression. "Some time ago, news came from the central region that the Pil Pagoda is going to hold an alchemy convention. You're an alchemist, so I'm sure you'll be interested in this kind of competition." "Alchemy convention?" Xiaoyan's expression immediately changed when he heard this. His gaze instantly looked towards Bai Hua by the side. The emotions in his heart were immediately stirred. Currently, Xiaoxian had even borrowed the strength of the Xiao clan to inquire about the heaven-questioning pill because of Bai Hua's matter. Even though this was the case, there was still no result. This caused Xiaoyan to feel anxious and a layer of disappointment covered his heart. However, the words of the first elder caused hope to ignite within Xiaoyan's heart. The pill gathering was an incomparable event in the alchemy world. All alchemists yearned to become famous in the pill gathering and become famous on the continent. However, to Xiaoyan, the most important thing was that he could only use the pill gathering to have a chance of meeting the pill pagoda's ancestor. At that time, once he obtained the heaven-questioning pill, the trouble in Bai Hua's body would be resolved. When will the pill gathering begin? After a long while, Xiaoyan withdrew his thoughts. His gaze once again returned to the great elder as he asked in a fervent tone. It is still early for us. However, there is perhaps not much time left for you. Xiao Xiaojun stepped forward with a smile from the side. When Xiaoyan's gaze turned towards him, he continued to speak. Roughly speaking, there is less than a year left. Xiao Xiu had already secluded herself to refine pills a few months ago. Xiaoyan knit his brows slightly when he heard this. He involuntarily let out a quiet sigh in his heart. Half a year's time was indeed not enough for him. Forget about the time it took to refine a high-tier medicinal pill. Even the journey from the Xiao clan to the pill tower would require quite a lot of time. More specifically, it was likely that Xiaoyan did not have more than half a year's time left. Alright, I will do my best to raise my alchemy skills during this period of time. After musing for a moment, Xiaoyan immediately raised his head and looked into Bai Hua's eyes. Immediately, he nodded heavily. After bidding farewell to the great elder and the rest, he hurried to the training room in the other courtyard without stopping. As for the medicinal ingredients, Xiaoyan's own huge collection aside, given Xiaoyan's current reputation and status in the Xiao clan, there was naturally no need for him to worry about the supply of medicinal ingredients. The only thing he needed to worry about now was to raise his alchemy skills. Seated in the training room, a huge green-gold medicinal cauldron stood in front of Xiaoyan. Both of his eyes were tightly shut. His mind continuously recalled the various pill refinement experiences of the past. Until now, the number of rank 7 medicinal pills that Xiaoyan had successfully refined could be counted with one's fingers. He had only refined one true high-grade rank 7 medicinal pill. Even so, there was still a significant amount of luck involved. Hence, if he wanted to truly take the step to become a rank 7 high-grade alchemist, it was likely that there was still a long way to go. After pondering for a long while, Xiaoyan finally clenched his teeth. With a flip of his hand, he took out a scroll of rank 7 middle-grade pill formula from his storage ring. The 7 lives suspending pill could be considered as the best amongst the rank 7 middle-grade medicinal pills. After consuming it, regardless of the state one was in, one would be able to forcefully unleash one's potential and obtain an extremely great fighting strength for a short period of time. However, once the medicinal effect wore off, it would cause a great injury to one's body. Moreover, one could only consume it 7 times in one's life. After 7 times, one would undoubtedly die. The difficulty of refining this medicinal pill was comparable to some ordinary rank 7 high-grade medicinal pills. Quite a number of alchemists used it as a transitional item to advance to a rank 7 high-grade alchemist. To the current Xiaoyan, this thing could be said to be the best medicinal pill to practice his skills. After a careful inspection, Xiaoyan calmed his heart and calmed his breathing. The various medicinal ingredients that he needed to refine the pill slowly flashed across his mind. Immediately, he flicked his finger gently. Numerous rays of light flew out from his storage ring. His hand gently patted the medicinal cauldron. Immediately, a heavenly flame rose and the lid of the cauldron opened. With a thought, the various medicinal ingredients that were suspended in the air around him were thrown into the medicinal cauldron one by one. Next, it was the complicated and slow process of refining and raising his alchemy level. After knowing that the pill gathering was about to begin, Xiaoyan naturally focused all his energy on improving his alchemy skills. After leaving the ancestral hall, he immediately threw himself into the training room. The flame within the medicinal cauldron rose continuously. Medicinal ingredients were thrown into the cauldron one after another without any heartache. The medicinal fragrance and medicinal dregs alternated with each other. Xiaoyan became increasingly proficient in refining rank 7 medicinal pills under this continuous consumption. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had already passed. The minimum requirement to participate in the pill gathering was to be a rank 6 high-grade alchemist. With Xiaoyan's current alchemy skills, it was naturally easy for him to meet this requirement. However, what he hoped for was to be able to stand at the top of the pill gathering and have the opportunity to meet the leader of the pill tower. It was not just a simple participation. Therefore, after 3 months of continuous refinement, Xiaoyan was already able to ensure that his alchemy skills were stabilized at the rank 7 middle-grade alchemist level. Next, it was naturally time to try refining a rank 7 high-grade medicinal pill. Although Xiaoyan had successfully refined a rank 7 high-grade medicinal pill before, it was only limited to the rank 7 high-grade zone. Transformation pill. Moreover, just that one time had already exhausted Xiaoyan's mental and physical strength. Even though he had tried a few times during this period of time, the final result was unsurprisingly a failure. A high-tier alchemist was already something that an ordinary person could not reach. By being able to reach this stage, each stage could be said to be as different as the heavens and earth. Many alchemist grandmasters stopped at the level of a rank 7 middle-grade alchemist. Xiaoyan was able to familiarize himself with the refining method of a rank 7 middle-grade medicinal pill within a short few months. This was already extremely rare among alchemists of the same tier. Hence, it was natural that he could not rush to refine a rank 7 high-grade medicinal pill. Within a somewhat dark and spacious secret room, a terrifyingly high temperature spread in the air, causing the originally stuffy secret room to become even more unbearable. The hot air alternated between dryness and stuffiness. If an ordinary person was here, it was likely that they would not be able to endure it for even a moment. In the stuffy atmosphere, a thin figure was sitting cross-legged in front of a huge green-gold medicinal cauldron. Within the medicinal cauldron, a dark red flame was raging. Waves of shocking heat waves constantly hit the inside of the medicinal cauldron. After being reduced by more than half, it reverberated in the secret room. Within the flame, a palm-sized mottled mucus was slowly fusing under the constant refinement of the heavenly flame. The ethereal flame seemed to have a life of its own. It carefully removed the impurities in the mucus and turned it into nothingness in the flame. The colorful mucus that contained a violent energy gradually became purer under such meticulous refinement. At this moment, the person seated in front of the medicinal cauldron was Xiaoyan, who was practicing his alchemy skills. During this period of time, his success rate in refining a high-grade rank 7 medicinal pill might have increased, but the effect was not obvious. He had only succeeded once or twice out of over a dozen refinements. One of them was extremely forceful. This kind of speed might be able to shock everyone on a normal day. However, with the pill gathering around the corner, this kind of result was far from Xiaoyan's expectations. Just as the medicinal liquid was gradually merging, a wild, violent medicinal strength within the medicinal liquid was slightly displaced, causing this large cluster of medicinal liquid, which had been refined for nearly a day, to instantly turn into dust. Xiaoyan's face immediately turned pale as he lowered his head. This was already the 16th time that he had refined the medicinal liquid once again. It was really unexpected that there would be such a result. While he was feeling disappointed in his heart, a noisy emotion involuntarily rose. Fortunately, Xiaoyan was already used to such a situation. By being able to reach this stage, he would naturally not truly descend into a wild and violent state because of a couple of failed refinement attempts. After sorting out his mood, Xiaoyan could only walk out of the secret room gloomily. He repeatedly thought about the various details of the refining process in his heart. Suddenly, 2 people walked towards him, instantly breaking Xiaoyan's thoughts. "You guys, why are you here?" Looking at the Huarong siblings in front of him, Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. He was in seclusion to train his alchemy skills. If there was nothing important, Bai Hua and the others would not disturb him around the stone room. Therefore, when he saw Hua Xing and Hua Xian, Xiaoyan could not help but frown. Could it be that Bai Hua? Before he finished speaking, Hua Xing suddenly extended his hand. Light flickered in his palm, and immediately, a wooden box made of fire banyan wood appeared. The moment the wooden box appeared, a strange energy quietly overflowed from it. When he felt the aura, Xiaoyan felt his entire body and even his soul tremble slightly. This item is unique to my Fire Banyan clan. It's called the Flame Lingji. Huixing gently pushed his palm forward, and the wooden box was sent in front of Xiaoyan by an invisible force. Fire Banyan clan's Flame Lingji? Hearing this, Xiaoyan's expression froze. Then, a look of surprise surged on his face. He had come across this item by chance in some of the ancient books of the Xiao clan. It was said that this item was originally the treasure of the Fire Banyan clan. Although it was a medicinal ingredient, only the Fire Banyan clan could successfully raise it. Once the Flame Lingji was consumed, it would allow the user to possess the legendary source body. Unless the user was on the verge of death, the user's soul origin would not be damaged or destroyed. This was one of the reasons why very few people could kill the Fire Banyan clan during its heyday. The miraculous effect of the Flame Lingji had once caused countless alchemists on the continent to go crazy. There was even a rank 8 alchemist who paid a great price to gather experts to the Fire Banyan clan to seize it. However, with the destruction of the Fire Banyan clan, the Flame Lingji had long disappeared in the long river of history. Now, on the continent, there was probably no one who could take it out. However, such a legendary item had now appeared in front of Xiaoyan. The Flame Lingji was originally bred by my Fire Banyan clan's ancestors using a special method to combine the power of magma and earth veins. The success rate is extremely low. This one was also left behind by Huixing's grandfather when my sister and I were breaking through. I originally planned to refine it carefully after my cultivation stabilized, but, at the end of his words, Huixing glanced at the young girl, Xianxia, and slowly exhaled. We also have some understanding of Senior by Hua's matter. Therefore, after this girl and I have repeatedly considered it, we have decided to gift this item to Senior. After all, compared to us, you, who have a heavy responsibility and are also an alchemist, are more suited for the power within this item. Seeing this, Xiaoyan was stunned. He then shook his head with a bitter smile. The Flame Lingji was not only a clan treasure to the Fire Banyan clan, but also a last resort to protect their lives. How could it be suitable or not? I will try my best to think of a solution for the Elixir Association. However, you should keep the Flame Lingji for yourselves. If I were to take the treasure that the Fire Banyan tribe left for you, wouldn't I be throwing away my bottom line? Huixing was momentarily speechless when he heard this. He opened his mouth slightly and exchanged glances with Xianxia beside him. After which, he nodded slightly. His hand, which he had extended forward, was suddenly clenched. One could hear a bang sound as the wooden box containing the Flame Lingji suddenly burst apart. At the same time, a pure aura spread outwards. Huixing decisively smiled. He lifted his hand and the Flame Lingji floated in front of Xiaoyan. The preservation of the Flame Lingji must be stored in a wooden box made of Fire Banyan wood. Once the wooden box is destroyed, the medicinal strength of the Flame Lingji can at most be preserved for 3 days. After 3 days, the energy within will begin to disappear. Therefore, Senior Xiaoyan, you should hurry. Looking at the Flame Lingji in front of him that was emitting waves of pure medicinal strength, Xiaoyan's face could not help but be at a loss. Even though his heart was filled with longing for this treasure, but, a long while later, Xiaoyan finally laughed bitterly. Since things had already developed to this point, it was likely that he could no longer decline. Immediately, he waved the heavenly flame in his hand and formed a thin barrier that covered the surface of the Flame Lingji. He looked at the brother and sister, who were smiling at each other. His eyes were filled with gratitude as he cupped his hands together. After which, with a twist of his hand, he kept it into his storage ring. Xiaoyan was seated cross-legged in the quiet stone room. At this moment, there was a completely crimson Lingji mushroom in the empty space in front of him. Its fiber lines were just like tree bark. It was slowly suspended in the air. A dark red flame wrapped around the medicinal ingredient, sealing the majestic energy within it that was about to dissipate. Eyeing the flame Ganoderma in front of him, Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air. The emotions in his chest were complicated. A long while later, he finally hardened his gaze. He opened his mouth and a cluster of dark red flame was spat out. With a twist of his wrist, the flame carried a bright tail that immediately wrapped around the flame Ganoderma in front of him. The instant the temperature exploded, a wave of pure and enormous mysterious energy suddenly erupted. The raging flames continued to rise under Xiaoyan's control, causing the space in the stone room to rapidly dry up. The scarlet-red body of the flame Lingji mushroom grew increasingly dark and rich under the heavenly fire. Once the energy within was extracted, it would be the best time for Xiaoyan to devour and absorb it. As expected of the Fire Banyan clan's ultimate treasure, this flame Lingji mushroom's resistance to fire is truly incomparable to ordinary herbs. In the blink of an eye, nearly a day had passed. Xiaoyan could not help but exclaim in surprise when he saw that the flame Lingji mushroom had not undergone much change. After a long period of high-temperature refinement, the wrinkles on the flame Lingji mushroom's surface were still clearly visible. Although the original scarlet-red color of the Lingji mushroom had almost turned black, overall, not much had changed. One must know that given the power of Xiaoyan's fusion of several heavenly fires, it would take him at most 2 to 3 days to refine nearly 1,000 high-tier herbs. However, the flame Lingji mushroom had only undergone a slight change in color after being burned by the heavenly fire for a long time. This was simply unimaginable. Under Xiaoyan's all-out refinement without sparing any of his Genesis Qi, the flame Lingji's outer appearance, which had already turned pitch black, finally gradually cracked apart amidst a wave of black smoke on the evening of the third day. A clear cracking sound was like that of an exploding rock. When the outer shell fell off, it turned into nothingness within the heavenly flame. Soon after, a cluster of extremely pure pale yellow energy appeared in front of Xiaoyan. "I've finally succeeded." Looking at the flame Lingji in front of him that was about to break apart, Xiaoyan's face was filled with joy and he could not help but heave a long sigh of relief. As the flame gradually disappeared, one could see that Xiaoyan's face was already somewhat pale. It could be seen that he had already gone all out in order to refine the flame Lingji during these 3 days. Xiaoyan's finger gently touched the pale yellow energy cluster. Immediately, a warm aura that seeped into one's heart assaulted Xiaoyan's mind. That kind of strange feeling caused Xiaoyan's pale white face to recover greatly in an instant. Xiaoyan involuntarily praised in his heart. After which, he ceased hesitating. He widened his mouth and a suction force immediately surged out, swallowing this cluster of energy into his stomach. The energy sank into his stomach and reached his lower abdomen. Soon after, a wave of warm energy swiftly spread throughout his body, spreading to his limbs and bones. That kind of feeling reached his soul. His entire body suddenly felt comfortable, causing Xiaoyan to have the impulse to roar towards the sky. "Ha!" An explosive cry that was mixed with a vigorous energy aura continuously reverberated within the secret room. Xiaoyan's body trembled comfortably under the enrichment of this energy. Only after a long while did everything gradually return to calmness. The absorption of the flame Lingji could be considered to be on the right track. 1 month later. Xiaoyan closed his eyes and concentrated. His mind sunk into his sea of consciousness and merged into the soul bead. A cluster of pure milky white soul essence surfaced within his mind. Observing this soul essence that did not seem to have any changes compared to before, Xiaoyan could not help but be slightly stunned. In a month's time, the refining and absorption of the flame Lingji had long ended. Xiaoyan's body had become a little stronger under the nourishment of the energy. His spiritual strength had also increased. However, this soul essence and the so-called body of origin did not seem to have any clear manifestation. Of course, as for the legend that the soul essence would not be damaged or destroyed unless one was on the brink of death, Xiaoyan was naturally not stupid enough to experience it. However, in the following refining process, with the addition of the flame Lingji to his spiritual strength, the refining of elixirs had indeed become a lot smoother. Unknowingly, Xiaoyan's success rate in refining rank 7 high-grade elixirs had become higher and higher. While Xiaoyan was immersed in improving his alchemy skills, the elites of the younger generation in the Xiao clan had also left the clan one after another to experience the world. Although the relationship between the Xiao clan and the Bai clan had become increasingly tense, the younger generation was not willing to see Xiaoyan continue to grow while they did not improve. Moreover, even if it was for the sake of the confrontation between the Xiao clan and the Bai clan, it was still necessary for them to increase their strength. On the other side, Xiao Dingtian, Xiao Gan, Xiao Jinghong and the others, who usually held high positions in the clan, had become silent. Currently, they had lost their authority in the clan and could only quietly retire in the mountains with the status of ordinary elders. The current Xiao clan was no longer a place where they could interfere. In Tianyang City, the Yin clan relied on the authority given by Xiao to change with each passing day. The Yin clan's reputation in the Xiao clan grew higher and higher. On the other hand, the Zhao clan in Liang City no longer had the backing of the three great chiefs. In addition to the estrangement between Zhao Jin and Xiao Yan, the Zhao clan's influence was already gone. Now, they were quietly curled up in Liang City. There was almost no news about them in the outside world. The green gold medicinal cauldron stood in the dimly lit stone room. The heavy feeling it gave off was like a towering mountain, causing the atmosphere in the stone room to become a little heavier. At this moment, Xiao Yan was holding a scroll in his hand in front of this medicinal cauldron. When he slowly opened it, the words that contained a clear golden glow were also reflected in his eyes. Earth Spirit Quenching Flame Pill, High Grade Rank 7. There is a certain chance of assisting a source sect expert to break through to the first star level. For alchemists, there is an extremely high chance of tempering their own flames, increasing the might of their flames. Refining this pill requires a total of 467 medicinal ingredients. The main ingredient is Fire Banyan Branch. A trace of surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he read the various descriptions of the medicinal pill on the scroll. The corners of his mouth gradually lifted into a smile when he saw that the main ingredient was a fire banyan branch. Currently, all the fire banyan branches in the flowing fire plains were in his hands. Fortunately, this pill formula had landed in his hands. If it was someone else, they would be powerless even if they wanted to. Various thoughts flashed across Xiao Yan's mind as he kept the pill formula. With a flick of his finger, a raging heavenly flame immediately rose from within the medicinal cauldron. Soon after, his finger moved and rays of light immediately flew out. Soon after, they transformed into stock after stock of rarely seen medicinal ingredients. Under the control of his spiritual strength, they were thrown into the Luo Tian cauldron. The refinement of a medicinal pill emphasized on refining and merging the different medicinal strengths contained within the many medicinal ingredients. This was especially the case between high-grade medicinal ingredients. The wild and violent energy contained within them was already incomparably enormous. Wanting to perfectly merge them was an extremely great test for an alchemist. This kind of test was not only a requirement on one's spiritual strength, but it was also a requirement on one's precise control of the flame as well as a deep understanding of the different medicinal properties of the various medicinal ingredients. Only by thoroughly mastering them and using the different medicinal ingredients to balance each other, would the merging process be smooth and without error. Only then would one be considered to have achieved the prerequisite of the completion of the medicinal pill. Currently, nearly 2 months had passed since Xiao Yan had refined the ground spirit quenching flame pill. During this period of time, due to a couple of small mistakes, Xiao Yan had wasted over a dozen fire banyan branches. If this kind of matter happened in the outside world, it was likely that it would cause countless number of alchemists to be heartbroken. However, to Xiao Yan, who possessed a mountain of fire banyan branches, this appeared to be very ordinary. After experiencing a couple of failures earlier, Xiao Yan had also accumulated quite a lot of experience. This time around, the refining process was undoubtedly even more cautious and careful. After a meticulous refining process, the medicinal liquid within the medicinal cauldron in front of him was slowly and steadily merging at this moment. Chi-chi, under the careful separation of the heavenly flame, the 5 lumps of pure paste-like liquid approached each other at an extremely slow speed. The wild and violent energy within them repeatedly came into contact with the flame, emitting a wave of fine explosive sounds. Fortunately, Xiao Yan was already used to this. He did not care about the collision of those energies as he wholeheartedly focused on the control of the medicinal liquid. This seemingly simple merging process, which was only a short distance of a few centimeters, lasted for nearly half a day. When all the medicinal liquid within the medicinal cauldron merged and gathered, forming a palm-sized mottled sphere, Xiao Yan's tensed heart finally quietly relaxed. Although the pill merging process was slow, it won in terms of stability. A couple of days later, the various energies within the medicinal ball merged with each other and were gradually twisted into one. A mottled embryonic pill that had been condensed to the size of a longan was considered to have been formed. Next was the most important and long step, pill formation, 1 week later. In the clear sky, the white clouds were arranged like fish scales. the dazzling sunlight swept past the edge of the clouds, forming a bright beam of light. It was very beautiful. But suddenly, an inexplicable force rapidly gathered above the clear sky. The sky immediately darkened, and heavy dark clouds gathered like rolling waves. Faintly, there were bursts of muffled thunder spreading out. This scene that suddenly appeared in the sky immediately stirred a commotion within the Xiao clan. A moment later, a couple of figures swiftly rushed out from the depths of the Xiao clan and rushed towards the thunderclouds. If one were to take a closer look, the person in front of them would surprisingly be the granddaughter of the first elder, the second young mistress of the Xiao clan, Xianxia. After close to a year of closed-door training, the current Xianxia had already touched the threshold of rank 7 high-grade alchemist in terms of alchemy skills. She was only one step away from truly stepping into that realm. However, due to time constraints, she had only come out of closed-door training not too long ago. Even so, she already had full confidence in stepping into that level before the pill gathering officially began. However, she did not expect to see such a shocking scene after coming out of her seclusion. When she arrived in the sky above Xiaoyan's manor, Xiaoxiu looked in the direction of the secret chamber. A thin layer of fog was drifting out from that spot. At the same time, a wave of pill fragrance quietly entered her nose. This pill fragrance. A rank 7 high-grade medicinal pill has been born. While Xiaoxiu was feeling surprised by this pill fragrance, quite a number of clan members who had gathered around immediately let out shocked cries. Immediately, numerous gazes that were filled with shock gathered on the secret room where Xiaoyan was located. Even Xiaoxiu could not resist clicking her tongue and sighing. I did not expect this fellow to be faster than me and reach this level first. She did have the experience of successfully refining a rank 7 high-grade medicinal pill. However, that was only a small amount. If one were to truly reach this level, one would naturally need to accumulate a countless amount of experience. However, from the current point of view, the level that Xiaoyan had reached was indeed one step ahead of her. All of you withdraw. What is there to see? Just at that moment, a sharp yell suddenly rang out in the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. High up in the sky, the first elder, Xiao Zhen, was slowly descending with a serious expression. Immediately, the surrounding crowd hurriedly retreated some distance away. The first elder also arrived beside Xiaoxiu. How is it? Are you confident in competing with that little fellow? Grandfather, please don't make fun of me. If I could defeat him, the person watching would not be me. Xiaoxiu pursed her red lips and smiled bitterly in a helpless manner. Rumble. Her words had just sounded when the vast and mighty thunder clouds in the sky began to churn intensely. Soon after, a sharp sonic boom was heard as a purple-gold figure appeared in the sky. It was the Northern King. TSK, this little fellow's puppet is quite capable. Over the past few days, it has received all the pill lightning that Xiaoyan encountered and used it to raise its strength. Now, the strength of this puppet is likely comparable to an advanced 9-star origin ancestor. Advanced 9-star origin ancestor? Upon hearing this, the expression on Xiaoxiu's bewitching face changed. Her beautiful eyes locked onto the scale-covered Northern King as she asked in surprise. In that case, after this battle, won't this puppet have a chance to become a source venerate? That's hard to say. Xiao Zhen looked hopefully at the Northern King as he gently stroked his beard. Chi. Soon after, a clap of thunder rang out in the sky. Black thunderbolts pierced through the sky like giant swords and ruthlessly struck the secret room in the courtyard. In the sky, the Northern King seemed to have sensed something. It lifted its cold face, and its body trembled slightly as it met the thunderbolts head-on, while the Northern King and the pill lightning that descended from the sky violently clashed. A black-colored figure quietly appeared in the empty space a short distance away from the first elder and the first elder. At a glance, it was naturally Xiaoyan, who had just collected the medicinal pills. Hee, little fellow, you are quite extraordinary. In half a year, you have actually successfully advanced to a rank 7 high-grade alchemist. The two of them stepped forward. The first elder's face was filled with praise as he sized up Xiaoyan in front of him. That gaze of his was as though he was looking at a monster. After all, just how many people in the entire continent could raise their cultivation and alchemist skills to such a level at the same time? That's right. From today onwards, the title of the #1 alchemist among the younger generation of the Xiao clan will change. Xiaoxiu smiled and teased from the side. Xiao Yan did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this string of compliments. He could only helplessly shrug his shoulders and decline to comment. I was just lucky for a moment. Bang! The sound of thunder resounded through the sky after the fierce collision. The Northern King's body stood in the sky and forcefully resolved the pill lightning that was viciously smashing down from above his head with the might of a punch. He allowed the thunderbolt to wreak havoc on his body as a pair of hollow eyes slowly lifted. He stared intently at the peerless thunderbolt that was once again rapidly descending from the sky. His feet immediately stomped on the empty air. As the space collapsed, his purple-gold body violently collided with the thunderbolt. Bang! The Northern King's body retreated nearly 1,000 feet after this attack. The wild and violent thunderbolt strength quickly followed. The whistling explosion was like waves of mournful roars that reverberated across the sky. That might seemed as though it would not stop until it tore the Northern King into pieces. As the pill lightning approached, the Northern King's body stood like a metal tower. His body flashed and appeared in front of the enormous black thunderbolt in the blink of an eye. He waved his right arm and a clanging sound rang out. He suddenly clenched his metal fist tightly. The silver-colored thunderbolt continued to dance on the surface of his body and wrapped around his arm. In the end, it wrapped around his entire arm. TSK, what a unique puppet. It is actually able to mobilize the thunderbolt strength to fight. The first elder, who was watching the battle below, could not help but exclaim when he saw the silver-colored thunderbolt that was moving on the surface of the Northern King's body. A grave expression also surfaced on Xiaoxiu's face as she said, "This kind of puppet is simply the most terrifying weapon. It has no emotions or sentience and can even mobilize the thunderbolt strength. This is definitely an invincible existence within the same level." The bewitching woman's bright eyes rotated after she spoke. She used a strange gaze to look at the owner of the puppet. She curled her lips and said, "It is fine if you and the person beside you are monstrous. Why is it that even the thing in your hand has such a heaven-defying strength?" Xiao Yan was involuntarily stunned when he heard this. His mouth parted into a smile as he teased, "Aren't you also beside me? Aren't you also by my side? Someone who can reach your level in both cultivation and alchemy is as rare as a phoenix feather and a Qilin horn in the entire continent. Aren't you one?" Xiaoxiu pursed her red lips. Her smile was quite enchanting. Xiao Yan softly smiled and sighed in response. "Me? I am different from you." Boom. Just as Xiaoxiu was about to reply, the Northern King, who was in the sky, did not stop his tightly clenched fist. The moment he swung his fist, the surrounding empty space suddenly collapsed with a sonic boom. In the endless pitch-black void space was an arm wrapped by thunderbolt strength. Invisible spatial ripples in the darkness as the terrifying power. The Northern King. Calm ground. N. The golden scales on the Northern King's body became denser and brighter as the enormous thunderbolt strength continued to fill his body. Just as the thunderclouds were about to disperse, a strange change occurred to the Northern King's body. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he sensed this. He let out a loud cry and recalled the Northern King. Hiss! Xiao Yan and the other two only noticed that the Northern King's entire body was covered by dragon scales when it arrived in front of the Northern King. It appeared as though it was wearing a layer of armor. A vague rebounding force was emitted from the scales when one touched them. The thing that surprised Xiao Yan the most was that the Northern King's palms were gradually swelling and elongating until they turned into a pair of dragon claws. The strange situation gradually stabilized. The ferocious aura emitted from the Northern King's body had also reached its peak. The Northern King's fighting strength had reached the peak of the Source Ancestor level. 3 days had passed since the pill lightning dissipated. Xiao Yan had learned from Xiaoxiu that the pill gathering was approaching when he left his retreat. The clan had decided to send an elder to lead the two of them to the pill tower in 5 days. They should rest well for the remaining time and make preparations for their departure. Xiao Yan and Bai Hua were sitting in a pavilion in the courtyard. They chatted and laughed. Their eyes would occasionally look at the two young ladies who were laughing and playing nearby. Feeling the lively and interesting atmosphere among the young ladies at home, Xiao Yan could not help but sigh emotionally in his heart. At the same time, he also felt that his body and mind had become much more relaxed. Many years of traveling outside had caused Xiaoyan's mind to always be in a tense state. Being able to sit down in such a relaxed state without any vigilance was an extremely luxurious thing. How is it? How confident are you in becoming the champion of the pill gathering after breaking through to rank 7 high grade? Bai Hua gently sipped the tea in her cup and asked with a smile. How can I be confident? The Pill Tower Grand Meeting is a grand event in the hearts of all the alchemists in the continent. Such an event will naturally attract quite a number of high-grade alchemists. It might even attract some hidden alchemist grandmasters. It will not be easy to stand out from these people. Xiaoyan gently shook his head in response. The jade cup in his hand gently knocked on the green stone table. He immediately changed the topic and stared at Bai Hua. You, on the other hand, will have no one to take care of you after I leave this time around. The situation will likely be much more troublesome. Haha, relax. That thing has been in my body for so long. I still have some experience in dealing with it. Moreover, there is the formation plate that Xiaoxian left behind. Even if it does not work, the transforming pill ring can still control it a little. I will definitely not allow anything to happen to me before you return. Bai Hua smiled when she heard this. A calm expression surfaced on her face. However, there was a desolation that was difficult to remove deep within her eyes. Xiaoyan slowly inhaled a deep breath of air as if he had seen through Bai Hua's state of mind. He comforted her. There is no need to be too nervous. Even if I am unable to rush back in time, there is still the clan leader and first elder in the clan. I will ask them to help look after you. As for the heaven-questioning pill, I will definitely think of a way to find it during this trip to the Pill Tower. At that time, the problem in your body will be completely resolved. The next day. Warm sunlight scattered down from the sky and shone on the entire Xiao clan. A few figures stood under the archway behind the ancient city hall. Alright, you can send me off here. Xiaoyan looked at Bai Hua and Lianer in front of him. After which, he looked at Xiao Chuheng and the rest who had followed behind him. He involuntarily smiled and said. Everyone was speechless. They cupped their hands together towards Xiaoyan. Just as they were about to leave, Xiao Chuheng suddenly said. Xiaoyan, although this trip will be a long one, you represent our Xiao clan after all. No matter what, you have to win the championship. Xiaoyan was initially startled when he heard this. His gaze slowly swept over everyone in front of him. When he saw the hopeful expression in everyone's eyes, he immediately felt a little moved in his heart. Immediately, he nodded his head in a heavy manner. Xiao Clan, Ancient Hall. By the time Xiaoyan arrived, Xiao Xiyu, the first elder and the rest were already waiting there. What surprised Xiaoyan was that the fourth elder, Xiao Ming, whom he had met once before, was also present. Xiaoyan greeted the ancient hall's manager, Xiaoyan, as he approached. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the first elder and the clan leader. At this moment, the few of them were smiling as they looked at the late Xiaoyan. The first elder gently stroked his beard and said, "The two of you will be participating in this event. Although the two of you will be participating in the Alchemist Grand Meeting as individuals, it is difficult to guarantee that you will not meet some fellows from some ancient factions in the middle region. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the clan has decided that the fourth elder will represent the Xiao clan and lead the two of you." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan finally understood why Xiao Ming would appear here. Although he said that he was representing the Xiao clan, it was more like he was protecting the two of them. On the other hand, Xiao Xiyu, who was by the side, curled her lips after hearing Xiao Zhen's words and said, "Grandfather, are you referring to the Bai clan when you say trouble?" Currently, the relationship between the Bai clan and the Xiao clan was far different from before. Even the slightest contact would lead to a series of troubles. Over the past half a year, many members of the Xiao clan had died in their hands. At the end of the day, the Bai clan is just a bunch of clowns. I am only worried that the Alchemist Grand Meeting has attracted many low-key factions from the middle region. There is no lack of ancient factions among them. If you meet those arrogant fellows, given your character, I do not think that you will give in. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiyu looked at each other after hearing Xiao Zhen's words. Xiao Xiyu was the big sister in the clan. She had the backing of the Xiao clan in the outside world. Hence, she was naturally more fiery in her actions. As for Xiao Yan, even though he was as powerful as the Bai clan, his attitude did not soften at all. The upper echelons of the Xiao clan were afraid that something would happen if there was no one to protect them. After recovering from his shock, Xiao Yan immediately cupped his fist towards the few people in front of him with a serious expression and said in a serious voice, "Clan Chief, First Elder, please take care of Bai Hua and the others while I'm away." The few of them smiled and nodded when they saw this. They consoled Xiao Yan with a few words before he finally relaxed. Xiao Yuheng once again conversed with the First Elder and the others for a long while. The First Elder gave a few instructions to his left and right. Seeing that the two juniors were already somewhat impatient, Xiao Yuheng smiled and spoke. "Haha, alright. Since everyone is here, let's set off. There's still a long way to go. If we arrive a day earlier, we'll have one more day to prepare." Xiao Yuheng gently waved his hand and indicated for Xiao Ming to depart after uttering these words. The latter merely nodded and took the lead to hurry to the entrance of the Xiao clan without saying anything. Behind him, Xiao Yan's face was stunned as he watched the fourth elder swiftly rushing away. He widened his mouth. Only then did he hurriedly move with Xiao Xiyu beside him and swiftly follow. The Pill Tower was located in the northeast of the central region. Due to the many alchemists under its command, the few most prosperous cities in the central region were also within the Pill Tower's sphere of influence. This sphere of influence was also known as the Pill region. For this trip, the three of them needed to use the teleportation formation to pass through some neighboring cities and sections. Of course, most of the time, they needed to personally fly tens of thousands of miles. The central region was vast. Even with Xiao Yan's current strength and the help of the teleportation formation, it was likely that the three of them would need nearly 3 months to reach the Pill region together. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had already passed. During this period of time, Xiao Yan's group had shuttled all the way without stopping. They had already crossed a couple of provinces during this period of time. The things that they had seen along the way had broadened Xiao Yan's horizons. Along the way, they had seen quite a number of sects and factions that usually did not reveal themselves. However, once they approached, the auras that were emitted from deep within the sects caused even Xiao Yan to feel quietly shocked. There were quite a number of auras among them that even he could not see through. This was the central region after all. Naturally, those who were able to establish a sect here were not ordinary people. This place was a vast and endless strange mountain range. The reason why it was strange was because the sky was clear and the sun was clearly blue. However, there was goose-feather white snow drifting between the sky and the earth. The ruins of the mountain range below were also covered in white snow. The snow plains were empty and a strange poisonous fog rose in all directions, causing this place to become a dangerous place. In the sky, Xiao Yan's group had already flown for nearly 4 hours. However, the sky was still the same. Under Xiao Yan's careful observation, the thick snow on the ground below and the poisonous fog emitted a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to tremble. This is actually caused by a battle between experts. Sensing the strangeness of this mountain range, Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim. Immediately, Xiao Xiyu by the side nodded and said, Not only that, this place was originally a plain. It was only because of the great battle that it became like this. To be able to turn such a large area into such a state, was it a decisive battle between clans? No, there were only 2 people in that battle. As soon as Xiao Yan's puzzled voice faded, Xiao Ming, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. That battle was a decisive battle between 2 Source Saint experts who were once famous in the central region. After that battle, the heavenly capital plain turned into the current Dual Saint mountain range. A decisive battle between Source Saint experts. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was even more shocked. The strongest experts he had seen so far were only Source Venerables. Even so, they were already extremely powerful existences. As for a great Source Saint expert, he didn't even dare to think about it. The result of that battle was that 1 person died and the survivor was seriously injured. That person was a woman called Yixingdu. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and muttered in his heart. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere before, but before he could ponder any further, Xiao Ming continued, People call her Du Xingsheng. Everyone calls her Du Xingyi because she possesses the rare woeful poison body. It is extremely difficult for someone with such a constitution to survive, but she managed to forcefully suppress it and reach the Genesis Saint stage. It is rumored that when Du Xingyi broke through to the Genesis Saint stage, even the ancestor of the Pill Tower personally paid a visit. But now, everything has changed. There aren't many people on the continent who still remember her name. However, I'm sure all of you are familiar with the Crossing Adversity sect that she founded. Duxing sect? Xiao Yan felt incomparably shocked when he heard Xiaoming's words, but when he heard the last sentence, he suddenly recalled the fierce battle between the Duxing sect and the Duxing sect in the Heavenly Cloud Manor. At that time, the dragon race had indeed mentioned the name Yixingdu. It seemed that it was because of this reason that the little fairy doctor. However, just as this thought was swiftly circulating in Xiao Yan's heart, a strange laughter that caused one to feel nauseous suddenly sounded around the three of them who were swiftly flying. TSK 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 TSK, we have been waiting for you for a long time, Xiao Yan. As the eerie laughter sounded, a thick black fog suddenly condensed in the void in front of the three of them. Xiao Yan's musing face immediately turned around when this black fog rose. His eyes also instantly became dark and solemn. His gaze contained some icy cold killing intent as he stared at the black fog in the empty space on the other side. He said in a dense voice, "Don't worry. Ghost Slaughter Sect? He, you can say that. However, I am different from those useless people like Gui Xing and Gui Xia. You are just a runaway thief that I have not brought back after so many years. I even allowed you to grow to such an extent. Now, you actually need me to deal with you personally." As the hoarse voice fell, the strange black fog gradually transformed into a human figure, and a rather powerful aura spread out from it. The black fog dispersed, revealing a withered and old face that was like rotten wood. The expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed when he sensed the aura that this person had emitted. This person was a genuine Yuanzun expert. His frightening aura was something that even Xiao Yan's current spiritual perception was unable to see through. From this, one could tell that this person's strength was far from what an ordinary Yuanzun could compare with. "Humph, Green Demon, so it is you," Xiaoming said in a cold voice when he saw the withered face. Soon after, he sneered in an indifferent tone. "You want to touch Xiao Yan? Have you asked for the Xiao clan's permission?" Xiaoming took a step forward without hesitation. A murderous aura suddenly swept out. Snowflakes swirled in the sky and vaguely formed a tall wall that pressed down on Green Demon. Buzz, Green Demon was not afraid at all. He waved his sleeve, which was formed by the black fog, violently. Black chi swept out and dissipated with the oncoming pressure. "Ha, this venerable self did not expect Xiao Yan to have you escorting him along the way. However, since I have come here today, why don't I take your life on top of completing my mission? Fourth elder of the Xiao clan, this will be considered quite a great contribution when I return to the sect." Looking at Xiaoming's pale face, the corners of Azure Demon's mouth slowly curled into a sinister smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a monstrous aura suddenly poured out from his body. His pair of deep old eyes stared at Xiaoming as he laughed sinisterly. "Xiaoming, I have long been curious about your strange petrification ability. Unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to test it out. Today, let me have a good fight with you." "You? You are not worthy." A rare sneer of disdain appeared on Xiaoming's indifferent face, and he snorted. With a thought, he circulated the mighty Genesis chi in his body and shouted coldly, "Don't underestimate me. Humph, you were trash that couldn't even withstand a single sword strike from my second brother. After so many years, I want to see how much stronger you have become." Pung, the two of them exchanged blows in the blink of an eye. As their fists and palms collided, the surrounding space was instantly shattered. A strong gust of wind surged out like a ring-shaped storm. Xiaoming and Azure Demon both trembled and staggered back dozens of steps. 5-star source Venerate, it seems that you haven't made any progress after so many years. You are still trash. Xiaoming clenched his fist, and ash-gray Genesis chi flowed out from his palm. It coiled around his arm and quickly solidified into a pair of hard rock gloves. Green Demon's expression turned ugly when he heard Xiaoming's mocking words. He didn't expect Xiaoming to have already advanced to a 6-star source Venerate. With such strength and his strange Genesis chi, even if he used all his strength, he might not be able to defeat Xiao Ming in a one-on-one battle. Xiao Ming, don't get carried away. You aren't weak, but I never said that I would be the only one here today. Green Demon's shriveled hand clenched violently after his words sounded. Black chi lingered around it as it was ruthlessly tossed into the sky. The instant the cluster of black fog exploded, 3 clusters of surging black fog swiftly gathered in the sky. In the blink of an eye, 3 frightening auras belonging to Origin Venerates swiftly enveloped the area. Another 3 Source Venerates. Xiao Yan involuntarily let out an exclamation the moment these 3 people appeared. He hurriedly exchanged glances with Xiao Xiyu and saw a deep solemnness in each other's eyes. 4 Yuanzun level experts in a row. Such a lineup was in existence that could dominate the entire middle region. It seemed that this group of neither human nor ghost fellows intended to take them down in one fell swoop today. Even with Xiao Ming's calm temperament, he couldn't help but frown at the sight of the lineup in front of him. If the other party only had 2 or 3 Source Venerates, he might be able to stop them if he gave it his all, but it was impossible to stop 4. Xiao Ming, today, the Twin Saint Mountain will be your burial ground. A hoarse cry was emitted from Qing Mo's mouth. The other 3 Yuanzuns immediately spread out after the order sounded. They surrounded Xiao Yan's group from different directions. The auras within their bodies erupted and the atmosphere of the place suddenly became tense. The 2 gray-white children quickly swept their eyes over Green Demon and the others. Xiao Ming couldn't help but clench his fists under his sleeves. His mind spun rapidly, and then he looked at Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiyu and said in a low voice, "I'll try my best to stall them. Later, I will try my best to delay them. The 2 of you will find an opportunity to sneak into the mountain range. With the poison barrier outside, even this group of fellows will not dare to casually charge in." Xiao Xiyu's expression suddenly changed. It was needless to say what the former's words meant, but just as she was about to speak, Xiao Yan slowly shook his head and said decisively, "Fourth Elder, I understand your intentions. Fourth Elder, I understand your intentions. However, this group of fellows have never given up until they achieve their goals. Even if we escape into this poisonous miasma, we may not be able to escape from their pursuit." Before his voice sounded, Xiao Yan flicked his finger. A black light flashed beside him and the Northern King's body appeared. It quickly said, "The Northern King has already revealed itself. So, instead of running aimlessly and waiting for death, it's better to fight with our backs against the wall." As soon as these words left his mouth, even Xiao Ming couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Yan to have such courage. Even in the face of a Source Venerate, he didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Even Xiao Xiyu nodded heavily after hearing this. As a junior of the Xiao clan, she had the pride that a member of the Xiao clan should have. Moreover, given their means, even if they were facing a Source Venerate, they might still be able to fight with them. Seeing the resolute attitude on Xiao Yan's and Xiao Xiyu's faces, Xiao Ming could only nod silently. Then, he unconsciously glanced at the North King beside Xiao Yan. While feeling strange in his heart, an inexplicable intuition quietly crept into his heart. Perhaps, as Xiao Yan had said, only by fighting with their backs against the wall would they have a chance of survival. In the distant horizon, the auras of 5 Source Venerables filled the sky. The entire world seemed to tremble slightly at this moment. Under the clear sky, the strange snowflakes floating in the air were also torn to pieces by the auras of these auras. Do you want to fight to the death?" Seeing the Northern King appear beside Xiao Yan, Azure Demon's wrinkled face curled into a frightening sneer. He waved his hand and grinned viciously. "I will deal with Xiao Yan. I will leave the rest to you. Remember, don't let Xiao Yan die." Green Demon suddenly waved his hand, which was shrouded in black fog, after his cry sounded. Dense black fog surged out and quickly gathered, transforming into a chain that emitted a bloody aura. Soon after, his body flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming waved his left hand, and a huge stone hammer appeared in his hand. "You two try your best to stall him. I will deal with this damn guy as soon as possible," Xiao Ming reminded in a low voice. Soon after, he charged forward. Behind him, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes became even fiercer as he faced the encirclement of 3 Source Venerates. His gaze quickly swept across the 3 people in the sky. One was a 2-star Source Venerate, while the other two were at the initial stage. This kind of battle strength might only be at the bottom of the Source Venerable's realm, but it was absolutely terrifying for most Source Sect powerhouses. Xiaoyan's eyes swiftly locked onto one of them. A thought passed through his mind and the Northern King immediately shot forward. It transformed into a ray of light that met the other party. Xiaoyan's eyes turned and looked at the two-star Source Venerate. With the Northern King's current battle strength, he might be able to resist an initial Source Venerate for a while, but if it was a two-star Source Venerate, it would be extremely difficult for him to counterattack. Leave this guy to me. I will leave the other one to you. Xiaoyan slowly inhaled a deep breath of air and spoke to Xiaoxiu with a smile. You? Hearing this, the latter immediately raised his eyebrows. It was one thing for this fellow to send a puppet to challenge an Source Venerate, but he actually wanted to face a stronger two-star Source Venerate. If it was anyone else, they would probably be unable to help but call him crazy. I have some experience in battles between Origin Venerates. Moreover, I'm also a 9-star Origin Source Sect, so I have a better chance of winning than you. Xiaoyan smiled faintly as the Genesis Chi in his meridians began to gather and circulate, gradually seeping out from the surface of his body. Seeing this, Xiaoxiu snorted in rebuke. Are you looking down on my late-stage 8-star Origin Sect cultivation base? Xiaoxiu's delicate fingers immediately lifted to form a seal after her words sounded. A bright red flame suddenly surged from the surface of her body and swiftly agglomerated into an enormous fire phoenix behind her. Soon after, a lovely cry sounded. The aura around her body suddenly swelled the instant the fire phoenix entered her body. Even with Xiaoyan's eyesight, he could not help but feel somewhat surprised when he sensed the powerful aura within the woman's body, which had instantly surpassed that of a 9-star Origin ancestor. Although Xiaoxiu's cultivation had yet to break through the limits of a Source Venerate, she was already an extremely powerful existence within the Origin ancestor realm. My wind-fire art may not be able to compare to your secret technique that uses heavenly flames to raise your strength, but it is still somewhat useful in the current situation. Xiaoxiu glanced at Xiaoyan, whose face was filled with surprise. She turned her pretty eyes and coldly looked at the remaining initial stage Source Venerate. Although the second young miss was arrogant, she still had some understanding of the current dangerous situation. With her strength alone, she did not think that she would be able to survive much longer in the hands of a 2-star Source Venerate. According to what you said, I'll leave that guy to you. Yes, give me some time. I'll finish him off as soon as possible. Xiaoyan nodded heavily when he saw this. Immediately, he ceased hesitating. A thought passed through his heart and the Skyfire 3 mysterious change was suddenly unleashed. At the same time that he let out an explosive cry in his heart, the aura all over his body suddenly soared at this moment. At this moment, the former was also slightly startled by Xiaoyan's words. He hesitated for an instant before suddenly moving and charging toward that opponent. In an instant, the fierce battle on the field had already begun. Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows as he felt the constantly rising aura in his body that was infinitely close to that of an Origin Venerate. He could clearly feel that after using the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, his strength had increased by a lot. After some thought, he concluded that it might be because of the clan sacrifice. You dare to be careless in the face of an Origin Venerate? You're really courting death. In the next instant, the 2-star Origin Venerate's figure appeared in front of Xiaoyan like a ghost. As the black fog spread out, a sharp claw viciously swiped towards Xiaoyan's neck. Chi. However, those sharp claws carelessly penetrated Xiaoyan's body. If one were to carefully observe, Xiaoyan's entire body in front of him was slowly twisting and drifting away. It's actually an afterimage. That guy, when did he do it? Sensing the abnormality in front of him, the 2-star Origin Venerate was greatly alarmed. He abruptly turned around and peered into the distance. There, a black-robed figure quietly stood. At this moment, 6 balls of flames were rising in front of his chest. Waves of terrifying heat spread from them, causing the surrounding space to constantly distort and collapse. Heavenly Flame. Although he had long since heard that Xiaoyan possessed a heavenly flame, this 2-star Source Venerate was still extremely shocked when he saw it today. His shock quickly turned into a cold snort. His body suddenly shook and majestic black Genesis Chi immediately surged out. Following the sound of metal colliding, numerous dark black chains appeared. They were like numerous poisonous snakes as they charged into the sky and shot towards Xiaoyan. Chi, a dense chill surged within Xiaoyan's eyes as he faced those chains that shot explosively toward him. The flame in his hand was pushed forward when the chains arrived in front of him. A frighteningly high temperature immediately incinerated the chains. The strange black-colored metal chains were melted into nothingness amidst an intense chi sound. Die brat. The instant the chains melted, the two-star origin venerate beside Xiaoyan chased after him again. His 5 fingers curled into claws, and with a burst of wind, he clawed at Xiaoyan's throat. Wherever the claw passed, invisible space collapsed. Bzz, however, just as the hand claw was about to make contact with Xiaoyan's body, a dark black curtain strangely agglomerated in front of the hand claw. This sharp claw was extended into the dark black empty space, but it did not touch Xiaoyan's body even a little. Damn it! It's the Great Void Dao. As he watched the curtain in front of him rapidly shrink, he hurriedly withdrew his hand. Xiaoyan's figure once again disappeared before his eyes. When he turned around, he saw that Xiaoyan, who had dodged the attack, was currently kneading the heavenly flame in front of him in his hand as a terrifying power began to rapidly gather. An additional calmness appeared on Xiaoyan's face as he faced the all-out attack of a 2-star source venerate in the sky. His powerful spiritual perception filled the area. Every attack from his opponent was easily and accurately dodged by Xiaoyan. Although it seemed like a dangerous move, it was nothing special in Xiaoyan's eyes. With the help of the Sky Extinction Steps and the Void Great Path, Xiaoyan had faced the 3-star origin ancestor by Rome with ease. Now that he had used a secret technique, his strength was only a hair's breadth away from becoming an origin venerate. Facing a 2-star origin venerate, the pressure in his heart was naturally much lighter than before. Corpse transforming palm. The instant a chilling shout rang out in the sky, a thick black chi burst out from the 2-star origin venerate's palms and condensed into 2 giant black ghost hands. A thick rotting aura rapidly spread as they viciously swatted towards Xiaoyan. Chi. At the same time, Xiaoyan's footsteps changed. He continued to use the Sky Extinction Step. While he pulled back, a dark black spatial curtain swiftly appeared in the empty space a short distance behind him. Xiaoyan's body quietly disappeared the moment the ghost hand arrived. All the strength of that palm ultimately landed in the collapsed endless empty space. Damn it! Xiaoyan, do you only know how to dodge? The black fog dissipated, revealing a sinister face. The latter's heart was currently filled with hatred and unwillingness. As a dignified origin venerate, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? After a few rounds of fighting, the other battlefields continued to collide and explode. Only in the battle between the 2-star origin venerate and Xiaoyan, no matter how crazily the former chased and attacked, Xiaoyan was always able to narrowly avoid his attacks at the last moment, causing all of his attacks to be useless. Who would have thought that a mere origin ancestor's movement technique would be something that even an origin venerate could not do anything to? His gaze quickly swept across the battlefield, but a sinister sneer suddenly appeared on his ferocious face. He sneered and said, Xiaoyan, I want to see just how long you can drag this out. At the same time that he spoke, he raised his eyebrows toward the battleground where Xiaoxiu was located. A cold smile also surfaced in his scarlet eyes. Xiaoyan's speed might be shocking, but if it was merely this, he would not be able to break the situation in this battleground. Looking at the battlefield, the battle between Xiaoming and Azure Fiend was gradually becoming more and more intense. Clearly, the outcome of the battle would not be decided in a short time. As for Xiaoxiu, she was still an origin sect expert after all. Even though she could temporarily contend against an origin venerate with the help of a secret technique, the difference in strength between the two sides would become increasingly obvious as time passed. At this moment, Xiaoxiu's situation was gradually deteriorating under the continuous bombardment of the initial origin venerate. It would not be long before she was defeated by that person. On the other hand, the other battlefield seemed to be a little more interesting. In the battle between the North King and the origin venerate, the North King was defeated from the very beginning. The dragon scale armor on his body was quickly destroyed by the bombardment of the chains. In just a few moments, there was not a single part of his body that was intact. However, perhaps because of this, the remaining power of the lightning yuan in the North King's body was able to erupt. Not only was it able to constantly repair his injured body, but even his battle strength was becoming more and more tyrannical with the continuous collisions. What was even more strange was that the North King's body had undergone another mutation during this battle. In the sky, Xiaoyan, who had noticed the change in this situation on Xiaoxiyu's side, had a slight change in his expression. Then, he slowly exhaled and turned his gaze back to the two-star origin venerate opposite him. His eyes narrowed as he said coldly, "It seems that I have to get rid of you as soon as possible." After saying this, Xiaoyan clapped his hands heavily. As the flames exploded, the speed at which the flames in his palms merged suddenly increased. As the heavenly flames merged, the embryonic form of a fire lotus quickly condensed. At the same time, an even more terrifying aura of extermination spread out from it. This guy, how can he gather such astonishing power? The two-star origin venerate's face could not help but twitch a few times when he sensed the gradually berserk energy in Xiaoyan's palms. A look of fear appeared on his face. The aura was so terrifying that even an expert of his level could not help but feel an aura of death. At this very moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He absolutely could not allow Xiaoyan to continue like this. As this thought rose in his mind, the black Genesis chi in his body began to frantically circulate. He took a step forward, and the space in front of him suddenly distorted. His body instantly disappeared, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of Xiaoyan like a ghost. Without any hesitation, he reached out to grab the flame in Xiaoyan's palm. This time, in the face of the two-star origin venerate's attack, Xiaoyan did not choose to retreat. Instead, he held the fire lotus that was about to take shape with one hand and covered it with the other. A suction force madly surged from his palm, pulling strands of berserk energy from the fire lotus and gathering it in his palm. "Since you can't wait, I'll let you have a taste of the power of this fire lotus." Xiaoyan let out a cold cry. Immediately, he slammed his palm forward and violently collided with the hand claw that was heading toward him. Bang! The flame formed from berserk energy suddenly collided with the pitch-black energy, and a low explosion immediately spread. Ripples of wind spread out in a ring shape, easily shattering the surrounding space. That origin venerate took dozens of steps back. He looked at the layer of charred black imprint on his hand and his face immediately became incomparably gloomy. When he looked at Xiaoyan again, he had used the collision between the two to fly back. After which, he swiftly turned around and approached the initial stage origin venerate who was fighting with Xiaoxiyu. Not good. That cunning brat. The expression of the two-star source venerate immediately changed when he sensed Xiaoyan's intention. His body hurriedly rushed forward, but Xiaoyan had already arrived behind that person. Although the latter had already sensed Xiaoyan, it was already too late. All that was left was for a warm hand to be placed on his back. Soon after, a frightening, turbulent, tidal-like energy poured out. Mountain River Seal. Bang! The instant Xiaoyan shouted in his heart, the initial stage origin venerate from the Ghost Slaughter sect was suddenly sent flying by this palm. Blood spurted out as his body uncontrollably fell towards the mountain range below. Die. Almost at the same time, the two-star origin venerate moved behind Xiaoyan. Surging black energy gathered in his palm, and he ruthlessly slammed it down on Xiaoyan's back. However, just as this palm was about to imprint on Xiaoyan's back, a fire lotus had unknowingly imprinted itself on the latter's chest. In the next instant, buzz. An earth-shaking buzzing sound suddenly resounded over the entire place. The sound wave swept over the place. In an instant, the snowflakes drifting in the sky were completely swept away. What followed was a frightening fire wave that reached the sky, evaporating the entire place. Even the old accumulated snow on the mountain range below and the poison fog that permeated the air were slightly affected. Outside the battlefield, Xiao Ming, Qing Mo, and the others, who had hurriedly retreated from the battle, watched the scene that had suddenly erupted. The expressions of both sides instantly turned grave. A huge wave of fire suddenly erupted from a thick black fog. The wind and snow between heaven and earth dissipated, and a terrifying energy swept out. The energy waves caused by the wave of fire directly lifted the snow on the mountain range below, and the purple-black poisonous fog floating in the air also dispersed. If one were to look down from high up in the sky, one would be able to clearly see an enormous fire ring swiftly spreading in all directions from the epicenter of the explosion. Everywhere it passed, the calm empty space would collapse. The snow-white mountain peaks were also completely swept away by this energy. The originally cool and moist air was also completely vaporized under the grilling of the high temperature of the heavenly flame. The power of the fire lotus was terrifying. In the sky, Xiaoming, Qingmo, and the others had naturally relied on their own strength to successfully avoid the terrifying energy within the wave of fire, but even with their cultivation bases, they still couldn't help but be shocked by the shocking scene before them. Among them, the beginner-level Source Venerate, who was fighting fiercely with the North King, stopped with a pale face and a frightened look on his face. He stood high in the sky and looked down at the empty mountain range below, which had suddenly become empty. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. After a long while, the huge cloud of fire created by the fire lotus in the sky gradually dissipated, and then two figures fell from it. Azure Demon and the others immediately looked over. Azure Demon frowned when he saw the man who was in a sorry state and whose black fog had almost dissipated. That man was the beginner-level Source Venerate who had previously fought with Xianxia. As for the other figure, it was a skinny figure with a broken body that revealed flesh and blood and half a skeleton. Compared to the former, this fellow had completely lost all signs of life. This skinny figure was naturally the two-star Source Venerate who had been closest to the explosion of the fire lotus. Xiaoyan's attack had directly killed two of their Source Venerates. How is this possible? Azure Demon's old face turned ugly when he saw that the two figures who had fallen from the mountain range were both Source Venerates from his side. His face alternated between green and white, and extreme anger surged in his chest. But then, another two figures charged out from within the fire cloud. If one were to look at them, they were surprisingly Xiaoyan and Xiaoxiu. Xiaoyan, you're still alive. The expression on Qingmo's face immediately sank when he saw Xiaoyan's unharmed manner. He let out a furious cry and his body suddenly flashed. After which, he appeared in front of Xiaoyan in a ghost-like manner. His shriveled hand was gently extended forward. Soon after, it landed on Xiaoyan's neck. Heaven and earth. However, the next moment, the air, including Azure Demons, suddenly froze. Although it was only for a moment, when Azure Demon summoned the black fog to protect himself, Xiaoming had already retreated hundreds of meters away with Xiaoyan and Xiaoxiu. The gray-eyed boy looked directly at Azure Demon, and the latter was facing him. Xiaoxiu, Xiaoming waved the giant hammer in his hand and said coldly. Without those two fellows getting in the way, I can fight 1 against 2 and kill them without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the actions of Qingmo's subordinates came to a sudden halt. The corners of his eyes involuntarily twitched as he sensed the strange pressure from the other side. His gaze swiftly shifted to the initial level Source Venerate beside him as the murderous intent in his heart churned once again. He naturally knew that he had no chance of winning against Xiaoming alone, except for delaying the battle. However, if the person beside him risked his life, a fierce flame once again rose in front of Xiaoyan just as this thought rose within Qingmo's heart. 6 clusters of flame slowly floated under the control of Xiaoyan's hands. Dense eyes stared at Xiaoyan. This guy, seeing Xiaoyan's posture, Azure Demon's face turned slightly pale. Facing the fire lotus, even someone as strong as him had to treat it seriously. Humph, Xiaoyan, let's wait and see. I don't believe that Xiaoming will follow you forever. A moment later, Qingmo finally let out a cold snort in a dense manner. His heart was filled with dissatisfaction. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to capture Xiaoyan even if there was someone guarding him since he had led 3 Yuanzun experts this time around. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyan's fighting strength was actually this frightening. He had relied on his Yuanzong cultivation to forcefully kill a Yuanzun expert. This was something that they had not expected. Looking at the mountain range where the poisonous fog was slowly converging, Azure Demon completely dispelled the thought of rescuing Xiaoyan. He looked deeply at Xiaoyan again, twisted his body, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Watching Azure Demon's figure leave, Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. He dispersed the stone hammer in his hand, and the moment he turned his head, Xiaoyan's face suddenly turned red, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The flame in front of him dissipated, and his face instantly turned pale. Xiaoyan! This sudden scene caused the expressions of Xiaoxiyu's group to change drastically. Only when Xiaoyan raised his hand and gestured did the three of them decisively descend. Under the protection of the heavenly flame, they safely stood on a mountain peak below. After which, they swallowed a couple of medicinal pills and slowly began to refine them. At the same time, the Northern King, who was high up in the sky, stood straight between heaven and earth. Wisps of silver lightning shuttled back and forth on his dragon scale stomach, which was filled with purple gold flowing light. His appearance also began to change strangely. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Following the refinement and absorption of the medicinal pill within Xiaoyan's body, the injury from the palm that he had suffered in the big battle earlier gradually recovered on the bare mountain peak. When he opened his eyes, a sharp flame flashed through the deep recesses of his eyes. His aura had finally returned to its peak. "Are you all right?" Seeing that Xiaoyan had awakened from his cultivation, Xiaoxiyu immediately asked with concern. "Yes." Xiaoyan gently nodded when he saw this. He stood up and looked at the poison barrier that permeated around him. A thought passed through his heart and the fierce heavenly flame immediately spread apart, forming a tunnel above the three of them. After staying for a couple of days, it was time for them to make the best use of their time and hurry on their journey. "Huh?" Just as the three of them rose into the air and were about to move, the Northern King, who was standing in the distance, caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily cry out in surprise. The Northern King returned to Xiaoyan's side in the blink of an eye after the summon. Even Xiaoyan was involuntarily startled when he sensed the sudden increase in the Northern King's speed. When he once again focused his eyes, the Northern King in front of him caused Xiaoyan to feel extremely surprised. "Is this a dragon man?" Xiaoyan was a little surprised when he saw the North King's transformation. Even Xiaoming and Xiaoxiyu, who were beside him, looked at the North King with interest. At this moment, the dragon scales on the Northern King's body were brighter and denser than they had been a few days ago. Aside from the dragon scales, there were also a few mysterious lightning symbols on his ice-cold face. Even his cold eyes were filled with lightning. The most eye-catching thing was the pair of dragon horns on his head and the thick and powerful dragon tail behind him. There was even lightning energy coiling around it. As he swung it gently, the violent lightning energy easily cut through the void with faint explosive sounds. What a magical puppet! Not only has it reached the level of a source venerate, but it has also transformed into a legendary dragon man. Even with Xiaoming's experience, he couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the magical puppet in front of Xiaoyan. As the fourth elder of the Xiao clan, it went without saying that he had a lot of experience in the continent. Even so, he had only seen the legendary dragon man with his own eyes today. After all, even the Xiao clan, one of the top forces in the continent, couldn't compare to the proud ancient Void Dragon clan. "I didn't expect the North King to become a source venerate because of this misfortune." Xiaoyan's eyes were somewhat stunned as he looked at the Northern King in front of him. A curiosity immediately rose in his heart. With a cry, the Northern King's body immediately faced an empty space. Immediately, its hand, which had transformed into a dragon claw, was clenched tightly. One could hear a wave of crackling explosions. Numerous thunderbolts lingered around its wrist. The moment it threw a punch forward, the sky-high thunderbolts transformed into numerous enormous rings that spread out, shattering and collapsing the empty space in front of it. What a powerful force! The joy on Xiaoyan's face became even denser when he saw the scene in front of him. With this move, the Northern King alone would be able to suppress an ordinary Yuan Zun expert if he met one. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, he recalled the North King. When he turned around, he saw the envious looks on Xiaoxiyu and Xiaoming's faces. He couldn't help but be startled and smile awkwardly. Needless to say, Xiaoxiyu was envious of the North King's strength. Anyone below the level of a source venerate would be tempted by such a magical puppet. As for Xiaoming, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed when he saw a lifeless puppet with the strength of a source venerate like him, even though he was naturally indifferent. After putting away the puppet, the three of them sorted out their emotions and hurried in the direction of the Pill region. With the example of Qing Mo's group intercepting them, Xiaoyan's group was naturally much more cautious during the subsequent journey. It was also during this period of time that Xiaoyan learned that Qing Mo belonged to the Ghost Gate. He also held the position of an elder within the Ghost Gate. It could be said that his position was quite high. Even Xiao Yan did not expect that the Ghost Gate would actually dispatch such an expert to capture Xiao Yan this time around. On top of quietly feeling anxious in his heart, he involuntarily inquired of Xiao Yan about some of the reasons. The latter naturally gave a non-committal reply. After all, the two Shi ancient gods' jade involved too many things. Even the current Xiao clan might not be able to completely believe it. Moreover, even he didn't know what secrets the two Shi ancient gods' jade held in the Yuanwu continent. The only thing he could imagine was that it might be related to that level again. Xiao Yan's group had various complicated emotions along the way, but it was still relatively peaceful for them. Along the way, they had borrowed the teleportation formations of various large cities to hurry along the way. The three of them were also getting closer to the territory of the Pill Tower. As they got closer, the number of alchemists that Xiao Yan saw along the way also gradually increased. Other than many of the best amongst the younger generation, there were also some older generation alchemist grandmasters who had made a name for themselves in the middle region for many years. There were even quite a number of ancient factions that had resided in the middle region for a long time. Not only were there origin venerates leading the group, but there was also a young alchemist among them. It was likely that he wasn't much better than Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan involuntarily sighed in his heart when he saw this. This was finally a place filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were many factions that were usually unknown to others. However, once they revealed themselves, they would cause one to be incomparably shocked. Compared to the factions that they had met along the way, which only had a single origin venerate, these factions paled in comparison. Xiao Yan's group finally successfully arrived within the territory of the Pill Tower 2 months before the start of the pill gathering due to this hurried journey. Glass City. A strange glint involuntarily flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes as he looked at the majestic city that stretched like a mountain range. Along the way, he was already used to seeing various spectacular city sights. Hence, when he saw this city at the edge of the Pill region, there was naturally no longer the shock in his eyes that he had in the past. This is only a city on the outskirts of the Pill region. There is also a rank 8 transportation array in the city. Let's rest here for a while. If everything goes well, we should be able to reach the Pill City before evening. Xiaoming casually glanced at the ancient city that was built like crystals and spoke in a casual manner. He then led the way. Behind him, Xiao Xiyu and Xiao Yan both curiously observed the surrounding environment. Xiao Yan arrived in front of the city gate. Now that he was close, he could clearly sense the ancient aura that this city emitted. This was especially the case when Xiao Yan used his spiritual perception to touch the crystal wall. A strong and powerful aura spread from it. This is spiritual force. Xiao Yan's eyebrows twitched violently. The layer of crystal on the surface of the wall was actually formed by a huge amount of spiritual force. Compressing one's spiritual strength and agglomerating it into an essence was something that Xiao Yan believed that he could do. However, if one were to say that a brick wall that was agglomerated from one's spiritual strength and covered the entire city within it, it was likely that this method was far from something that a single person could accomplish. It is indeed worthy of being the gathering center of the continent's alchemists. Only the Pill Tower is able to use spiritual force to build a city's defense. Xiao Yan could not help but shake his head and feel speechless as he secretly praised in his heart. Soon after, he followed Xiaoming's footsteps and stepped into the majestic city. After passing through the city gate, the group was first startled by the bustling scene in front of them before they even entered the city. Perhaps it was because the alchemist grand meeting was approaching, but the flow of people in Luli City, which was some distance away from the pill gathering, was especially terrifying. Currently, there were various tyrants in this place. Not only were there crooks mixed in with the honest folk, but some rare and strange things that were rarely seen in the outside world had also spread in this place. Naturally, there was no lack of true treasures among them. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that one had sufficient eyesight. The three of them slowly shuttled through the human flow on the street. Due to Xiaoming being at the front, the area around Xiao Yan's group was quite spacious. They did not have to squeeze among the crowd with great difficulty like the others. Along the way, Xiao Yan looked at the stalls on both sides, which were gradually filling up with items. The corners of his mouth curled into an interested smile. And a hopeful look appeared on his face. Although these stalls did not appear to be popular, it was difficult to guarantee that there would not be any rare treasures hidden within them. After all, there were quite a number of good things on him that he had obtained from these inconspicuous stalls. Therefore, each time he saw them, Xiaoyan would not tire of them even though there was rarely anything that caught his eye. In the end, these stalls were a competition of luck. As the crowd headed towards the center of the city, Xiaoyan could clearly sense that the number of powerhouses around them was increasing. Unlike other places, at the border of the middle region and even under the three great clans, the experts from the source zone could be considered the cornerstone of the clans. However, such a strength was merely ordinary in the current Luli city. Xiaoyan's spiritual perception even sensed that there were at least 3 auras of the source zone class around the street they were currently on. The Pill Tower was indeed worthy of being called the #1 faction in the continent. A pill gathering in an ordinary city could attract such a large number of source venerates. It was hard to imagine how many powerhouses of such strength would be gathered at the Pill Tower's headquarters. As they passed through the street, Xiaoyan was surprised by the various powerhouses in the city. His gaze swept across the surrounding stalls one by one, but unfortunately, he did not find any special treasures. Xiaoyan had no choice but to quicken his pace. Instead of wasting time on these worthless stalls, it was better to hurry to the final destination of this trip, Pill City. He believed that they would be able to see even more rare items there. However, while Xiaoyan's group was moving quickly, a rather unusual stall suddenly attracted Xiaoyan's attention. There was only a pitch-black metal scroll placed on top of the huge stall made of blue stone. Other than that, there was nothing else. The owner of this stall was currently sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He did not seem to care about the few people who were examining the metal scroll in front of the stall. This action caused quite a number of passers-by on the street to cast curious gazes in succession. Some of the people who were familiar with them had a mocking smile on their faces. Immediately, they shook their heads and left. The old man was well known in Valurium City. He only bought one item every day until he sold it. Only then would he change to another item. For some unknown reason, the iron scroll on the stone platform had been there for almost a month. During this period, many people had come forward to inquire about it, but the final result was not satisfactory. "Old man, you actually dare to demand such an exorbitant price for a soul skill with an unknown background. Aren't you a little too greedy?" At this moment, the few people in front of the stall revealed impatient expressions on their faces after inspecting the black metal scroll in front of them. Their disdainful gazes landed on the old man with his eyes closed. However, the old man acted as if he did not hear these disdainful words. The expressions on the faces of the few people turned gloomy when they saw the old man's attitude. Clearly, they were quite interested in this metal scroll. However, the seller's price and attitude were really unacceptable. "Get lost." The old man appeared to have become a little impatient in the face of the endless chatter of the few people in front of the stall. He suddenly opened his mouth and a threatening voice that contained a spiritual pressure was suddenly emitted. Those few people immediately became absent-minded for a couple of seconds under this cry. Their expressions had changed drastically by the time they recovered. They immediately snorted coldly and swiftly left. After that, Xiaoyan stepped forward with interest. Xiaoxiu frowned as she watched Xiaoyan's actions. Her cautious gaze also landed on the old man. However, Xiao Ming's eyes were fixed on the black metal scroll when he saw it. He frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. "Old man, may I take a look at this metal scroll?" Xiaoyan stepped forward and asked the old man politely with a smile. However, the old man ignored him. Seeing this, Xiaoyan immediately felt a little embarrassed. He smiled embarrassedly. Then, with a thought, spiritual strength gathered and slowly approached the metal scroll on the stone platform. However, when that old man sensed the spiritual strength in Xiaoyan's body, a pair of tightly shut old eyes were immediately opened. His expression was somewhat surprised as he looked at Xiaoyan. He sized him up, but was unable to find any younger generation alchemist who was comparable to Xiaoyan from his memories. At the same time, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was poured into the metal scroll in front of him. After a short period of continuous pouring, there was indeed a soul technique hidden deep within this metal scroll. However, just as Xiaoyan was attempting to probe it, he sensed that there was a layer of restriction that had been added by an external force. Xiaoyan immediately frowned when he sensed this. It was likely that no one would do such a foolish thing if they were to bid for it without even knowing the tier of this soul technique. A long while later, Xiaoyan could only withdraw his spiritual strength in disappointment after confirming that there was indeed nothing else within this metal scroll. Immediately, he sighed softly. In the end, he still adopted a curious attitude as he asked the old man. "Senior, how much do you intend to pay for this metal scroll?" Hearing this, the old man raised his eyelids and nodded slightly. 2 high-grade class 7 pill recipes. Xiaoyan was immediately at a loss when these words were uttered. His face immediately revealed a bitter smile as he shook his head and said, "Senior, there is indeed only one soul skill in this metal scroll. If you want to exchange it for such a price, it is a little too high." "Humph, I thought that you were also a class 7 alchemist, but you are actually such a mediocre person. This old man has overestimated you. Let's go." The old man sneered. His tone was full of mockery. These words caused Xiaoxiu's face to darken. She was about to step forward to argue when Xiaoming suddenly reached out and stopped her. His lips parted slightly, and his words were quietly transmitted into Xiaoyan's ears. Soulstone metal scroll. After hearing Xiaoming's voice transmission, Xiaoyan's face, which had just revealed a disappointed expression, was suddenly stunned. A moment later, he nodded silently. His pitch-black eyes, which were staring at the metal scroll in front of him, gradually became fiery. "Xiaoyan, if I am not wrong, this thing should be the Soulstone Iron Scroll that is rarely mentioned in the ancient books." Xiaoming's surprised voice entered Xiaoyan's ears, causing the latter's expression to change. The Soulstone Metal Scroll was a mysterious item that was rarely recorded even in the ancient books. Xiaoming had only learned about it from Xiao Mingyuan in his early years. Although the latter was rather lazy in his training, he had a vast understanding of matters related to alchemy. It was just that Xiaoming did not expect that they would actually come across a legendary treasure that even Xiao Mingyuan yearned for. When it came to the Soulstone Metal Scroll, Xiaoyan was fortunate enough to learn a thing or two about it from a couple of ancient books within the Xiao clan. However, he had only focused on investigating the things within the metal scroll and had neglected the metal scroll itself. Now that he was looking at it again, the densely packed ancient symbols carved on it were arranged in an orderly manner. From the looks of some of the unique symbols on it, this metal scroll in front of him should undoubtedly be the legendary Soulstone Metal Scroll. The Soulstone Metal Scroll was an extremely rare soul skill secret scroll that usually only existed in the records of ancient books. The reason why it was called this was because this Soulstone Metal Scroll was mostly created by powerful alchemist grandmasters using their spiritual strength and special materials to create it. This kind of metal scroll usually existed as a set. If there was really a high-class soul skill within it, there would at least be 2 scrolls. If a person who did not understand it used an ordinary method to investigate it, the result would usually be the same as the one that Xiaoyan had obtained. However, if one was able to investigate the reason behind it, one might perhaps obtain an unexpected gain. If there are 2 scrolls, or more than 2 E-class soul skills, it is not a bad deal to exchange 2 high-grade rank 7 pill formulas for them, Xiaoyan quietly calculated in his heart and made up his mind. He immediately lifted his eyes and looked at the old man on the opposite side of the stone platform, who had his eyes shut in concentration. He parted his mouth and said, "May I know if Elder can tell me the rank of the soul skill in this iron scroll?" The old man's shut-old eyes were once again opened when he heard this. His mind was slightly surprised when he saw the calm expression on Xiaoyan's face. His eyes swiftly looked to Xiaoming behind Xiaoyan. His heart seemed to have understood something when he saw the grayish-white eyes of the child. "It seems that this old man has underestimated you. This mister is an expert." The old man nodded slightly at Xiaoyan. Then, he turned his turbid eyes back to Xiaoyan. "This old man's offer isn't low, but I won't let you down. What you see is a mid-grade intent rank soul skill. Middle-level intent." Xiaoyan frowned slightly, but a huge wave had already formed in his heart. Compared to high-class Do skills, high-class soul skills on the continent were even rarer. A high-class soul skill could even be exchanged for a Tier 8 medicinal pill. Although the heart-shattering palm that he had mastered could similarly shatter one's spirit, it was ultimately still lacking compared to the surprise nature of soul skills. If he could obtain this Soulstone Metal Scroll, he would be able to add 2 E-class soul skills to his body. It would also be a great boost to Xiaoyan's fighting strength. But now, Xiaoyan's finger gently tapped on the stone table in front of him. His pitch-black eyes moved as if he was thinking about something. After a long while, he slowly shook his head and said, "Old mister, although a mid-grade intent rank soul skill is valuable, it is still only a mid-grade intent rank soul skill." After saying that, Xiaoyan turned his palm and took out a scroll and a jade bottle from his storage ring. He said, "I have a scroll with the pill formula for the 7 lives suspension pill and 2 medicinal pills. What do you think about it?" "Think about it? Haha, you don't have to trick me with these things. You and I are well aware of the value of this metal scroll. If you really want to take it, you'd better take out something of real value." Hearing this, the old man curled the corners of his mouth and revealed a mocking smile. Then, he crossed his arms and sat back down with his eyes closed. "If you feel that you have lost out, you can leave on your own." After saying that, the old man returned to his previous posture. He was too lazy to bother with Xiaoyan in front of him. Only the latter frowned slightly and stared at the soulstone iron scroll in front of him. There was a slight hesitation in his expression. "Forget it." A short moment later, Xiaoyan appeared to have made up his mind. He sighed and flipped his hand once again. Another jade bottle appeared in his hand. The instant he opened it, a wave of searing, rich medicinal fragrance immediately spread swiftly around the area. The spread of the medicinal fragrance attracted the attention of quite a number of passers-by around them. The old man in front of Xiaoyan threw a gaze that was filled with shock over the moment the jade bottle was opened. Although the shock merely lasted for an instant, it was still captured in the eyes of Xiaoyan, who was carefully observing. "I believe that old mister has heard of the earth spirit quenching flame pill?" Xiaoyan smiled and spoke in a relaxed manner. "Earth spirit quenching flame pill." Hearing this, the expression on the old man's face changed once again. He had naturally heard of this mysterious medicinal pill that was revered by countless alchemists. However, he did not expect that this medicinal pill, which was only passed down in legends, would actually appear in front of him today. "I can use this earth spirit quenching flame pill and the 7 lives suspending bone pill formula in exchange." The excitement on the old man's face became even denser when he heard Xiaoyan's words. If he was able to obtain the ground spirit quenching flame pill, it would definitely raise his achievements in the path of alchemy. However, this old man was ultimately a shrewd old man. When he saw the medicinal pill in front of him, the emotion that had become increasingly great in his heart was forcefully suppressed. He turned his old eyes and once again sat back down. He laughed and said, "The collection in young friend's hands has indeed surprised this old man. However, medicinal pills are after all only medicinal pills. No matter how many there are, there will come a time when they are exhausted. Moreover, you only have 1 medicinal pill. If young friend is willing to add the earth spirit quenching flame pill formula, you can have this metal scroll." Hearing this, Xiaoyan was startled. Immediately, displeasure appeared on his face. That pill formula was a remnant of the Fire Banyan tribe. If he casually gave it away, it would go against the trust of the Huarong siblings. No matter what, he could not easily take it out. Immediately, he shook his head with a regretful face and said, "I only obtained this earth spirit quenching flame pill by luck. I don't have the pill formula in my hands. What I said just now is also my bottom line. If Elder is still dissatisfied, this junior is not willing to force it." After saying these words, he stood up without hesitation and kept the jade bottle in his hand. He turned his head and exchanged glances with Xiaoming and Xiaoyan behind him. He shook his head slightly and ignored the old man's reluctant expression as he lifted his leg and left. Seeing Xiaoyan leave so decisively, a struggling expression immediately appeared on the old man's face. The price had already reached this point. At this moment, both parties knew that they were competing in patience. Whoever could last until the end would be the final winner. Even if the old man did not sell, there would still be an endless stream of passers-by coming forward to inquire. However, once he missed the earth spirit quenching flame pill, he was afraid that he would not have it in his life. Seeing that Xiaoyan's group was about to disappear into the crowd, the old man finally clenched his teeth hatefully. He used his spiritual strength to transmit a voice and shouted, "Young friend, please wait." The moment his words sounded, Xiaoyan's forward footsteps suddenly paused. His tensed face also suddenly relaxed. He immediately turned his head around and returned to the front of the stall with a calm face. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the old man in front of him. Dan said. "Old mister, have you changed your mind? There is no need for you to put on such an attitude. This old man has ruthlessly released many customers. It is just that I am unwilling to miss the earth spirit quenching flame pill in your hands." Seeing Xiaoyan's manner, the old man curled his mouth in a somewhat mocking manner. The latter immediately laughed and did not hide anything. He extended his hand and two items that he had prepared beforehand were revealed from under his sleeves. They were the pill formula for the 7 Lives Bone Suspension pill and the Earth Spirit Quenching Flame pill. The old man involuntarily sighed helplessly when he saw the medicinal pill that Xiaoyan extended his hand to hand over. For an alchemist, especially an alchemist like him, who had reached the end of the path of alchemy, there was no other possibility other than relying on external items if he wanted to take another step forward. Hence, the excitement in his heart was overflowing with words when he first saw the Earth Spirit Quenching Flame pill. The old man swiftly put away the jade bottle scroll that Xiaoyan handed over. The expression on his face gradually became warmer. An excitement that could not be suppressed surged out from his pair of old eyes. This scene caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily laugh softly. Immediately, his gaze was withdrawn and landed on the soulstone metal scroll in front of him. He quietly sighed in his heart about how dangerous it was. After which, he extended his hand and took it. However, just as Xiaoyan's hand was about to touch the metal scroll, a white hand suddenly extended from the side. A suction force surged from the palm and the metal scroll was moved. A laugh was also transmitted over at the same time. "Haha, this friend, everything is first come first serve. I saw this metal scroll first. Although I returned a little late, I want this metal scroll." The sudden change in the situation caused Xiaoyan's face to darken. He extended his hand and flicked his finger. An invisible force immediately shot out and knocked the metal scroll, which had just floated in the air, back onto the stone platform. Glancing over, a young man in luxurious green clothes was standing with a slight smile on his face. Looking at his cultivation, it was likely that he had just entered the 6th star origin sect. However, the spiritual pressure that faintly spread from his body caused Xiaoyan to be slightly surprised. The young man stepped forward. His refined eyes contained some disdain as they swept over the surrounding crowd. He was not annoyed by Xiaoyan's previous actions. With a wave of his sleeve, a ray of light landed on the stone platform, transforming into 2 scrolls that quietly lay there. "Old senior, these are 2 high-grade rank 7 pill formulas. They should be sufficient to exchange for this metal scroll." The young man's face was warm as he looked at the old man behind the stone platform. His face was filled with confidence as he spoke. "I'm sorry that you are late. The goods have already been sold and the rest has nothing to do with me. This metal scroll has already been sold to this young friend. As for your item, take it back." However, what the young man did not expect was that the old man merely casually glanced at the 2 pill formulas before gently shaking his head. After which, he lazily leaned against the back of the chair. The hand under his sleeve gently rubbed the jade bottle in his hand. The current him was completely focused on the Earth Spirit Quenching Flame pill in his hands. Although the 2 high-grade rank 7 pill formulas were precious, it was not enough for him to use the achievements of the latter half of his life to exchange for them. The young man involuntarily frowned when he saw the old man's indifferent attitude. After which, his gaze turned and looked at Xiaoyan opposite him. A smile was lifted on his face as he said, "This friend, I am Yao Ling from the Yao clan. May I know your name?" "Yao clan?" Hearing this, Xiaoyan's brows twitched slightly. The Yao clan was also one of the ancient clans. Their foundation was considered to be one of the top clans. Currently, they lived in the north of the Pill region, close to the Beast region of the extreme north. From a certain perspective, they could be considered as a vassal of the Pill Tower. However, these people were arrogant and refused to admit it. By relying on the Pill Tower and the terrain of the Beast region, the Yao clan had been able to live peacefully for many years. They did not end up in a miserable state like the Northern Ashur clan. Moreover, in recent years, the Yao clan had nurtured quite a number of talents in an attempt to send them to the Pill Tower in order to strengthen their position. However, the outside world did not know whether this was effective or not. When it saw the change in Xiaoyan's expression, the smile on the medicinal rock spirit's face became even wider. At the same time, its expression also involuntarily revealed an arrogant expression. It immediately parted its mouth and laughed. Humph humph, little brother, since things have already developed to this point, I think that both of us are well aware of the background of this metal scroll. Although you have bid first, I have taken a fancy to this thing first. If you are afraid of suffering a loss, I can offer double the price you offered earlier. Treat it as making a friend. I will not lose you out. Medicinal rock spirit ignored the expression on Xiaoyan's face after saying those words. He simply minded his own business and walked toward the metal scroll. However, just as his hand was about to land on the metal scroll, a warm hand suddenly landed on his wrist, causing his entire movement to suddenly come to a halt. Both Android and Apple are acceptable. The movement of his hand suddenly stopped. The smile on the medicinal rock spirit's face instantly disappeared. When he raised his eyes, he saw Xiaoyan staring at him with an expressionless face. He said, "I'm sorry. I have no intention of changing the owner of the thing that I have obtained." The moment these words were spat out, Xiaoyan's wrist trembled gently. A huge force poured out. The medicinal rock spirit's expression immediately sunk. His body involuntarily took a couple of steps back. After which, his arm trembled. Only then did he remove the force that came from his body. What a powerful physical body. Xiaoyan's sudden attack also caused a cold glint to flash across the medicinal rock spirit's eyes. There were not many people within the Pill region who dared to do such a thing to a member of the Yao clan. Xiaoyan did not hesitate even a little after randomly forcing back the medicinal rock spirit. Soon after, he once again extended his hand and grabbed the soul stone metal scroll on the stone platform. He had seen too many cases of using one's strength to bully others and snatch things. He had also experienced countless numbers of arrogant and despotic people. Unfortunately, such people had never caused him to take a step back. The dark and solemn expression on Yao Shirling's face became even denser when he saw that the person in front of him did not have the slightest intention of giving way. He immediately waved his sleeves and an extremely sharp wind immediately erupted. It instantly interrupted the movement of Xiaoyan's hand. At the same time, he swiftly moved forward and his other hand landed on the metal scroll. "Why, you still want to snatch it?" Xiaoyan's expression turned cold. His body swiftly moved forward. His right hand pressed down on the empty space, and a huge force poured down. Soon after, a clear sound of metal rang out, and he once again ruthlessly pressed the metal scroll that the young man had picked up onto the stone platform. Immediately after, the medicinal rock spirit's hand blade attacked. Xiaoyan easily brushed aside the attack with his left hand. With a gentle shake, the two immediately took half a step back. Subsequently, Xiaoyan rotated his hand, and the Genesis Chi within his body swiftly gathered in his palm. In the blink of an eye, they collided. Boom! A low, deep sonic boom sounded. Xiaoyan's body did not move even a little under this palm. Instead, medicinal rock spirit's expression changed drastically in the face of this attack. Its footsteps involuntarily took over a dozen steps back. After forcefully stabilizing its body, it raised its head to take a look. A pair of eyes that were filled with surprise instantly locked onto Xiaoyan as it cried out in disbelief. 9-star origin sect? In response, Xiaoyan ignored him. He picked up the metal scroll in front of him, and was about to keep it in his storage ring when a chilling look suddenly appeared in the medicinal rock spirit's eyes. He had not recognized the metal scroll when he first saw it, but since he had returned, he naturally could not return empty-handed. After all, the value of the soul stone metal scroll was something that even a grandmaster alchemist could not resist. Open flame slash. The young man let out a low cry in his heart. As he opened and closed his palm, a fierce, intense flame immediately rose. Immediately, he twisted his wrist and a sharp flame violently shot towards Xiaoyan's wrist in a lightning-like manner. At the same time, he raised his cold, stern face and cried out to Xiaoyan in a deep voice. "Brat, it is not a wise choice to offend a member of the Yao clan in the Pill region. Xiao Yan frowned slightly in the face of this vicious attack from the medicinal rock spirit. His hand, which was holding the metal scroll, loosened slightly, and he extended his hand with lightning-like speed, forcefully grabbing the flame that had shot over. Noisy fellow. A somewhat impatient low and deep voice was slowly spat out. Soon after, one could hear a bang sound. The powerful Do skill that the medicinal rock spirit had unleashed was forcefully shattered in Xiao Yan's palm due to this overbearing action of his. A cold and stern expression surfaced in Lin Dong's eyes the moment he lifted them. His icy cold eyes stared at the medicinal rock spirit. In the next instant, his body suddenly turned into a black shadow. He appeared in front of the medicinal rock spirit in an instant. A fist was thrown out and struck towards the medicinal rock spirit's chest. Xiao Yan's sudden lightning-like attack also caused the young man's expression to be startled. His body hurriedly pulled back. Soon after, however, he was shocked to discover that Xiao Yan's speed was actually a couple of times faster than his. At such a distance, it was impossible for him to dodge this attack from Xiao Yan even if he used all his tactics. Brat, how presumptuous! However, just as Xiao Yan was about to close in, a stern cry suddenly sounded from behind the young man. Soon after, a white-robed old man with a cold and stern face appeared beside Xiao Yan in a ghost-like manner. His shriveled hand was like an eagle's claw as it grabbed towards Xiao Yan's throat. Source Venerate Expert. Xiao Yan's heart trembled slightly when he sensed the person beside him. However, this was merely the case. Immediately, he placed his mind back onto the medicinal rock spirit in front of him. Before the latter could rejoice, Xiao Yan's heavy fist heavily landed on his chest. Bang! Amid the low and deep sound of flesh colliding, the medicinal stone spirit's body drew through a perfect arc in midair. After which, it flew backwards and charged into the crowd behind. Xiao Yan's body slowly drifted into the empty air from where he stood. The soul stone metal scroll in front of the stall, which had yet to land on the ground, was once again gently received by a white hand. When the figure appeared, one could see that it was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. On the other side, the moment the source venerate expert behind the medicinal rock spirit made his move, Xiao Ming, who had been standing on the side of the street, had unknowingly appeared in front of the old man. His pair of gray-white eyes stared straight at the old man in front of him. Although there was no killing intent, just a glance from him was enough to make the latter's claw abruptly stop in midair. You are, looking at the strange expert in front of him whose skin and eyes were all grayish-white. The old man's mind froze for a moment before he suddenly recovered and exclaimed, "That's right, the old man's eyes are all grayish-white. Xiao Ming of the Xiao clan. Get lost." Ignoring the old man's exclamation, Xiao Ming coldly shouted. The old man's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated into the crowd and helped the pale-faced medicinal rock spirit up. In front of the stone platform, Xiao Yan gently waved the soul stone iron scroll in his hand with a smile. Immediately, he kept it in his storage ring. He turned around and stood side by side with Xiao Ming. The invisible aura that he exuded actually blocked the flow of people on the street for a moment. On the other side, the medicinal rock spirit also watched Xiao Yan keep the iron scroll. His originally pale face suddenly became as white as a sheet of paper. There was an additional sinister look in his eyes as he stared at Xiao Yan. I will remember this punch. When the time comes, I will definitely return it many times over. Respectfully waiting. Hearing this, Xiao Yan just smiled disdainfully. He really didn't care about this medicinal rock spirit. After leaving these harsh words, the medicinal rock spirit quickly left with the help of the old man beside him. Xiao Xiyu gently twirled her hair with her jade-like fingers. After the matter was resolved and she joked with Xiao Yan for a while, the three of them didn't stay any longer and hurried towards the teleportation array in Luli City. Because of this incident, their movements were undoubtedly delayed a lot. They didn't know what the situation would be like when they reached Pill City. Night. Xiao Yan and the other two were currently seated around a table in a quiet room that was isolated by Genesis Qi. The item on the table was naturally the Soul Stone Metal Scroll that they had obtained during the day. After obtaining the Soul Stone Metal Scroll, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiyu began to search all over Luli City with great interest. They hoped that they could try their luck and find some treasures that would surprise them. However, good luck did not continuously descend on one's head. After a moment of excitement, the two of them could only follow Xiao Ming to his residence with dejected faces. They began to study the dark black metal scroll in their hands. The legendary soul stone iron scroll that even alchemy grandmasters yearn for day and night. Let's see what kind of earth-shattering treasure is hidden in it. The gazes of the three of them focused on the black-colored metal scroll in front of him. Xiao Yan's eyes revealed a fiery heat. Immediately, he extended his finger and gently touched the icy-cold metal scroll. A thought passed through his heart, and the enormous spiritual strength in his mind immediately followed the guidance of his mind and swiftly probed into the interior of the metal scroll. A short moment later, he sensed an external force being transmitted from deep within the metal scroll. It was the restriction that the old man had placed. However, this restriction did not have the intentional support of that old man. Currently, it was merely a thin piece of paper in front of Xiao Yan. With a gentle touch, it instantly turned into nothingness. The enormous amount of information contained within it transformed into a green light following the release of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. It was displayed in the empty space above the metal scroll. Is this the Do skill contained in the Soulstone Iron Scroll? Xiao Siyu couldn't help muttering to herself as she gazed at the spreading green light in front of her. Then, she and Xiao Yan focused their gazes on the green light. Spirit Shattering Finger, a midi-class soul skill. This Do skill gathered spirit power at one point and unleashed an absolute explosion. The stronger the spirit power of the user, the stronger the power after the condensation. It could even shatter the soul and body together. Anyone who received this attack would be injured. After a simple description, a huge flow of information flowed into Xiao Yan's mind. Of course, because of the uniqueness of the Soulstone Iron Scroll, Xiao Siyu also sensed it. Only Xiao Ming leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed. Spirit power wasn't his forte and he wasn't interested in it. Therefore, he naturally had no interest in the Do skill inheritance that was regarded as a treasure in the eyes of ordinary people. A long while later, when the green light gradually faded, Xiao Yan and Xiao Siyu also withdrew from their immersed minds. After recovering, they looked at each other and saw a glimmer in each other's eyes. It was obvious that they had gained a lot of benefits from it. It's a good Do skill. Although the method is a little cold, it should have a good effect if used properly in a fight. Xiao Siyu stretched out a jade finger and condensed a huge amount of spirit power at the tip of her finger. Then, she used an inexplicable method to make the huge power invisible. The seemingly weak and slender jade finger easily cut through the space in front of her. It continued to shake violently for a while before it gradually calmed down. Xiao Yan nodded his head in agreement. In terms of strength, this Do technique was no different from an ordinary Do technique. However, the surprising thing was that its special method of unleashing it was able to turn the agglomerated spiritual strength into nothing. Such an attack was likely something that even an expert at the Source Dune level would not dare to underestimate. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. His gaze once again returned to the Soulstone metal scroll in front of him. The fiery heat in his eyes became even more intense. He pursed his somewhat dry and hot lips and slowly said, I am curious now. The soul-shattering finger is only one of the Do skills in the Soulstone Iron Scroll, but it has already reached such a level. How strong would the second or third Do skill be? Could it be the legendary Saint-class Do skill? Some ripples surfaced in Xiao Siyu's bewitching eyes as she asked expectantly. If a Saint-class Do skill really appeared, the Soulstone Iron Scroll wouldn't be discussed by you guys here. Even the usually quiet Xiao Ming could not help but mock when a Saint-class Do skill was mentioned. Without waiting for Xiao Siyu's expression to change, he closed his eyes and leaned back. Xiao Siyu spat softly. Xiao Yan nodded gently and said, the Saint-class Do skill is indeed a Saint-class Do skill. My expectations for a Saint-rank Do skill are indeed a little high. However, if I can find a middle-rank intent-rank soul skill or even a stronger one, then this trade won't be considered a loss. Once he finished speaking, he once again poured his spiritual strength into the dark black metal scroll in front of him. Xiao Siyu's hand gently held a strand of hair as her pretty eyes stared at the metal scroll on the table. However, after nearly 15 minutes, the expression on Xiao Yan's face, which was originally filled with anticipation, gradually disappeared. Even his eyebrows could not help but slowly knit together. Seeing this scene, the expression on Xiao Siyu's face immediately changed. Even Xiaoming, who had his eyes closed, could not help but narrow his eyes curiously. After nearly 2 hours, Xiao Yan, whose expression was slightly gloomy, finally withdrew his spiritual strength helplessly. He looked at the two people in front of him and shook his head. Regretfully. He sighed deeply and said, I have searched every corner of the metal scroll. I can confirm that there are no other soul skills in it other than this soul-shattering finger. An expression of disbelief immediately surfaced on Xiao Siyu's face when these words were said. She said seriously, how is this possible? Since all the Do skills in the Soulstone Metal Scroll exist as a set, how can there only be one scroll? Could it be that the old man lied to us and the Soulstone Metal Scroll is a fake? That should not be the case. The Soulstone Metal Scroll itself is extremely special. If it is really a fake, it is impossible for you and I not to be able to find some clues given our methods. Moreover, there is also the fourth elder. However, as of now, I'm afraid that we will not be able to understand the mystery of this metal scroll within a short period of time. Xiao Yan shook his head slightly and exchanged glances with Xiao Siyu. Soon after, the two of them shifted their gazes to Xiaoming. Currently, they could only rely on this almighty source venerate expert. However, Xiaoming was at a loss when faced with the expectations of the two of them. He shook his head and said, I have only heard about this thing. As for the details, I don't know. You can look for Xiaoming Yuan. Hearing this, the two of them immediately became silent. Subsequently, Xiao Yan once again injected his spiritual energy into the Soulstone Metal Scroll in front of him and tried to search. Xiao Siyu stretched her waist and her soft and delicate body immediately swelled up in a proud arc. After which, she lazily shrank back into the chair. Since it was only a matter of time before they found the remaining treasures, there was naturally no need for her to worry about it. However, seeing Xiao Yan's unwilling expression, her pair of slightly tired beautiful eyes turned slightly. Suddenly, she pursed her lips and smiled. I think you don't need to be anxious for now. If you are so unwilling, why don't I bring you to find an opportunity tomorrow? Xiao Yan gently furrowed his brows and took the opportunity to withdraw his spiritual energy. He raised his eyes and asked curiously, opportunity? Here? Although it was already late at night, the liveliness in Glass City did not lose out to the daytime. Under the deep night sky and the brightly lit streets, Xiao Yan sat alone on the roof of a building as he stared into the distance with a listless expression. Everything that had happened in the Twin Saint Mountain range flashed in his mind, causing his heart to involuntarily sink. Since the green demon had made a move, it meant that the enormous being behind him, whose strength was second only to the Pill Tower in the entire continent, Ghost Gate, had finally made a move against him. From today onwards, the opponents that he would face would be much stronger than before. Before he could officially fight with that group of neither human nor ghost fellows, he needed to possess sufficient strength. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been buried deep in his chest. As he opened and closed his hands, the Genesis Chi gathered at the center of his palms transformed into a beautiful face that was reflected in his pitch-black pupils, causing him to feel endless tenderness. Sun Air, this great appearance was naturally Sun Air, whom Xiao Yan had been longing for. The latter was currently in the Ghost Gate and her situation was difficult to predict. However, the appearance of the experts from the Ghost Gate this time around caused Xiao Yan's heart to quietly form a premonition. The day he would meet Sun Air again was not far away. The next day. After a night of rest, Xiao Yan's group had recovered to their peak condition. When dawn broke, Glass City was once again bustling with noise and excitement. Dense streams of people moved through the city, ultimately gathering at the giant plaza at the end of the street. As the teleportation array activated, a buzzing sound of intense energy undulations could be heard. Golden light rose and fell, and the figures in the array disappeared. Pill City. Giant stone plazas stood in the distant sky. At a certain moment, golden light suddenly shone from one of the plazas. Moments later, when the light gradually faded, a group of figures with various gazes appeared. Xiao Yan's group was standing among them. Everyone focused their eyes as exclamations quickly sounded. The scene in front of them caused them to feel extremely shocked. Even Xiao Yan could not help but widen his eyes. His face was stunned as he looked at the world that had appeared in front of him. Even though he was very experienced and was used to seeing the grandeur of the Shao clan, He still involuntarily lost his composure when he saw this scene. Looking from the position of the giant stone plazas in the sky, the place where everyone was standing was surprisingly a vast mountain range. The mountain ranges in all directions were gathered together like pillars that supported the sky. In the middle, which was directly below Xiaoyan's group, was an extremely vast lake. The misty clouds on the lake gathered together under the guidance of some kind of energy, forming a pillar of air that rose into the sky. A city was connected to it. A majestic city that was suspended high in the sky and emitted an overlord aura, Pill City. What a domineering city. It is indeed worthy of being the Pill Tower. Even this headquarters constantly shows its position as the overlord of the continent. After being stunned for a moment, waves of shocked voices finally sounded from the crowd. At the same time, human traffic also surged out from the other plazas in the surrounding empty space. The scene from before began to repeat itself in this world. Seeing that more and more people were gathering, everyone in the square no longer hesitated. They moved one after another and hurried toward the entrance of Pill City. Xiaoyan's group exchanged glances with each other when they saw this. They nodded gently and moved their bodies. They also turned into light figures and appeared in front of the entrance of the city within a couple of flashes. Xiaoyan only noticed that this place was already filled with a black mass after he arrived in front of it. In front of the majestic city gate, there was an invisible barrier that blocked countless people outside. No matter how hard they tried, it was to no avail. The Pill Tower is known as the Holy Land in the hearts of all alchemists. Now it seems that not everyone can enter this place. Xiaoyan felt the pressure on the barrier. It was likely that even ordinary rank 6 alchemists and those below the Origin Emperor would not be able to pass through it. The Pill Tower has stood on the continent for so many years. It naturally has its own unique selection methods. Whether one wants to use it to make a name for themselves or to rise to the top, one must first show enough qualifications for it to take them seriously. Xiaoming only spoke indifferently in response to Xiaoyan's words. Hearing this, Xiaoming frowned slightly, shook his head, and sighed. It is this qualification that makes many people unable to reach the Pill Tower. They can only stand in front of this door for their entire lives. They will not be able to see the real Pill Tower until they die. Therefore, the Pill Tower is still the #1 faction on the continent. After saying that, Xiaoming tilted his head slightly and glanced at Xiaoyan. Then, he walked forward. The two behind him looked at each other and fell silent for a moment. Then, they followed Xiaoming's footsteps. Not choosing the good. Such a harsh selection method was enough to cut off the continuation of any family. However, the Pill Tower, a super faction on the continent, had always been in a position that people could only look up to because of this. Facing the crowded crowd, Xiaoming only glanced at them, and an invisible pressure made the people in front quickly open a path. Then, under the respectful gazes of the people around them, the three of them walked into the city with light steps. After entering the city, the streets in front of them immediately became a lot more spacious. Although there had been a lot of people gathering in the Pill City during this period of time, it did not seem to have any impact on the city. Xiaoming walked forward with ease, and Xiaoxiu introduced the city to Xiaoyan with interest. Compared to the latter, Xiaoxiu was indeed very familiar with the Pill City. When Xiaoxiu mentioned the place they were going to next, Xiaoyan's eyebrows twitched. His interest was finally piqued. So you're saying that the testing hall is the opportunity you spoke of? It can be considered so. Although there are many rumors, no one has been able to prove that the 9-word soul tablet contains the opportunity left behind by a certain almighty from the Pill Tower. There are only 2 results. Therefore, most people still have the attitude of trying their luck. There is no harm in giving it a try. Xiaoxiu smiled. She had casually mentioned it because she saw Xiaoyan's obsession with the soulstone metal scroll. She did not expect that Xiaoyan would be so concerned about it. While the two of them were conversing, they wandered around the city for nearly an hour amidst the noise around them. Finally, they stopped in front of a large hall in the southern part of the city. However, this place was already packed with people compared to other places. The bustling crowd filled the square in front of the large hall. All kinds of experts were waiting outside the hall. No matter what kind of strength or status they had in the outside world, they could only line up obediently here. When Xiaoyan carefully observed the crowd present, He could even faintly sense a few terrifying auras of Source Venerables. Even Source Venerables are no exception, Xiaoyan quietly muttered in his heart. He involuntarily felt ashamed of the strength of the pill tower. However, Xiao Ming by the side suddenly flicked his finger. A white ray of light shot out and swiftly flew over the heads of everyone present. It shot into the large hall. Within a short couple of minutes, an old man swiftly walked out. He arrived in front of the three of them and respectfully handed a white jade tablet with the word Xiao carved on it to Xiao Ming. Only then did he say, "This is the pill tower. Mister, please." Seeing this, Xiaoyan was taken aback. This jade tablet was issued by the clan. He also had one in his hand, but he did not expect it to have such a use. "Let's go," Xiao Ming said indifferently when he saw Xiaoyan in a daze. The three of them followed the lead of the pill tower elder and smoothly passed through the bustling crowd towards the hall in front of them. Along the way, Xiaoxiu saw Xiaoyan playing with the jade token in his hand with great interest. She seemed to have seen through his doubts and pursed her red lips slightly. Although the structure of this identity jade token is simple, it is the symbol of the clan. Even some of the elders of the pill tower have to be polite when they see it. Oh? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He didn't expect such a small jade token to have such great power. Don't underestimate the status of our Xiao clan in the continent. Even if we aren't as glorious as we used to be, we are still one of the three great clans. The pill tower may be overbearing, but they aren't incorruptible people. They won't be so stupid as to offend our Xiao clan. Xiaoxiu raised her delicate chin slightly when she finished speaking. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a proud look. It wasn't that she was overly arrogant, but the Xiao clan had the qualifications to be valued by the pill tower. Putting aside their status as one of the three great clans of the central region, their status as an ancient clan was something that no one in the central region could easily shake. Xiaoyan sighed inwardly when he thought of this. Indeed, strength was the best stepping stone. Even ordinary Source Venerables had to line up and wait here, but they could easily enter with just a jade token. The foundation of the Xiao clan could be seen from this. With the pill tower elder leading the way, the congested crowd successfully opened up a path for them. This caused the originally anxious crowd to immediately cry out sternly. The noise was like a demonic sound that shook one's eardrums to the point of pain. At a certain spot in the crowd, there were two groups of people facing each other under countless curious gazes. At this moment, there was a young man and a young woman with their backs against the large hall. The young woman's figure was slightly petite. Her fair cheeks also faintly emitted a naive innocence. As for the man beside her, he had a slightly sturdy figure. On his firm and determined face, there was a faint domineering aura that was not angry but mighty. However, compared to his age, this domineering aura seemed to be overly mature. It was as if this aura was grafted onto someone else. The order of the queue is based on first come, first served. What is the meaning of your actions? At this moment, these two people were staring at the three young men opposite them with gloomy expressions. The sturdy man's voice was like thunder when he opened his mouth. It was filled with a sharp aura. At the same time, his eyes swept across the entire place before finally returning to the three people opposite him. It was as if he wanted to use this opportunity to make the surrounding people make things difficult for him and force the three people to back off. However, in the face of the strong young man's stern yell, the three men with fierce faces only laughed strangely. One of them, a thin man, glanced at the former with a dark gaze and immediately said disdainfully, "What a joke." He disdainfully said, "Brat, less nonsense." Obediently scrammed to the back. Not only will it save me the trouble of taking action, it will also save you from embarrassing yourself in front of your little girlfriend. He, the sturdy young man frowned when he heard this. He extended his hand and stopped the young woman, who was about to flare up. At the same time, the expression on his face gradually became denser. He knew that words were useless. He immediately snorted coldly and took a step forward. As his body straightened, the aura that belonged to an Origin Emperor swept forward. Oh, a 6-star Origin Emperor? The young man's imposing manner might have caused a slight commotion in the surrounding crowd. However, in the eyes of the three people on the other side, all it got in return was a disdainful ridicule. Before the muscular young man could do anything, the skinny man, who had spoken earlier, suddenly glared coldly at the former. In an instant, a powerful aura that was dozens of times stronger than the former suddenly pressed forward, forcing the man back into the crowd behind. Only then did he manage to stabilize his body. Origin. Origin sect. The expression on the sturdy young man's face abruptly changed at this moment. He had long known that the heroes of the central region were gathered in large numbers. However, he never imagined that the first person to take action today would actually be a Origin sect level fellow. Such strength would be considered a peak expert even in his hometown. A mere Origin emperor dares to be impudent in front of others. You truly do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. As the thin man's Origin sect aura spread out, the other two people beside him also released their own auras. One of them even sneered and said, "You're the one who's going to make a move. Why aren't you scramming? If you don't, we'll make you crawl out of here. You're going too far." At this moment, the girl who had been stopped by the sturdy young man finally could not help but curse. She raised her Genesis chi and was just about to step forward when the skinny man casually raised his hand and pushed her back in the blink of an eye. Even King Yuan dares to take action. You really don't know what's good for you. As he spoke, his figure swiftly moved forward like a phantom, arriving in front of the girl in the blink of an eye. When he saw the fear on the girl's face, the sinister smile on the skinny man's face grew even wider. His 5 fingers reached out, grabbing towards the girl's body. Amidst the size of the crowd, the skinny man's outstretched hand was getting closer and closer to the young lady's delicate body. Just when everyone thought that they were about to witness a beautiful scene, some people's expressions suddenly changed. Their gazes all turned towards the empty space beside the two people on the stage. At the same time, a fair hand suddenly extended from the young lady's side. With a gentle clench, the skinny man's hand, along with his entire body, was instantly blocked. It was as though he was suddenly fixed on the spot. Soon after, a random wave of the hand caused the man's body to uncontrollably fly backwards, flying back to the side of his two companions. When the crowd focused their gazes again, they saw a man in black robes slowly turning around beside the girl, a gentle smile on his face as he looked towards the frightened girl and teased. "Girl, it's been so many years since we last met. You don't seem to have grown much?" Hearing this familiar soft laughter, the young lady, who had yet to recover from her earlier shock, was initially startled. A moment later, she finally raised her head abruptly. Her face was filled with disbelief as she looked at the smiling face of the young man in front of her. Xiaoyan? The moment the young lady's words sounded, the body of the burly young man behind her, who had just stabilized his aura, shook violently. He immediately lifted his head to look at the man in front of the young lady. Soon after, a wild joy and excitement surfaced on his face. "Xiaoyan, it's really you." Upon seeing this, Xiaoyan smiled faintly as his gaze swept across the two. Soon after, he gently rubbed the girl's head and said with a faint smile, "Xianxia, Mu Ling, long time no see. How have you been?" At the front of the testing hall, Xiaoyan was looking at the two people in front of him with a warm expression on his face in a relatively spacious spot among the congested crowd. The young lady who was called Xianxia was the beloved daughter of the Green Phoenix clan in the distant western region, Morong Xianxia. Mu Ling was naturally the young man whom Xiaoyan had met in the southwest border of the continent in his early years. At that time, he was determined to become Xiaoyan's disciple. However, due to a twist of fate, he became the student of Zhou Tai of the Southern Region Alchemist Alliance. Unexpectedly, even he had come to the Pale Tower Grand Meeting. "I did not expect to see you here." "All right." Seeing these two old friends again after so many years, Xiaoyan felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. This was especially so since Morong Qianqian had an inextricable relationship with Lung Bingshuang. This also caused another peerless face to surface in Xiaoyan's mind when he looked at this girl. At the same time, a sense of guilt involuntarily rose. He had left the southwest continent for many years. Although it was not easy to travel alone, it was also not an easy task to put the entire Shao Gate on Lung Bingshuang's shoulders. Now that he had established himself in the middle region, he did not know what Lung Bingshuang's situation was. No matter what, she was still his wife. "I was appointed by the Southern Region Alchemist Alliance to come to the Pill Tower Grand Meeting. However, she insisted on coming. Alright. Mu Ling, whose aura had gradually calmed down, opened his mouth with a face full of smiles. When the young lady heard this, she pointed her nose at him and snorted softly. Who followed you? I wanted to come to the middle region on my own. It was clearly you who dragged me all the way and forced yourself to follow behind me. These two people spoke one after another, causing Xiaoyan to recover from his temporary absent-mindedness. Mu Ling sighed helplessly. He shook his head and said to Xiaoyan, this girl secretly left her clan. I met her halfway. After I used the Alchemist Alliance to contact her family, they asked me to take care of her. Just like that, we arrived here. Alright. Xiaoyan softly smiled and nodded when he heard this. Running away from home was a common occurrence for this girl. However, it was likely that the Morong clan did not expect that she would actually run away to the middle region this time around. Where's Bai Hua? Since you're here, Bai Hua can't possibly not be here, right? Morong Xianxia lightly spat at Mu Ling. Soon after, she swept her gaze around Xiaoyan. Hearing these words, Xiaoyan was slightly startled. Thinking about the intimate relationship between this girl and Bai Hua, he paused for a moment before saying, he didn't come with me to the pill assembly this time. What's wrong? Could it be that he's in trouble? Knowing that Bai Hua was not by Xiaoyan's side, the young lady's face immediately revealed a worried expression. The former smiled in a comforting manner and said, don't worry, it's only because Lian and a few other companions are still in the clan, so Bai Hua stayed behind to look after them. If you want to see him, I'll take you there after the pill assembly ends. Hearing these words, the expression on Morong Xianxian's face became much more relaxed. It was only at this moment that noisy curses suddenly sounded from behind Xiaoyan. I thought that it was some kind of hero saving a damsel in distress, but it turns out that it's another brat who doesn't know his limits. Although you're also a Genesis ancestor, you're facing the three of us at the same time. Even if your entire body is made of iron, how many nails can you twist? The skinny man who had been forced back by Xiaoyan earlier took a few steps forward with a gloomy expression. At the same time, the aura of a 4-star Genesis ancestor spread forward. The other two people beside him also stepped forward, mocking and ridiculing him. The three auras of the same level intertwined and spread, causing the expressions of some of the surrounding people to involuntarily change. A 4-star Genesis ancestor. Although this kind of strength was nothing in the Genesis realm, if the three of them worked together, even an ordinary high-tier Genesis ancestor would not be willing to provoke them. Mu Ling's and Morong Xianxian's expressions changed once again when they saw the three pressuring over. From Xiaoyan's previous actions, it was not difficult to determine that he was also a Genesis ancestor expert. However, if he was facing three Genesis ancestors at the same time, the situation was clearly not optimistic. Xiaoyan frowned slightly when he saw the attitude of the three of them. Mu Ling by the side was just about to advise Xiaoyan to withdraw when the latter suddenly turned his head. His tone was somewhat impatient as he spoke to the three of them. The person reprimanded in a deep voice. Scram. Morong Xianxian's appearance had caused Xiaoyan's mood to return to the past, causing his emotions to become much more complicated. The two people in front of him were fine, but these three brats actually dared to be long-winded, causing Xiaoyan to feel a little impatient. Immediately, the aura of a peak Genesis ancestor unfurled, causing the expressions of the three to instantly turn ashen. The aura that had leaked out from their bodies instantly shrank back into their bodies like mice that had seen a cat. Even the surrounding crowd immediately became much quieter. A long while later, Xiaoyan's eyes turned around and saw the stunned expressions of the two beside him. He was slightly startled, before he gently smiled and said a few words of comfort. Only then did he turn his head to look at the Pill Tower elder in the crowd and asked with a smile, "These two seniors are my friends." "Senior, these two are my friends. Would it be possible for them to travel with us?" Hearing this, the old man didn't suspect anything. He just nodded with a smile and said, "Yes. Of course. All right." After obtaining the approval of the Pill Tower elder, Xiaoyan bowed slightly and expressed his thanks. After which, he led the two of them to Xiaoming and Xiao Xiyu's side. The Pill Tower elder's old eyes stared deeply at Xiaoyan's back. He was secretly surprised in his heart. A 9-star Genesis ancestor. Such a strength was considered a top genius even among the younger generation in the entire Middle region. Moreover, he was an alchemist. Since when did the Shao clan produce such a person that they were unaware of? Looks like I should pay extra attention to the Shao clan. The old man gently rubbed his fingers under his sleeves. His eyes inadvertently swept past Xiaoming, only to discover that the latter was looking at him. His heart trembled slightly as he suddenly turned his head and looked at the three people who had been intimidated by Xiaoyan. His old face became solemn as he said, "The Pill Tower has its own rules. No one is an exception here. Since you are in the wrong, withdraw from the queue and queue again at the back." Enough. The moment the words of the Pill Tower's elder sounded, not only did the three young men with ugly expressions, but even quite a number of people by the side revealed a sigh. The ranking order was based on one's strength. This was an indisputable fact. Incidents like the one that had just occurred were common in the past. Even the Pill Tower's elders were non-committal when they saw this. No matter how one looked at it, this action of the Pill Tower at this moment seemed to have the intention of treating others as food. The expressions on the three young men's faces became increasingly ugly in front of everyone's eyes. At this stage, the entrance of the large hall was right in front of them. How could they be willing to be chased out just like that? The atmosphere was anxious for a moment before one of them finally clenched his teeth. His face revealed a dispirited manner as he respectfully said, "This elder, the three of us know that we are in the wrong for the matter earlier. Moreover, these two friends have already left the queue. Why don't we? You are not qualified to talk about conditions in front of the Pill Tower." Enough. However, before the young man could finish speaking, the old man interrupted him. His words were calm, but there was no lack of overbearingness in them. "Leave. Leave." The faces of the three people in the square immediately turned green when the old man's words sounded. Since the words had already been spoken, there was no turning back. Today, the three of them could only leave in a dejected manner. After casually dealing with the three people in front of him, the old man returned to Xiaoyan's group, bowed slightly to Xiaoming, and said in a humble voice, "Sorry to bother you. I'm sorry to have let you see such a farce. I'll bring you into the hall now." The few of them began to pace. Mu Ling and Morong Xianxia continued to observe Xiaoyan beside them with some disbelief. Regardless of how ignorant they were aware that the Pill Tower was an overlord faction on the continent. However, an elder from such a super faction had to be this respectful when facing Xiaoyan. This really caused them to feel extremely stunned. What had this fellow beside him experienced all these years? Xiaoyan bitterly laughed in the face of the strange gazes of the two of them, who appeared as though they were looking at a monster. He could only roughly describe his relationship with the Shao clan in the Middle region. Although these words sounded simple, they caused Mu Ling and Mu Sun to be stunned when they heard them. Shao clan? Is that one of the three great clans, the Shao clan? Mu Ling asked in surprise. His eyes constantly swept over Xiao Xiyu and Xiaoming in front of him. Morong Xianxia, who was beside him, had a very interesting expression. They had naturally heard of many forces in the central region along the way. Other than respect, they were also very curious about the so-called three great clans. However, they had never imagined that Xiaoyan's real identity was actually a member of the Shao clan. Moreover, looking at the lineup today, his identity in the Shao clan was obviously unusual. Xiaoyan did not have time to talk about these trivial matters. Instead, he talked to the two about the northwestern continent. When he learned that Zhou Tai had actually joined the Shao clan, Xiaoyan could not help but be a little surprised. After all, the Alchemist Alliance never interfered with the factions at the border. Zhou Tai's action would undoubtedly be criticized. However, on second thought, Zhou Tai was a casual person. Even when he was in the alliance, no one could restrain him. It was likely that the condemnation from the outside world would not affect him. While the three of them were conversing, the footsteps of the group had unknowingly paused. The few of them, who had recovered, followed the voices in the hall and looked forward. There were already quite a number of human figures seated on the seats on both sides of the large hall. Numerous gazes that contained various meanings were thrown over when they saw Xiaoyan's group arrive. With his sharp senses, Xiaoyan instantly sensed a gaze that contained enmity. Medicinal rock spirit, it's him again. Xiao Xiyu crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her long and narrow pretty eyes contained a trace of disdain as she spoke. It is unimportant. Compared to him, I am more curious about whether there is anything interesting on that tablet. Xiaoyan gently lifted his chin. His dark black eyes looked towards the middle of the seats at the front. Two gray-robed old men were quietly standing at that spot. Between the two of them was an extremely large stone tablet that was over 10 feet tall. This was the opportunity that Xiaoxiu had mentioned, the 9-word soul tablet. Haha, everyone, please take a seat. It will be your turn to take the test in a while. After leading Xiaoyan's group to a seat, the Pale Tower elder chuckled and gave a few compliments before quickly leaving. Xiaoyan's group, who had recovered, once again observed some of the people seated around them. His gaze swept over the crowd. Other than a portion of the old alchemist grandmasters who had made a name for themselves in the middle region, most of the people present were from the younger generation. All of them had an origin venerate. Protecting them. This scene caused Xiaoyan to quietly praise them in his heart. These factions usually did not reveal themselves. It was unexpected that a pill gathering would cause all of them to take action. From this, one could see just how important this pill gathering was. Hiss, what a turbulent fire aura. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's roaming eyes stilled. They paused on a red-haired, young man seated at the front of the seats. From his senses, he could sense that the man might not have used any strength, but there was a wave of hot air rising around him. It was as though the man's body was a boiling hot furnace. Moreover, it was not just him. Even the other people beside him who were traveling with him were the same. That is a member of the Huasun clan. Almost everyone in the Huasun clan has comprehended the Great Tao of Fire. They even have a unique cultivation method for comprehending the Great Tao of Fire. Hence, the Great Tao power that they possess is much stronger than ordinary people. Even if they do not deliberately control it, it will still gather on its own. Xiaoxiyu's eyes stared intently at the red-haired young man. A wisp of flame continuously swam between her fingers. She, who also comprehended the Great Tao of Fire, was curious about the Huasun clan, which was known for its Great Tao of Fire, just like Xiaoyan at this moment. Just as the few of them were looking over, a young man in front of the stone tablet was pouring his spiritual strength into the stone tablet in front of him. As the spiritual strength crazily poured in, the words from 1 to 9 carved on the stone tablet from bottom to top also lit up one by one. Finally, the faint light stopped at the 7th position. At this moment, the young man's forehead was covered with perspiration. However, from the way he was frowning and his eyes were shut, it seemed that he did not intend to withdraw his spiritual strength. It was a long while later before he opened his eyes with a disappointed expression. After observing the black stone tablet in front of him once again, he accepted the rank badge that the Pale Tower elder handed over to him. After which, he returned to the seats at the back. You really did not manage to find anything. This young master has checked this tablet countless times. You, a fellow who has just advanced to rank 7, actually dare to covet this opportunity. You are really dreaming. The medicinal rock spirit was not afraid of blowing up the matter when he saw the disappointed face of the young man sitting opposite him. He did not hesitate to mock and ridicule the young man when he saw the young man frown and become angry. Forget about the fact that there is no opportunity within the stone tablet. Even if there is, it is likely that only an alchemist above rank 8 would be able to find it. With your half-baked alchemists, it is best that you give up on this thought as soon as possible. The medicinal rock spirit did not forget to look at Xiaoyan's group with a mocking expression when he finished speaking. Mu Ling and Xianxia could not help but curse in a low voice at this annoying fellow. Xiaoxiu curled her lips but still sighed and said, "This fellow is indeed annoying." However, what he said is true. This 9-word soul tablet has always been sought after. Even some people from the Pill Tower have checked it a couple of times. However, they have all returned without any results. It is likely that if one wishes to obtain any opportunity from this tablet, one must first possess an even stronger spirit. Xiaoyan could not help but laugh when he heard this. It is strange. Although most accomplished experts are willing to entrust their inheritance to those with great talent and strength, a rank 7 alchemist is already considered to be at the peak of alchemy. If one is really a rank 8 alchemist, why would he lower himself to seek this so-called opportunity that everyone knows about? Wouldn't it be a waste of his reputation if he did not obtain anything? That is why so many people are skeptical about this stone tablet. However, to the Pill Tower, whether the inheritance is real or fake is not important. What is important is that as long as this stone tablet stands here, countless alchemists will flock to it and ultimately become a subordinate of the Pill Tower. A bright voice that contained some laughter suddenly sounded from the side. When Xiaoyan's words sounded, turning his head, Xiaoyan saw that the person who had come closer was the person from the Huasun clan that he had noticed earlier. Junior Huashuan Mingqing greets the fourth elder. By the time Xiaoyan's group noticed this person, the latter had already respectfully bowed to Xiaoming. Xiaoming's face was expressionless. He coldly glanced at him before ignoring him. Huasun Mingqing was unconcerned about this. The fourth elder of the Xiao clan had a reputation. Everyone in the middle region was aware of some of his habits. Naturally, they would not be displeased. Huashuan Mingqing turned his gaze to Xiao Xiyu, a hearty smile appearing on his handsome face. I think this must be the second miss of the Xiao clan. Xiao Xiyu. Xiao Xiyu bowed slightly and politely returned the greeting. When Huashuan Mingqing looked at Xiaoyan, the latter cupped his fists. Xiaoyan. As soon as the words came out, Huashuan Mingqing was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. His eyes quickly sized up Xiaoyan, and then he cupped his fists and said, I heard that there is a newcomer in the Xiao clan. Even the two young masters of the Bai clan were defeated one after another. I didn't expect you to be an alchemist. You're welcome. Brother Huashuan's mastery of the great Tao of Fire has reached perfection. Haha, the two of them exchanged some polite words with each other. While they were conversing, Xiaoyan unintentionally noticed that the medicinal rock spirit had become quiet at this moment. Occasionally, it would look in his direction with some fear in its eyes. This caused Xiaoyan to be quietly surprised in his heart. Listening to Mr. Xiaoyan's previous words, it seems that you are also interested in the inheritance in the 9-word soul tablet? The two of them did not obtain anything from the other party's words after conversing for a while. Huasun and Mingqing immediately changed the topic and returned to the 9-word soul tablet. Xiaoyan's interest was immediately piqued. I'm just curious. I just want to try and see if there is really any opportunity in this tablet. When it comes to opportunities, it is indeed true. As soon as the topic slipped out of his mouth, Xiaoyan's eyes lit up slightly. Huashuan Mingqing immediately said, but it's not that I'm intentionally discouraging Mr. I've tried many methods with the intention of finding some clues from this stone tablet. But this thing is like a bottomless black hole, without a source or source, and there's no way to investigate it. I'm afraid it's really as everyone said, only a rank 8 alchemist is able to open it. At the end of the sentence, even Huashuan Mingqing sighed helplessly. It seemed that he had put a lot of effort into this. Xiaoyan nodded slightly and looked at the stone tablet again. Since even the person in front of him said so, perhaps he would really have to return resentfully on this trip. Just as Xiaoyan was in a daze, he suddenly heard a few cries. He immediately frowned and looked over. Shockingly, a young girl in a blue dress was standing before the stone tablet. The young girl's delicate body was slender, and her sexy figure was curvaceous. She looked extremely tempting, so much so that the gazes of some of the youths in the surrounding seats were constantly focused on some parts of her body. Their eyes were filled with passion and greed. After a series of tests, the young lady's final result was that she had reached the level of a rank 6 high-grade alchemist. Although this was the case, it still caused Xiaoyan, an experienced Taoist, to feel slightly shocked. From the way he saw it, this young lady was likely much younger than Murong Qianxian beside him. Being able to have such an achievement at such an age was really shocking. It's someone from the southern borders Qi family. It seems that this Qi family has also produced an incredible fellow. Huashuan Mingqing's sharp gaze swept across an old man beside the young girl. After noticing the special inscription on the old man's sleeve, he also judged the origin of the two. Qi family? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly, but said that he had never heard of it. On the other hand, Xiao Xiyu, who was at the side, thought for a moment before finding some traces of the Qi family from her memory. Southern borders Qi family? It's the Qi family that is near the eastern region. It is said that they seem to have a close relationship with some magical beast forces in the eastern region. If it were not for the fact that the family is located in a remote location and keeps a low profile, I'm afraid that there would be another one of the three great clans. Hearing this, although Xiaoyan nodded silently, some ripples could not help but appear in the depths of his eyes. He thought to himself that the more the people of the central region saw, the more they felt that their own strength was insignificant. Although the Xiao clan was famous in the central region, from the recent events what he had seen and heard in the past few days was the Yao clan that was attached to the Pill Tower, the Huishuan clan that specialized in the power of the Great Tao, and now a chief family had appeared. Their strength was extraordinary. There were countless hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the central region. As for him, it seemed that since he returned to the Xiao clan, he had been too comfortable. Phew. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan's eyes drifted to the Muling duo beside him. He secretly decided that perhaps after this matter was over, it was time for him to properly roam the central region. While Xiaoyan was lost in thought, Huishu and Mingqing seemed to have received some information. He politely greeted the few people in front of him before turning around and walking to the front of the 9-word soul tablet. When the few of them looked over, a Pill Tower elder beside the stone tablet was actually bowing and saying something to Huishu and Mingqing. Seeing the respectful attitude of the Pill Tower elder, Xiaoyan could not help but be a little stunned. Xiao Xiyu by the side finally said, "There are two great clans in the Pill Tower. Although the Yao clan is also attached to the Pill Tower, its prestige is far inferior to the other clan. Compared to the Yao clan, the Huishuan clan can be called the #1 clan in the Pill Tower." No wonder, hearing this, Xiaoyan finally understood. No wonder the medicinal stone spirit had completely quieted down after Huishu and Mingqing appeared. The reason was actually this. Under the gazes of the crowd, Huishu and Mingqing calmly raised his hand and gently placed it on the 7-word inscribed on the stone tablet. As his thoughts flowed, majestic spiritual strength was quickly poured into it. This scene was completely different from the previous few testers. Xiaoyan was not too surprised when he saw this scene. There were many different methods to test one's soul. However, at the end of the day, they all had one goal. Huisun and Mingqing's method was merely more decisive and competent. The only difference between this method was that one was unable to test a higher spiritual level. However, it was already sufficient for Xiaoyan. As the spiritual strength within the inscribed word became increasingly abundant, the initial gentle glow on it gradually became glaring. In the end, the extremely bright glow seemed to be about to flow out from within. Immediately, numerous surprised voices sounded within the large hall. TSK. Rank 7 high-grade alchemist. It is said that quite a number of rank 7 middle-grade alchemists have appeared during this 1 month. However, there is only one rank 7 high-grade alchemist. It seems that he is an old man who is nearing the end of his alchemy path. It is unexpected that the younger generation of the Huishuan clan has already reached such a level. They are indeed the #1 clan in the Pill Tower. Even in the entire continent, no one can compare with them. The quiet medicinal rock spirit's expression undoubtedly became much uglier when he heard the many envious voices around him. On the other hand, Xiaoyan's eyes stared intently at the inscribed word that was emitting a bright glow. His eyes swept up and down the stone tablet. His fingers under his sleeves were also quietly rubbing. A thought flew in his heart, but he was unable to make heads or tails of it. A moment later, the medicinal rock spirit quickly followed after Huishu and Mingqing ended his test. However, unlike the former, the medicinal rock spirit was undoubtedly under a great amount of pressure when he stepped forward to accept the test. Rank 7 middle grade. A moment later, the Pill Tower's elder beside the stone tablet reported the results of the test. It did indeed stir a commotion in the surrounding seats. Although it was not as good as the former, it still caused the originally ugly expression of the medicinal stone spirit to recover significantly. Its eyes swept over the place, and an arrogant expression once again surfaced on its face. No matter how one put it, a rank 7 middle grade alchemist was a peak existence in the alchemist world. Even in the middle region, where there were many heroes, there were only a handful of people of the same generation who could match him. At the very least, the medicinal rock spirit did not pay any attention to some of the people present. This thought flashed in the medicinal rock spirit's heart. His dark and cold eyes once again looked at Xiaoyan. At the same time, the Pill Tower elder in front slowly spoke. Next? That Pill Tower elder's eyes directly looked at Xiaoyan's group after his voice sounded. The latter was a little stunned as he exchanged glances with Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu's arms were crossed in front of her voluminous chest. Her enchanting face contained a faint smile, but she was unmoved. Xiaoyan could only shrug his shoulders when he saw this. He slowly stood up from his chair and softly sighed. Alright, let me give it a try. P.S. I can tell that the rhythm of these few chapters is a little different from the previous ones. Firstly, I am not online. Secondly, I might need to take the test at the end of this month. Furthermore, I might need to work. My entire person is a little messy. Fortunately, the main content of this short paragraph is a narrative. I only need to insert some things to obtain the buff. After that, it will be the main show. Xiaoyan arrived in front of the stone tablet in front of the various gazes of everyone in the hall. His eyes carried some curiosity as he observed the black-colored stone tablet in front of him. Only after the Pill Tower elder by the side gave him a signal did he slowly inhale a breath of air. His expression was as calm as an old well. After which, he raised his hand and gently placed it on the 7 word like the others had done. Humph, pretentious. You're just a guy of unknown origin. If your alchemy skills can go hand in hand with your Genesis G cultivation, then don't stay in the alchemy world. Seeing Xiaoyan's appearance, the medicinal rock spirit could not help but curl his lips in disdain. I hope you won't go back on your words later. Xiaoxiu involuntarily replied coldly when she heard this. The medicinal rock spirit was just about to retort when it raised its eyes and saw Xiaoyan's back. Its heart involuntarily trembled. That figure actually caused it to faintly feel an uneasiness, but even so, the medicinal rock spirit still shook his head and tossed away those negative emotions. Yao Stone admitted that he was a little inferior to Huasun and Mingqing when it came to refining medicine. However, he had the pride of being a member of the Yao clan when facing Xiaoyan. He was confident that he might be a little inferior to Xiaoyan in terms of cultivation, but when it came to refining medicine, other than the Huasun clan, which was doing very well in the Pill Tower, there was no one in the entire continent who could compete with the members of his Yao clan. However, Xiaoyan had no time to care about this at this moment. The instant his hand came into contact with the stone tablet, the icy cold temperature and the hard metal-like feeling caused Xiaoyan's eyes to instantly brighten. This thing was actually made of the same material as the soul stone metal scroll in his storage ring. Realizing this, Xiaoyan was wild with joy. In other words, the so-called 9-word spirit stone tablet in front of him was a larger spirit stone iron scroll. As long as he probed his spirit power to the deepest part, he might be able to. However, as expected, Xiaoyan's fiery hot heart was mercilessly extinguished by a basin of cold water after a careful investigation. Only then did he recover. If this method was useful, the inheritance within this stone tablet would have long since been obtained by someone else. Why would he need to go through the trouble of rummaging through it? Isn't the result the same as the spirit stone iron scroll? Unless I use some special method, it's impossible to find it. The majestic spiritual strength wildly swept back and forth within the stone tablet. However, it was ultimately to no avail. The eyes of everyone in the outside world were filled with ridicule as they looked at Xiaoyan, who was frowning in front of the stone tablet. This scene was something that they had witnessed many times. However, they still felt that it was interesting. The higher a person's desire is, the more heart-wrenching and bone-piercing the pain of defeat is. Amidst the disdainful mockery from the outside world, Xiaoyan, who was fully focused on the stone tablet, calmed his mind. He recalled the day before, when he was searching for the spirit stone iron scroll. Wasn't it the same situation? At this moment, his method of searching had not changed. The only difference between the 2 spirit stones was the size of the shell and the inscriptions carved on it. Wait, inscriptions. At this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed across Xiaoyan's mind. A wave of excitement instantly surged in his heart. His jumbled thoughts seemed to have found an exit. He quickly calmed down and threw away the previous search process. After sorting out his thoughts, he started to think again. In this way, there is no difference between the size of the spirit stone. The only difference is the inscriptions. If the spirit stone is used as a medium, then the so-called inheritance is actually the inscriptions. The thoughts within Xiaoyan's heart suddenly became clear when he thought of this. The only reaction that could be formed between the spiritual strength and this stone tablet was the inscription that had been carved on it by a strong person. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind, and the spiritual strength that was poured into the stone tablet began to wildly gather. Since the first 7 words on the stone tablet have been tried countless times, then the only thing left is the last 2 words. Calming down, Xiaoyan mobilized all the spirit power and crazily rushed toward the top 8 and 9 words on the stone tablet. After a wave of spirit power, the last 2 words were like an abyss and did not move at all. He was afraid that only a rank 8 alchemist could give it a try. However, this time, Xiaoyan did not give up easily. Since this was the only possibility, even if he tried his best, so what? Buzz. Until a certain point. The eyelids of Xiaoyan, who had his eyes shut in front of the stone tablet, trembled slightly at the next moment. He slowly opened his eyes. The instant he focused, a thread of light flashed and disappeared from deep within his eyes. At the same time he withdrew his hand, the words engraved under his palm suddenly emitted an extremely bright glow. The moment this glow was emitted, silence immediately covered the interior of this large hall. Not even the slightest unusual sound appeared at this moment. The entire large hall was covered in a strange atmosphere. This quiet atmosphere lasted for about half a minute. Just as everyone in the hall looked at each other, a slight trembling voice suddenly sounded from somewhere in the seats. Rank 7, high grade, how is this possible? The light on the stone tablet already indicated the alchemist rank of the person who was testing. If the light was dim, it meant that it was low grade. If it was soft and full, it meant that it was middle grade. At this moment, this extremely bright light was not weaker than the result of Huixuan and Ming Cheng's test. This was also the proof of a rank 7 high-grade alchemist. Hua! What followed was an uproar that was filled with surprise. The gazes of everyone present were uniformly focused on the skinny figure in front of the stone tablet. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Forget about the person from the Huixuan clan, it was just that they did not expect that this ordinary-looking black-robed young man in front of them was actually a rank 7 high-grade alchemist. With such an achievement, it was likely that it would be difficult to find a match among the younger generation in the entire middle region. At this moment, Mu Ling and Morong Xianxia also held the same thought. They believed that their familiarity with Xiaoyan far surpassed others. Even so, they did not expect that not only did Xiaoyan's cultivation was shocking, but his alchemist rank had also reached such a level. At this moment, Medicinal Stone Spirit's face was even more ashen. As a member of the Yao clan, he had been sheltered by his ancestors and had a talent that far surpassed others in the art of alchemy. He did not expect that he would actually suffer in the hands of a single person. This was simply a great humiliation. Xiaoyan. The medicinal rock spirit paused after each word. It was a hateful voice that was forcefully forced out from between its teeth. Both of its eyes were red. Its gaze was vicious as it stared at Xiaoyan, who had returned to the side of his companions. The hatred in its heart continued to churn. My Xiao clan has always spoken loudly. However, I wonder if the members of the Yao clan keep their word? The purposeful mocking pause at the end of the sentence instantly angered the medicinal stone spirit to the point that his face twitched violently. He clenched his teeth as he raised his eyes and glared furiously at the smiling Xiaoxiu. That gaze of his appeared as though he wished to kill her on the spot. After pausing for a moment, the fury in his heart finally transformed into a cold snort. He turned his head and swiftly walked out of the large hall. Behind him, that old man's eyes were dark as they swept over Xiaoyan's group. After which, he let out a dense cold laugh and quickly left. Xiaoyan, whose arm was being hugged by the little girl, was involuntarily stunned when he saw this scene. He frowned as he looked at Xiaoxiu and asked uncertainly. What happened? Xiaoxiu pursed her red lips when she heard this. An alluring arc was lifted as she laughed. You asked for it. End of chapter 1551. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.